What's going on? I feel like I'm about to be crushed to death. I'm working like a cow for my boss in the company to change the plan. Why didn't I go to the club to order a 300-pound girl? Li Musheng felt dizzy and just came to his senses. He felt that his eyes were dark. Monster. I'm being crushed by a monster. Li Musheng saw clearly that the one who was pressing him was actually an iron-backed wolf demon with a body as big as a calf and iron gray fur. The memory of the iron-backed wolf demon in his mind emerged involuntarily. The iron-backed wolf demon is a low-grade monster. Its sharp claws can tear through leather armor, and it is good at fighting in groups. At this time, Li Musheng and the open, bloody mouth of the iron-backed wolf demon were only an inch apart, with his hands using a standard pu dao. Li Musheng's pu dao was stuck in the wolf demon's open mouth and was firmly bitten by its teeth. Li Musheng's hands and the wolf demon's claws also pressed against the blade at the same time. If it were just an inch closer, Li Musheng would have died on the spot, and blood would have spilled on the spot. Looking at the huge wolf head with eyes as big as copper bells and a ferocious green light in front of him, Li Musheng was so scared that his legs couldn't help but tremble. When had Li Musheng, who had only been a pure-blooded office animal, ever experienced such a scene? At most, he was scolded by the fat-bellied manager in front of the receptionist he had a crush on in the company, and he just washed his face with saliva. Now Li Musheng can only rely on muscle memory to support the silver standard pudeo with both hands. Hopefully, this blade can buy him a little more time. Oh my god, I can't hold it anymore. Is there no cheat for time travel? I'm going to die as soon as I travel through time, right? The standard pudeo in the mouth of the iron-backed wolf demon was shaking constantly, and the wolf demon's claws were also exerting force at the same time, pushing the blade hard. It felt like the knife would be bitten to pieces or broken by its claws. The hot air from the iron-backed wolf demon's mouth had already rushed straight to Li Musheng's face, and a large pool of smelly saliva had already dripped onto Li Musheng's face. Help! Li Musheng's arms were stretched so hard that veins popped out. His heart was beating wildly, and his blood was surging wildly, but he still felt that he would die in the next second. Hook, please possess me, I'm going to die. Li Musheng, who was shouting wildly in his heart, suddenly felt his whole body lighten. The pressure on his body suddenly disappeared, and the sense of crisis of death suddenly disappeared. There really is a cheat, Li Musheng said happily, thinking that he had said the cheat himself. Li Daiden, you're just as capable. You almost peed yourself, said the man who pulled Li Musheng up from the ground jokingly. Damn, no cheats. It turns out he saved me. Li Musheng's head was a mess now, with memories before and after the crossing mixed together. Looking carefully, the man who saved him had a full beard, thick arms, and looked strong and powerful. The memory that popped out of his mind vaguely remembered that his name was Zhao Deidi, his neighbor, and his family made a living by forging iron. Thanks, Brother Zhao. Now Li Musheng had a little time to look around, and saw that the sunset dyed half of the sky red. In the wilderness as far as the eye could see, there were countless people holding knives and guns, wearing coarse linen clothes, and iron-backed wolf monsters. In the original owner's memory that appeared like a movie, these people wearing coarse linen clothes, like himself, were collectively called civilians in Daliang State, and were ordinary people recruited to eliminate monsters. And these iron-backed wolf monsters, according to Daliang State's 100 Monsters list, are a kind of monster, and are monsters that Daliang wants to conquer with the strength of the whole country. At this time, in the wilderness, people and monsters were fighting. Shouts echoed throughout the wilderness, blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody and chaotic. I have traveled directly to the battlefield. I am so unlucky that I opened the door to bad luck. I am so unlucky. Li Musheng sighed secretly. Soft leg boy, don't run around, follow me. Zhao Deidi pulled Li Musheng to his side, looking at the relationship between neighbors, and deliberately took care of him. But soon, an iron-backed wolf monster waved its claws and jumped over. Zhao Deidi could only draw his sword to meet it and fight with it. Hey, bah, I can't survive anymore. I can only do middle school. Without the protection of neighbors, Li Musheng could only spit on the pudeo like the characters in the novel, and then wiped it with his sleeves, ready for a bloody battle. But his trembling hands that could hardly hold the knife betrayed him. I have never killed a chicken before, and now you want me to kill a monster that caused me to travel through time. What the hell are you thinking? Li Musheng wanted to cry, but had no tears. Wait, what is that in front of me? Li Musheng rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and found that many of the iron-backed wolf monsters lying on the ground were suspended with balls of light, like dandelion seeds, emitting a milky white halo. Li Musheng seemed to have opened his mind, and his mind moved, only to feel that several white balls of light that were closer to him suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed into his body, making Li Musheng feel refreshed. The violently beating heart slowly returned to stability, and his hands stopped shaking. At the same time, a few lines of small words appeared in Li Musheng's eyes. Absorb Demon Soul 1. Absorb Demon Soul 1. Absorb Demon Soul 1. Demon Soul can be used to improve the collected martial arts. Available Demon Soul 3. Currently collected martial arts Tianyuan Longxiang Heart Sutra Level 1. Tianyuan Longxiang Heart Sutra Level 2. Tianyuan Longxiang Heart Sutra Level 3. Li Musheng's mind moved, and the Demon Soul value directly became 0, and the 3 Demon Soul value was immediately integrated into the words. Tianyuan Zhan Yao Jing Level 1. And the originally pure black font appeared with a hint of gold. Li Musheng felt a force surging in his body, and it seemed that he had several years of martial arts experience in his mind, and every move felt imprinted in a muscle memory. All the essentials of the Tianyuan Longxiang Heart Sutra Level 1 seemed to be integrated in an instant, as if he had circulated the level of the Heart Sutra hundreds of times. He also felt that his steps were lighter, his body was more flexible, and there was endless power surging all over his body. Although it's late, thank God, my dear Golden Finger, you are finally here. Li Musheng cried with joy. I was just brewing my emotions, and you bumped into me, so I'll try my hand on you. Li Musheng put away his emotions, looked at an iron-backed wolf demon that rushed towards him recklessly, and slashed with a knife directly. This knife was powerful and heavy, as fierce as thunder. The jumping iron-backed wolf demon showed a surprised expression. Maybe it originally intended to pick on the weak persimmon, but it didn't expect the weak persimmon to dare to attack actively, which made it even more angry. The iron-backed wolf demon stretched out its arm claws to slap Li Musheng's knife away, but it didn't expect that Li Musheng's knife would explode so quickly that the iron-backed wolf demon didn't react at all. The force was so great that it directly penetrated the iron-backed wolf demon's shoulder blade. After Li Musheng stabbed the iron-backed wolf demon's shoulder blade, he pressed the knife hard and slashed it down. A huge force came out from the blade, directly cutting off the iron-backed wolf demon's entire arm. In the shocked eyes of the iron-backed wolf demon, Li Musheng took advantage of the situation and stabbed the Pu Dao into the heart of the iron-backed wolf demon. With a slight turn of his wrist, the Pu Dao directly tore the heart of the iron-backed wolf demon apart, killing it. Those I killed and those I didn't kill can all be absorbed. Li Musheng watched the demon soul produced by the ironback wolf demon that he had just killed and absorbed the demon souls of other ironback wolf demons around him. It can't be absorbed a little farther away. Li Musheng looked at the white demon souls within a few feet around him, which had been absorbed by him. But the white demon souls floating farther away could not be absorbed. The demon soul value also reached 10. Li Musheng didn't hesitate and directly invested all the demon soul value on the Tianyuan Demon Slaying Sutra. In an instant, the gold color of the words Tianyuan Demon Slaying Sutra Level 1 increased a lot. The strength and momentum of his body also felt constantly increasing. Li Musheng also tried to see if the demon soul could be injected into the second or third level of the mental method, but it was useless. Li Musheng had only learned and recited the second and third levels of the mental method in the county school, and had never practiced them. It might be for this reason that they were included. Li Musheng, who could not find the realm jump bug, immediately adjusted his mentality. He decided to be down to earth and absorb the first level first. I'll just rub it, not go in. Li Musheng looked at the battlefield, not far away where the fighting was too fierce, and there were many white demon souls floating in the air. He was still itching to say, "Awesome, Li Musheng, I underestimated you at the beginning." A rough palm covered with demon blood slapped Li Musheng's shoulder. "It's just so-so, at most a third in Qinghe County." Li Musheng joked when he saw that it was Zhao Deity. "Haha, when you kill the iron-backed white wolf, I will recognize you as the third in Qinghe." Zhao Deity laughed. "Brother Zhao, this place is safe for now. You take a break. I'll go over there to help." After saying that, Li Musheng slowly approached the depths of the battlefield with his machete, which was already broken. "Hey, you're really going there? That's a real 9th grade monster. Don't." Looking at Li Musheng's back, Zhao Deidi waved his hand and said with a little worry, "In the most intense battlefield, there was a young man in blood-stained gray linen clothes. He was like a smart monkey, running around, but never taking the initiative to draw his sword. Only his companions called for help, and he just happened to swing his sword to assist when he was not far away. If he failed to kill with one sword, he would ignore it and continue to wander." Li Musheng felt that he could kill the iron-backed wolf monster directly with a casual sword now. It was nothing else, just because the white demon soul was too crazy and tried its best to drill into the body. The Tianyuan demon slaying sutra was almost completely golden. The first level of Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, Great Completion. Chapter 2. Slaying the iron-backed white-haired wolf demon. Li Musheng had finally attained perfection in the first layer and was preparing to infuse the demon soul into the second layer when he realized he was still unable to do so. He attempted to inject it into the first layer again, but to no avail. With no option to infuse, he decided to retain the demon soul for now. Thankful that he could still absorb it, Li Musheng resolved to continue wandering, absorbing the floating demon souls, waiting for any other possible methods. However, he also made a conscious effort to refrain from wielding his blade. After all, if it could be absorbed without his intervention, what was the point of exerting himself? One must remain discreet when the situation called for it, he internally lamented, casting a glance at the robust man in the midst of the battlefield, fiercely battling with a dark, unadorned blade. The man and Amp, Appo's appearance drew Li Musheng and Amp, Appo's attention, not only due to his indigo, unadorned garb of an officer, but also because he sensed a faint orb of energy within the officer and Appo's body that resembled a demon soul, albeit tinged with a hint of crimson rather than the typical milky hue. Just as the officer, having slain the nearby iron-backed wolf demon, was about to catch his breath, a shadow loomed over him. The iron-backed white-haired wolf, its limbs twice as robust as a standard iron-backed wolf demon, filled the officer's vision. How could this be? How could an iron-backed white-haired wolf appear here? The officer's expression turned grave. "Get over here, everyone, and strike together." Before he could finish, the iron-backed white-haired wolf swung its arm with a whistling sound, rapidly striking the officer's waist and sending him flying over to Zhang. Fortunately, the officer managed to twist in midair, landing on one knee and stabilizing himself, though the flush on his face suggested he had sustained significant internal injuries. What are you waiting for? In this battlefield, if you do not fight against the demons, by the laws of the Great Liang, you will be exiled to the northern cold prefecture, your parents forced into labor, and your wife and daughter sent to the comfort station. The officer spat blood and glared fiercely at those around him. The previously hesitant laborers trembled at his words, then tightened their grips on their crude blades, charging towards the iron-backed white-haired wolf. The laws of Great Liang were stringent, especially regarding the demon-slaying law. It was well known that fleeing from the battlefield or disobeying superior orders would lead to collective punishment. However, Li Musheng did not need to join the fray, as he was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a blood-soaked iron-backed wolf demon, caught in a deadlock. "I am in combat. I cannot heed orders," Li Musheng thought to himself. As the battle drew to a close, more iron-backed wolf demons fell, though many of the laborers would never rise again. In Li Musheng and Appo's muddled recollections, he remembered there were around 80 participants in this patrol, but given the current situation, perhaps only 20 or 30 remained. The only intense struggle now was around the iron-backed white-haired wolf, with several laborers attacking recklessly, akin to flies. While the wolf could effortlessly send one flying with a mere flick of its arm, Li Musheng frowned, noticing the myriad vulnerabilities in the iron-backed white-haired wolf and Appo's movements. And he perceived that with his strength, he could easily knock it down with a single punch. According to the records in the 100 Demons Compendium, the iron-backed wolf demon was classified as a low-grade demon, while the iron-backed white-haired wolf was considered a 9th-grade demon. This particular creature's strength seemed to be at the early stage of the 9th grade. Observing the struggling officer, Li Musheng realized that his current strength likely far surpassed theirs. In other words, he felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. He believed he had reached the peak of the 9th grade, or perhaps even beyond. The martial artists of Great Liang were categorized from 9th to 1st grade, each grade further divided into early, mid, and late stages. Li Musheng felt that his heart technique could still absorb more, potentially elevating him to the pinnacle of the 9th grade. The casualties among the team were severe, especially with the commanding officer fallen. Those who remained would face strict inquiries from the county office to ascertain the reasons behind the losses. This useful memory surfaced from his muddled mind. What a bother, Li Musheng thought to himself as he approached the iron-backed white-haired wolf unhurriedly, sensing an impending threat. The iron-backed white-haired wolf turned its gaze toward Li Musheng. Yet, before it could fully orient itself, Li Musheng's fist struck with lightning speed against the wolf's solid back. The blow rendered the iron-backed white-haired wolf rigid, halting all its offensive actions, and its internal meridians began to fracture, its expression one of disbelief. Then, with a swift motion, Li Musheng drew his blade, slicing downwards, creating a fissure that extended from the wolf and Apos, S left shoulder to its right flank, with a resounding crack. The iron-backed white-haired wolf and Apos, S body split in two, collapsing to the ground. Demon Soul 5, you are quite stingy. I could absorb more from a few lesser demons than what you provided, Li Musheng remarked as he absorbed the demon soul into his body. Absorption of a 9th-grade demon soul has unlocked the next layer of cultivation. A deep and emotionless voice resonated within Li Musheng and Apos, S mind. Ah, so I can level up now? Li Musheng felt an immense thrill, his previously tightened nerves relaxing completely. The voice in his mind served as a clarion call. Without hesitation, he directed all remaining demon souls into the second layer of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. Immediately, the second layer began to shimmer with golden hues. Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, second layer, entry level. Li Musheng gazed at the gradually transforming golden characters, feeling an extraordinary sense of comfort. Brother Musheng, you and Apos, VE truly made progress. At that moment, Xiao Deity and the others, who had participated in the assault on the iron-backed white-haired wolf, stared wide-eyed, as if in a dream, utterly astonished. No one could have anticipated that the 16-year-old, frail Li Musheng, who had just moments ago appeared weak-kneed, had slain a demon that even the officers could not conquer. With the iron-backed white-haired wolf down, this skirmish had officially come to an end. This journey has not been in vain. I too possess a golden finger. Li Musheng exhaled a long breath of relief. Though shocked by Li Musheng and Apos' astonishing performance, the conclusion of the battle prompted a spontaneous cheer of victory from the crowd. Brother Musheng, I now believe you might truly become the third of Qinghe. Xiao Deity approached Li Musheng with admiration. Then, as if struck by a thought, he took hold of Li Musheng's arm and hurried toward the officer. At that moment, the officer stood, awestruck, gazing at the split carcass of the Wolf King. Still in disbelief, Xiao Deity, however, had already pulled Li Musheng to his side, bowing deeply and proclaiming loudly, Officer, all demons have been vanquished. Chapter 3. The Return to the City and the Grand Gift, Part 1. As twilight descended, the solitary crimson sun hung low on the horizon, gradually vanishing behind the distant peaks. A chilling wind swept across the desolate landscape, the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air serving as a grim testament to the fierce and bloody battle that had taken place. Li Musheng had grown considerably in strength, approaching a level comparable to my own. It was evident that the constable in black had concealed his true capabilities during the skirmish with the white-haired wolf demon. Adjustments to our strategy were clearly necessary. The constable cast a sidelong glance at Li Musheng. Despite the heavy losses incurred during this battle, the fighters had displayed remarkable valor. It was time to reap the fruits of their labor and claim the white-haired wolf demon as a trophy. With a grand gesture, the constable addressed the assembled laborers, his voice resonating with authority. Upon hearing the officer and Apos' words, the crowd and Apos' faces brightened with excitement as they hastily produced daggers, eager to sever the right thumb claw from the iron-backed wolf demon as proof of their accomplishments. The regulations of the Great Liang State stipulated strict requirements for claiming merit. Not every part of a demon could serve as evidence, due to logistical considerations. Only the right thumb claw of demons classified as inferior or 9th rank, such as the iron-backed wolf and the white-haired wolf, was deemed acceptable. Constable's son, during the recent battle against the white-haired wolf, my brother Musheng exerted considerable effort. What do you think? Xiao Deity glanced at Li Musheng, then, with a determined expression, bowed deeply to the constable. A sharp crack echoed as the constable struck Xiao Deity with his whip, leaving a crimson mark on his clothing. Have you not contributed at all? Had I not previously wounded the white-haired wolf, would this boy have had the chance to claim a prize? How dare you question my authority? Constable's son and Apos' voice was laden with fury. The common folk dare not oppose your will. We shall comply with your commands, Xiao Deity hurriedly replied, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Musheng, as though fearing further outbursts from the constable. Li Musheng paid little heed to the unfolding drama. His gaze was fixed on Constable's son, intrigued by the glimmer of crimson within the officer's aura. You. Cut off the white-haired wolf's head and place it in this bag, the constable commanded, brandishing a leather pouch from his waist and tossing it to Li Musheng, seemingly intent on provoking him. Yes, Xiao Deity urged Li Musheng, anxious to expedite the task. Li Musheng, sensing the precariousness of the situation, chose to comply for the moment, observing the dynamics at play. He swiftly severed the right paw of the white-haired wolf, drawing his dagger to remove the sharp claws, retaining only the digits. The severed pieces were secured in the leather bag and promptly presented to Constable Sunday. This method of presentation was permissible by Great Liang and Apos' standards, and the removal of the claws would prevent damage to the precious leather pouch. However, ordinary laborers could not afford such luxury. They typically used burlap sacks or simple ropes. Humph. At least you understand your place, Constable's son remarked as he accepted the pouch, securing it at his waist. On the opposite side, he carried a small cloth bag, filled with the merits obtained from the slain iron-backed wolf demon, prepared by other dutiful laborers. What are you still standing there for? Get moving. We leave immediately. Constable's son snapped at Li Musheng, who remained fixated on him, displeasure evident in the officer's demeanor. Strangely, despite Li Musheng's diligent service, The crimson threads in the constable and Oppo's aura showed no signs of diminishing. Was there no correlation between the intensity of this blood aura and his favor towards me? Li Musheng pondered this as he distanced himself from the irate constable. Once the merits were collected and the fallen were laid to rest, the group, under Constable Sun and Oppo's command, began their journey towards Qinghe County along the official road. The Great Liang had battled demons for many years, and the practice of burying the ordinary dead on site had become an unspoken norm. Only nobles and important officials received elaborate funerals. By custom, the local magistrate and Oppo's horse stable would loan a mule to the laborers assigned to tasks, to be returned upon completion. If a mule perished, the loss would be compensated with merits or the laborer and Oppo's own copper coins. Even in death, the families of the fallen were responsible for the loss of their mule, the cost of which could sustain a family of 3 for several months. Thus, the mules belonging to the deceased laborers were often reclaimed by acquaintances, a tacit understanding among them. On the straight official road, Li Musheng rode a gray-brown mule, keeping pace with a group of 20 or so. At this moment, the memories of his past life began to untangle, no longer muddled but gradually clarifying. In his previous life, Li Musheng had been a seasoned wage slave, long subjugated by his employer. This part of his history was best left unspoken, filled with the painful recollections of a working-class existence. In this world, he retained the same name, Li Musheng, born in Qinghe County, a small town in Great Liang. Now 16 years old, he had never ventured beyond the confines of his hometown. He had only heard tales of the outside world during idle conversations with neighbors, stories of demons rampant beyond Qinghe, their presence as pervasive as crops in the fields, cleared away only to return shortly thereafter. The entire nation of Great Liang suffered similarly, and from a young age. Li Musheng had harbored a deep-seated fear of these creatures. From the time he could remember, he had been unaware of his parents, raised by his grandparents. Whenever he innocently inquired about his parents, his grandfather would take a puff from his pipe and reply, "Consider yourself a child without parents." After turning 12, his grandparents, having aged, passed away in quick succession. Soon after, a middle-aged man claiming to be a close friend of his father began visiting him occasionally, offering gifts and requesting the neighbors to look after him. It was only later that he learned this man was the current county lieutenant, Tianyi. Under his guidance, Li Musheng led a sheltered life, free from troubles, until he reached the age of 16. However, their connection remained a secret, as County Lieutenant Tianyi, having navigated the treacherous waters of officialdom for years, had accumulated many enemies. To safeguard Li Musheng's safety, he instructed him not to disclose their relationship. According to the laws of Great Liang, upon reaching 16, young men were required to participate in demon extermination squads. While participation in training was voluntary, they were mandated to partake in several patrols outside the county each year. The primary focus of these squads was to patrol and protect the official roads connecting the counties, essential for communication between towns. Chapter 4. The Return to the City Gift Pack. Part 2. Every civilian who participated in the demon-slaying team could earn provisions and even opportunities for official positions based on their achievements in slaying demons. In order to enhance its strength, the Great Liang had long since distributed the first 3 volumes of the foundational martial arts manual, Heavenly Origin Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, to all county schools, allowing the common people to study it free of charge. However, subsequent volumes of the Heart Sutra were strictly controlled. Seizing this opportunity, Li Musheng also studied the first 3 volumes of the Heavenly Origin Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. Once every civilian who joined the demon-slaying team was officially registered, the instructors from the county school would require everyone to recite the first 3 volumes of the Heart Sutra and grasp the essential principles of practice. Unfortunately, Li Musheng had a poor aptitude for martial arts, and by the time the patrol mission began, he had yet to grasp even the first layer of the Heart Method. Living next door was Zhao Dadi, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Though he sported a full beard and appeared somewhat rugged, he was only in his 20s. Compared to the untalented Li Musheng, he was considered gifted and had already touched upon the threshold of the first layer of the Heart Method. According to Zhao Dadi's own words, he was half a foot into the realm of the 9th grade. Of course, if I haven't reached the 9th grade standard, I can only be considered a quasi-9th grade, Zhao Dadi said, somewhat irritated when Li Musheng, who was riding nearby, kept asking questions. I thought I had a bit of influence with Constable Sun, having worked on a few missions with him, and I wanted to help you earn some achievements. Alas, I overestimated myself. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, take it to heart. The officials in the department are generally like this. I lost my mind trying to earn you some merit, Zhao Dadi said, glancing around cautiously to ensure no one was listening, before whispering to Li Musheng. I understand. I will remember your kindness, Li Musheng replied, looking at Zhao Dadi. Honestly, your skills are far superior to mine. You must already be at the 9th grade, right? I've heard that grades 9 to 7 are classified as the body forging realm, and the proof of the 9th grade is bones as hard as steel and immense strength. I'm not sure about the other grades, but you certainly meet the criteria for the 9th grade. This must be a rare breakthrough in battle, Zhao Dadi said with envy, gazing at Li Musheng. I and Oppos am not quite sure, but perhaps, Li Musheng mused, observing his own robust arms, which felt 3 times stronger than before, sensing the surging power within him. In truth, he was at the 8th grade. A flicker of thought revealed the golden hue of the second layer of the Heavenly Origin Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra beneath his eyes. Gazing at Constable Sun, who rode at the front of the group, perhaps only at the initial stage of the 9th grade, Li Musheng felt a slight reassurance from the presence of strength. Haha, I don't care. Once you accumulate enough merit and become an imposing constable, you must look out for me. Xiao Deidi chuckled. At that time, the Zhao family blacksmith shop in Nipping Alley will also have the backing of the authorities. If all else fails, I can introduce you to my third sister, Xiao Deidi added, his eyes sparkling at the thought. Your sister weighs 300 pounds. You'd be crushed. Li Musheng rolled his eyes, exasperated. Li Musheng and Xiao Deidi were neighbors, and the weight of Xiao Deidi and Appo's sister was well known within a 10-mile radius. The marriage of the Zhao family and Appo's third daughter had always been a top priority for their family. Li Musheng was aware of this, and even felt that Xiao Deidi's previous care for him was motivated by such intentions. After all, the original Li Musheng was quite handsome, and he owned a modest house with a courtyard not far from the Zhao family. In Xiao Deidi's eyes, such conditions likely made Li Musheng a desirable young man in Nipping Alley. No, my sister is around 200. Less than 200. Xiao Deidi scratched his head, embarrassed as he looked at Li Musheng. Well, just over 200, Xiao Deidi mumbled, his face turning crimson under Li Musheng's gaze. Hey, don't run away. My third sister has been following you since she was little. Xiao Deidi called out as Li Musheng pretended to walk away. If you really think she is not suitable, I have a fourth sister as well. Where did your third sister come from? Our father is still in his prime. Xiao Deidi replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Please don't make it difficult for your esteemed father, Li Musheng teased, then kicked the mule and Appo's belly, causing it to bray and quicken its pace, distancing himself from Xiao Deidi's chatter. As night fell completely, it was unwise to continue traveling. We will rest in this temple for the night and set off in the morning. Constable Sun gestured to a dilapidated temple situated 100 paces away from the official road. The members of the demon-slaying team were indeed weary, so they complied with Constable Sun's directive and entered the broken temple. Under Constable Sun and Appo's guidance, everyone busied themselves. Some collected firewood, while others gathered weeds and piled them into mounds for bedding. I heard from my grandfather and Appo's grandfather that the previous dynasty particularly venerated Buddhism, constructing thousands of temples across various states and prefectures, many of which had secret vaults. It is said that these places were used for illicit activities by demon monks and served as hiding spots for treasures. Although the previous dynasty confiscated these temples, and the demon monks were exiled, it is rumored that many remnants of temples escaped scrutiny. Should we dig a little, we might unearth gold and silver treasures. Xiao Deidi joked while warming himself by the fire with the others. Li Musheng was indifferent to treasures. He remained silent, preoccupied with thoughts on how to enhance his strength and cultivation. Everyone should rest early. Those on night watch must stay alert and sound the alarm at the first sign of danger. I will take my leave to rest in the inner chamber, said the officer in black, choosing a room that appeared less dilapidated to retreat into. A considerate civilian had already laid down soft, comfortable straw in the room for him. Li Musheng felt a tinge of weariness, so he leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and rested. The others, aside from those on night duty, also chose to rest against the walls, gather around the fire, or lie atop the prepared straw piles. As the night deepened and the moonlight dimmed, the broken temple lay in silence, occasionally interrupted by the crackling of burning firewood. Suddenly, Li Musheng opened his eyes, gazing towards the resting area of the officer, then stood and walked straight to where Constable Sun was supposed to be resting. The night watchman kindly reminded Li Musheng not to disturb Constable Sun, as he despised being interrupted during sleep. Li Musheng feigned ignorance and pushed open the door. Indeed, as Li Musheng sensed, Constable Sun was no longer there. He could no longer perceive the blood-red orb of light. In an inconspicuous corner lay a patch of incense ash. Li Musheng approached and crouched down, pinching some ash with his fingers, noting that it still retained a faint warmth. Interesting, he remarked, then disregarded it, standing and walking straight outside. The oppressive darkness enveloping the dilapidated temple felt as if it sought to consume everyone, instilling a sense of unease in Li Musheng. The night watchman, seeing Li Musheng emerge without being reprimanded by Constable Sun, curiously stepped inside to take a look. Whereas Constable Sun gone, the watchman wondered aloud. At that moment, a barely perceptible sound stirred in the rafters of the room. The watchman remained oblivious, and as he turned, a hidden danger surged forth from the shadows. A wolf and Appo's claw lunged at the watchman and Appo's neck, and in the blink of an eye, before he could react, his neck was poised to be crushed by the claw. A blade, shimmering with silver light, shot into the room like a meteor, brushing past the night watchman and striking with unerring precision into the forehead of the iron-backed wolf demon lurking in the shadows. Even the most oblivious could sense the impending danger as the night watchman turned to glance at the fallen creature. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead in response to the fright, alerting everyone to the threat. Li Musheng withdrew the blade from the iron-backed wolf demon and strode purposefully towards the door once more. Demon attack! Demon attack! Alert! Alert! The night watchman, roused by Li Musheng's words, paid no heed to the sweat beading on his brow and dashed outside, shouting fervently. Hearing the watchman's warning, many of the laborers also awakened, and the air was soon filled with a cacophony of noise. This was no demon, it was clearly a bountiful gift from the city. Li Musheng mused silently, aware that he had only begun to grasp the rudiments of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Sutra. Chapter 5, The 8th Rank Mastery, Part 1. In the stillness of a desolate night, within the ruins of a temple, a sudden cacophony of wolf howls shattered the silence, reverberating through the air like thunder. The surrounding woods began to rustle ominously, casting an eerie atmosphere under the moonlight. It felt as though the very forest aimed to consume everyone within the dilapidated temple, leaving no survivors. In an instant, countless shadowy figures surged over the crumbling walls of the temple, rushing towards the crowd like dumplings being tossed into boiling water. Those who had just awakened from their slumber were thrown into a state of chaos. Some fumbled for their weapons, knives and spears, while others, gripped by fear, instinctively sought refuge. The dim glow of the fire further disoriented them, causing some to swing their blades wildly, unable to discern friend from foe, as if their camp had been encircled. Before long, a hapless laborer, caught off guard and sluggish, fell prey to the iron-backed wolf demon and Appos' lethal claws. The beast lunged at a man, sinking its teeth into his throat. In a mere heartbeat, crimson blood erupted forth. The victim and Appos' face contorted in terror, his mouth filled with the blood gushing from his severed neck, rendering him unable to cry for help. Xiao Deidi, however, remained relatively alert. Upon hearing the night watchman and Appos' cries, he had awakened and gripped his crude knife tightly, adopting a defensive stance. He slowly edged towards the wall, seeking some form of cover to guard against attacks from behind. At that moment, a wolf demon with glowing green eyes charged towards Xiao Deidi. The blood staining its claws bore testament to the lies it had claimed. Filling the air with a pungent scent of death, Xiao Deidi dared not hesitate, slashing his knife at the beast. Although not yet at the 9th rank, he had trained for years and was on the cusp of breaking through. He was among the more formidable fighters, second only to Li Musheng. Each of his moves was precise, and within a few exchanges, Xiao Deidi severely wounded the iron-backed wolf demon, piercing its paw with his crude knife and momentarily incapacitating it. Breathing heavily and expending considerable energy, Xiao Deidi had no time to rest. A fierce gale surged towards him, threatening to crush his skull in an instant. He realized, with dread, that the massive head behind those lethal claws belonged to an iron-backed white wolf demon. On ordinary days, even a mere swipe from such a creature could render Xiao Deidi gravely injured, let alone in his current exhausted state. Panic gripped his heart as despair washed over his face. Ah, poor sister, still unmarried. No one to arrange a marriage for you. The white wolf demon, sensing Xiao Deidi and Appos' hopelessness, became even more exhilarated, its claws poised to rend him in two. In the blink of an eye, an immense force coursed through the white wolf and Appos' body, shattering the very flesh surrounding its kidneys as if it were fragile porcelain. This overwhelming strength abruptly interrupted the demon and Appos' fatal strike, sending it flying several yards away. Li Musheng, having kicked the white wolf away, seized the opportunity and leaped forth, driving his right knee into the creature, propelling it once again into the air. Then, with a swift turn, he drew his blade, plunging the tip into the wolf and Appos' left ear and out through its right temple, taking with it a mass of white matter. Despite the nausea that threatened to overwhelm him, he withdrew his blade and immediately charged towards the surrounding iron-backed wolf demons, resuming his relentless assault. Having escaped immediate danger, Xiao Deidi felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse. He looked at Li Musheng with profound gratitude. How had he become so strong? This was an iron-backed white wolf demon, unharmed and formidable, yet it had been dispatched in an instant. The might of Li Musheng was truly formidable. Xiao Deidi pondered this as he observed Li Musheng, who was tirelessly dispatching the iron-backed wolf demons with his blade. Such prowess was beyond that of an ordinary 9th rank warrior, at least mid-9th rank capability. His talent was indeed astonishing. Just that morning, he had been a frail figure. Upon returning home, he must persuade his parents to hasten the arrival of a fourth sister. Focus. Be wary of other beasts, Li Musheng shouted, seeing Xiao Deidi lost in thought, mistaking his days for fear. After vanquishing the iron-backed white wolf demon, he had exhausted considerable strength and lacked the capacity to protect him further. Hold on. Li Musheng concealed some of his own strength, lest he be seen as an overwhelming force. Xiao Deidi snapped back to reality. Knowing that losing focus in battle was a grave error, he steeled himself and re-engaged in the fight against the iron-backed wolf demons. The tide of battle began to shift dramatically with Li Musheng and Appos' arrival. The ordinary iron-backed wolf demons fell before him in mere moments. However, each kill took its toll, and he paused to catch his breath, as if he had expended tremendous energy. Witnessing Li Musheng and Appos' valor, the others were galvanized, fearing for his safety. Enjoying the fray with renewed vigor, they understood that as long as Li Musheng stood, hope remained. Aside from a few initial casualties, the group had sustained minimal losses, mostly only suffering from severe injuries. Just as they believed victory was within reach under Li Musheng and Appos' leadership, a thunderous noise echoed from the eastern wall. As four monstrous figures leapt forth, their eyes glinting with malice, They were all 9th rank white wolf demons. The iron-backed wolf demons still engaged in combat with the humans. Held in response to the new arrivals, their morale surging as primal instincts ignited their fighting spirit. Xiao Deidi and his companions felt their hearts plummet at the sight of the rampaging iron-backed wolf demons and the 4 white wolf demons not far away, their hands trembling around their weapons. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged toward one of the white wolf demons, halting its advance. Li Musheng leaped, channeling his strength into his right leg, muscles coiling like a spring, and delivered a powerful kick to the chest of a white wolf demon. Chapter 6. The 8th Rank Mastery, Part 2. In an instant, the crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. The white-haired wolf demon, which had been struck by Li Musheng and Apos' foot, had its chest caved in, while its back bulged grotesquely, as if with a mere added force. Its entire body would be crushed by that brazen foot. The iron-backed white wolf demon was instantly propelled away, like a cannonball, crashing against the surrounding wall, which immediately split, forming several colossal cracks resembling a spider's web, threatening to collapse at any moment. Then, a soul radiating a pearlescent glow emerged from the body of the white wolf, swiftly transforming into a streak of light that merged into Li Musheng and Apos' being. After landing a decisive blow, Li Musheng quickly withdrew, leaning against the ground-embedded wooden blade, gasping for breath. The remaining 3 white wolf demons looked at Li Musheng in disbelief, their eyes filled with confusion and a hint of trepidation. They could not fathom why Li Musheng and Apos' speed was so extraordinary and his strength so formidable, especially since their comrade had perished without even a single retaliatory strike. The death of their companion ignited a fury within the remaining 3 wolf demons, who immediately banded together to assault Li Musheng. Coming from the same lineage, the 3 worked in perfect harmony, surrounding Li Musheng from 3 sides, their onslaught rapid and relentless, as if they sought to overwhelm him completely. The other laborers were entangled with the iron-backed wolf demons, providing no opportunity to assist Li Musheng. Moreover, these unremarkable laborers lacked the strength, even the mightiest among them. Xiao Deidi barely reached the threshold of the 9th rank. Despite the appearance of disadvantage, Li Musheng perceived the attacks of the white wolf demons as mere child and Apos' play, posing no real threat to him. Yet, to preserve his own life and keep his true strength concealed, he resolved to engage in a performance with these wolf demons. His acting would emphasize his heavy panting, the heaving of his chest, and a visage of agony, creating the illusion that he was nearing his limits. He planned to seize an opportunity to unexpectedly strike down another white wolf demon. Li Musheng had already discerned a method to navigate this predicament without revealing his capabilities. How could these white wolf demons, each wielding the power of the 9th rank, allow him to endure so long? He would surely have been torn asunder had he faced all 4 alone. It seemed that Li Musheng and Apos' martial understanding was astonishingly high. The disparity from what was previously discussed with his master was profound. In such a short span, he had ascended from a novice to the 9th rank, possibly even nearing the mid-9th rank, a staggering feat. He must be concealing his true strength. No one could advance so swiftly. Hidden beyond the wall, amidst the cloistered trees, was the missing constable, Sunday. Shortly after entering the building, he had taken out the demon-attracting incense given to him, igniting it with a spark before hastily retreating. Although it was his first time using the incense, he had heard from his master that its effects were remarkable, capable of luring demons from a 10-mile radius, even attracting several 9th rank beings. The incense was exceedingly rare, even his master possessed only a limited supply. After its use, he needed to vacate swiftly to avoid being besieged by the summoned beasts. Having fled, Sun now believed enough time had passed for results to materialize, preparing to return to collect what his master required. To his dismay, he found Li Musheng still enduring the onslaught of the 3 white wolf demons. Realizing the situation was dire, seizing the moment, Li Musheng executed a black tiger pouncing heart strike directly on the chest of the nearest white wolf demon, following up with a powerful hook. The wolf demon staggered back, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Li Musheng braved the attacks from the other 2 wolf demons, disregarding their presence as he focused on this one. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes, each finding their mark on the creature's vital points. During the skirmish, Li Musheng discreetly picked up a small stone from the ground. Through the gaps in the wolf demons, he flicked the stone toward the branch where Sun was concealed. The branch snapped under the unexpected impact, causing Sun to tumble into the temple courtyard. The sudden appearance of a person drew the attention of the remaining 2 white wolf demons, and one of the demons, now critically injured by Li Musheng, gasped for breath. Sun, save me. Let us vanquish these fiends together. Li Musheng called out, rolling and scrambling towards Sun and Apos' direction. The newly fallen Sun appeared flustered and embarrassed. With the inherited technique of the Misty Steps, he should not have made such a blunder, yet here he was, having fallen from the tree. A testament to his still developing skills. Indeed, it was not entirely Sun and Apos' fault. Li Musheng had detected Sun and Apos' presence through the blood-red orb suspended in the tree. Regardless of his stealth techniques, Sun, even at the pinnacle of mastery, shone like a beacon before Li Musheng. The 2 white wolf demons, upon seeing Sun and Apos' sudden emergence, automatically assumed he was allied with Li Musheng and charged forward, accompanied by several iron-backed wolves. How could you be so ruthless, leading these beasts towards me? Sun exclaimed, glaring furiously at Li Musheng, who was now close at hand. Sun, focus on how to eliminate the demons. Li Musheng panted heavily, seeing the approaching white wolf demons. Sun had no choice but to take a defensive stance. True to his reputation as a 9th-rank master, he successfully unleashed his power against the flank of 2 white wolf demons and several iron-backed wolves. To Li Musheng, Sun, and Appo's prowess appeared to be at the mid-9th rank. As Sun took the lead in offense, Li Musheng capitalized on the opportunity to launch surprise attacks. Together, they managed to slay several iron-backed wolves and ultimately dispatched a white wolf demon. The previously gravely injured white wolf demon was fortuitously finished off by Xiao Deity. The last remaining white wolf demon, recognizing the tide had turned, let out a cry and led the remaining iron-backed wolves in a frantic retreat. Li Musheng, sensing he could no longer maintain the charade, called for everyone to cease the pursuit, for he felt on the verge of collapse. Yet, internally, he was elated. The second layer of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra was now perfected, elevating his strength to the pinnacle of the 8th rank, following the previous momentum. Absorbing just one more 8th-rank demon soul would propel him to a new level. Chapter 7. The Art of Elusive Shadows, Part 1. The constable's son had just informed me that he had suffered from a bout of indigestion recently, leading him to urgently seek a suitable place for relief in the wilderness. Unfortunately, in his haste, he had wandered farther than intended. I ask for everyone's understanding. Li Musheng addressed the gathering crowd, his words tinged with a hint of helplessness. Shortly thereafter, a cough escaped his lips, betraying his condition as one who had recently endured a fierce battle and sustained considerable injuries. Brother Musheng, we remember your life-saving grace. There is no need for you to speak on behalf of this officer. We are not fools and are well aware of the circumstances, the crowd expressed, their anger towards Constable's son palpable. Their words, however, barely sufficed to release the collective fury they felt. Nevertheless, Li Musheng endeavored to temper the group's emotions. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and then let them fall limply, displaying the toll his injuries had taken on him. It was only then that the crowd began to relent. Despite their anger, they recognized the heavy price Li Musheng had paid to save them. Thus, out of gratitude, they ultimately chose not to further confront Constable's son, allowing him a moment of relief. After numerous battles, everyone is weary. Let us hastily prepare for rest until dawn, Li Musheng declared, prompting the crowd to disperse. Ordinarily, it would have been Constable's son's responsibility to command the others to rest. However, given the recent incident, and with tempers still flaring, he found himself ill-equipped to issue orders. The crowd, understanding the necessity of rest for their safe return home, complied and began to settle down. Thank you, Brother Musheng, for rescuing me, Constable's son said, bowing slightly to express his gratitude, though his tone hinted at a subtle sense of resignation. Do not be so formal. Simply call me Sun Shi, he replied with a smile, his demeanor lightening. Let us speak candidly. I have noticed your remarkable ability to conceal yourself in the woods without being detected by the iron-backed white-furred wolf demons. Your skills in stealth are quite extraordinary. You must possess an exceptional technique, Li Musheng remarked, his tone unassuming, yet his gaze sharp and perceptive, as if he could see through all FA8s. I require you to use this skill to repay the favor I extended to you today, Li Musheng stated directly, his eyes fixed intently on Sun Shi. Ridiculous. I called you Brother Musheng as a courtesy, and you truly think yourself worthy of such a demand, Sun Shi retorted, his voice low and laced with fury. His expression dark as he reacted to Li Musheng's request, deeming it utterly unreasonable. In the realm of Daliang, the martial arts techniques for enhancing one's capabilities are strictly regulated by the court. In the past, many such techniques circulated freely. However, with the establishment of Daliang, the founding emperor, possessing unmatched martial prowess and authority, seized and stored all other techniques within the imperial treasury, allowing only the Tianyuan Longxiang Heart Sutra to remain known to the world. Techniques for enhancement, however, are numerous and varied, yielding little in the way of significant advancement. Daliang thus permitted them to drift freely. Such martial arts techniques are often preserved within noble families, inaccessible to the common populace. Some prominent families possess multiple techniques, regarding them as foundational to their lineage, while smaller families, with only a single technique, treat it as a lifeline, seldom sharing it with outsiders. Sun Shi hails from such a modest family. Oh, Li Musheng's voice brimmed with confidence, as if he had anticipated Sun Shi's reaction. A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Do you truly think that the dust in that room holds no significance? Li Musheng inquired, gesturing towards the chamber where Sun Shi had previously resided, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Though he remained uncertain of its true nature, he suspected that the unusual circumstances were linked to some form of demonic activity. Could it be that the official inadvertently revealed to him the characteristics of the demon-attracting incense? Sun Shi's mind raced with the possibility, sending a chill down his spine and causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Fear enveloped him, for he understood that if Li Musheng truly recognized it as demon-attracting incense, the implications could be dire. In Daliang, causing harm to others with demon-attracting substances is a grave offense, and endangering one's subordinates during extermination efforts could lead to immediate execution. I am but a mere achievement away from being promoted to constable, Sun Shi began to explain, his voice tinged with panic as he grappled with the gravity of the situation. I intended to use the demon-attracting incense to lure a few beasts and complete my quota. He continued, seemingly justifying his actions. I never expected it to attract several 9th-rank iron-backed white-furred wolf demons. His voice trembled, revealing his lingering fear of those creatures. I truly had no choice but to flee in haste. Son, she insisted, his voice pleading, as if seeking Li Musheng's compassion. I will report to the office upon my return. Brother, your contributions this time are significant. Son, she hurriedly reassured Li Musheng, a subtle undertone of flattery woven into his words. The iron-backed white-furred wolf demon from earlier was indeed my fault. I will attribute all my achievements to you, brother. He added, his tone earnest and desperate, hoping to sway Li Musheng's opinion. Abandoning one's post and attracting demons that endanger the extermination team are serious crimes that have already cost many lives. Should I report the truth? Ample witnesses and evidence exist. Li Musheng regarded Sun Shi with amusement, his voice carrying a hint of menace. Constable Sun, your troubles extend far beyond mere imprisonment. Li Musheng and Appos' words dripped with sarcasm, clearly displeased with Sun Shi's actions. Brother Musheng, I am but a fool led astray. You must help me, Sun Shi exclaimed. Perspiration streaming down his face, his voice filled with dread, as he envisioned the dire consequences should Li Musheng choose not to assist him. Now I must ask you to describe your martial arts technique. Li Musheng casually adjusted his sleeves, inquiring further. The art of elusive shadows. This is a martial technique passed down through my ancestors, Sun Shi eagerly replied, not waiting for Li Musheng to probe further. He began to divulge the details. If mastered to perfection, one's form becomes as graceful as a swan and as fluid as a dragon, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to draw near. Moreover, the key feature is its unparalleled ability to conceal. Sun Shi paused before continuing. Though my innate talent is lacking, having only reached the entry level, even at this early stage, I can effectively hide myself so that even ordinary 9th-rank martial artists would find it difficult to track my movements. This technique is notoriously difficult to master, and my family has dwindled in talent. In my generation, I am the sole practitioner, he concluded, his expression a mixture of pride and sorrow. Chapter 8. Mastering the Illusory Footstep Technique, Part 2. It has taken me over a decade to reach even the initial stages of cultivation, and I may never achieve great success in my lifetime. At this point, Sun Shi gradually calmed his emotions, reflecting on his own innate talent and the decline of his family and Appos' lineage. His voice was laden with helplessness, clearly expressing his bewilderment regarding the future of his family. Do you remember the content of this movement technique? Li Musheng inquired. After decades of practice, it is etched in my heart, Sun Shi replied with resolute certainty. I will give you an hour. Write it out for me on that patch of ground using a bamboo stick, Li Musheng instructed, gesturing toward a somewhat secluded muddy area. Sun Shi and Appos' expression faltered, and he remained still. Sun Constable, do you intend to spend the rest of your days in this prison? Li Musheng said with a hint of disdain. The veiled threat was palpable, and Sun Shi felt its weight. Gritting his teeth, he sighed and snapped a branch from a nearby tree, making his way to the spot Li Musheng had indicated. He began to write on the ground. Seeing that Li Musheng and Sun Shi appeared to be engaged in a discussion, the others refrained from approaching, finding various places to rest as they awaited the dawn. Zhao Deidi approached for a brief chat, expressing his gratitude and mentioning that he would ask his parents to have a fourth sister upon returning home. Noticing that Li Musheng had ceased to engage with him, he lost interest and found a place to rest, exhausted after 2 consecutive fierce battles. An hour later, Sun Shi tossed the bamboo stick aside, dusted off his hands, and addressed Li Musheng. With a resounding thud, Li Musheng and Appos' hand swept through the air like a gust of wind, knocking Sun Shi to the ground. He then placed a foot upon Sun Shi and Appos' cheek with such force that the ground trembled slightly. Is he not injured? Has he truly recovered? Moreover, his strength feels as if it rivals that of a late-stage 7th rank, Sun Shi thought, astonished and incredulous. Constable Sun, if you continue to deceive me, the consequences will not be so simple, Li Musheng said, lightly twisting his foot on Sun Shi and Appos' face before withdrawing it. How could he discern the truth? Could it be that he is indeed a rare martial talent with exceptional comprehension? Sun Shi and Appos' eyes widened in shock. Get up and continue writing, for another hour. Seeing Sun Shi dawdling, Li Musheng delivered a kick to his side. Sun Shi sprang up in pain, trembling as he picked up the bamboo stick and resumed writing. Li Musheng observed Sun Shi and Appos' written technique, only to find that he could not sense the successful integration of the movement technique into his system. Realizing that this troublesome individual was merely toying with him, he knew he could not afford to be lenient. Focus on your writing. If your handwriting is crooked and illegible, I want Appos' be able to make sense of it, Li Musheng warned as he scrutinized Sun Shi and Appos' shaky script, nearly unrecognizable. All right, Sun Shi replied, appearing intimidated by Li Musheng and Appos' reprimand. He quickly erased the illegible parts and began to write earnestly. To his credit, when Sun Shi applied himself, his writing was quite commendable. Whether due to the legacy of his minor noble family or the pressure exerted by Li Musheng, it was evident. As the hour drew to a close, Sun Shi managed to finish transcribing the movement technique just in time. Finally, Li Musheng sensed a line of small characters, martial arts movement technique, illusory footstep, not yet mastered. Excellent. You may rest now, Li Musheng said, nodding at Sun Shi while crossing his arms over his chest. Thank you. Thank you. I will take my leave. Sun Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead and hastily departed to find a quiet place to rest. While Li Musheng appeared to be examining the technique written on the ground, his mind had already delved into it. With a thought, he guided his spiritual essence toward the inscription illusory footstep, not yet mastered, and this time, the process went smoothly, transforming the black characters into gold. You now feel as light as a swallow. Your entire being feels as though it has shed several dozen pounds. Due to your diligent practice, the illusory footstep technique has been mastered at the beginner level. You can conceal yourself, and those of 7th rank will be unable to detect your presence. As new lines of descriptive text emerged, Li Musheng and Appos, as curiosity was piqued. Could it be that the golden hand would continuously refine and adjust in response to circumstances? Was this enhancement a matter of fortuitous coincidence, or would it evolve with my time in this world, or perhaps in accordance with my own strength? Li Musheng understood that such thoughts were as ethereal as mirages, beyond his current reach. So he resolutely cast aside distractions and devoted his entire focus to the cultivation of the technique. As his spiritual essence dwindled, the reserves of his soul had become scant. Yet the golden hue had not fully enveloped the inscription of the illusory footstep technique, which had yet to reach fruition. Although he had only recently arrived in this foreign realm, Li Musheng had sensed an unseen force orchestrating everything behind the scenes. As if a colossal hand were delicately tugging at the threads of fate, imposing an unprecedented weight of pressure upon him as a newcomer. The loss of his parents, the reticent county magistrate uncle, and the enigmatic son constable seemed to weave a web that instilled in Li Musheng an urgent desire to grow stronger. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated his thoughts and continued to infuse the remaining essence into the inscription of the illusory footstep technique. As he poured in his soulless essence, the transformation of the characters into gold accelerated rapidly, nearing completion. However, before long, the pace slowed, indicating that his spiritual essence was nearly depleted. It must succeed. Li Musheng felt as if he had become a gambler, fixated on the inscription of the illusory footstep technique. Beads of sweat cascaded down, as if he were exerting tremendous effort himself. The characters seemed to resonate with Li Musheng and Appos as emotions, and ultimately, they transformed entirely into brilliant gold. Shortly thereafter, the words beginner quietly shifted to mastered. Due to your wholehearted commitment and diligent practice, the illusory footstep technique has reached mastery, allowing you to traverse vast distances without fatigue. You can conceal yourself to the extent that even early-stage 6th-rank martial artists may not detect your presence. As he absorbed the meaning of the words before him, Li Musheng let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that his life had finally gained a modicum of security. If I am unable to fend off my adversaries, can I not escape with swiftness? Moreover, the soul absorption technique does not necessitate my direct involvement in combat. Collecting spiritual essences can equally enhance my cultivation. Swift movement is tantamount to swift collection, and swift collection equates to rapid enhancement of strength. Chapter 9. Redemption of Merits, Part 1, as dawn broke. The soft golden sunlight bathed the temple, dispersing the morning mist and illuminating the surroundings. It seemed to convey to everyone that it was time to embark on the journey back home. Under the routine arrangements of Sun Shi, the group began to pack their belongings and prepare their mules for departure. Li Musheng glanced back at the ground where the method of movement had been inscribed. It had been quietly erased, and it was no mystery who was responsible, certainly Sun Shi, who regarded the technique as vital. Truth be told, one's life is indeed more precious than mere techniques. Sun Shi hurriedly approached Li Musheng, inquiring whether they could set off. Traditionally, such matters were solely decided by him, the demon-slaying team leader and county constable. However, after last night and Appos' events, Sun Shi appeared to be somewhat at Li Musheng and Appos' mercy. Aware that the others were reluctant to heed his directives, he resorted to invoking Li Musheng and Appos' authority. Li Musheng nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Sun Shi, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine. And Appos, could he possibly have discerned my thoughts? And Appos, Sun Shi mused, only to dismiss the notion as absurd, a trivial worry. He could not possibly know. These were the strategies of the young master, secrets unknown to outsiders. I must be overthinking it. The luminous orb within Sun Shi, or rather his soul, had taken on a deeper hue. From Li Musheng and Appos' perspective, the once faintly blood-stained white orb had transformed largely into a pale red, intensifying Li Musheng and Appos' curiosity. Could it be the manifestation of resentment? Fascinating. Throughout the journey, Li Musheng contemplated this light orb. Thus far, he understood that the milky white sphere represented the spectral remnants of slain demons, energies that could enhance martial arts and techniques. Typically, individuals elevate their martial prowess through relentless practice, deep engagement, and frequent skirmishes, particularly against demons. Advancement requires not only effort but also innate talent. For instance, Zhao Deidi, who resided in the same neighborhood as Li Musheng, possessed decent talent. He trained diligently and had participated in several demon-slaying missions, yet he remained on the threshold of the 9th rank without any breakthroughs. Advancement is also subject to age constraints. Entering the 9th rank after the age of 25 greatly complicates the transition to the 8th rank. In contrast, Li Musheng's ascent seemed remarkably swift, relying merely on collecting demon souls to enhance his cultivation. It appeared that defeating demons of the same rank served as a key to unlocking higher tiers. His future elevation in rank promised to be extraordinarily rapid. How else could one explain his meteoric rise from unranked to the late 8th rank in a single day? A caravan advanced along the official road toward Qinghe County, led by a gray horse alongside a mule. Perched upon them were a constable in dark attire and a strikingly handsome youth with delicate features and slanting eyebrows that blended seamlessly with his dark hair. Clad in coarse linen, he might easily be mistaken for a young noble on an outing. The name Tian-Yi echoed repeatedly in Li Musheng and Appo's mind. Tian-Yi, the county lieutenant of Qinghe, wielded significant authority as he oversaw local law enforcement, captured thieves, patrolled the streets, and managed prison affairs. He was the second most powerful figure in the county. The current magistrate was preparing for retirement, and rumors suggested that Tian-Yi was poised to succeed him. For decades, Tian-Yi had led the demon-slaying team in Qinghe, achieving great feats against malevolent entities. He was undeniably a prominent figure in Qinghe County. And should he indeed assume the role of magistrate, his power would reach its zenith, unmatched by any. Yet, he also bore the role of a kind uncle to Li Musheng, always greeting him with warmth and providing considerable support, sparing him from life's tribulations. Your father entrusted me with your care. I regard you as my own son. In his youth, your father was a remarkable figure, and he treated me with great kindness. Let us not dwell on the past. You are soon to turn 16. According to the laws of the Great Liang, young men must join the demon-slaying team upon reaching this age. However, fear not. While I cannot contravene the law to exempt you from service, I will endeavor to assign you to less perilous tasks to ensure your safety. After a few missions, I will arrange for a medical officer to issue a certificate declaring you unfit for combat due to illness, thus granting you exemption from conscription. Upon your return, I will arrange a suitable marriage for you, allowing you to live a peaceful life without concern, as long as you remain safe. Your father and Appo's spirit will surely find solace in that. Tian-Yi's words lingered vividly in Li Musheng's mind, creating a haze of uncertainty regarding their sincerity. His expression, reminiscent of a father's affection for his child, further complicated his feelings. However, the present Li Musheng was no longer the original. He could not fully trust Tian-Yi's assurances. As a time transcender, he had grown accustomed to the melodramatic narratives of life. In this world, one must always suspect the worst in others. There is no such thing as unconditional love. A lesson learned through his previous existence as a mere cog in the societal machine. In his past life, he had been extraordinarily ordinary, enduring hardship and compromising his dignity for survival. Yet in this new life, the heavens had granted him a second chance along with an extraordinary advantage. Therefore, while he did not aspire to a life of indulgence and power, he resolved to no longer be a victim. Revenge would be his. But only when his strength allowed it. Initially, he must endure. The city of Qinghe County boasted tall, fortified walls, constructed from sturdy bluestone, surpassing those of typical county towns. It was said that Qinghe County was once a prefectural city of a previous dynasty, ravaged by war and left desolate until now, when it was repurposed to cultivate the land and became the seat of the county government, gradually flourishing. As Li Musheng entered the main thoroughfare of Qinghe County, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of voices, the sounds of vendors peddling their wares creating a vibrant tapestry. The curfews of the Great Liang were lenient, and the boundaries of commerce were blurred, fostering bustling trade everywhere. The people, devoid of leisure, headed straight to the end of the main street, the Qinghe County Government Office. Chapter 10, Redemption of Merits, Part 2. At the entrance of the government office stood two fierce stone lions, showcasing the authority and power of the officials. After Sun Shi escorted Li Musheng and others to the merit exchange room, he promptly left under the pretense of reporting to the patrol inspector. Inside the government building, there were various chambers: the workshop, the criminal office, the household office, the military office, the merit room, the discussion hall, and the demon-catching hall, each responsible for its specific duties, with each chamber occupying a vast area, forming a large courtyard. The spacious merit room was already bustling with activity when Li Musheng entered. Although the Great Liang was affected by demonic creatures, it produced abundant grain and the populace was generally robust. Each county had a population of around 600,000, with Qinghe County also boasting over 600,000 residents. Among them, approximately 300,000 were of working age, with the demon-slaying team consistently maintaining a roster of 20 to 30,000 members. A fully staffed demon-slaying team comprised over 100 individuals, typically maintaining around 200 teams. Thus, many came to redeem their merits, although most were laborers. Those formidable bounty hunters typically claimed their tasks and rewards at the demon-catching hall. Fortunately, the merit exchange windows were plentiful, manned primarily by young women. The Great Liang advocated for a liberal mindset, supporting women who sought to earn a living. It was a relief that most attendants were young women. Otherwise, the impassioned men might have clashed with the staff over merits and tasks. The arrival of Li Musheng and his group went largely unnoticed, but when Zhao Dadi came to redeem his merits, it sparked a commotion. "Well, Zhao, you lucky fellow. You've racked up quite a bit of merit this time," joked a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. "Get out of here." "I'm strong enough to be a constable," Zhao Dadi retorted, eager to exchange his merits. After several demon-slaying missions, he was close to advancing to the 9th rank. And the merits he accumulated could qualify him for the constable examination. He hurried to redeem them, anxious not to miss the opportunity. According to Xiao Deidi, after these battles, he felt on the verge of breaking through into the 9th rank. The other members of Li Musheng and Appo's squad were also redeeming their merits. While they did not shine as brightly as Xiao Deidi, their rewards still far surpassed the average. Naturally, the luck of Li Musheng's team was the envy of others. Yet, how many cared about the number of their comrades who would never return? People were merely green with envy at the rewards collected, blind to the fact that only a handful of Li Musheng and Appo's party had returned. Li Musheng chose an unoccupied window to exchange his merits. A girl with a pinewood hairpin was lazily resting. Upon noticing Li Musheng at the counter, she reluctantly perked up, yawning as she said, "Each iron-backed wolf demon is worth 1 merit. If there's a white-furred wolf demon, it's worth 10, but I doubt you have any." She glanced at Li Musheng, whose youthful face still bore traces of boyishness. "You better not try to pass off any wild chickens or ducks you found by the roadside as merits. We don't accept those. If the officials catch you with such shoddy offerings, you might end up with a beating." Li Musheng Chapter 11. The imminent crisis in the government office of Qinghe County, which originally served as the residence and workplace for the county magistrate, the county lieutenant, Tianyi, now presides over affairs, while the magistrate resides elsewhere. All matters, whether pertaining to the 6 departments, the court, or clerks, are directed solely by the county lieutenant. A widely circulated secret whispers through the corridors of Qinghe County. The county magistrate, Wei Qingguan, is afflicted by a hidden ailment, rendering him incapable of managing county affairs. Rumors of his imminent retirement and return to his hometown stir considerable commotion. Within the octagonal pavilion at the center of the lake, a young man adorned with a jade crown and clad in intricately woven silk robes, possessing delicate features and a somewhat youthful countenance, tosses a handful of bait into the water with his slender, pale fingers, creating ripples across the surface. A throng of red-scaled carp quickly gathers, creating a lively scene. Beside the handsome young man stand 3 officials, 2 dressed in blue-collared robes and wearing black gauze hats, while the third, attired in indigo, bows respectfully to report on official matters. "So, it seems Li Musheng has made a breakthrough in battle and may have reached the mid-9th rank," he remarks after casting the bait. "Indeed, my lord, it is absolutely true. I witnessed him single-handedly contend with 4 opponents without losing ground. Such prowess is only achievable by a select few captains," replies Sun Shi, bowing nearly at a right angle. "My younger brother has truly astonished me. He is indeed a martial arts prodigy." The handsome young man chuckles lightly. "Then he cannot be allowed to remain. If Li Musheng were present, he would realize that this striking young man is none other than Tianyi and Appo's only son and the renowned martial arts genius of Qinghe County, his cousin, Jiang Tianyang. The entire county is aware that Tianyi and Appo's son bears the surname Jiang, not Tian, yet no one dares to speak of it. The common folk speculate in hushed tones that the exceptionally gifted Jiang Tianyang is likely the illegitimate son of a powerful figure behind Tianyi. Such notions are only whispered in the privacy of their homes, once the doors are closed and the night deepens. My lord, compared to you, he is nothing more than a fortunate cat stumbling upon a dead rat, Sun Shi quickly flatters. At merely 15 years of age, Jiang Tianyang, still considered a minor in Daliang, wields considerable influence over the officials of Qinghe County. This authority stems not only from being Tianyi and Appo's son, but also from his status as a late-stage 8th-rank martial artist at such a young age. This level of strength equates to that of a standard 8th-rank inspector, a rarity within Qinghe County. Sun Shi, though your actions may be excusable, as my younger brother has indeed caught us off guard. Jiang Tianyang pauses before continuing. The task I entrusted to you remains unfulfilled. You must receive 20 lashes with a bullwhip at the execution hall. Without even glancing at Sun Shi, he nonchalantly states this. Upon hearing the punishment of 20 lashes, Sun Shi shudders. The bullwhip used in the execution hall is soaked in salt water. One strike would leave an ordinary person severely wounded, even with his strength as a 9th-rank martial artist. Sun Shi is uncertain if he could withstand such a punishment. Chapter 12. The Threat Under the Night, Part 1. As night fell, silence enveloped the town of Qinghe. In the narrow alley of Mud Bottle Lane, within the dimly lit home of the Song matron, darkness reigned. In these modest abodes, oil lamps were a precious commodity. No one would waste them on trivial matters. The townsfolk rose with the sun and retired at dusk, and by this late hour, they had long taken to their beds, nestled beneath their covers. That lad from next door has truly transformed from a wild chicken into a phoenix, remarked the Song matron with a hint of surprise. Indeed, he has become a legitimate 9th-rank martial artist, akin to those serving in the magistrate and Appo's office. He merely lacks the official robes, her husband chimed in. Previously, I feared he was merely infatuated with her daughter. He seemed so lackluster, with little promise. Yet now, she has chosen to be with him, the Song matron reminisced, recalling the timid demeanor of Li Musheng. Things are quite different now, her husband chuckled. Yes, I find myself wishing our daughter could forge a bond with him. In these chaotic times, it would provide a source of support, the Song matron exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Let us set aside such matters for now. It's late, and I am feeling rather frisky, her husband said, rolling over to embrace her. You've worked tirelessly at Zhao the blacksmith's Where do you find such energy at home? The song matron teased, though her gaze hinted at a playful reluctance. Ah, how can I feel so fatigued all of a sudden? Perhaps it's the toll of the forge. Perhaps we shall wait until tomorrow. The once vigorous middle-aged man was suddenly overtaken by a wave of drowsiness. Before he could finish his thought, he succumbed to a deep slumber. While the matron beside him soon followed suit, her snores rising and falling rhythmically. As the couple slept soundly, a shadow lurking on the rooftop slipped away into the night. Outside Li Musheng's abode, two cloaked figures converged. This divine being is quite formidable. I've tested a few households and incapacitated them in no time. One of the figures remarked to the other. This so-called divine being is only effective against the ordinary. It's useless against martial artists. If we had some sort of drug to incapacitate them, we wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. We could simply sedate Li Musheng and eliminate him without a trace, the second figure retorted disdainfully. Unfortunately, such a drug is rare among the common folk. If you ask me, our master is overly cautious. With the two of us and that young lad, it should be impossible for us to create any disturbance. Li Musheng is merely a sitting duck, the first man stated, his tone tinged with confidence. Our master is meticulous in his dealings. It is not for you to jest about. Speak and act with caution, the first figure, Meng the constable, an adept of mid-8th rank, cautioned. The second figure was Wang the constable, a novice of the same rank. You are right, Meng constable. I was being foolish, Wang constable scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. Humph, is he not just a bastard child of the Tian family? Merely a prodigy? Why does old Meng go to such lengths to protect him? Is he mad to aspire for a position in the inspection? I am quite content with a life filled with wine, meat, and visits to brothels, Wang constable thought bitterly. Look over there, that lad is throwing the divine being. Meng constable pointed towards Li Musheng's home, addressing Wang constable. There are still a few households in the south that have been overlooked. Go and administer the drug. Let there be no mistakes. Understood, Wang constable replied, clasping his hands before leaping towards the south. Such laziness. He lets me handle the overlooked households while he sits back, Wang constable grumbled internally, contemplating the implications if Meng constable were to ascend to the inspection position. Within Li Musheng's home, steam rose from a small clay stove, swirling in the air. Once the water reached a boil, Li Musheng lifted the kettle to brew himself a cup of fine tea. A gift from Zhao the blacksmith in gratitude for his assistance earlier that evening. He held the cup, blowing away the steam, as the leaves unfurled in the hot water. Yet, his gaze drifted outside, lost in thought. Why can't I catch a break? Is there truly such enmity directed at me? Li Musheng sighed softly. I am no bloodthirsty fiend. Yet, you all have come to me. How could I refuse? In his eyes, 3 milky orbs tinged with blood began to materialize. One smaller orb appeared familiar, distinct from the others. Suddenly, words began to shimmer upon its surface. Sun Shi. Li Musheng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is it possible? This golden finger is truly extraordinary. Could it be adapting to my needs as my strength increases? He pondered. As he contemplated whether to take decisive action or to flee into the vast world, he reminded himself, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Vengeance is a matter of persistence. Just as he hesitated, the 3 blood-tinted orbs revealed further inscriptions. The orb representing Sun Shi indicated an early 9th rank, while the other 2 displayed mid-8th and early 8th ranks, respectively. Li Musheng set down his teacup, stepping out with purpose, employing the elusive shadow step to blend into the night beyond his courtyard. With such a thoughtful golden finger at his disposal, and his nearly perfected late 8th rank prowess, he had no reason to fear these lesser foes. Moreover, he had yet to absorb the blood-colored orbs and was eager to explore their potential. Those 2 are truly slow. Such a simple task remains unfinished, Meng constable grumbled from his perch on the rooftop. Once I take over old U.S. position and become the inspector, I shall ensure they are adequately trained. The positions of inspector and Qinghe were distinct from those of constables and head constables. The latter could ascend directly upon passing the examinations, while inspectors required formal registration in the Jiaoling prefecture, with appointments needing approval from the capital. Each county had a limited number of inspector positions. Qinghe had only 12. Currently, the aging U inspector could retire at any moment. Should Tianyi become the county magistrate, his recommendation would carry significant weight. Once he endorsed Meng constable, his ascension to inspector would be as good as guaranteed. Were it not for the allure of the crimson cloud patterned robe, Meng constable would not have toiled for Tianyi and Jiang Tianong over the years, performing countless unsavory tasks, nor would he have served as a mere vassal. Suddenly, a swift wind swept through the air, and before Meng constable could react, a blade struck firmly against his back. Chapter 13. The Threat Beneath the Night Sky, Part 2. The cloud shrouded the moon, casting a somber pall over the night. Somewhere atop the roof outside Li Musheng's residence, he muttered in disbelief, how is it that my blade is dulled? What is it that you are wearing? Li Musheng struck at Captain Meng's back with his sword, but was met with an unexpected resistance, instead of slicing through flesh. The blade had merely struck against the captain's spine. This left Li Musheng perplexed. It appeared that beneath his dark attire, the captain was clad in soft armor. How could this be? I paid a substantial sum to procure this superior silver-threaded life-preserving armor from Master Ge's shop in the capital, Li Musheng mused. At that moment, he realized that the armor had disintegrated like mere rags. The impenetrable armor, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage 8th grade warrior, had been shattered. Moreover, how had the captain approached so stealthily? This strength must be at least that of a late-stage 8th grade warrior. No. Even a late-stage 8th grade warrior should not have been able to close in on me so quietly. 7th grade. The thought sent a chill through Captain Ming, rendering his hands and feet icy. After enduring a blow, instead of retaliating, Captain Ming's first instinct was to flee. This left Li Musheng momentarily stunned. Shouldn't the natural response to an attack be to fight back before retreating? Why was he escaping with such determination? Though taken aback by Captain Ming's reaction, Li Musheng swiftly utilized his shadowy footwork and closed the distance with just 2 strides, placing his foot squarely on the captain's back. Captain Ming had thought that turning to run would provide him with a crucial moment to evade pursuit. Little did he know that Li Musheng possessed a remarkable agility. His sudden retreat exposed his back entirely, leaving him defenseless. The force of Li Musheng's kick sent Captain Ming sprawling to the ground, tumbling from the rooftop. As he hit the ground, Captain Ming attempted to call out, hoping to attract the remaining 2 companions to his aid. Even if they were not formidable, they could buy him some time to escape or even serve as a distraction. Yet before he could utter a sound, Li Musheng leaped down and, using the momentum, delivered a precise punch to Captain Ming's neck. Not only was Captain Ming silenced, but the force of the blow shattered his neck, leaving him gasping for breath. His life extinguished. What? He fell just like that? Li Musheng marveled at the lifeless form of Captain Ming on the ground. Li Musheng refrained from using his sword again, opting instead for his fists. The blade had already sustained damage from Captain Ming's armor, creating additional nicks and dulling its edge. Previously, he had slain numerous beasts. And while the iron-backed wolf demons had proven manageable, the county's issued sword could no longer withstand the wear. After dispatching several iron-backed white-furred wolf demons, the blade's integrity had diminished significantly. Li Musheng feared that continuing to use it might lead to its breakage. He was also eager to extract information, to inquire about the motives behind the relentless assassination attempts and to uncover the identity of the puppet master orchestrating it all. Yet unexpectedly, his punch landed with such precision that it evaded the armor entirely. The strike to the neck, delivered with the full force of a late-stage 8th grade warrior, proved lethal. Who are you? Li Musheng gazed down at Captain Ming's lifeless body. At that moment, a crimson orb of light began to drift from the corpse, radiating a gentle glow, intertwining white and blood-red hues. As Li Musheng concentrated, he was astonished to see the orb actively absorbing the blood and flesh of the deceased. What on earth? He was taken aback by the surreal sight before him. Within moments, only clothing, weapons, and the remnants of the shattered silver-threaded armor remained. The blood-red orb ceased its consumption and, like a stream of light, merged into Li Musheng's being. Blood Essence 5 appeared before his eyes. While he was yet to comprehend its usage, he surmised it must be of considerable value, likely surpassing that of demon essences. After all, demon essences were abundant, easily obtained from any place where demons roamed. With relentless effort, one could amass a great quantity of demon essences, making the path to advancement relatively straightforward, albeit with some challenges during ascension. His previous elevation to 8th grade had stemmed from slaying a 9th grade iron-backed white-furred wolf demon, from which he absorbed its essence, granting him a key for promotion. Following this logic, future advancements would likely require not only perfect mastery of one's current level but also the essence of a demon of equal grade to serve as a key for ascension. This was decidedly more accessible than the arduous path of ordinary warriors, who toiled through life and death to cultivate their skills. Li Musheng glanced at the still dark 3rd layer of the heavenly origin dragon elephant scripture. With determination, he attempted to channel the blood essence into it. However, despite his focused efforts, the essence behaved like a mischievous child, evading his attempts to guide it into the scripture. Realizing he might be pursuing a futile endeavor, Li Musheng relinquished the attempt. The blood essence, no longer subjected to his mental interference, quietly transformed into his blood essence value. Setting aside thoughts of its potential, he turned his attention to the pressing matters at hand. Not far off, 2 crimson orbs were gradually approaching him. Now was the moment for action. Captain Wang and Sun Shi had successfully incapacitated all of Li Musheng's neighbors and were hastening toward Captain Ming's last known location. Captain Wang and Sun Shi arrived nearly simultaneously, spotting a figure in black atop the roof. Captain Ming has completed his task. Captain Wang spoke first. I too completed my task. There were a few troublesome households, but I managed to resolve them, Sun Shi quickly added. Your meticulous planning is commendable, as long as we incapacitate that young man's associates. We 3 can strike him down without anyone the wiser. He is but a fish on our chopping block. Captain Wang flattered the figure in black. Allow me to take the lead. I will be the first to strike. Captain Wang, you need only to oversee and enjoy the spectacle, Captain Wang said with a smile. A 9th grade warrior is but an easy catch for me, he thought to himself. However, before he could await a response from the figure in black, he was instead met with a swift hand, a strike that landed squarely upon his face. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Jade Piece. The unfolding chapter took Captain Wang by surprise. Completely unanticipated was the strike that came directly from the person across from him. He had no time to evade. Li Musheng's palm, infused with internal energy and the prowess of an 8th grade martial artist, propelled Captain Wang several feet away. The force of such a violent blow left Captain Wang sprawled on the rooftop opposite, momentarily incapacitated. Li Musheng, brimming with confidence in his abilities, recognized that his 8th grade prowess effectively dwarfed that of Captain Wang, who was merely at the beginning stages of the same rank. The individual before him would not regain their composure for quite some time. At this moment, Li Musheng disregarded the fallen captain and fixated his gaze on a familiar face, Sun Shi. Sun Shi, equally astonished by the spectacle, stared at the distant Captain Wang before coming to his senses. Could it be that Captain Ming had lost his mind? Unlikely. It seemed that Captain Ming had met with misfortune, and the person before him must have been responsible for his demise. The prowess of this individual was surely unfathomable, and Sun Shi feared for his own life. With his heart racing, he trembled as he noticed Li Musheng's unwavering stare. Before Li Musheng could take further action, Sun Shi dropped to his knees with a thud. "Your Excellency, please spare my life," he cried, his voice tinged with desperation as he repeatedly bowed his head. "Humph." Li Musheng, without hesitation, hoisted the nearly limp Sun Shi and quickly made his way to Captain Wang. He seized him and unceremoniously tossed both men into his courtyard. Sun Shi gazed at his captor with trepidation, utterly bewildered by what this individual intended to do. Meanwhile, Captain Wang gradually regained his senses, sharing Sun Shi's anxious demeanor. "Spare us, Your Excellency. Spare us," Sun Shi pleaded urgently. "We are constables of the county office, coerced and threatened by County Lieutenant Tian Yi and his son Jiang Tianong. We had no choice but to carry out their orders to harm Li Musheng. Please, for my newfound repentance, grant me mercy." Sun Shi continued to bow deeply, as if fearing he might not sway the man before him. "I possess considerable wealth at home, and I could serve as an informant to lure Jiang Tianong and his accomplices here. Who among you can elucidate the circumstances?" Li Musheng interrupted, wishing to avoid their incessant chatter. "I will." Captain Wang, having regained some composure, pushed aside Sun Shi and exclaimed, "I have often been in close proximity to Tian Yi, and he frequently mentioned the Li family. It is evident that Li Musheng is closely tied to them, although I cannot discern whether it pertains to the Li family of Liangdu or that of Jingzhou Prefecture. Before Li Musheng came of age, Tian Yi often visited him as if raising him as a son, though in truth, he seemed to covet something of great value that Li Musheng possessed." Captain Wang paused deliberately, hoping to capture the attention of the figure clad in black. Yet, Li Musheng remained silent, merely observing him. Captain Wang, feeling the weight of fear, continued to speak rapidly. It was Jiang Tianyang, son of Tian Yi, who, aware of the complex relationship between his father and Li Musheng, took advantage of Tian Yi's absence while he sought promotion to county magistrate. In a hurry, he arranged for Sun Shi, this very man beside me, to enlist the demon-slaying team that includes Li Musheng. They were sent on a mission to a location notorious for the presence of a 9th-grade demon, the iron-back white-furred wolf demon, where Sun Shi was to create an opportunity for Li Musheng to perish at the hands of the monster. This would satisfy all parties involved. Indeed, it is perplexing how our demon-slaying team, of such low skill, could encounter so many ironback white-furred wolves. Those are 9th-grade demons, typically dealt with by bounty hunters from the demon-slaying hall, Li Musheng mused to himself. Furthermore, to ensure no missteps, the plan involved me, along with the mid-8th grade Captain Ming and Sun Shi, joining forces to eliminate Li Musheng. To prevent any leaks, they even incapacitated Li Musheng's neighbors. Jiang Tianyang not only sought Li Musheng's death but also coveted something he possessed. Captain Wang halted again, casting a glance at Li Musheng, his eyes filled with a desperate yearning to survive. He hoped to barter for his life with the coveted item, an opportunity Sun Shi could not seize. As he was still enduring punishment at the time of the arrangement, a fierce gust of wind swept through as Li Musheng unleashed a tempestuous strike against Captain Wang's chest, causing him to curl up in agony, blood pouring from his lips. Yet, he clung to his resolve. "If you swear by the celestial martial arts that you will not kill me after I reveal this information, I will speak. I assure you, it will be of great value to you. If you are indeed connected to the Li family, it will be even more advantageous." The celestial martial arts was a creed held sacred among martial artists in the Great Liang dynasty, where belief in martial prowess superseded faith in the divine. Any martial artist would regard a vow made in its name as binding, for failure to uphold such a promise would lead to burdens on the soul, commonly referred to as inner demons. When the time came for advancement in rank, the emergence of these inner demons could lead to catastrophic failure. Hence, martial artists placed immense significance on oaths made in the name of the celestial martial arts. Recognizing the gravity of this situation, Captain Wang was determined not to relent. He had previously spoken truthfully to captivate the attention of the man before him, now leveraging this information as a means to secure his survival. Noticing Captain Wang's obstinacy, Li Musheng turned to Sun Shi. "Now, you speak." Though his tone was calm, it brooked no argument. I have no knowledge of what it is. Jiang Tianyang never informed me." Sun Shi stammered, panic evident on his face. He truly did not know, his latest memories clouded by the punishment he had endured. Li Musheng interjected, delivering a flurry of strikes upon Sun Shi, who soon bore the marks of his aggression, whimpering and still insisting he knew nothing. "I swear by the celestial martial arts that if the person before me reveals information of value, I will spare his life." "Let this be my witness," Li Musheng declared, feeling compelled to adhere to the original owner's memories as he recited the oath. Upon hearing Li Musheng's vow, Captain Wang finally exhaled, feeling a glimmer of hope for survival. In his thoughts, he resolved to flee this treacherous place and never return. The waters here were far too deep. And he felt there was only a path to death if he remained. It is the jade piece, the one hanging at Li Musheng's waist. It also belongs to the Li family. Chapter 15. Using a knife to kill, thoughts reach clarity. The clouds obscure the moon, its light gentle. In the residence of Li Musheng, he instinctively touched the jade piece at his waist. The smooth texture of this small square jade seemed to possess a calming influence. According to his grandparents, who had raised him, this jade was the only relic left by his parents, always hanging at his side since childhood. Over the past decade, Li Musheng had examined it repeatedly. The jade bore no inscriptions, only a delicate pattern encircling its surface. In contemporary terms, it resembled a blank tile in mahjong. Impossible. If they desired Li Musheng's jade, they could have acted long ago. Why wait until today? Li Musheng struck Captain Wang across the face, causing his left cheek to swell instantly, akin to a bee sting. My lord, how could I dare deceive you? Captain Wang pleaded, his hands raised in surrender. Urgently asking, what is the reason behind this? Li Musheng furrowed his brow, inquiring, what happened so long ago that Jiang Tianyang never mentioned? Those old matters. I can only speculate. There must be a reason, Captain Wang replied. Do not mimic my speech. Li Musheng delivered another slap, causing Captain Wang's right cheek to swell, completing the symmetry. Meanwhile, Sun Shi, standing nearby, dared not move a muscle. Seeing that he could extract no further useful information from Captain Wang and Sun Shi, Li Musheng prepared to conclude the matter. His intent in assaulting Captain Wang was to test whether the blood threads in the light sphere would yield any change. However, he discovered that, as of now, the blood threads in both Sun Shi and Captain Wang's light spheres remained unchanged. With his current prowess at the late stage of the 8th rank, Li Musheng could easily discern any subtle variations in the light sphere. Captain Wang, do you have anything else to say to me? Li Musheng asked coldly. Nothing more. Nothing more. All I know is this much, Captain Wang replied repeatedly, hoping the Lord would honor his vow and allow him to leave. A gust of wind swept in, catching Captain Wang off guard. First, he felt a cool sensation on his right arm, as if the air had become more tangible. Then, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, blood gushing from his right side. With the aid of the shadowy steps technique, Li Musheng swung his blade, severing Captain Wang's right arm. The immense agony compelled Captain Wang to instinctively. Chapter 16. The art of the immortal. Well done, Constable's son, Li Musheng remarked with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Sun Shi relaxed his tense demeanor, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, a result of overwhelming fear. However, before he could finish drying his brow, a look of sheer terror overtook his features, as if he had laid eyes upon an unspeakable horror. Indeed, what he beheld was a source of genuine dread for him. For the man before him had removed his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face that Sun Shi would never forget. It was none other than Li Musheng, the very target of the assassination he had orchestrated and the man he had previously sought to torment. Impossible. How could this be? Sun Shi's mind spiraled into despair, as if his very soul had been claimed by the minions of the underworld. The thought of two renowned 8th-level martial artists, especially Meng, a seasoned mid-8th-level practitioner, being dispatched silently by this man was utterly unfathomable. Sun Shi's expression twisted in agony, akin to a gambler who had lost everything, desperately denying the reality of his ruin. Li Musheng observed the blood-red orbs within Sun Shi, which were now expanding ominously. Sensing the effectiveness of his actions, Li Musheng taunted, I am now at the late 8th level. Upon hearing this, Sun Shi's countenance grew more frenzied and fearful. At that moment, the hatred he bore for Li Musheng seemed to diminish, as the vast disparity in their powers rendered any animosity futile. When one stands before an insurmountable chasm of strength, resentment gives way to trepidation and reverence. Now, Sun Shi found himself reduced to a state of frantic submission, kneeling before Li Musheng and repeatedly pleading for mercy, uttering phrases of remorse and promises of never transgressing again. Li Musheng gazed at the pitiful figure of Sun Shi on the ground, reflecting on the stark contrast from the previous day, when Sun Shi had been a figure to be wary of, to now being a life that could be extinguished with a mere thought. Indeed, it was true that when one possesses formidable strength, the world bows in deference. In that moment, Li Musheng savored the intoxicating thrill that came with unrivaled power. His earlier strategy had proven correct, to bide his time and cultivate strength. And once he surpassed his adversaries by a significant margin, he would be free to act as he pleased. Though Jiang Tianyang, Tian Yi, Tian Yuan, and the entire Tian family were currently reveling in their perceived superiority, Li Musheng mused, once my strength is established, I shall methodically settle accounts with each of you. Once I ascend to the first tier, even the officials shall be toppled, he thought, reflecting on how their susceptibility to flattery would be their downfall. His mind raced with thoughts, yet he remained resolute in bringing closure to his affair with Sun Shi. With calm composure, he retrieved the tiger-headed knife discarded by Sun Shi, wiping the blood from its blade with the sleeve of his dark attire. In a swift motion, he severed Sun Shi's head from his body, which floated momentarily, the expression of shock and terror still evident in its vacant gaze. As he surveyed the scene of carnage, with two blood-red orbs hovering nearby, Li Musheng felt a stirring within him. The orbs continued to feast upon the remnants of their former owners, undeterred by the separation of flesh from bone. In a matter of moments, the ground was left immaculate, save for the discarded garments and weapons. Had it not been for these remnants, None would have suspected that two lifeless bodies had once occupied the courtyard. Once satiated, the two blood-red orbs spiraled into Li Musheng's body. Blood essence 1, blood essence 5. It seems the quantity of blood threads does not correlate with the final value of blood essence. Perhaps it merely signifies the degree of animosity directed towards me, while the true determinant of blood essence lies in the strength of the deceased. Sun Shi, being a 9th tier, yields a value of 1, whereas Captain Wang, an 8th tier, yields a value of 5, Li Musheng mused, contemplating the correlation between strength and essence. As he pondered these revelations, he knew that the pressing matter was to cover his tracks. The neighboring Zhao Dadi's iron shop was thriving, with the forge perpetually ablaze. He resolved to dispose of the weapons and clothing there, ensuring no one would be the wiser. Furthermore, the quality of Ming's tiger-headed knife was commendable. After reforging, it could yield a functional blade. With determination, Li Musheng set about gathering the scattered garments and tools, making his way to Zhao Dadi's shop. Upon arriving, he witnessed the weapons melting in the forge, the solidified iron pooling together as the garments were consumed by flames. After ensuring all traces of his deeds were obliterated, he slipped away quietly. Even if the county officials were to investigate, they would find no leads. The slight increase in iron at Zhao's would go unnoticed by a craftsman. With the ordeal concluded, Li Musheng returned to the chair in his courtyard, resuming his tea. He also retrieved the coveted jade piece that had drawn the attention of many. Examining it closely, just as he found himself at a loss, several lines of text appeared before his eyes, evoking his astonishment. Discoverable, cultivation technique, breath concealment technique. Li Musheng was taken aback. Could this world truly resemble the tales of online novels, where one could cultivate immortality and attain eternal life? If so, his interest was thoroughly piqued. The host has not yet cultivated spiritual awareness. The contents of the jade slip cannot be viewed. Would you like to expend a point of blood essence to access the contents of the jade slip? A steady voice resonated within his mind, furthering his astonishment at the rapid evolution of his abilities. Yes, Li Musheng thought resolutely. With that, a point of blood essence vanished, reducing his total from 11 to 10. The jade slip has been unlocked. However, the host's strength is insufficient to practice the technique. Disappointment washed over Li Musheng as the voice returned, echoing his hopes, only to dash them. The expenditure of blood essence without any benefit was disheartening, akin to a gambler lamenting a lost wager. Would you like to use 5 points of blood essence to modify and learn the breath concealment technique? The modified technique, turtle breath technique, can be absorbed and practiced by the host. Its primary function is to conceal the host's level of cultivation. Yes, 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 Li Musheng exclaimed inwardly, overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of acquiring the very skill he had longed for, one that would allow him to mask his true strength. Chapter 17. Cold moon and icy frost. The following morning, golden sunlight bathed the city of Qinghe. In the backyard of the Zhao family's blacksmith shop, the sound of clanging metal rang incessantly. The fire in the forge flickered as heat rose in waves. A few bare-chested men were drenched in sweat, tirelessly hammering away at molten iron. Big brother, second brother, be swift. There's a considerable amount of iron in the furnace that needs to cool and be forged. I estimate we can produce several iron plows, and if the quality permits, even a weapon. A long-faced, bald man with a bushy beard spoke, the white strands of hair amongst the black revealing his age. He was likely in his early 50s. Yet his muscular physique suggested he could manage the Zhao family blacksmith for several more years. This was Zhao Biao, the father of Zhao Dadi. Didn't you say that Li Musheng saved your life? If we can forge a weapon, you should deliver it to him as a token of gratitude for his life-saving deed. Zhao Biao paused, stroking his beard and glancing at Zhao Dadi, who was still hammering away. Hearing his father's silence, Zhao Dadi paused in his work, puzzled, and looked toward him. Father, Brother Ashing has arrived in the front yard, looking for you. A girl with a pleasing appearance, albeit a slightly chubby face, bounded in from the front yard, panting as she spoke to Zhao Biao. This girl was Zhao Dadi's younger sister, Zhao Sanao. At first glance, she did not seem as plump as the women in the neighborhood had described. After all, she was merely in her teens and still developing. A little roundness in her face was normal, and her features were quite agreeable. In fact, if she were to lose some weight, Zhao Dadi's sister could be considered a little beauty. However, who would dare bet on whether she could slim down and become even more attractive? Li Musheng, waiting in the front yard of the Zhao family's iron shop, thought to himself. The Zhao family's forge, located in Nipping Alley and even in Salmon Square, was renowned for its ironwork. Thus, they not only had a forge but also operated an iron shop. Zhao Biao, alongside his 2 sons, worked at the forge, while his only daughter, Sandao, and his wife managed the iron shop. Big brother, bring Li Musheng inside. Let us see what he needs, Zhao Biao instructed Zhao Dadi. All right, Zhao Dadi replied, setting down his work and following Sanyao toward the front yard shop. Brother Musheng, what brings you here so early? Zhao Dadi greeted warmly upon seeing Li Musheng waiting inside the iron shop. I must tell you, after returning yesterday, I resumed my study of the Tianyuan Longxiang Heart Sutra. My control and perception of qi and blood seem to have improved significantly. I have a feeling I will reach the 9th rank before the inspector's examination, Zhao Dadi said proudly, putting an arm around Li Musheng's shoulder. Congratulations, big brother Zhao. By the way, what brings you here today? Zhao Dadi inquired, sensing that Li Musheng had a specific purpose. Well, Big Brother Zhao, you know that after several battles with the demon extermination team, we've slain numerous monsters. However, the standard broadsword issued by the authority works well against the common ironback wolf demons, but it falls short against the more formidable ironback white-furred wolf demons. My broadsword has sustained significant damage, with several chips and dulled edges, Li Musheng explained, pointing to the standard broadsword he had brought along. Though the broadsword was issued to us and does not need to be returned, I came to have it melted down and forged into a new weapon. You've come to the right place, Zhao Deidi replied with a smile. My father is a renowned blacksmith in Salmon Square. Father. Brother Musheng is here to melt iron and forge a weapon, Zhao Deidi conveyed to Zhao Biao, who was still laboring by the forge. Perfect. Using the material from that sword, we can certainly create a formidable weapon, Zhao Biao stated, approaching Li Musheng and taking the standard broadsword from him. I appreciate it. Uncle Zhao, Li Musheng expressed, pleasantly surprised. Don't mention it. Typically, forging a weapon takes at least 10 days. However, with ample materials in the forge these days. Since you have a sword, how about I forge you another one? Zhao Biao suggested. That sounds great, Li Musheng replied. Give me 3 days, and I will have your weapon ready. You may return in 3 days to collect it, Zhao Biao calculated and announced. I am grateful, Uncle Zhao, Li Musheng bowed respectfully. I won't impose any longer. Hey, San Yao, see your brother Musheng off. It's not far, just a few dozen paces to his home, Zhao Biao instructed his daughter. Oh, uncle, it's really unnecessary. I have other matters to attend to, and won't be going home just yet, Li Musheng quickly interjected. Not waiting for Zhao Sanyao to respond, he hurriedly took his leave, employing his skills in the shadow mirage technique to vanish in an instant. Zhao Sanyao gazed at the disappearing figure of Li Musheng, her face betraying her disappointment. Ah, that Musheng really lacks romantic sensibilities. What harm would it have been to let Sanyao see him off? Zhao Deidi expressed his dissatisfaction. Big brother, forcing a fruit that is not ripe will yield no sweetness. Patience is key. After all, he will surely return in 3 days, Zhao Biao remarked calmly. Father, big brother. I believe we should simply tie him up and resolve matters directly, then bring him back to the forge to work, Zhao Erdi, who had been quiet, suddenly suggested. Foolish boy. Such illegal thoughts only occur to you, Zhao Biao scolded, slapping the head of his not-so-bright son. 3 days later. At the Zhao family blacksmith shop. Musheng, look at this sword. It emanates a chilling aura. It appears to have been bathed in moonlight. As if it has consumed the blood of many, Zhao Biao remarked, holding a wide-backed silver sword before Li Musheng. By martial standards, it likely reaches the level of a 9th-grade weapon. What name shall we give it? Uncle Zhao, does it really need a name? Li Musheng grimaced. As naming was not his forte. In his previous job, he had been tasked with naming a project and had spent 3 days pondering, only to come up with the title unable to think of a name, which had earned him a harsh reprimand from his boss. I know you don't care for it, but I've already thought of a perfect name, Cold Moon and Icy Frost. Yes, it shall be called the Cold Moon and Icy Frost Blade, Zhao Biao declared with pride. It seems I have picked up the wrong script, Li Musheng thought inwardly. Such an artistic name should not belong to a rough blacksmith like you. Surely you must be some hidden NPC, not unlike my own estranged father. Chapter 18. The demon-catching hall by the side of the Zhao family's forge. Li Musheng requested Zhao Shu to name his newly acquired weapon. How much is this blade? He inquired, reaching for the gray cloth pouch tied around his waist. This 9th-grade blade is clearly priced, Zhao Biao replied, typically around 10 taels of silver, which equates to approximately 1,000 copper coins. This amount could sustain a family of 3 for 2 years. He waved his hand dismissively and continued. You are the only one in your family and not particularly affluent. Therefore, before Zhao Biao could finish his thought, Li Musheng swiftly extracted 10 taels of silver from his pouch and handed them over. This Zhao Biao was momentarily flustered. His concern was not the 10 taels, for he understood Li Musheng's modest background and limited savings. Initially, he intended to waive the fee, as he recognized that Li Musheng had saved Zhao Deidi's life. He hoped to persuade Li Musheng to assist his younger sister in managing the forge during his wife's recovery, even offering a monthly wage of 50 copper coins, a generous amount in Qinghe. Nonetheless, if Zhao Deidi were to learn of his father's intentions, he would undoubtedly scold him for being foolish. After all, Li Musheng was a 9th-grade martial artist. How could he possibly be expected to help at their shop for just 50 copper coins? A martial artist of his caliber could serve as a protector for noble families or hold positions within the government. Before Zhao Biao could gather his thoughts, Li Musheng had already pressed the coins into his hand and swiftly retrieved the Cold Moon Frost blade, departing hastily. He feared that lingering would complicate matters further. With so many secrets, he preferred to maintain distance from others. Regardless of his younger sister's looks, his current focus was solely on enhancing his strength. Even if he were to entertain romantic notions, the brothel, where transactions were straightforward and devoid of lingering obligations, would be far more appealing. In the courtyard of the Qinghe County government, at the pavilion in the Lake S Center, Jiang Tianyang sat gracefully on a bench, savoring tea. So, Chief Meng, Chief Wang, and Constable Sun have not reported for duty at the government office for 3 consecutive days? He inquired, listening to the clerk's report with a calm demeanor. Without rules, there can be no order, especially as the county magistrate and the governor prepare to retire to their hometowns. It is imperative to maintain strict discipline. After you return, inform the chief scribe to publicly announce their absence as my directive. You may leave now, Jiang Tianyang said, taking a sip of tea. Yes. The clerk replied before taking his leave. Once the clerk was out of sight, Jiang Tianyang forcefully smashed his precious jade porcelain teacup onto the ground. Unbelievable. Ming and Wang are both mid and early 8th grade martial artists. Li Musheng is merely at the initial stage of 9th grade. Even if he possesses exceptional talent, he cannot possibly contend with Meng, Wang, and Sun Shi. Jiang Tianyang paced anxiously, his mind racing. Unless he hesitated, the thought lingering unspoken. Unless the Li family is involved. The gray-robed elder sighed. That would be the worst-case scenario, Jiang Tianyang murmured, relieved that the bodies of the three had yet to be discovered. Reports from my scouts indicate that everything seems normal on Li Musheng's end, as if nothing has transpired. Let us refrain from alarming them further. We shall observe for now, and devise a longer-term plan upon the return of the magistrate, the gray-robed elder advised. Very well, Jiang Tianyang conceded. By the way, young master, you must prepare for the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office. If the visitor is my old acquaintance, your entry will be effortless. However, there are rumors of the Silver Lock demon catchers conducting evaluations across various states. Should fortune not favor you, and you encounter a particularly diligent Silver Lock demon catcher, your path may encounter obstacles. I am aware, Uncle Li. During this time, I will diligently practice and undertake more tasks, striving to advance to the late 8th grade before they arrive. That should secure my position, Jiang Tianyang stated. They exchanged trivial remarks before departing the pavilion. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a figure lay concealed beneath the pavilion's foundation. This individual was none other than Li Musheng, employing the Misty Shadow stealth technique. I can go wherever I please, was Li Musheng's resolve. You've come to my home to silence me, surveilling me daily. Now, armed with the Misty Shadow stealth technique and the tortoise breathing technique, where can I not go? During his days of waiting at home, Li Musheng had not been idle. He feigned normalcy while enhancing his tortoise breathing technique. Utilizing the remaining demon essences, he elevated the technique to a minor achievement, meaning that even pinnacle 7th grade martial artists could not discern his true strength, allowing him to conceal his abilities beneath the 8th grade. However, he could not feign a power beyond 7th grade, which was one of the weaknesses of the tortoise breathing technique. These individuals were relentless in their pursuit of him, and it appeared that the gray-robed elder possessed 7th grade strength. Fortunately, having learned the tortoise breathing technique and the Misty Shadow stealth technique, he successfully masked his presence. Otherwise, he might have been exposed. Li Musheng's desire for strength intensified. After leaving the county office, he contemplated how to expedite his ascent in power. The demon extermination team was a promising avenue to enhance his abilities, yet their missions were infrequent, occurring only a few times a year. Another option for undertaking demon-slaying tasks was the demon-catching hall, where bounties for demons began at the 9th grade and could even extend to the 7th grade. Li Musheng was ideally suited for this venture, but the stringent hierarchy meant that only scions of noble families, reputable sect disciples, and government officials could accept such tasks. His previous application to join the constables was an effort to secure such status, as only with these identities could he escape the lowest rank of laborer, thus facilitating many endeavors. Instead of taking on tasks at the demon-catching hall, I shall directly join the bounty hunters team. After they complete their missions, I can seize the opportunity to cultivate my strength. Isn't that an equally viable strategy? A brilliant idea sparked within Li Musheng's mind. This approach would not only bolster his cultivation but would also allow him to utilize his knack for survival to its fullest potential. Demon-catching hall. Here I come. Chapter 19. A new grievance. The Diliang dynasty, long plagued by malevolent creatures, places great emphasis on the eradication of such beings. Even the common folk, lacking martial prowess, are organized through the county offices to form demon-hunting squads. In an ordinary county, there may be hundreds of such squads, primarily tasked with patrolling the main roads in the vicinity of towns. When encountering lesser demons, they eliminate them on the spot. However, should they face demons of the 9th rank or above, they must retreat immediately and report to the county office. In addition to routine patrols, smaller teams of 10 are periodically dispatched to investigate the gathering of demons nearby. Of course, the casualty rate for these teams remains relatively high. Yet Diliang provides ample compensation for fallen contributors, sufficient to support a family of 3 for a decade. The circumstances reported by these demon-hunting squads and reconnaissance teams, which the county office cannot resolve independently or requires the intervention of experts, are published as bounties by the Demon Capture Hall. It is rumored that the Demon Capture Halls located in each county are subordinate branches of the Blood Prison's Demon Suppression Department. Thus, the county office has no jurisdiction over the Demon Capture Hall. Rather, they function as cooperative entities. Those who accept tasks at the Demon Capture Hall are collectively referred to as demon hunters. To undertake a task, a demon hunter must not only register at the hall but also possess an official identity. Without such identification, even a martial artist of the 9th or 8th rank cannot obtain tasks at the hall, as they fall outside the recognized scope of Diliang. Moreover, the rewards exchanged at the hall are not mere monetary gains. They include potent elixirs capable of enhancing physical strength and complementing the training of the Heavenly Origin Dragon Elephant Sutra, Occasionally, martial arts techniques and movement skills are also offered, which, once released, attract fierce competition, thereby underscoring the significance of achievements at the Demon Capture Hall. Consequently, the identities recognized by De Liang include official positions, registered members of noble families, and disciples of recognized sections. Lacking any of these three identities, even the most formidable individuals cannot receive tasks at the Demon Capture Hall. However, this restriction applies solely to bounty hunters. Thus, once a bounty hunter acquires a task, their assembled team is not subject to these limitations, allowing members without a recognized identity to join. This appears to be De Liang's encouragement for individuals to establish their own demon hunting teams, resulting in the majority of registered bounty hunters across various demon capture halls forming their own squads, aside from the solitary, powerful individuals within the Demon Capture Hall. The architecture is grand and opulent, supported by numerous pillars, each intricately carved with various demons, each topped with a figure exerting dominance over the creature. These figures represent the elite demon hunters of their time, renowned for their unparalleled strength, serving as both aspirations and idols for every demon hunter. Although bustling with activity, the hall is notably quieter compared to the county office's reward chamber. At the center of the hall lies a massive wooden board, adorned with numerous small squares that constantly shift and change. A dozen individuals operate this board, which serves as the core of the hall, dynamically displaying the tasks available for acceptance. In the western city, at Yin-Yang Valley, it has been confirmed that a 7th-rank crimson-eyed mountain cat is present. Its coat a gray-brown with blood-red pupils like glowing embers, its tail tipped with bony spikes, adept at leaping 3 yards to pounce, its fangs laced with venom. Upon its defeat, hunters can claim 50 points of demon hunting merit by bringing the cat's head to the 7th exchange window. In the eastern dense forest, a nest of iron-spined black mountain boars has been confirmed, with a male boar at mid-8th rank, a female at early 8th rank, and 2 piglets between the 9th rank and lesser. Their size rivals that of cattle, their backs armored with iron black bone plates, and their tusks curving like sickles, capable of breaking through barricades. Hunters can earn 40 points of merit by bringing the boar's snout to the 8th exchange window, with adult boars yielding 10 points and piglets 2 points each. In the southern region, at Danan Slope, a late 8th rank Xuanjia rhino has been confirmed. Clad in natural rock armor, its horn spiraled like a drill, able to charge through walls and tremble the ground. After its defeat, hunters can receive 15 points of merit by presenting the rhino's horn at the 8th exchange window. Li Musheng, clad in coarse linen garments and carrying the cold moon frost blade at his side, surveyed the surroundings of the Demon Capture Hall. His attire seemed out of place among the well-dressed crowd, where most donned ornate robes, fitted attire, or formidable armor, while individuals in simple cloth attire were not entirely absent. They were indeed rare. Li Musheng had little desire to stand out. The De Liang dynasty imposed strict dress codes on the common populace. Should one fail to attain the 9th rank and secure an official identity, regardless of wealth, men are confined to wearing coarse linen. Thus, even the Zhao family's blacksmith shop, despite its substantial savings, could only afford such attire. This policy is seen by De Liang as an incentive for martial cultivation. Once one surpasses the 9th rank and gains an identity, they are free to dress as they please. Attaining the 8th rank waives such restrictions. Yet those below the 9th rank are relegated to the lowest tier of society. As Li Musheng continued to observe and contemplate, he was abruptly pushed aside by a forceful hand. Although he sensed the impending contact, he refrained from resistance, allowing himself to step back. Make way. The Demon Capture Hall has become a place for all sorts. A sweet voice exclaimed from the woman who had just shoved him. Turning to look, Li Musheng beheld a figure clad in silver-scaled armor, her face a charming oval with a rosy hue, dark eyes glimmering beneath her brows, and long, flowing braids enhancing her delicate appearance. However, her words were particularly displeasing. Miss Ron is correct. The Demon Capture Hall should not be accessible to just anyone, echoed those around her. Li Musheng chose not to engage in argument, instead retreating a bit further away. He noticed that the one girl was accompanied by 4 men, each appearing to be capable martial artists. This small group caught Li Musheng's attention as he discerned a faint crimson orb of light within the one girl, prompting him to muse, beautiful women truly possess narrow hearts. His gaze remained fixed on her. Chapter 20, Regaining Cultivation inside the Demon Catching Hall of Qinghe County. Wan Qingyu addressed the scribe in charge of task registration. I would like to accept the mission regarding the iron-spined black mountain boar in the dense forest of East City. Miss Wan, certainly, the scribe replied promptly, recognizing her. He swiftly recorded her acceptance in the ledger, then efficiently retrieved the task notice, adding a suffix indicating it had been claimed before returning it to its original place, signaling to others that the mission was now taken. After accepting the task, Wan Qingyu did not linger but departed directly with her 4 companions. In the East City's dense forest, Li Musheng observed the direction in which Wan Qingyu and her group had left, deep in thought. In a private room at Jinyuan Restaurant in Qinghe County, Wan Qingyu finalized the plan. It's settled then. We shall gather at the East City Gate at the 2nd hour of the Qin time, departing at the 1st hour of the Sea time. Brother Shin will bear the burden of confronting the mid-stage, iron-spined black mountain boar. As for the rest, I shall handle them. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed affectionately at the handsome young man in white seated across from her. Xiu, you underestimate your worth. Eliminating demons is a duty that every citizen of Daliang must uphold. Moreover, our sect's teachings emphasize the extermination of demons to protect the Zhao royal family. The young man asserted with righteous fervor, though his eyes betrayed a hint of desire towards Wan Qingyu. Oh dear, I shall drink to that. Thank you, Brother Shen. Wan Qingyu said as she downed the wine in her cup. The young man leaned forward, seemingly about to say something. I understand your feelings, Brother Shen. We have plenty of time ahead. As the days pass, you will come to know the true nature of your younger sister, Wan Qingyu replied with a gentle smile. Waving her hand dismissively, the young man sighed with a resigned smile, also finishing his drink. The other two companions, clad in rugged attire, appeared to have long been under Wan Qingyu's mentorship. Another individual, dressed in a blue robe, seemed to be an 8th grade captain, indicating a cooperative relationship with Wan Qingyu rather than a deeper affiliation with the other two. After a round of drinking, Wan Qingyu and her companions exited Jiyuan restaurant. At the first hour of the tea time, it was an opportune moment. Li Musheng sat in a corner of the restaurant's main hall. A bowl of roasted meat and plates of spiced beans and cooked pork before him. Miss Ruan certainly has her means, employing a sect disciple as her enforcer. However, such tactics of wanting the horse to run while denying it grass are quite displeasing, he mused, frowning as memories of past disappointments resurfaced. Enough of these bothersome thoughts, he declared, shaking his head as if to cast away the unhappy memories. He continued to drink and savor the cooked pork, relishing each bite. The following day, at the second hour of the Qin time, at the east city gate of Qinghe County, Li Musheng gauged that Wan Qingyu and her group must have ventured further away, and he sauntered to the gate. Where are you headed? A guard stationed at the entrance halted him, scrutinizing him closely. I'm running low on firewood at home. I plan to venture into the forest to gather some. Li Musheng replied. You lack a travel permit. The guard frowned, but before he could finish his sentence, Li Musheng discreetly slipped 10 copper coins into his sleeve. I suppose this is an urgent matter. I'll let it slide this time. You may pass, the guard conceded, acknowledging Li Musheng's understanding demeanor. Outside the east city gate, in the desolate outskirts, Li Musheng swiftly activated his stealth technique, darting towards the dense forest. Along the way, he absorbed some demon essence, albeit from lesser creatures. He speculated that these remnants were likely left behind by Wan Qingyu and her group as they progressed. Noticing the absence of demon essences elsewhere, Li Musheng theorized that their duration of existence was not infinite. They would dissipate after a certain period. Otherwise, there should be a plethora of them scattered outside the city. Rather than the sporadic appearances he had witnessed, he concluded that the demon essences he had gathered would suffice to assist him in breaking through to the early 7th grade, potentially reaching the mid-stage. Naturally, he hoped for an abundance of essences that could facilitate a leap to the late 7th grade. After utilizing his stealth technique for a while, Li Musheng finally detected the presence of Wan Qingyu and her companions. He discerned the distant glimmer of a blood-colored orb, indicating that Wan Qingyu was not far off. With this reassurance, he relaxed, trailing them from a distance. 5 demon essence fortuitously. Li Musheng stumbled upon the essence of a 9th grade demon. However, he found himself less in need of 9th grade essences at this point. He sought the 8th grade essences as keys for his breakthrough to 7th grade. He reveled in the accommodating nature of this breakthrough mechanism, finding it far superior to the challenges of surpassing levels, aligning perfectly with his cautious approach. Before long, Li Musheng had collected all the nearby demon essences. Yet Wan Qingyu and her group showed no intention of emerging. What is happening? Their strength should easily handle the iron spine black mountain boar. I previously observed their formidable capabilities, Wan Qingyu at 8th grade, the captain likewise, and the other two appearing to be in the late 9th grade. The sect disciple seems to be in the late 8th grade, Li Musheng reflected. With his agility and concealment techniques, he felt it prudent to investigate further. He swiftly moved towards the location of Wan Qingyu's blood-colored orb, deep within the dense forest, at the lair of the iron spine black mountain boar. 2 small black mountain boar demons lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any breath. A female iron spine black mountain boar demon lay nearby, its belly punctured, exhaling its last breath. The situation for Wan Qingyu and her companions appeared dire. 2 9th grade warriors were covered in blood, their throats gnawed open, having succumbed to their injuries. Wan Qingyu, you have brought me great misfortune. This boar demon is of late 8th grade, exclaimed the 8th grade captain who had set out with Wan Qingyu, his leg torn by the boar's claws, leaving him unable to move. Captain Liu, none could have anticipated that the boar demon would break through mid-battle. We had it under control, but now it is completely out of hand, Wan Qingyu lamented, exchanging a knowing glance with the relatively unharmed young man in white. The two swiftly turned to flee. Wait, take me with you. Captain Liu began, panic evident in his voice, but before he could finish, the boar demon charged forward, sending him flying before pouncing upon him, viciously biting into his neck. Chapter 20, Promotion to 7th rank in the dense depths of the eastern city forest, after the iron spine black mountain boar demon killed head constable Liu. It did not indulge in devouring his flesh or pursue Wan Qingyu and her companion. Instead, it slowly approached the 2 small boar demons and the mother boar lying on the ground, gently nudging their lifeless bodies with its snout. It sensed no signs of life and felt the warmth rapidly dissipating from within them. The iron spine black mountain boar demon let out a low, mournful cry. Then, With swift movements, it began to dig into the earth, creating a large pit in mere moments. Carefully, it placed the 3 boar demon corpses into the grave, casting one final tender glance before hastily covering them with soil. Having completed this act, the iron-spined black mountain boar demon howled to the heavens in a fit of rage, and then dashed off in the direction Wan Qingyu had fled, its speed rivaling that of Li Musheng when he activated his elusive footwork technique. Once the iron-spined black mountain boar demon had disappeared into the distance, Li Musheng descended from the tree. To his astonishment, not only had he gained cultivation, but he had also witnessed a dramatic scene. Clapping his hands, he walked directly to the freshly dug grave of the iron-spined black mountain boar demon. Without attempting to unearth it, he summoned his thoughts, and 3 orbs of light, radiating a milky glow, spiraled into his body. Demon Essence 5, Demon Essence 5, Demon Essence 25. Upon absorbing the 8th rank Demon Essence, a prompt resonated in his mind, indicating that he had unlocked the lower level of cultivation. Li Musheng quickly channeled all the accumulated Demon Essence into the 3rd tier of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. Before long, the originally black characters began to shimmer with golden hues. Finally, a suffix indicating entry level appeared at the end of the 3rd tier of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. Li Musheng felt his strength rise once more, his vitality brimming, and every inch of his muscles thrummed with boundless power. A single punch felt as though it could shatter iron and gold. Moreover, he had acquired several combat techniques befitting a 7th rank warrior from the Heart Sutra. At this moment, Li Musheng finally sensed a hint of the power of the dragon elephant. He understood that the transition from 9th to 7th rank was collectively known as the body forging realm. By this reckoning, he had attained great success within this realm. Body forging, as the name implies, involves tempering one's bones and strengthening the physique to the extent of becoming impervious to ordinary weapons. Now, feeling the initial strength of the 7th rank coursing within him, he found a semblance of security. In the entirety of Qinghe County, there were but a few who possessed such power. Even County Lieutenant Tian Yi was of this caliber, as was the soon-to-retire County Magistrate Chui Jing. However, Magistrate Chui, in his 60s, had diminished vitality and could only muster his 7th rank strength a few times at most. After adjusting his breath and casually practicing some martial techniques, Li Musheng felt he had adapted to his newfound strength and set off in the direction of Wan Qingyu. He could still see the location of the blood-tinged orbs in his line of sight, indicating that the iron-spined black mountain boar demon had caught up with them and was engaged in battle. Li Musheng quickened his pace towards the source of the blood-red orbs, in the backyard study of the Qinghe County office. "Oh, so Li Musheng has left the city?" Jiang Tianyong remarked, putting down his brush upon hearing the report from the gray-clad servant before him. The pure white rice paper on the desk bore the words for cultivating focus and energy. However, when Jiang Tianyong concluded his writing, it was somewhat hurried, and the final character was imperfect. "Yes, he has indeed left the city," the gray-clad servant affirmed. "He has yet to return. Continue to arrange for some idle men to keep watch at the city entrance and near his home. You may leave," Jiang Tianyong instructed. "Yes," the gray-clad servant replied with a bow and exited. "Are you still contemplating whether to send someone out of the city to deal with this?" A gray-clad elder emerged from the shadows, observing Jiang Tianyong's still furrowed brow. "I have considered it, but I am worried about whether the Li family will provide support." Fearing it may complicate matters, Jiang Tianyong replied. "In my earlier years, I acted with chivalry and once saved a young friend who has no desire for an official position. Currently, he has reached the late stage of 8th rank. I have contacted him, and he will come to Qinghe to participate in the constable assessment. As for the household registration issue, I have sent someone to resolve it. ISNT Li Musheng also signed up for the constable assessment. They can meet and compete at that time. If he accidentally kills Li Musheng during the assessment, it would be entirely above board and in accordance with court rules. Even if he is covertly supported by the Li family, they would be powerless to intervene," the elder said, stroking his graying beard. "That would be a great help." "Uncle Li," Jiang Tianyong said, his face brightening. "To serve Master Jiang with utmost loyalty is my honor," Uncle Li declared emphatically. In public, everyone referred to the county lieutenant as Lord Tian, but only this elder, who had accompanied Jiang Tianyong for nearly a decade, called him Master Jiang. Only someone of his age understood Jiang Tianyong's intentions. The surname Tian was merely a temporary measure, and he would eventually allow the Jiang name to flourish once more. In a certain part of the dense forest east of Qinghe County, "Miss Wan, lend me your strength," a white-clad man cried out desperately. This man was Shin Kun, a disciple of the sect. Though he was clad in white, his garments were stained with blood, making it difficult to discern whether it was his own or that of the iron-spined black mountain boar demon. Furthermore, his hair was disheveled, a stark contrast to the calm and aloof demeanor he had exhibited when entering the Yuan Inn. At this moment, he resembled a stray dog, the long sword in his hand dulled and appearing as though it might shatter at any moment. Before him, the iron-spined black mountain boar demon was in a similarly dire state, one eye bloody from Shin Kun's attack. Its body bore numerous deep cuts, oozing crimson blood. Although the boar demon was grievously injured, its ferocity remained intact, with an aura of menace still emanating from it. It could still hold its ground. Driven by the fury of having lost its family, and anger that could not be extinguished, Wan Qingyu, whom Shin Kun called upon, was not faring any better. She had lost her ethereal beauty, her face pale and her demeanor disheveled. "Shin, You claim to have feelings for me, did you not? Wan Qingyu noted. Perceiving that the iron-spined Black Mountain Boar Demoness injuries were far from what Shen Kun had suggested, if they coordinated their attacks, they could certainly defeat it. Yet, its formidable presence still posed a lethal threat before it could be vanquished. Wan Qingyu was afraid of death. What's wrong, junior sister? Shen Kun inquired, puzzled. He had long harbored affection for Wan Qingyu, using his time visiting the sect to return and develop their relationship, which led her to bring him into the bounty hunter group. If the iron-spined Black Mountain Boar demon hadn't advanced, it would have been an easy victory. Yet he had not anticipated this demoness breakthrough in the face of its family's slaughter. Shin, I am the sole daughter of the Wan family, their hope. I owe you an apology, Wan Qingyu said, biting her lip, feigning difficulty, before turning and fleeing without looking back. Chapter 22. Resentment concluded in a dense forest east of the city. Shen Kun watched as Wan Qingyu turned and fled, his heart aching as if cut by a knife. Memories of their childhood flooded back to him. In those days, the Shin family was a prominent clan in Qinghe County. The Shin and Wan families were closely intertwined, relying on one another with a hint of dependency. Wan Qingyu, a year younger than him, would always follow him around, playing joyfully. The elders of both families smiled and encouraged this bond, suggesting that when Shen Kun and Wan Qingyu grew up, they would unite in matrimony. Whenever such words were spoken, the shy Shen Kun would blush, often becoming the target of playful teasing from the elders. Yet, in the innocence of his young heart, he harbored dreams of a shared future with Wan Qingyu. Though she was still naive and only knew how to play, she already possessed the makings of a beauty, which led the other boys to develop pure, innocent affections for her. Thus, in this competitive environment, Shen Kun and his friends began to dote on Wan Qingyu. However, plans often falter in the face of change. After Tian Yi was promoted to county lieutenant, buoyed by the support of the Tian family, he quickly solidified his power. While the county magistrate, Cui Jing, gradually withdrew from governance, power transitioned to Tian Yi, and in the small confines of Qinghe County, the rise of one faction inevitably meant the fall of another. Unfortunately, the Shin family was the one to be pushed out. During Tian Yi's administration of Qinghe, the textile business that once belonged to the Shin family was entirely consumed by the Tian family. The Shin family fiercely resisted, but ultimately the patriarch met his demise. Left with no choice, the Shin family relocated to another county, abandoning their century-old legacy in Qinghe. The circumstances were beyond their control. The Shin family at least had branches in other regions to rely on, while the Wan family had no such support and could only cling to Qinghe. Without the Shin family's backing, the Wan family quickly fell into decline. Their business was stripped away, and their once thriving household dwindled from hundreds to merely a dozen souls. They were left to survive through renting and engaging in small needlework trades. After the Shin family's departure, Shen Kun lost all contact with Wan Qingyu until he became an apprentice and honed his skills. Upon hearing that the blood prison would be evaluating in Qinghe, he returned and re-established contact with Wan Qingyu, harboring hopes of rekindling their past connection. However, Wan Qingyu, having endured the upheaval of her family, was no longer the innocent, kind-hearted girl he once knew. Instead, she exploited Shen Kun's affection and his guilt towards the Wan family, compelling him to slay numerous monsters and achieve significant accomplishments in monster hunting. Little did they anticipate that their expedition into the dense forest would lead to disaster at the hands of the iron-spined Black Mountain Pig Demon. Ah, Wan sister. Let me help you one last time. As Shen Kun gazed at the impending threat of the iron-spined Black Mountain Pig Demon, he sighed and retrieved a completely black orb from his waist. The moment the demon made contact, he crushed the orb. A resounding explosion erupted, engulfing both the demon and himself in a massive blaze. The iron-spined Black Mountain Pig Demon let out a pained howl, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Moments later, it lay on the ground, barely alive, its body torn apart by the explosion and charred by the flames. After some time, Wan Qingyu, who had fled moments earlier, surprisingly returned, appearing less injured than she had pretended. To Shen Kun's astonishment, she did not first check on him, but instead approached the mortally wounded demon. Its eyes were dull, as if it were on the brink of death. Without hesitation, Wan Qingyu drew her sword and swiftly slit the demon's throat, blood gushing forth. The demon succumbed instantly. She then crouched down, pulling out a dagger to begin severing the demon's snout, casting only a fleeting glance at Shen Kun's lifeless body before continuing her gruesome task. Indeed, Wan girl. You are ruthless, remarked Li Musheng, emerging slowly from the forest and clapping his hands. To have two individuals shield you from danger, only to return calmly to collect your monster hunting accolades. Quite impressive. Who is there? Wan Qingyu jumped, startled by the voice that emerged from behind her. She paused her gruesome work, rolled, and stood to confront the speaker. Who are you? Upon recognizing the visitor as a commoner clad in coarse linen, she struggled to recall his identity. Miss Wan, it's me, Li Musheng, who almost got pushed away by you at the monster hunting hall, he replied, shaking his head. Oh, I thought you were someone else. Wan Qingyu recalled their encounter at the monster hunting hall a few days prior and finally placed him. Come here quickly, and help me cut off the snout of this iron-spined Black Mountain Pig Demon, and then clean this up. Seeing that he was just a commoner, she began to issue orders. With a sudden burst of energy, Li Musheng lunged forward, delivering a series of strikes that sent Wan Qingyu flying several feet away. Did you think I was your brother, Shin? I am not your lackey. Ah, how could this be? Wan Qingyu was shocked. His strength was at least that of an 8th-tier warrior, if not beyond. It was impossible for him to have sent her flying without her even having the chance to react. She knew she had preserved much of her strength during the fight with the demon, retaining at least 9/10 of her initial 8th-tier prowess. Yet, she had been caught off guard and effortlessly struck down. Please, great hero, it was my rudeness. I beg you to overlook my faults. If you spare me, my Wan family will surely reward you generously. Wan Qingyu pleaded, tears streaming down her face, her demeanor seemingly delicate, evoking a desire to protect her. Humph, I want you, Li Musheng replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Wan Qingyu revealed a barely perceptible smile but quickly masked it, feigning fear as she said, I hope you will treat this humble girl gently. I am still inexperienced in such matters. Ah, brother Shin, this is the goddess you pursue. You must be dying in vain. Your beloved can be easily trampled by others, Li Musheng said, casting a glance at Shun Kun's charred remains. Then, amidst Wan Qingyu's astonished expression, he unsheathed his blade, swiftly severing her head, thus bringing this new resentment to a close. Chapter 23. Ascending to the pinnacle of the 7th rank, the following morning dawned clear and bright in the southern part of Qinghe City, at a location known as Dananpo. Be cautious. The Xiuxian rhinoceros is clad in its natural rock armor, impervious to ordinary blades and spears. However, your 1000-gene meteor hammer is perfectly suited to counter it. You can strike to rattle its internal organs. The commanding middle-aged man with a square face, dressed in leather armor, instructed sternly. Surrounding the Xiuxian rhinoceros were 5 individuals, each wielding various weapons in a fierce melee. The third brother, specifically mentioned by the leader, fought bare-chested, his muscular physique glistening a dark bronze under the sun. With great vigor, he wielded the 1000-gene meteor hammer, striking the Xiuxian rhinoceros with resounding blows, which elicited anguished cries from the beast. Suddenly, the creature's eyes glowed crimson, and it snorted forth clouds of white vapor, pawing the ground with its hind legs. This is bad. It's about to charge. Everyone, scatter. Do not stand directly in its path. The square-faced man exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency as he swiftly moved to avoid becoming a target. With a resounding crash, one of the men failed to evade in time and was sent flying by the Xiuxian rhinoceros, landing heavily several dozen feet away. The unfortunate soul remained silent, evidently caught off guard by the sudden impact, and lost consciousness in an instant. As the Xiuxian rhinoceros unleashed its charge, its momentum quickly faltered, indicating that it was nearing defeat. Seize the opportunity and continue to wear it down. I will check on the 5th brother's injuries, the square-faced man declared, racing to the side of the downed comrade. Upon reaching him, he discovered that the man's chest had caved in, and blood was seeping from the corners of his mouth. The leader grasped the man's right hand and felt for his pulse. There is still hope, he concluded swiftly. He retrieved a small porcelain vial from his waist, selecting 2 pills of varying sizes, which he pressed together and administered to the 5th brother. After applying a gentle force to the man's back, it wasn't long before the 5th brother slowly opened his eyes, his pallor gradually giving way to a hint of color. Big brother, thank you. The man managed to utter weakly. Thank you for what? We 5 brothers vowed to live and die together, the square-faced man replied, relieved to see the 5th brother conscious again. Rest for now. I will finish things with the others. A moment later, the Xiuxian rhinoceros could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed heavily to the ground. The surrounding men, too, exhaled in relief and sank down, exhausted. Big brother, that Xiuxian rhinoceros of the late 8th rank was formidable. Thankfully, your command led us to victory, remarked the man wielding the meteor hammer, panting heavily. We chose him not only for his strength but also for our respective weaponry, which effectively countered the Xiuxian rhinoceros. Otherwise, we would have lost at least half of our group, the square-faced man replied. By the way, you truly possess remarkable skills in both martial arts and medicine. You must have saved us countless times. Just look at how many times you've rescued the 5th brother, a lanky, short-sleeved man laughed. This band of bounty hunters was somewhat renowned in the demon capture hall, united as sworn brothers through their battles against monsters. The lanky man's words caused the still reeling 5th brother to blush, feeling as if he had been a burden to the team. Second brother, don't speak like that. It is my duty as the eldest brother, the square-faced man reassured him, sensing the 5th brother's embarrassment. All right, the 4th brother has already secured the merit tokens. We can head back to the city to recuperate. Once we are well, we shall take on the next task. With our merits, we can acquire spacious homes and find each of you 2 wives, living the life of deities, he proclaimed, instantly lifting the group's spirits as laughter echoed among them. This band of bounty hunters differed from most. They were not driven by a desire for power or to ascend to the ranks of the Demon Suppression Division, but rather retained the simple aspirations of family and a warm hearth. They merely sought to achieve these goals more swiftly through their tasks at the Demon Capture Hall. The square-faced man led the group towards Qinghe City, the setting sun casting a golden hue over their path. This is the essence of a proper demon hunting team, free from internal strife and melodrama. It is this unity that strengthens the bounty hunters of Daliang. Without it, we might never conquer the multitude of monsters that roam this vast world. The balance of power may not rest solely in human hands. These words were uttered by an individual who appeared after the 5 bounty hunters departed, standing at the side of the fallen Xiuxian rhinoceros. Although the creature's massive carcass could fetch a good price, the group lacked transport. Reluctantly, they had to forego the opportunity, as dragging such a burden back to the city would likely attract more monsters, proving counterproductive. Furthermore, aside from the merit tokens, valuable components of the Xiuxian rhinoceros had already been harvested and taken away. As he spoke, Li Musheng absorbed the demon's essence into his body. Demon Essence 25 without hesitation. He channeled the essence into the third layer of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Sutra. During this time, after dealing with Yuan Qingyu and concluding his tasks, Li Musheng did not return to the city but rather revisited the locations of demons listed on the bounty board. Most of the demons had already been eliminated by others. Time passed, but Li Musheng continued to absorb any available demon essence without reservation. When encountering creatures that had annihilated other bounty hunters, he seized the opportunity to strike. Taking advantage of the injured monsters as they recuperated, he wielded his frost blade with precision, dispatching them without hesitation. I will take the essence of the fallen demons, and for the ones that remain, I shall claim what I can. However, for those demons that had yet to be placed on a bounty list, he merely marked their locations and moved on. He found no incentive to engage with intact demons, as it would only lead to unnecessary complications should a task-seeking group arrive. Ultimately, after absorbing the essence of the Xiuxian rhinoceros, Li Musheng's Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Sutra reached a state of completion. His strength ascended to the late 7th rank, marking his significant advancement in the body-forging realm. Chapter 24. The unwelcome visitor. The following day, the night was dark and the wind howled. On the walls of Qinghe County, the old man's son, feeling the fierce winds atop the ramparts, suggested to the patrolling soldier Li Yuer, "Why don't you take shelter in the watchtower and warm yourself up?" "Ah, it's nothing serious. I need to keep my body active and patrol alongside you young men," old son replied with a smile. He felt rejuvenated in their company. When Li Yuer first joined the city defense team, he had been reserved and formal, always addressing him as master. With time and encouragement from old son, he had become more relaxed, and their camaraderie flourished. Their relationship had grown so familiar that Li Yuer often called him old son, to which the elder merely chuckled in response. Moreover, it seemed that old son's daughter harbored secret affections for his apprentice. It wouldn't be long before the apprentice became a son-in-law, a thought that made old son shake his head with a resigned smile. Old son did not doubt his apprentice's capabilities. Rather, he was concerned about the rampant presence of demons nowadays, recalling a time years ago when the city was besieged by such malevolent beings. He had witnessed the devastation firsthand. The city defense team suffered grievous casualties. His worry was that if his daughter and apprentice were to be together, should a similar calamity occur, his daughter could be left a widow. This simply could not happen once they were wed. He resolved to bring a few jugs of fine wine to seek out the grain steward, Song, and have Li Yuer stationed in the rear for safety. After all, a simple life for ordinary folk was all he desired. As they conversed, a sudden gust of wind swept through, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared. Li Yuer felt a shiver run down his spine. Just as he was about to call out, he instinctively gripped his broadsword. Old son quickly covered Li Yuer's mouth with one hand and restrained his sword with the other. "What a chilling wind. Let us go warm ourselves in the watchtower," he insisted, pulling Li Yuer along. "Old son, what is going on?" Li Yuer whispered, unable to contain his curiosity as they approached the watchtower. "No matter what it is, that was certainly beyond our control. It could be a fierce wind, a masterful warrior, or a powerful demon, none of which we can afford to provoke. We must pretend to know nothing to preserve our lives. Unless they are coming for us, we have no reason to resist. This is the reason I have survived until now. Learn from it. If you perish early, what will happen to my daughter? Think things through, and do not act recklessly." Old son counseled earnestly. Li Yuer gazed into the dark night of the city, his demeanor grave. Reflecting on the incident, he felt a cold sweat. Had he shouted impulsively or drawn attention, both he and old son might have met their end there. His daughter would surely be devastated. Meanwhile, the figure that had leaped over the city wall was none other than Li Musheng. He had not even employed his shadowy steps but relied solely on the strength of his legs to vault into the city. Unbeknownst to him, the trivial exchange between old son and Li Yuer was of no consequence. Even if he were discovered, it mattered little, as no one could capture him. Li Musheng darted across the rooftops of the city, not heading toward his own residence, but rather towards the county office, thinking that since he was back, he might as well pay a visit to an old friend. In the study of the county office's rear courtyard, an elderly man in a gray robe addressed Jiang Tianyang. "Uncle Li, please proceed." Jiang Tianyang gestured invitingly. "The Golden Hand, the 8th-tier warrior I previously invited, has arrived. To ensure secrecy, I have placed him in a secluded room in the county magistrate's office, away from prying eyes," the elder in gray replied. "Thank you, Uncle Li. The upcoming assessment for the constables is in 3 days. Please inform the Golden Hand to conserve his energy and prepare well. This is a black gold pill. It can strengthen the muscles and temporarily enhance his power. He may use it during the assessment, and it will serve as part of his reward," Jiang Tianyang said, pouring a pill from a porcelain vial. "Young master, there's no need for this. The Golden Hand is already quite formidable. It would be entirely natural for him to defeat Li Musheng in the competition. Moreover, he comes to repay my kindness and does not require such compensation." The elder in gray responded, aware of the pill's value. knowing Jiang Tianyang possessed only two. Ah, Uncle Li, this concerns my family's matters. I do not wish for you to expend your goodwill on account of this, Jiang Tianyang said earnestly. Young master, you are being modest. The affairs of the Jiang family are my own. 10 years ago, it was your family that saved my life. What is this small favor in comparison? The elder in gray expressed, touched. Sighing, Jiang Tianyang lightly tapped the desk 3 times, and a young servant in black entered, carrying a lacquered red tray. Neatly arranged upon it were 100 taels of silver. Uncle Li, please take this to the golden hand as a small token from my family, Jiang Tianyang said. To which the elder in gray nodded in agreement. Just then, Li Musheng, eavesdropping from the rooftop, remarked, well, I'm glad I came to check on you all. I nearly missed this grand spectacle. For him, the appearance of the golden hand was merely an opportunity for amusement, with the strength of an 8th-tier warrior. He was hardly a challenge to Li Musheng, whose prowess had reached a point where he could easily dominate in Qinga County. Yet, he understood the importance of discretion. Aware that the Blood Prison's Demon Suppression Division was sending a representative, and that Tian Yuan from the capital was a genuine 6th-tier powerhouse. All these factors compelled Li Musheng to maintain a low profile until he could break through to the 6th tier, or even the 5th. Thereby truly astonishing everyone and establishing his dominance over Qinga County. At that moment, he spotted the elder in gray, accompanied by a young servant in black. Walking down a corridor, the latter carrying the tray. My life is worth only a mere 100 taels? A dignified 7th-tier powerhouse. Well, to be precise. Since he can still absorb demon souls after reaching the later stage, my strength should actually be at the peak of the 7th tier, slightly stronger than the 7th tier. They believe I am at the 9th tier. Well, that simplifies matters. 100 taels for a 9th-tier warrior's life seems reasonable enough, Li Musheng mused to himself. He then leapt down onto the rooftop, transforming into a gentleman of the rafters, eager to observe the so-called 8th-tier warrior, Mr. Golden Hand, and discern what abilities he possessed. Chapter 25, The Temptation of Silver. In a secluded chamber within the county office's courtyard, the flickering shadows cast by several oil lamps illuminated the room with a yellowish hue. Yet, they could not obscure the glimmer of silver emanating from a plate held by a dark-clad servant. Old Li, it is only right that I assist you. Yet you seem to be overly modest, spoke a middle-aged warrior, around 40 years of age, garbed in a plain ice-blue robe, adorned with a dark golden belt of swirling patterns at his waist. His short hair framed a pair of bright, dark eyes, and his imposing stature, exceeding 7 feet, exuded the aura of a martial artist. Ah, you show, do not refuse. A man of honor must carry wealth when venturing forth. Your assistance, though rooted in friendship, merits this silver as a token of gratitude from an elder. After all, it has been many years since our paths last crossed, the elderly man in gray feigned dissatisfaction. Since the silver arrived, Jin Yusho's gaze had frequently strayed toward the 100 taels of silver. This did not escape the keen eye of the gray-robed elder, who was well aware of Jin Yusho's predicament. Their bond had been forged in the gambling den, where, despite Jin Yusho's considerable prowess, his penchant for games of chance had led him to ruin. Once, he had lost everything and faced the dire threat of having his tendons severed by the casino owner. Fortunately, the gray-robed elder happened to pass by on his return home and, recognizing a fellow townsman who was a 9th-grade warrior, chose to invest all his savings to save Jin Yusho. Grateful beyond measure, Jin Yusho vowed to dedicate his life to the elder's service. Under the elder's guidance, Jin Yusho and Appo's natural talent flourished, propelling him to the late 8th grade. Yet, his gambling addiction persisted. Although the casino owner had overlooked past debts due to Jin Yusho and Appo's status, new debts remained a burden, as the forces behind each casino were formidable warriors. Thus, despite his esteemed rank, Jin Yusho's pockets often remained empty. His journey to Qinghe had been facilitated by a grain transport cart, which explained why the gray-robed elder had prepared the 100 taels of silver for him. While this sum might be trivial for the county official's son, it was precisely what Jin Yusho desired. Then, Uncle Li, I shall graciously accept. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jin Yusho shed his restraint and swiftly untied the cloth pouch at his waist, hastily stuffing the gleaming silver ingots inside, as though fearing they might be snatched away. Observing Jin Yusho's eagerness, the gray-robed elder could only shake his head, bemused by the lack of decorum displayed by one of such esteemed rank. In 3 days, the constable evaluation will take place. Rest assured, Uncle Li, I will ensure that Li Musheng meets his demise in the arena. I shall feign an accident leading to his death, after which I will forfeit my chance at the constable position out of guilt. Then, I will vanish, only to return 2 years hence. Jin Yusho interrupted, his urgency palpable. The elder had promised him an additional 500 taels upon success, hence the 2-year interval. Very well, take care and rest well. I shall take my leave. Uncle Li. Travel safely. Once the elder and the dark-clad servant had departed, Jin Yusho opened the pouch once more, delighting in the sight of the silver ingots as he counted them meticulously. At that moment, Li Musheng had stealthily maneuvered onto the beam of the inner room from the rooftop. Ah, the gambler is indeed a fearsome creature. A distinguished late 8th grade expert reduced to the demeanor of a common rogue, Li Musheng mused, shaking his head in dismay as he solidified his resolve to steer clear of gambling and its vices. Without further delay, he launched himself downward, his cold blade aimed directly at Jin Yusho. Why does my neck feel so cool? Was Jin Yusho's last thought. In an instant, he perceived his own body, still counting the silver ingots before him. Then, he witnessed a pair of feet descending from above, and before he could discern the assailant's identity, his eyes fluttered shut. Even after his head was severed, an 8th-grade warrior retained a flicker of consciousness, which Li Musheng noted with keen interest, affirming his earlier hypothesis. As Jin Yusho's blood essence began to rise, Li Musheng recognized that if there were no will, the situation would have been more complicated. However, given Jin Yusho's lingering malice towards him, the time for mercy had passed. With the blood essence now available for collection, the act could proceed without a trace. In a heartbeat, the blood essence had consumed Jin Yusho's corporeal form entirely. Li Musheng, having secured the silver ingots on the table, placed them into his own pouch. He then gathered Jin Yusho's garments and weaponry, seamlessly departing the scene from whence he came. On the walls of Qinghe, Old Sun, who had been stationed at the watchtower for quite some time, remarked to his fellow patrolman, "Li Yuer, it is indeed chilly out here." The two men walked in step along the battlements, gazing into the dark expanse beyond the city walls. "Youngster, what is there to fear from the cold? Back in our day, we veterans would patrol the walls in midwinter, having drunk to our heart's content, bare-chested. It was quite invigorating, unlike your generation. Bundled up in thick cotton jackets instead of wearing cold armor for patrol," Old Sun reminisced, contrasting the past with the present. Before he could finish his thought, a gust of icy wind swept through, causing Li Yuer to shiver involuntarily. "Yes, it is indeed very cold. Let us return to warm ourselves by the fire," Old Sun declared, seizing Li Yuer by the arm and leading him toward the watchtower. The source of the cold wind was none other than Li Musheng, who had exited the city to dispose of Jin Yusho's clothing and deal with his weapons, ensuring that he could re-enter the city the next morning without drawing unnecessary connections to Jin Yusho's disappearance. The following morning, in Jiang Tianyang's chamber, "Uncle Li, what is the situation? Did Jin Yusho abscond with the silver?" Jiang Tianyang, still in the process of dressing, inquired anxiously upon the arrival of the gray-robed elder. "Indeed. When we sent someone to deliver breakfast to Jin Yusho this morning, we discovered that he had vanished, and the silver was gone," the elder responded, his tone tinged with embarrassment. "Can it be true that he fled with merely 100 taels?" Jiang Tianyang asked incredulously, seeking confirmation of the startling news. Chapter 26. The examination of the constables 2 days later. At dawn, the sky was clear and bright. At the training ground of the County Yamen's Martial Arts Hall, the examination for constables officially commenced. A total of 200 individuals had registered, but only 21 met the requirements for the 9th rank by today. The selection process today involved combat, wherein 9 would be chosen through a best 2 out of 3 format. The announcer was a middle-aged man in a green robe, identified by the patterns on his sleeves as Shinfu, one of the 12 inspectors of Qinghe. It was rumored that Shin possessed remarkable strength and was adept with the baton, mastering the techniques of the lower 3 styles to an extraordinary degree. His prowess had reached the late 8th rank, and had it not been for his age exceeding 40, he might have contended in the trials of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office. A considerable crowd had gathered around the training ground. In addition to the 21 9th rank warriors participating in the examination, others who had registered but did not meet the requirements were also present to witness the event. Among them was Zhao Deidi, who had confidently claimed he would advance to the 9th rank before the examination commenced and was now among the spectators. Zhao gazed towards the center of the arena, where Li Musheng stood, and offered an awkward smile. He then raised his fist as if to cheer for Li. Old Zhao appeared to be a martial artist as well, showcasing exceptional talent despite not yet advancing to the 9th rank. It was evident that reliance on talent alone bore no comparison to the prowess of cheating. "Look at me. I am already at the late 8th rank." While old Zhao still flounders outside the 9th rank, Li Musheng reveled in his newfound confidence, feeling the thrill of embodying a protagonist. His thoughts were no longer fixated on how to pass the examination, but rather on how to conceal his true abilities. On the arena platform, a man with his hair tied back approached, his black eyes glinting with intensity as he charged towards Li Musheng with rapid punches. Li pretended to evade, absorbing a fraction of the impact before narrowly dodging the remaining flurry of lethal blows. To the uninformed onlookers, it appeared as though Li was defenseless against the relentless assault, forced to flee in all directions. The man wielding the fist grew increasingly impatient, realizing that despite his fervent efforts, he had yet to land a genuine blow on Li Musheng. Moreover, each attack drained his energy. The more energy one possessed, the stronger and longer-lasting their prowess. This man, evidently a recent entrant to the 9th rank, lacked the sufficient momentum and vigor. After exchanging a dozen strikes, his breath began to falter, and his movements became erratic. Seizing the moment, Li Musheng deftly maneuvered, leading the man into a vulnerable position. With a swift strike, he brought the man down, capitalizing on his momentary disarray. Before the opponent could regain his breath or gather his strength, Li moved in, unleashing a series of rapid punches that obliterated any vestige of the energy the man had managed to accumulate. "This match goes to Li Musheng from Salmon Fang," declared the judge, etching the outcome into the record. "No, this is impossible. His strength is far inferior to mine. I have already entered the early 9th rank," the man protested, struggling to rise and expressing his disbelief in a fervent tone. "The next match, Xiuxian versus Shinditsai," the judge announced, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he turned his attention to the unwilling contestant still lingering on the platform. Two constables promptly approached to escort him away. In the subsequent matches, fortune favored Li Musheng. One opponent was a youth who had only just entered the 9th rank the day prior, considerably younger than Li. Due to his overt superiority, Li easily knocked the boy out of the ring. According to the examination rules, being thrown out of the arena constituted a loss. Fortunately, Li and Oppo's acting skills were not put to the test against an opponent he could defeat so effortlessly. Yet, one might wonder how Li would continue to feign weakness in the future. His true desire was to dominate all opponents, ensuring that no one would uncover his actual strength. Those who might witness his abilities were either close kin or fallen foes, merely one of those two categories. His next opponent, a mid-level 9th rank female warrior, posed a challenge. Reluctantly, Li resorted to several underhanded tactics, ultimately scaring her into leaping out of the arena in a flustered retreat, her face flushed with embarrassment, drawing derisive jeers from onlookers like Xiuxian. However, Li was unconcerned. He had developed a thick skin over time. As the afternoon approached, the series of matches culminated in the selection of 9 victors. Li Musheng and the other 8 stood in a line, awaiting the official appointment from the dignitaries. County Magistrate Shui has arrived, announced the inspector, prompting a hush among the crowd. An elderly man with graying hair, draped in a crimson robe adorned with cloud patterns and a jade belt, approached. This attire signified his status as a 7th rank official in the Diliang dynasty, indicating that appointments of this level required approval from the provincial government. Coughing and hunched with age, Magistrate Shui appeared frail, aligning with his status as a retired official. He approached the 9, receiving the iron constable tokens from Inspector Shin and distributing them to each individual. When Shui handed Li Musheng his token, Li did not perceive the old man's frailty. Instead, he felt a steadiness in his grip, suggesting an unyielding strength still resided within. Unable to decipher the myriad reasons behind this, Li chose to remain unconcerned, confident that he would face whatever challenges arose. After delivering the tokens, Magistrate Shui slowly departed, stating, "My time has passed. I will take my leave now." Once Shui was gone, Inspector Shin continued, "Congratulations to all. You have successfully passed the examination and have now been formally appointed as 9th rank constables of the Diliang dynasty. This marks the beginning of your transition from civilian status to one of official identity. The iron tokens you received are the Qinghe constable tokens, regulated by the provincial government. Ensure to safeguard them, as replacements can be cumbersome. Each token is numbered. Some of you hold numbers that are continuations, while others correspond to the fallen constable's badges. There is no need for concern." Li Musheng examined his token, which bore the inscription Qinghe constable on one side, with the provincial government's seal below. Flipping it over, he noted a number, 125. Without doubt, the Qinghe constables numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Consequently, it was evident that he had inherited the position from a recently deceased individual, thereby becoming a 9th rank constable himself. Chapter 27. The Constable in Black. The following morning, at the county office, Li Musheng, accompanied by Xiuxian, arrived to collect his official attire, weapon, and first salary. As Li Musheng prepared to assume the role of constable, Xiuxian felt an immense joy. It was indeed a dream manifesting into reality. Henceforth, the Xiao family's blacksmith shop would have the protection of an official. Next time the village head visits, he ought to bring some fine wine as an apology. Otherwise, let Musheng take care of that old rascal who has a penchant for taking advantage of others, Xiuxian remarked with enthusiasm. Li Musheng, somewhat helpless, had initially intended to come alone. However, he could not resist Xiuxian's persistent pleas. Given that Xiuxian had once saved him, he relented and allowed him to accompany him, granting him a brief taste of authority. "Very well, once the village head arrives, I shall speak to him on your behalf." Urging him to look after the Zhao blacksmith shop, Li Musheng responded with a hint of disinterest. Now that you've spoken, I shall take it as a promise. For you are indeed a legitimate official of the 9th rank, Xiuxian exclaimed joyfully. In Daliang, the lowest recognized official position is the 9th rank, typically held by constables. Constables, being martial artists of rank and strength, are not often engaged in menial tasks. Consequently, each jurisdiction often establishes additional roles of the 9th rank, typically filled by clerks, civil servants, and those assisting in managing marketplaces, along with city patrollers and gatekeepers, who are considered official personnel of the county office and can be dismissed without notice. Thus, it is understandable that the patrolling old man and Li Yuer do not exert themselves excessively. However, those who perform exceptionally may indeed be granted opportunities for advancement, such as patrol leaders or gatekeepers, also categorized under the 9th rank. Advancement beyond this requires possessing the strength of a 9th rank martial artist. As a result, these 9th rank positions are often held by local prominent families or hereditary officials. After all, the county magistrate and the county lieutenant are appointed officials, necessitating the assistance of these clerks to manage the county's operations. Would one expect the magistrate or the lieutenant, or those constables with merely martial prowess, to handle the tasks of public notices, gathering information, or surveying land? At the county treasury, Li Musheng received 2 sets of dark blue official robes, 2 pairs of cloud-soled boots, a formal black-edged broadsword, and his annual salary of 10 taels of official silver. The quality of official silver is significantly superior to the circulating market silver, being more pure in composition. Thus, on the market, 10 taels of official silver can typically be exchanged for 11 taels of market silver. This serves as a fundamental benefit granted to officials by the Dalian court. Salaries for the entire year are dispersed at the beginning of the year. Those like Li Musheng, who join mid-year, receive their full annual salary without deductions. This reflects the ample reserves of the Dalian treasury, indicating a robust national strength. Wow, this is my first time seeing official silver, Zhao Dadi remarked, examining a tail of silver closely. Brother Iron, do not be overly astonished. Take it as a memento, Li Musheng said, moving towards the door without waiting for Zhao Dadi. Earlier, while chatting idly with fellow officials receiving their robes, he learned that the personnel from the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division were likely to arrive in Qinghe by the end of the month. Furthermore, it was rumored that County Lieutenant Tian Yi would also be returning, having completed his business in the state capital. It was highly probable that the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division's visit was motivated by an interest in Qinghe's foremost talent, Jiang Tianong. Upon hearing this, Li Musheng felt compelled to enhance his own strength. During his time at the Demon Capture Hall, he had learned of a formidable technique known as the Stone-Cleaving Blade, reportedly released by the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division during their leisure. This technique was known for its ferocity, with each strike embodying immense power capable of splitting boulders. Practitioners of this technique must perfectly blend their formidable strength and inner energy, transmitting power through the blade to deliver devastating strikes. In combat, it could breach an opponent's defenses, dealing a fatal blow. This technique not only suited Li Musheng's needs but also allowed for the fullest expression of Cold Moon's prowess. Thus, he resolved to undertake a mission at the Demon Capture Hall. To ensure his safety, he decided to join another bounty hunter's team rather than lead one himself, allowing him to benefit from their achievements and training. Deep within Mud Bottle Alley, the streets bustled with activity, as today marked a momentous occasion for the alley, heralding the emergence of talents and officials. Look, that's Zhao Dadi returning to Mud Bottle Alley with Constable Tai Ling and holding Li Musheng's constable warrant. Proudly proclaiming it to those around him, he boasted, as if he himself had become a 9th-rank constable. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. For a county with a population of 60 to 70,000, having 1,000 or so officials was indeed a rarity. I always said the Li family had no weaklings. Sooner or later, Musheng would rise to prominence, commented Lady Song, a neighbor of Li Musheng. Indeed, the Li family's lineage is remarkable. Others nodded in agreement. Li Musheng smiled in response to his neighbors while silently cursing Zhao Dadi for his loud proclamations. Had he known Dadi would be such a loudmouth, he would not have brought him along. Eventually, Li Musheng managed to escape into his own room. At the pavilion in the center of Qinghe County, Li Musheng had successfully become a 9th-rank constable. Jiang Tianong sat on a bench, lightly tapping his fingers on the stone table, speaking calmly. Across from him stood an aged man in gray robes, who remained silent, gazing at the lake. Uncle Li, do you truly believe that the golden jade hand would flee for a mere 100 taels of silver? Jiang Tianyong revisited the topic. I find that highly improbable. First, I have made it clear that upon completion, an additional 500 taels would be awarded. This sum is significant for us both. He cannot possibly resist it. Moreover, I have dispatched individuals to nearby cities and his hometown's gambling establishments, yet none have seen him engage in gambling. He is not one to possess great patience. Once he has money, he will surely seek a gambling house for a lavish time. His tendency for extravagance and inability to control his gambling habits are particularly memorable. The gray-robed elder added. Therefore, Chapter 28, The Demon Hunt in the courtyard of the county office, at the heart of the lake. A gentle breeze caressed the surface, creating ripples. A school of red-tailed carp frolicked beneath, vying for bait in a lively display. However, within the pavilion at the lake center, an eerie silence prevailed, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Tianyong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He refrained from speaking further, for the strange circumstances compelled him to consider the worst possibilities. If Jin Yushou was not fleeing with ill-gotten gains, then 2 possibilities remained. One was that someone familiar had advised him to leave, to distance himself from this vortex. Yet, this was implausible. The relationship between Jin Yushou and Li Donglai ruled out any sudden disappearance without prior notice. He would not vanish into thin air. Indeed, he thought to himself, his brow knitting tighter. If the first scenario was ruled out, then only the second remained. There was an insider within the county office. Furthermore, to facilitate Jin Yushou's unnoticed disappearance, the perpetrator would likely possess at least a 7th-grade prowess, if not 6th grade. The only entity with such capability, willing to eliminate threats to Li Musheng, was the Li family. As this realization dawned upon him, Jiang Tianyong's expression turned cold, a fleeting shadow of fear crossing his eyes before he composed himself. He exchanged glances with Li Shu, both evidently contemplating the same troubling thoughts. I shall send someone to thoroughly investigate the servants in the back courtyard and root out any hidden spies, Li Donglai declared solemnly. Additionally, I will dispatch another individual to the capital, Jiang Tianyong added. Are you concerned about the Li family? Li Donglai inquired. After all, my dear brother is indeed the Li family's legitimate heir, Jiang Tianyong replied, tapping the stone table lightly. His biological grandfather is still alive, is he not? That indulgent Li Xiuxian? Li Donglai retorted. Was it not said long ago that he severed ties with Li Qingya? He shows no concern for Li Qingya's life or death, let alone that of a grandson he barely knows. After the Tian family allied with the officials, they have been thriving. Perhaps Li Xiuxian sacrificed his own son for the greater good, prioritizing survival. Yet, after all these years, would he still be so resolute in abandoning his grandson? Jiang Tianyang pondered aloud. Until we gather information from the capital, Li Donglai hesitated. We must set aside matters regarding Li Musheng for now. With that, Jiang Tianyang turned his gaze to the lake, observing the fish competing for food. If only I had a background like Li Musheng's, a lineage of noble descent. I would require no scrutiny to enter the demon suppression office. I could simply walk in. Jiang Tianyang thought, feeling an unsettling surge of blood. Since childhood, Jiang Tianyang had always been competitive, the strongest among his peers in Qinghe, and had enjoyed a prosperous life for over a decade. Yet, in Li Musheng, he glimpsed the grandeur of a prominent family from the capital, momentarily unbalancing his spirit. In the demon capture hall of Qinghe County, Li Musheng donned the attire of a ninth-grade official, his cold moon frost blade sheathed at his side, as he strode confidently into the task reception hall. He did not fixate on the constantly shifting task board, but rather observed the bounty hunters forming teams. The profession of bounty hunter was considered perilous in the Great Liang. Death was a common occurrence on missions, and many bounty hunters, content with their earnings or achievements, would opt to retire, purchasing land and setting up shop in the city to live leisurely lives. Thus, the teams of bounty hunters exhibited considerable turnover, creating personnel gaps. Li Musheng noticed several individuals attempting to recruit members, some of whom had previously approached him. However, he declined their offers upon discerning that their leader barely surpassed the 8th grade threshold. Young man, I see you are quite young yet have reached the mid-stage of the 9th grade. You have been here for some time and remain relatively quiet and composed. Why not join our team? We happen to be in need of someone to scout. A broad-faced middle-aged man clad in leopard print approached him, speaking earnestly. Very well. Li Musheng replied after a moment of contemplation. The broad-faced man, taken aback by Li Musheng's swift acceptance, beamed with delight, leading him to introduce him to the rest of the bounty hunter team. This is Ghostfoot Lao San, whose legs are extraordinarily agile. This is Bloodling Long, skilled in the use of flying needles, he introduced, before pointing to a man wearing a robe adorned with copper coin patterns. And this is our pillar, the iron balance. Gold cannot be exchanged. And I am Zhang Dajiao, with large feet, thus my steps are particularly painful for demons. In the Great Liang, martial artists could typically sense the strength of those at or below their own grade. Thus, the 7th grade Li Musheng immediately recognized that Ghostfoot Lao San was at the mid-stage of the 9th grade. The beautiful woman in the red robe, Bloodling Long, was at the late stage of the 8th grade, even surpassing the recruitment leader, Zhang Dajiao, who was merely at the mid-stage of the 8th grade. What astonished Li Musheng was that iron balance, gold cannot be exchanged, was at the initial stage of the 7th grade. Such talent was rare in the demon capture hall. The reason Li Musheng chose to join their team, despite having initially sought a stronger crew, stemmed from a spontaneous decision made when Zhang Dajiao first approached him and noticed the blood-red orb of light within him. As he arrived at the bounty hunter team, Li Musheng recognized he had found the right place. Each of the remaining 3 members also bore a blood-red orb. The weakest among them, Ghostfoot Lao San, occasionally cast furtive glances at him as if regarding him as prey. In contrast, Iron Balance, Gold Cannot Be Exchanged wore a friendly smile, seeming to welcome him warmly. Li Musheng had been troubled by the inability to collect both demon souls and blood souls. Initially, he considered provoking some bounty hunters during missions to slay them and collect their blood souls. However, he soon realized that while this might expedite his strength, it could easily lead him down a dark path. He believed that relying on the collection of cultivation would eventually allow him to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and even provide a chance for transcendence. There was no need to burden himself with the weight of sin and karma. Thus, Li Musheng established a personal principle: if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should they offend me, I shall slay them for their souls. My junior has just received recognition from the Demon Capture Hall and is participating in my first mission. I kindly ask for everyone's assistance. Li Musheng respectfully addressed the 4 blood souls before him, bowing deeply. Of course. Iron Balance, Gold Cannot Be Exchanged chuckled, raising Li Musheng's spirits. Little did he know, Li Musheng was not bowing to them, but rather expressing gratitude for the 4 blood souls they had provided. Chapter 29, The Jinyuan Tavern, Qinghe's Demon Catching Hall. The task board continuously displayed various demon catching missions, yet one particular task remained unclaimed at the top. In the northern outskirts of the city, it was confirmed that a grade 7 ghost-faced spider, a spider the size of a grinding disc with a patterned abdomen resembling a weeping human face, was proficient in spitting sticky webs and possessed hallucinogenic venom. We shall take on this ghost-faced spider, boomed Zhao Dajiao as he addressed the scribe. Ah, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, Lord Jiao. It seems that Master Jin Buhuan has returned, the scribe replied, initially surprised that anyone would dare to accept such a task. Upon looking up and recognizing Zhang Dajiao, he speculated that perhaps the core member of their bounty hunter team, Jin Buhuan, had indeed returned. Enough of your chatter. Just get it done swiftly, Zhao Daji retorted brusquely. The scribe immediately arranged for the task notice to be taken down, annotated with a note of acceptance, and rehung. This method ensured that even if someone else managed to kill the ghost-faced spider, they could not claim the reward, effectively preventing malicious competition among bounty hunters. After completing these tasks, the scribe cast a glance at Li Musheng, who seemed utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Ah, this poor fellow is bound to face calamity, the scribe mused inwardly. The scribes and minor roles within the demon-catching hall were typically filled by locals of Qinghe County. Lacking the protection of influential figures in the hall, their ties to the hall were strictly transactional, and the scribe's family resided in the city. To offer a warning or hint would be to jeopardize someone's livelihood, particularly when it involved a grade 7 martial artist. Unless the scribe was willing to abandon his family and flee under the cover of night, he had little choice but to remain silent. Ideally, such disturbances would be curbed by the leadership of every demon-catching hall. Unfortunately, the newly appointed head of the Qinghe Hall was rumored to have made a grave error, resulting in their exile to the hall, leaving them despondent and indifferent to any matters at hand. The deputy head was equally reluctant to intervene, believing that as the subordinate, he had no need to offend anyone. The ghost-faced spider, after all, is a grade 7 demon, Li Musheng feigned astonishment, offering compliments. Indeed, with Master Jin Buhuan present. I dare to give it a go, Zhang Daji replied with a hearty smile. Moreover, it carries a reward of 70 points of merit, significantly higher than that of the grade 7 red-eyed mountain cat. Enough talk. Let us head to the Jinyuan Tavern and prepare a welcoming feast for Brother Musheng. Jin Buhuan interjected with a grin. At the luxurious private room, Qi Feng Pavilion, on the 3rd floor of the Jinyuan Tavern, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. Come, Brother Musheng. This is exquisite noble brew, far superior to the fiery spirits served on the 1st floor. Zhao Dajiao, slightly inebriated and glowing with excitement, approached Li Musheng with a jug of wine. This wine is smooth and delightful, truly a treat for the throat. Allow me to fill your cup. Without waiting for a reply, Zhao Dajiao poured wine into Li Musheng's glass. Li Musheng, also a bit tipsy, quickly raised his cup in protest. Dear brother, today is not the day for excessive drinking. We shall celebrate heartily another time, for tomorrow we embark on a journey. Beside them, Xueling Long chimed in gently, although her hands moved with remarkable speed, firmly placing Li Musheng's cup back on the table. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Dajia filled Li Musheng's glass once more. Come, Brother Musheng. Let us toast to our fateful encounter. Jin Buhuan raised his cup boldly and drank it in one gulp. Watching Jin Buhuan down his drink, Li Musheng grimaced and reluctantly followed suit. Brother Musheng has quite the capacity for liquor. I am in awe. Zhao Dajiao exclaimed as he refilled Li Musheng's cup again, before downing his own. After several rounds of toasting and drinking, Li Musheng appeared to be thoroughly intoxicated. Once the feast concluded, Zhao Dajiao and the third brother Guadria kindly supported Li Musheng and escorted him to the nearby Flower Appreciation Pavilion. This lad hails from the muddy legacies of Mud Bottle Alley. The most valuable possession he owns is likely the blade at his waist, worth perhaps a mere 10 taels. Jin Buhuan mused as he sat in the Qifeng Pavilion, betraying no signs of inebriation. He pondered whether the Flower Appreciation Pavilion could yield any further treasures. 10 taels would merely cover a few days' expenses at the tavern. It appeared he would have to use Li Musheng as bait to draw the ghost-faced spider's attention. Xueling Long sauntered over to Jin Buhuan, her delicate fingers tracing over his shoulder in a manner reminiscent of ants crawling, displaying an alluring demeanor. While I was away, I suspect your heart has wandered, Jin Buhuan remarked, capturing Xueling Long's hand and drawing her close. How could I dare stray? My body and heart belong solely to Master Jin, Xueling Long replied, feigning innocence and looking as if she might weep, evoking sympathy from those around her. I rescued you from the brothel not merely for your prowess in bed, but also for your latent martial talent. If your thoughts stray elsewhere, do not blame me for being ruthless, Jin Buhuan declared, pinning Xueling Long beneath the table. Please, please, she murmured, her eyes pleading as she gazed at Jin Buhuan. If you do not comply, I shall feed you to the ghost-faced spider. Jin Buhuan's words sent a shudder through Xueling Long. She was acutely aware that he had previously lured several bounty hunters to their doom. Frantically, she implored him, and her efforts became even more fervent. Finally, satisfaction dawned on Jin Buhuan's face. Half a stick of incense later, Jin Buhuan and Xueling Long emerged from the Jiyuan Tavern. Tomorrow, you shall go to the Flower Appreciation Pavilion and retrieve those few individuals for me. Also, take a moment to check on your family. Remember to remind them not to miss the critical matters, lest they run out of time, Jin Buhuan instructed Xueling Long before departing. Rest assured, I will not neglect your important affairs, Xueling Long replied softly, her voice seemingly parched. Indeed, I trust you to handle this well, Jin Buhuan remarked, chuckling heartily at her demeanor. Chapter 30, confronting the spectral-faced spider. The following day dawned bright and clear, with not a whisper of wind and a cerulean sky that uplifted the spirits. Deep within the northern outskirts of Qinghe County, in the ominous ghostly forest, Zhang Dajiao exclaimed in frustration, what on earth is with all these little spiders? The demon hunting hall is utterly unreliable. They haven't even grasped the strength of the spectral-faced spider. This isn't just one, but an entire nest. His face was alight with ire, occasionally marred by the silken threads emitted by the spectral spiderlings. Present were Jin Buhuan, Guadria III, Xueling Long, and even Li Musheng, all ensnared by the relentless swarm of spectral spiderlings. It was evident that these spiderlings had recently hatched from the eggs laid by the spectral-faced spider. Typically, even a 7th-tier spectral-faced spider would not produce such a multitude. However, fortune favored Jin Buhuan and his companions, for they had encountered a mother spider just after her spawning period, resulting in a significant brood of spectral spiderlings. Despite their diminutive size, these spiderlings were remarkably agile, and their silk was exceptionally resilient. The ground was littered with the remnants of unfortunate victims, from which these spiderlings had emerged. Their strength ranged between the 1st and 9th tiers. Yet their sheer numbers surged like a relentless tide, overwhelming Jin Buhuan and his comrades, who could do little more than defend themselves. Moreover, a formidable creature loomed above. Casting a watchful gaze upon the group, it was the 7th-tier spectral face spider. Its abdomen bore a grotesque visage, a twisted pattern of dark red and deep green that glimmered like phosphorescent fire in the shadows. 8 barbed appendages, resembling poisoned spears, moved with an eerie grace, their joints adorned with flesh-like protrusions that twisted unnaturally. Most terrifying of all was its maw, 2 serrated fangs that dripped corrosive venom, etching smoke into the air as it opened to reveal dozens of miniature faces, remnants of devoured souls, eternally lamenting within. This 7th-tier spectral face spider loomed like a shadow over the hearts of the onlookers, refusing to dissipate. Yet, what troubled Li Musheng most was not the formidable spider itself, but rather the essences of the demons. He noticed that after slaying a considerable number of spectral spiderlings, the anticipated accumulation of demon essences was disappointingly scarce. This bodes ill. It seems that as my strength and rank increase, these lesser creatures no longer yield essences I can absorb, Li Musheng mused internally. Could it be that my golden finger has become discerning? The prospect of a challenging ascent to greater power loomed before him, far more daunting than he had envisioned. As the spectral spiderlings continued to swarm, the group's energy waned, leading to signs of fatigue. As the weakest among them, Li Musheng was the first to falter. Gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, Zhang Dajiao and Gui Zhao III, both similarly strained, began to show signs of exhaustion. Jean, think of something, Xueling Long urged. Her movement swift as she dispatched numerous spiderlings, yet feeling her strength dwindle. Stand back, Jin Buhuan commanded, brandishing his abacus, and struck it down forcefully. The iron beads scattered like shrapnel, exploding upon contact with the spectral spiderlings. It became evident that the beads contained a formidable energy akin to a thunderous strike. Li Musheng thought to himself how fortunate they were that this spider onslaught had compelled Jin Buhuan to reveal such a powerful technique. With the abacus beads flying, a cacophony of explosions erupted around them, leaving a battlefield strewn with the lifeless forms of spectral spiderlings. The demon essence count surged 5, 5, 5. Li Musheng reveled in the exhilarating rush of accumulating essences, contemplating how Jin's abacus might rival even Shin Kun's famed thunderous strike, if not surpass it. Before Jin Buhuan could catch his breath, the 7th-tier spectral face spider lunged forward, its barbed appendages slicing through the air with blinding speed. In a moment of desperation, Jin Buhuan seized Li Musheng and hurled him towards the oncoming beast in an attempt to distract its assault. Li Musheng, initially lamenting his inability to find an opportunity to feign death, found himself presented with one. The spider's appendage struck him, sending him tumbling several yards away. Ah! He cried out in anguish, rolling dramatically before feigning unconsciousness. Jin Buhuan swiftly retrieved another abacus from his waist, though it appeared merely gilded. Even a 7th-tier powerhouse like him would struggle under its weight. In the realm of the Great Liang, gold was indeed the most precious of metals. As the malevolent spider charged, the remaining Xueling Long, Zhang Dajiao, and Gui Zhao III unleashed their respective techniques against it. Jin Buhuan took the lead, channeling his energy through the abacus and relentlessly striking the spectral-faced spider. Despite its formidable strength, it faltered under their combined assault. Zhang Dajiao was hurled backward into a tree, blood spilling from his mouth, while Gui Zhao III found himself ensnared by the spider's venomous silk, which sizzled ominously upon contact. Ah! He screamed in agony. Witnessing his comrade's fall, Jin Buhuan knew he could hold back no longer. Drawing upon his inner strength, he concentrated a surge of energy into his right arm, which swelled ominously. With a furious roar, he unleashed a powerful punch upon the spider's head. The creature held in pain, its attack slowing as it reeled from the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Xueling Long produced a dozen icy silver needles from her waist and hurled them at the spectral monster, one piercing its right eye. Jin Buhuan capitalized on the Distribute Chapter 31, a dramatic turn of events in the depths of the forest. In the lair of the ghost-faced spider, Jin Buhuan continued to rain blows upon the head of the formidable creature, which was already showing signs of distress as dark green blood splattered from its skull. Clearly, the ghost-faced spider was at a disadvantage, and it seemed that its demise at the hands of Jin Buhuan was imminent. However, at that moment, the creature's eyes glowed a menacing red, and its soft abdomen began to heave and contract irregularly. Suddenly, a venomous stinger emerged from the spider's tail, glistening with a bright green sheen in the sunlight. Jin Buhuan, engrossed in his assault on the spider's head, remained oblivious to the impending danger lurking behind him. On the ground, Guizhou Laosand and Zhang Dajiao writhed in pain, equally unaware. Yet, Xueling Long, who was observing from the sidelines, caught sight of the unfolding peril. Initially taken aback, she prepared to shout a warning, but her expression shifted to one of hesitation, and she ultimately refrained from speaking out. Interestingly, Li Musheng, despite his prone position, had already discerned the threat. He watched Xueling Long's reaction with keen interest, adhering to his role as an audience member. What transpired next was of no concern to him. Suddenly, a cry of agony escaped Jin Buhuan's lips. He glanced down to see the venomous stinger piercing through his abdomen. The attack momentarily halted his onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost-faced spider swung its tail, sending Jin Buhuan flying several yards. Regaining his composure midair, Jin Buhuan managed to stabilize himself, landing on his hands and avoiding a collision with the trees. He glared at Xiuxian Long, filled with fury. Meanwhile, Xiuxian Long was astonished that he had managed to steady himself, her body trembling with a fear that seemed to grip her very soul. In that fleeting moment, Jin Buhuan realized that she must have discovered the danger and had attempted to betray him to save herself. Enraged, he vowed to eliminate her. Despite his wrath, he had no time to address her as the ghost-faced spider charged at him once more. With no opportunity to catch his breath, Jin Buhuan faced the creature's relentless assault. He contemplated fleeing to recover and settle the score with Xiuxian Long later, but the spider's ferocity left him with no choice but to engage in a deadly struggle. After all, many of its offspring had perished beneath his own deadly attacks. The golden beads embedded in his golden abacus were crafted by a master artisan and held immense value, akin to pure gold. These were his trump cards, designed for survival. With no other option, Jin Buhuan forced himself to muster his remaining energy and continued to fight. Fortunately, the ghost-faced spider was also nearing its limits. Not long after it unleashed its final venomous attack, which Jin Buhuan narrowly avoided, it collapsed heavily onto the ground. Seizing the moment, Jin Buhuan pounced on the exhausted creature, whose defenses had crumbled, and smashed its head to pieces. Before he could catch his breath, a cluster of 12 blood-jade silver needles flew towards him. With a smirk, he retrieved an old copper abacus from his waist and hurled it at the incoming needles, shattering their trajectory. Xiuxian Long, witnessing her strongest attack thwarted, turned pale and prepared to flee. "Where do you think you're going, you wretched woman?" Jin Buhuan, disregarding his injuries, leaped to pursue her. Just as he was about to grasp her, an overwhelming force struck him in the waist, sending him flying backward. Injured and overwhelmed, Jin Buhuan could no longer suppress his wounds. The venom from the spider's stinger had taken its toll. He knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Zhang Dajiao. He glared at his companion, who was also gasping for breath. Zhang Dajiao, having followed Jin Buhuan for so long, was well aware of the stakes. "Why? After all I have done for you?" Jin Buhuan gasped, a hint of desperation in his voice. At that moment, Xiuxian Long approached Zhang Dajiao, her expression filled with concern. "Yuan Yang?" Jin Buhuan questioned, confused. "Yuan Yang, Zhang Yuan Yang," Jin Buhuan replied, leaning against Xiuxian Long's arm. "Together with you, we need not worry about names. After all, you only know me as Zhang Dajiao," he insisted. "Yes, I have a name. Miss Ling Long is a good woman. You must not treat her this way." Zhang Dajiao's voice grew urgent as he rallied himself, inspired by Xiuxian Long's gaze, and charged at Jin Buhuan. "He is just a wretched woman." Jin Buhuan cried out in madness. "Do not be deceived by her. Silence. You shall not speak of her in such a manner." Zhang Daji retorted, his anger igniting. "Your lack of compassion for her is evident." Ignoring Jin Buhuan's taunts, Zhang Dajiao's attacks grew fiercer. Jin Buhuan recognized that Zhang Dajiao was fighting with a fervor fueled by desperation. "You may kill me, but you will perish alongside me," Jin Buhuan roared, his voice tinged with a plea. Zhang Dajiao pressed on, relentless, and soon delivered a punishing kick that sent Jin Buhuan crashing to the ground. Breathless and defeated, he lay still, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Zhang Dajiao approached, delivering one final blow to confirm Jin Buhuan's demise. With a smile, he turned to Xiuxian Long, though he felt his own vitality slipping away. Yet, witnessing the woman he cherished escape from suffering made every sacrifice worthwhile. Xiuxian Long gazed at Zhang Dajiao with gratitude. But then an unexpected, languid voice interrupted. "Forget about old Zhang. They are both dead. It is time for us to live our celestial lives." Chapter 32. The curtain falls in the vicinity of the ghostly forest, in the lair of the phantom spider. The occasional calls of birds shattered the silence. "What?" Zhang Dajiao's hair was visibly turning silver, and the vitality of his body was swiftly dissipating. Zhao Dajiu gazed at the man before him, struggling to utter two words. The man standing before Zhang Dajiao wore a mocking smile, one that was all too familiar to him. "Ghostly Foot Third. Why say such things?" Zhang Dajiao's heart, filled with white moonlight, playfully tapped Ghostly Foot Third's chest with his petite fists, feigning anger. "I was right again. Now both of you are about to die. Yet you still put on a facade." Ghostly Foot Third dismissed him with a nonchalant expression, then brazenly pulled Xiuxian Long into his embrace. Before Zhang Dajiao's eyes, he wantonly ravaged her bosom. Xiuxian Long struggled momentarily, then resigned herself to the situation. "Ah, why?" Zhang Dajiao's eyes widened with fury, as if an endless tide of blood surged within him, every muscle and inch of skin trembling uncontrollably. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he managed to roar out four words. "Why? Humph." Ghostly Foot Third scoffed derisively, squeezing with renewed vigor. "Ah." Xiuxian Long instinctively let out a soft cry. "Haha. What other reason could there be? It's simply that you're too dull. You've played with Ling Long a few times. With just those few moves, how could you satisfy her? This vixen has seen it all, and you can't please her. As for me, I am well versed in countless arts, and I excel at them. Only I can subdue her. What about you?" "Haha. No way." Ghostly Foot Third shook his head at Zhang Dajiao. "Let Daji go in peace. Don't torment her any longer. Xueling Long shot a glance at Zhang Dajiao, then softly addressed Ghostly Foot Third. Men's affairs. What business do you have meddling, you shameless hussy? Do you still want to enjoy yourself later? Ghostly Foot Third thundered, then increased the pressure of his grip. Xueling Long's response was a soft cry. The pain or pleasure indistinguishable. Ah. Zhang Dajiao let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if voicing a lifetime of grievances and resentment. Then, like a puddle of mud, he collapsed to the ground. Dead. Oh. Dead. Ghostly Foot Third remarked nonchalantly, fixating on Zhao Dajiao's lifeless body, his grip tightening further. Oh dear, not here. We should return to. Xueling Long exclaimed, instinctively shielding herself. Humph, I know you well. You most enjoy stimulation. You may cry no all you want. But your body is utterly honest. Ghostly Foot Third grew increasingly reckless, seemingly intent on taking her right then and there. Slap. Slap. The sound of two resounding slaps echoed. Both Ghostly Foot Third and Xueling Long's faces quickly flushed, swelling from the impact. Who hit me? Ghostly Foot Third cried out, swiftly scanning the surroundings. Before him stood a familiar figure, one filled with disdain. Li Musheng. You're alive? Ghostly Foot Third was taken aback to see that the one before him, seemingly at most a mid-level 9th rank, was indeed Li Musheng. The unexpected slap had him alarmed. His strength was not as it seemed. Moreover, he appeared unscathed. As Ghostly Foot Third pondered this, cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Xueling Long too stared at Li Musheng in disbelief. Unable to fathom how someone of merely mid-level 9th rank could deliver such a resounding slap to her, an 8th rank warrior. Well, I finished watching your melodramatic tale. Indeed, it's quite the glitch, and truly an eye-opener. Hence, I'm here to conclude this farce, Li Musheng remarked, utterly taken aback by the absurdity of the scene, which had completely shattered his worldview. Such a woman is truly base. Never consider her as anything noble. Conclude? Ghostly Foot Third was baffled by the term. But upon seeing the murderous aura emanating from Li Musheng, he understood it was not a good sign. Thus, he forced a smile, ingratiatingly saying, Brother Musheng, Xueling Long is quite skilled. Let her serve you well tonight. With that, he shoved Xueling Long toward Li Musheng, signaling her to perform admirably. Xueling Long, realizing Li Musheng's formidable strength, recognized the danger and approached him with an air of innocence, akin to a pure, harmless lamb. Clang. Li Musheng unsheathed his sword. Cold moon frost. With a swift motion, he drew and swung, his actions as rapid as lightning, flowing like water. Empowered by his peak 7th rank strength, he decapitated Xueling Long. In an instant, blood gushed forth from her neck like a fountain. Her head rolled a few times before coming to rest at Ghostly Foot Third's feet. Xueling Long's eyes remained wide open, filled with disbelief. As if she could not comprehend how someone could resist her allure. Ghostly Foot Third gazed at Xueling Long's severed head, his scalp tingling, his body jolting as if electrified. Trembling, he stammered, 7th no, 6th rank. As he watched Li Musheng approach him, Ghostly Foot Third attempted to flee. But his legs trembled uncontrollably, betraying him. He could only helplessly witness Li Musheng drawing nearer, like the Grim Reaper himself. Then, he watched as Li Musheng raised his sword. Everything spun around him, and as he fell to the ground, the last image Ghostly Foot Third saw was Xueling Long's head. With a single stroke, Li Musheng severed Ghostly Foot Third's head, which fortuitously collided with Xueling Long's severed head. Huh? Why is this fellow so still? Hitting him felt like cutting chives. Li Musheng marveled at Ghostly Foot Third's immobility, speaking to himself. As Li Musheng concentrated, he observed 4 orbs of crimson light rapidly absorbing the remnants of the fallen. In no time, the 4 corpses that lay on the ground had completely vanished. Indeed, this golden finger is a remarkable tool for both killing and plundering. Li Musheng thought with growing satisfaction. Blood essence 1, blood essence 5, blood essence 5, blood essence 25, not bad. This time the harvest of blood essence is substantial. That rotund fellow has played a significant role, and I've also witnessed quite the unique melodrama, Li Musheng mused with contentment. Chapter 33. The Art of Deduction in the Depths of the Ghostly Forest. With the successful absorption of the demonic essence from the 7th tier ghost-face spider, Li Musheng found himself replete with gains from this expedition. His mastery of the Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra had reached the 3rd layer, great accomplishment. While the turtle breathing technique was at a minor level of success, his blood essence stood at 36, and his demonic essence had amassed to 420. Though Li Musheng was a formidable warrior at the late 7th tier, the absorption of demonic essence had propelled his mastery of the Heart Sutra to a state of perfection. After reaching this pinnacle, he continued to infuse it with demonic essence until no further infusion was possible. Thus, he believed his prowess surpassed that of an ordinary late 7th tier warrior. He considered himself at the zenith of the 7th tier, invincible among peers. Yet, he pondered the necessity of acquiring the 4th volume of the Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra to further enhance his strength. Gazing at his current peak, he sighed, aware that he must confront the Tian family. The Jiang family would likely be manageable. Jiang Tianyang could dispatch foes with a mere strike. However, the Tian family posed a significant challenge, particularly with Tian Yuan, who had demonstrated initial 6th tier strength when he had slain Li Musheng's father. Contemplating his circumstances, Li Musheng felt troubled. He wondered if he could gain entry into the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division to secure the 4th volume of the Heart Sutra. This could be a slender thread of hope. Failure might force him to flee. Suddenly, a calm voice resonated within him. The host has reached the pinnacle of strength. With no further advancement possible, shall the blood essence be utilized to deduce the next level of martial arts? A jolt of excitement surged through Li Musheng as he exclaimed internally, "Oh my heavens! This is my golden opportunity. You are akin to a father to me. Shall the deduction proceed?" The voice inquired once more. "Yes. Proceed immediately," Li Musheng urged fervently. Host has consented, commencing the deduction process using blood essence. An ethereal sound enveloped him, and he felt bathed in divine light, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. However, the visible depletion of his blood essence instilled a measure of anxiety within him. As the deductions continued, his blood essence diminished by 1 with each iteration. How much blood essence will this deduction consume? He wondered anxiously, yet received no response, only the relentless decline of his blood essence. "Stay strong, little blood essence. You are my only hope," he encouraged, likening his situation to a vehicle dangerously low on fuel, desperately hoping to reach a gas station. As his blood essence dwindled from 30 to 20, then to 10, cold sweat dripped from him. He realized the gravity of his predicament. No longer able to mock others for their apprehension, he too was merely human, albeit empowered by his extraordinary abilities. When his blood essence reached a single-digit value, the deductions persisted. He was so engrossed that he forgot to breathe, entranced by the floating lines of martial arts formulas before him. Finally, when his blood essence stood at a mere 2, the dreaded words ceased to appear. Instead, he was greeted with deduction successful. This deduction had expended 34 points of blood essence, successfully recording the 4th layer of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. Mastery of this technique would bestow upon him the same formidable power. Infusing it with demonic essence would allow him to cultivate further. But each use of the 4th layer at 6th tier strength would consume a portion of the infused demonic essence. Should the essence be entirely depleted, his strength would regress to the late 7th tier. Upon fully integrating the 4th volume, the 2 martial arts techniques would merge seamlessly, preserving his strength. Li Musheng meticulously read each word displayed before him, reminiscent of his diligent preparation for exams. He pondered the implications of his newfound ability. If I infuse demonic essence into the 4th layer, I could become a 6th tier warrior, but that would prevent me from acquiring demonic essence from 9th tier monsters, he mused. After a brief pause, the voice confirmed his thoughts, prompting him to halt his intention to infuse the 4th layer. He realized that hoarding enough demonic essence would allow him to ascend to the pinnacle of the 6th tier without losing the opportunity to gather essence from formidable foes. Thus, he devised a strategy to remain at the 7th tier while amassing strength until the Tian family approached, at which point he would unleash his formidable prowess upon them. He also sought to join the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division to acquire advanced techniques. With ample blood essence, he could perpetually maintain strength exceeding that of the corresponding martial arts techniques. Moreover, having achieved minor mastery of the turtle breathing technique, he could conceal his strength from all but those of 4th tier rank and above. Indeed, the end justified the means. Tian family, Jiang family, prepare to face my invincible might, Li Musheng declared within, a fervor igniting his resolve. Chapter 34, Divine Manifestation at the City Gate at the northern city gate of Qinghe County. The morning sun cast its warm rays upon the lethargic guards stationed there. The sentinels tasked with safeguarding the gate appeared utterly dispirited, yawning incessantly. Yet, the ordinary townsfolk, clad in coarse linen, dared not voice their grievances. They dutifully paid the gate taxes with a sense of resignation. "Yesterday, you all frolicked the night away at the Baiwa Tower, and now you look so listless?" remarked the northern gate officer, who arrived late to take his post. Pointing at the weary guards, the northern gate officer, as his title suggests, was responsible for managing the city gate. However, due to the bureaucratic hierarchy of the Great Liang, which only recognized officials of the 9th rank and above, local authorities established a so-called 9th rank position to accommodate those lacking martial prowess but belonging to influential local families. These individuals were integrated into the county and Oppo's administrative structure to facilitate operations. Otherwise, could one realistically expect 9th rank martial artists to guard the city, patrol at night, or even collect taxes? Those above the 9th rank were primarily tasked with vanquishing evil. "Sir, where would we find such silver?" One of the guards scratched his head and chuckled. "We, the gatekeepers, earn but a pittance in copper coins, while the ladies of Baiwa Tower demand silver. We could hardly afford to visit such establishments, but we make do." The northern gate officer regarded them in silence. Just then, a peasant, dressed in tattered cloth and pushing a single-wheeled cart, approached the officer. The officer raised a hand to halt him, declaring, with calamities abound and the treasury strained, "It is 2 copper coins to enter the city today." The peasant looked up in astonishment. "But I am but a poor man," he stammered, bowing deeply. The officer raised an eyebrow, fixating on the peasant. Terrified, the peasant quickly shut his mouth, rummaging through his belongings until he retrieved another copper coin, which he handed to the guard beside him. "Do not linger here. Hasten to pay your taxes," commanded the northern gate officer to the guards, who appeared eager yet had not yet moved. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, sir," the guards exclaimed in unison, springing into action. Those who had previously paid 1 copper coin, the peasants, peddlers, and craftsmen, were detained by the guards until they coughed up an additional coin. Some, truly destitute or lacking spare change, and without any acquaintances to borrow from, were met with a whip's crack across their backs, eliciting cries of despair. Another guard kicked one unfortunate soul out of the city. The queue of people waiting to enter fell silent, afraid to speak, hastening their fumbling for coins. In the Qinghe County office, there existed an unspoken rule. The single copper coin paid upon entry went to the county treasury, yet any excess collected went directly into the guards' pockets. The county also tacitly permitted officers to occasionally levy extra taxes as a means of providing for their own, thereby enhancing camaraderie within their ranks. Without offering benefits to their subordinates, how could one expect them to diligently perform their duties? Today's surplus tax should be spent at Wat Tower on those lovely ladies. The Northern Gate officer declared, plopping down onto a rotten chair offered by one of the guards. Your wisdom is unmatched. The guards chorused, showering him with flattery. Naturally, they were eager to align themselves with an officer who cared for tangible rewards, even if those rewards came from the pockets of common folk. Before long, a figure clad in ragged garments, barely recognizable as clothing and more akin to strips of cloth, approached. Covered in dirt and carrying a weapon on his back along with a burlap sack at his waist, he bypassed the queue entirely and walked straight to the gate. Sir. He is not waiting in line. Some of the queue murmured discontentedly at the sight of Li Musheng. Curse that fellow. Does he not know the queue? A guard, noticing the disheveled appearance of Li Musheng and suspecting him to be a refugee from a neighboring county, raised his whip, ready to strike. At that moment, some empathetic onlookers turned away, unwilling to witness the impending punishment, while a few mischief-makers eagerly anticipated the spectacle. However, instead of the expected crack of the whip, a scream pierced the air. The cry did not emanate from the dirty figure but from the guard himself, who found himself propelled against the stone wall by a swift punch from Li Musheng. The guard's body embedded itself into the wall. The surrounding guards stood frozen in shock, while the peasants in line erupted into chaos, startled by the sudden turn of events. The Northern Gate officer, previously resting with his eyes closed, sprang to his feet, bowing slightly to Li Musheng. Martial artist, it appears you have taught my guards a lesson, he stated with a mix of deference and authority. However, the martial artist's passage lies just beside this gate. He gestured towards an adjacent entrance. I hope you will utilize that route in the future, or I shall find it difficult to account for this incident to the authorities. Open your eyes and mind your own business. I shall choose which gate to enter, Li Musheng retorted, tossing his badge towards the Northern Gate officer. The officer, startled, caught it and peered at the engraved words Qinghe Constable. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and flipped the badge over to find the words Jingzhou Supervisor inscribed there. I am but a fool, blind to the truth. I beseech you to forgive me, he implored, his earlier composure dissolving as he fell to his knees. Witnessing their superior's sudden submission, the surrounding guards also dropped to their knees, save for the one embedded in the wall, who simply could not. Despite the Northern Gate officer's nominal authority, he held no weight in the presence of formal officials above the rank of constable. Any wrongdoing against those of the 9th rank could lead to imprisonment. Though many constables served in Qinghe, their realm was distinct from that of gate officials. Only individuals like Li Musheng, who sought to make a grand entrance, would dare confront the gate officials. You previously served at the Eastern Gate? Li Musheng inquired, placing his foot upon the shoulder of the Northern Gate officer. Yes, I was just promoted to the Northern Gate, the officer stammered. Since you're already kneeling, consider the 10 copper coins I previously gave you as settled, Li Musheng concluded, applying pressure with his foot as he rose and strode into the city, reclaiming his badge. The Northern Gate officer, feeling the weight of Li Musheng's foot, winced in agony, recalling the recent bribe he had accepted. Could it be him? Panic washed over him, and he collapsed once more to the ground. Chapter 35, Mastering the Stone-Splitting Blade Technique, Part 1. In the bustling city of Qinghe, the demon-catching hall stood grandly, with 8 pillars marking its spacious interior. The hall was alive with activity, filled with a constant stream of patrons. Old you, what do you think about that newly appointed constable following Jin Buhuan to slay the ghost-faced spider? The listlessly, a clerk, inquired of his equally idle colleague. I fear he might have become a meal for the worms by now. The other clerk, surnamed you, replied nonchalantly. What? Are you still hoping your kin will return alive and lead you to fortune? You teased. How could that be? If he fell into Jin Buhuan's hands, escape would be impossible. After all, he is a 7th-tier martial artist. Li shook his head in response. As they spoke, they remained oblivious to the tattered figure of Li Musheng approaching. Where do I claim the merits for slaying the 7th-tier demon? Li Musheng asked. The clerks looked up in shock, mouths agape, as they recognized the living Li Musheng. He is not dead. Li's heart swelled with disbelief. This was a sign of divine favor. Li Constable, you're back, Li exclaimed with a smile. This mission was exceptionally perilous, Li Musheng sighed. Continuing, old Jean, old Zhang, old San, and Xueling Long. They all perished. Upon hearing this, Li's mouth dropped open in astonishment. It was hard to fathom the loss of so many martial artists, including a 7th-tier master. Where's the window for claiming 7th-tier merits? Li Musheng pressed on. Oh. It's at window 7, Li replied without hesitation. Window 7? Did they end up slaying the ghost-faced spider after all? If so, wouldn't he alone claim 70 points of merit? Li's mind raced. Then he turned to see Li Musheng already striding towards window 7. Perhaps he will prove to be a valuable ally, Li thought to himself. You, watching Li Musheng depart, remained silent, likely pondering the same. At window 7, Elwaner was preening in front of a copper mirror, occasionally adjusting her hair and touching up her makeup, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. The women who worked at the demon-catching hall's windows were typically well-connected, especially at the relatively relaxed Windows 7, given the rarity of completing 7th-tier tasks. Elwaner was the legitimate daughter of a minor noble family in Qinghe. Her father was one of the 12 inspectors, a figure of authority who could secure her a more leisurely position. In truth, L's father hoped to find a worthy son-in-law among the formidable martial artists or promising newcomers that frequented Windows 7. Merit exchange, called a voice with a slight resonance from Windows 6. Though Elwaner came from a privileged background, she was well-mannered and did not carry an air of superiority. Recognizing it was time to work, she promptly stowed her mirror and turned her gaze to the window. Well, she mused as she spotted Li Musheng. Despite his ragged appearance, his deep, dark eyes seemed to hold the chill of autumn waters, sparkling with a certain brilliance. His sword-like brows, though imposing, softened with the gentle curve at the corners of his eyes, lending him a warm demeanor. Elwaner, though accustomed to seeing many striking young men, found this handsome youth possessed a unique charm. Gathering her focus, she inquired professionally, "Martial artist, please present your task and merit certificates." Li Musheng placed his burlap sack and task certificate at the window. Elwaner first examined the task certificate. Ghost-faced spider elimination task? She pondered, sensing it was a particularly challenging mission. As if to confirm her suspicions, she continued reading. Indeed, the contents of the sack contained. Elwaner validated her thoughts, glancing at the sack and then at the striking youth before her, feeling incredulous. Nonetheless, she retrieved a pair of leather gloves from her drawer, donned them, and began to unfasten the sack, braving the foul odor. From within, she extracted a pair of demon eyes and a massive mandible. Drawing upon her experience, she began her examination. Around her, a crowd of bounty hunters began to gather around Li Musheng. After all, Windows 7 was a rare venue for merit exchange, and the tier of the demon assured that only well-known bounty hunters frequented this place. Naturally, the youthful, unfamiliar face of Li Musheng drew attention. "Brother, you're not here just to seek fame, are you? Bringing along some trinkets for show?" A dismissive bounty hunter clad in blue robes scoffed. At Windows 7, some would present items not belonging to the 7th-tier demon category for attention. Clearly, the surrounding bounty hunters viewed the young and unfamiliar Li Musheng with skepticism, though they refrained from voicing their contempt as the blue-robed hunter had confirmed. "It is a 7th-tier initial ghost-faced spider. Task completed. Young sir, you have earned 70 points of merit, which will be credited to your bounty hunter account." Elwaner smiled at Li Musheng. "Ah, impressive." Gasps of surprise erupted among the bounty hunters upon receiving the accurate news. "Young sir, I failed to recognize your stature." The previously mocking blue-robed bounty hunter slapped himself in regret before hastily retreating. "My team consists solely of myself now, all others perished. What should I do?" Li Musheng continued, disregarding the shifting attitudes around him. "Let us see. Ah, young sir, your previous team was registered as the A-Class 33rd team. The merit balance within the team is 23 points. It seemed the Team S ranking was quite respectable. Surely any team with a 7th-tier martial artist could attain A-Class status. And with a balance in the account, could he?" Li Musheng contemplated. "Since you are registered as a mid-level 9th-tier martial artist, if you wish to retain your A-Class status, you must participate in the bounty assessment 6 months from now. Upon passing, you will maintain your A-Class standing." "So, I can keep my A-Class status for the next 6 months?" Li Musheng asked. "Indeed," Elwaner confirmed. Chapter 36, Mastering the Split Stone Blade Technique, Part 2. Within the Demon Hunting Hall of Qinghe County, at the 7th Exchange window, a curious Li Musheng inquired about the purpose of the sequence. "Young sir, your ignorance is quite amusing," teased Elwaner playfully. Embarrassed, Li Musheng rubbed his head and chuckled softly. "It's not entirely my fault. Jinbu Huan and the others merely regarded me as a mere pawn rather than a teammate. Consequently, many intricacies were left unspoken. What can I do? After all, I am but a novice in this field," he thought to himself. "Well then, as a responsible and diligent individual, allow me to explain," Elwaner said, clearing her throat before addressing Li Musheng. "I am all ears," he responded, bowing slightly. The Demon Hunting Hall categorizes bounty hunter teams into 3 ranks, A, B, and C, corresponding to the leadership levels of the teams, which are roughly classified as 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. As for those above 6th grade, they are not included in the Demon Hunting Hall S sequence. Each sequence requires a martial artist of the corresponding rank to lead the team, thus determining the sequence classification. The advantage of being in a sequence is, of course, the merit points. Every 6 months, the A, B, and C sequences automatically receive 3, 2, and 1 merit points respectively, along with unconditional privileges such as unrestricted access to city gates, no restrictions on attire, and exemption from taxes. Teams of grade A can even accept or verify tasks in other counties within the jurisdiction. Such advantageous benefits. Jinbu Huan's old fox has indeed given me a good deal." Li Musheng mused inwardly. Regarding the ranking, Elwaner continued, "If a bounty hunter team loses its corresponding leader, the absence of a strong individual of the requisite rank means that after 6 months, either someone from the team must advance to the corresponding rank, or a martial artist of that rank must be recruited. Otherwise, the entire team must participate in a contest against the Demon Hunting Hall's martial examiners. If they defeat the examiners, they may retain their rank. A strategy of sheer numbers is permissible, but remember, a team can comprise a maximum of 5 members, she added, observing Li Musheng's silence. Suspecting he was contemplating a strategy of numbers. I shall maintain this team sequence and register for the sequence evaluation in 6 months, Li Musheng declared. Very well. I shall make the registration, Elwana replied, completing the process shortly thereafter. Now, may I utilize the remaining merit points from the team and the points earned from the recent encounter with the ghost-faced spider? Li Musheng inquired as Elwana finished her tasks. You are currently the sole survivor of the team, having automatically been promoted to leader. Consequently, you possess the right to allocate all merit points, Elwana smiled. You now have 93 merit points at your disposal. What would you like to exchange for? Elwana leaned against the counter, her chin resting on her hand, looking particularly endearing. Meanwhile, she had already instructed the aides to archive the certificate submitted by Li Musheng, ensuring the counter was tidy. I wish to exchange for the split stone blade technique, Li Musheng stated. Let me see. Elwana casually retrieved the Demon Hunting Hall merit exchange book and began to search. Ah, here it is. The split stone blade technique was a martial art bestowed by the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division last year, she said, slightly surprised. It seems that items distributed by the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division are indeed of high quality. According to the text, the split stone blade technique is ferocious and domineering. With each strike infused with immense power capable of cleaving through boulders, practitioners must perfectly merge their formidable strength and internal energy, channeling it through the blade to deliver powerful slashing force. In combat, it can decisively breach an opponent's defenses, delivering a fatal blow. Young sir, if you wield a blade as your weapon, this technique is most fitting for you. How many merit points do you wish to use? Elwana inquired. Noting that Li Musheng had only heard whispers of this technique previously, from the discussions in the official department, he had gleaned some information. He was astonished to find the rumors were indeed true. It was genuinely an item from the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. In a small place like Qinghe County, anything associated with the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division was considered top tier. Let me see. Ah, no wonder there aren't many exchanges. It requires 90 merit points. Elwana said with a smile. Nearby bounty hunters gasped in shock, recognizing the exorbitant cost. 90 merit points would take teams of ranks B and C an eternity to accumulate. Even teams of rank A could barely scrape together 90 points. Such merit points were earned through fierce battles by an entire team of 5, and not everyone would willingly invest such vast resources into a single individual. This technique is unlike weapons or equipment, which can be borrowed and used. Mastering a technique takes considerable time, depending on one's talent and effort, and does not guarantee proficiency, let alone mastery. Furthermore, it cannot be shared. Rewards obtained from the Demon Hunting Hall must be sworn to secrecy and registered. Should anyone be found practicing a technique not registered with the Hall, they would be subject to investigation by the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. If confirmed that information has leaked, it would lead to a relentless pursuit by the entire Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, even the Great Liang dynasty, to the death. Sharing techniques is seen as undermining the foundation of martial arts in the Great Liang. Historical precedent shows that such negligence could lead to the fall of dynasties. Thus, the Great Liang would never allow such a thing to happen. I shall acquire the split stone blade technique, Li Musheng said calmly. After all, merit points are meant for expenditure. The techniques that others find difficult to learn, I can simply obtain by vanquishing demons. With sufficient determination, one can swiftly reach mastery. This would significantly enhance one's prowess, perhaps even allowing one to emulate the protagonists from novels, engaging in thrilling battles across realms. No, I must resist. I do not desire to engage in cross-realm combat. I wish to eliminate my enemies at a higher level. I want to kick the elderly care center at Nanshan and punch the kindergarten at Beihai, specifically targeting the weak, Li Musheng chided himself. Realizing he was on the verge of losing his composure and nurturing egotistical thoughts, with Li Musheng's precise request, Elwana began arranging for the retrieval of the split stone blade techniques manual and recorded the deduction of 90 merit points from his account. Shortly thereafter, the long-awaited split stone blade technique finally arrived in Li Musheng's hands. The inscription detailing the martial art appeared before his eyes, bringing him immense satisfaction. Chapter 37, The Return of Tianyi in the city of Qinghe. Within the Demon Capture Hall, Lu Wanner inquired of Li Musheng, who had just gone through the complete technique of the cracking stone blade. Young hero, how do you intend to utilize your remaining merit points? Best to save them. Li Musheng mused, contemplating the 3 merit points left in his account, realizing that no matter how he spent them, they would hardly yield significant rewards. With that thought, he prepared to take his leave. Wait, don't go. Young hero, would you like to see the recent new items available for exchange? Lu Wanner exclaimed, noticing his intention to depart. After all, as a mid-tier 9th grade, and so youthful, he was a member of the elite A-class team, though only one. He was indeed a promising talent. There's no need, Li Musheng replied, not inclined to stay, having spent several nights busy outside and now wishing for rest. Hold on. I also know some exclusive information regarding the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, Lu Wanner urged in a hushed tone. Li Musheng glanced at Lu Wanner, who appeared quite charming, a veritable beauty. Hiki, seeing you so intrigued, it seems you are indeed a diligent young man, Lu Wanner thought to herself, pleased by his interest. Oh dear, it's almost noon. I must change shifts and go have lunch. Lu Wanner glanced at the water clock and declared, how about you treat me to a meal, and I'll share the news, she said, leaning in with a conspiratorial air. Women can be troublesome, Li Musheng thought, recalling his recent experience with a melodramatic scenario, and remained on high alert. Not interested, farewell, he replied succinctly, turning on his heel and hastily exiting the demon capture hall. Ah, how could this be? Lu Wanner watched as he strode away, her thoughts in disarray. How is it possible that he shows no interest in anything? I truly find that hard to believe. Li Musheng, well, I shall remember you, she thought, her cheeks puffed in irritation. In the mud bottle alley of Qinghe County, just as Li Musheng was about to step into his home, Xiuxian from next door approached him. Brotherly. This is the document sent by the Yamen a few days ago. They said to hand it to you as soon as you returned, Xiuxian said, holding out what appeared to be an official document from the Yamen. Samei, you've lost quite a bit of weight. Thank you. Li Musheng replied with a smile as he took the document. Xiuxian blushed at his compliment and hurried off. However, as she ran, a gust of wind followed her, leaving Li Musheng feeling slightly parched. With a bemused expression, Li Musheng entered his home and began to read. 2 days hence, County Officer Tian shall return to the county. All officials of 8th grade and above in the city are to gather at the county office at the appointed time and report on their duties. Officials of 8th grade and below are to take note of this. Li Musheng calculated the days. It was indeed today. Time is tight, he thought, commencing to infuse the cracking stone blade technique with demon essence. As the essence flowed into the technique, the characters gradually transformed into a lustrous gold. The essence and profound meanings of the cracking stone blade danced vividly in his mind. In an instant, with a resounding boom, Li Musheng felt a mysterious connection with the cold moon frost blade strapped to his back. No, it was not just this blade. He sensed that any knife in his hand could wield limitless transformations and become an unstoppable force. A surge of fervor ignited within him. He drew the cold moon frost blade and began to wield it grandly in his courtyard. The sound of slicing air echoed as Li Musheng truly felt the synergy between his strength and the blade. Each strike felt as though it could cleave even the formidable Jin Bujin in twain without granting him a moment's chance to react. Beyond the swiftness and ferocity of his strikes, there seemed to be an element of mental pressure involved. For those of lesser caliber, their spirits were thrown into disarray, rendering them sluggish. Cracking stone blade, great accomplishment, appeared before his eyes, and an overwhelming sense of pride welled within him. He now felt that not only was he invincible within the 7th grade, but even upon advancing to the 6th grade, he could easily overcome any opponent in the early stages with this technique. Should I eliminate Tian and Jiang Tianyang tonight? Li Musheng, sensing the power of his technique, felt a swell of arrogance. No, that would bring trouble. If I kill the young, the old will come looking. If I provoke Tian Yuan, I am not yet able to withstand him, he thought, contemplating his situation before assessing his status panel. 3 layers of the Heavenly Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, great accomplishment. Turtle Breath Technique, minor accomplishment. Illusory Shadow Step, great accomplishment. Cracking Stone Blade, great accomplishment. Blood Soul Value, 8 Demon Soul Value. 455 before entering the city, Li Musheng had visited several demon spots, collecting numerous demon souls and even eliminating a bounty hunter who held a grudge against him. Of course, he had consumed a significant portion of his demon soul value while upgrading the cracking stone blade, leaving him with only 455 now. Having taken the lives of many, Li Musheng found his savings to be quite substantial. He had over 400 taels of silver. As for copper coins, he did not bother to count them. They were inconsequential. Naturally, he hid the silver in 2 separate locations after his ill-gotten gains. The weapons and equipment acquired from his exploits were now considered contraband and were likewise concealed. He thought he might not part with them, as he currently had little need for silver. Furthermore, while merit points could be exchanged for silver, silver could not be exchanged for merit points. Even in private dealings with bounty hunters, one might only trade 100 taels of silver for 5 merit points. It was not a favorable exchange. So he found little necessity for silver at the moment. His need for merit points was also minimal. He had already secured the benefits he sought. However, the martial arts techniques he desired most remained unattainable. He would need to enter the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division for that. After resting, I must continue my journey outside the city to collect demon souls and blood souls. When the time comes, even if Tian Yuan truly arrives, I shall present him with a grand surprise, ensuring he has no return, Li Musheng resolved. Tian and Jiang Tianyang. Your good days are finally coming to an end, he silently vowed. Wait, what if Jiang Tianyang enters the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division? Li Musheng pondered an unsettling possibility. Then I shall deal with him later. Or perhaps once I acquire a higher-level martial arts Heart Sutra, I will fully master it and then confront them. At that time, even the Emperor himself cannot stop me, Li Musheng declared boldly to himself. Chapter 38, The Return of Tian Part 2, in the afternoon. Within the hall of the rear courtyard of the Qinghe County office, Tian sat upright in the foremost position. His dark official robe bore sleeves that revealed calluses, a testament to years of labor. His piercing eyes, partially obscured by the shadow of his hat, held a wisdom that belied his stern countenance. With fine lines etched at the corners like the marks of a sculptor's tool, the lines on either side of his hawkish nose deepened with each gesture, and the glint of copper from the pommel of his intricately designed sword hinted at the years of wear it had endured. His gaze swept over the officials before him, the patrol inspectors, the county clerk, and the scholars, all of whom felt the weight of his scrutiny. Under his piercing glance, even the most resolute among them could not help but break into a light sweat. Tian Yi's strength had risen to the late 7th rank, but more significantly, seated beside him was an envoy from the Jingzhou prefecture, who had just announced Tian Yi's latest appointment as the county magistrate of Qinghe, until a county lieutenant was appointed. He would also serve in that capacity, signifying that his power in Qinghe had reached its zenith. After the routine reports concluded, Tian Yi waved his hand dismissively, signaling the officials to depart. Lord Sheng, why not stay a few more days until the others have left? He smiled at the middle-aged man beside him. No. The governor has assigned me many tasks. I must travel to other counties to announce the relevant appointments, the man replied, waving his hand. Since Lord Sheng has pressing matters, I shan't detain you further. Many of Qinghe's specialties have already been sent to your carriage. Additionally, I have arranged for a patrol inspector to escort you to the next county, Tian Yi said with a smile. Old Tian, you know our relationship well. The middle-aged man feigned annoyance, though inwardly he felt quite pleased. Tian Yi, despite his rapid ascent, understood the intricacies of decorum, a fact that did not escape the middle-aged man's thoughts. You flatter me, sir, for you represent the governor himself. We cannot afford any missteps. Tian Yi replied with a smile. You. The middle-aged man pointed at Tian Yi, chuckling. A moment later, after bidding farewell to the envoy from the prefecture, Tian Yi retracted his smile and made his way directly to the study in the rear courtyard. There, Jiang Tianyong and Li Donglai had been waiting for quite some time. Let us discuss recent developments, Tian Yi inquired. Jiang Tianyong and his companions understood that he was not referring to the mundane affairs of the office, but rather to the situation concerning Li Musheng. During your absence, I arranged for Constables Sun, Wang, and Ming to investigate. Li Donglai spoke first. However, these three have since gone missing. Subsequently, Li Musheng was promoted to the 9th rank and prepared for the patrol exam. I arranged for a late 8th rank expert, Jin Yushou, to participate as well, but curiously, he too vanished the day before the exam. What are your thoughts on this matter? Tian Yi asked, looking at his son, Jiang Tianyong. Li Musheng previously had no notable martial achievements. Father, having interacted with him often, I can surmise that his strength was at most mid-9th rank, if not less. It is likely he made a breakthrough during the demon extermination mission led by Constable Sun, Jiang Tianyong asserted. Thus, we suspect that some external force may have intervened. Likely the Li family from the capital. We dispatched personnel to inquire in the capital, but our lowly status rendered our inquiries fruitless. Such crucial information would be elusive, even for a family of their stature, Li Donglai added. Tian Yi frowned. The Li family is a second-tier family in the capital. This is troubling, he remarked, then sighed and relaxed his brow. I shall seek out that old scoundrel Tian Yuan to plead for Mushen's life. After all these years, I have grown weary and less ruthless, and I owe a debt to Li Qingye. And the outcome? Jiang Tianyong inquired. The old scoundrel refused, admonishing me for being soft-hearted. He insisted that one must eradicate the roots of evil. Tian Yi recalled, a shadow of regret crossing his face as he remembered the past. Father, what shall be our next step? Jiang Tianyong pressed, unwilling to concede. Let us set this matter aside for now. My reason for hastening back is twofold. First, the appointment has been made, and second, a significant figure from the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division may arrive tomorrow, Tian Yi said, eyeing Jiang Tianyong with a mixture of pride and concern. In Tian Yi's eyes, his life had been marred by dirt and despair, with fate slipping from his grasp. His greatest hope was for Jiang Tianyong to break free from the chains of his influence and carve out a path of his own. Thankfully, he believed his son was worthy of pride. From a young age, he had shown understanding, obedience, and remarkable intelligence, along with a natural talent for martial arts. At just 15, he had already attained mid-8th rank, a remarkable achievement in Qinghe County and even the entire Fufeng Prefecture. Tian Yi understood that few could rival his son's excellence. Perhaps only a handful. Moreover, his son's capabilities had drawn the attention of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. Tomorrow, a notable figure from that division would come to assess his son. If Jiang Tianyong succeeded in the evaluation and gained entry into the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, he would finally escape Tian Yi's shadow. The Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division was a formidable entity in the Liang dynasty, with a history that predated the establishment of the dynasty itself. The rise of the Liang state was intricately tied to the support of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. It was said that the leader of the division at that time was of the pinnacle 1st rank, and under his guidance, the Zhao family rose to prominence, ultimately carving out a place for themselves amidst chaos and becoming the Liang dynasty. That leader became the first national master, a title bestowed alongside the highest ranks of the chancellor and the grand general. Although the national master did not wield authority over the bureaucratic or military realms as those officials did, he was solely responsible for the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, which directly reported to the ruling family and oversaw all martial practitioners in the realm. In essence, all families and sects were required to register with the court, and their information would ultimately reach the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. The division's influence extended beyond merely suppressing demons. It also regulated martial practitioners across the land, wielding power that far surpassed both civil and military authorities. Any individual emerging from its ranks, even the most junior apprentice demon catchers, would not be someone that families like the Li or Tian could afford to provoke. The personnel of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division represented the National Master, the embodiment of martial prowess in the Liang dynasty. The National Master's influence over the ruling family surpassed that of civil or military officials, rendering the whispers of the nobility and so-called families of merit insignificant. Tianyang. Perform well and strive to catch the eye of the prominent figures from the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. Let us bring glory to the Jiang family and honor your grandmother's spirit, Tian Yi said with a tender expression towards Jiang Tianong. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Jiang Tianong replied, clasping his fist with determination. Chapter 39. The arrival of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office 3 days later, in the morning. At the eastern gate of Qinghe County. Logically, at this hour, the city gate should be bustling with people. However, there was not a soul in sight, save for a contingent of several dozen officials. Leading them was the current magistrate of Qinghe, Tian Yi, flanked by his son, Jiang Tianyang. Behind them stood a cadre of high-ranking officials from the county government, all of whom had been waiting for some time, as if anticipating the arrival of a significant figure. The previous day, a proclamation had been issued at the city gate, declaring that no one was allowed to enter or exit the eastern gate today, presumably to clear the way for the esteemed visitor. Father, will he be arriving today? Jiang Tianyang inquired quietly, casting his gaze towards the sun, which had long since reached its zenith. Time is of no concern. The esteemed figure from the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office would not communicate their intentions lightly. Tian Yi replied firmly, as if asserting the infallibility of the Blood Prison's actions. Before long, the sound of hurried hoofbeats echoed from behind. The sudden clatter caused Tian Yi to furrow his brow and turn to see who dared to disrupt the tense atmosphere. The other officials also turned their attention to the commotion, only to find that it was a minor clerk from the government office. Upon reaching the city gate, the clerk dismounted swiftly and knelt on the ground, breathlessly reporting, Magistrate, Lord Li has sent me to inform you that the esteemed guests from the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office have arrived in the rear courtyard of the county government. Please dismiss the others and allow only young Master Jiang Tianyang to accompany you to the hall in the back. Already arrived? The other officials exchanged astonished glances. This is quite unusual, Tian Yi mused inwardly, then instructed the clerks to fetch 2 horses, mounting alongside Jiang Tianyang as they sped towards the government office. In the hall of the rear courtyard of the Qinghe County government, a middle-aged man sat in a grand chair at the front, his fingers, marked by prominent knuckles, delicately pinching a porcelain cup as he leisurely stirred the tea leaves within. His sword-like brows slanted into his temples, and a faint scar, about an inch long, adorned the tip of his left brow, accentuating the cold depth of his dark brown eyes. Accompanying him were 2 young men in white attire, seated silently to his side. Li Donglai stood attentively beside the middle-aged man, maintaining the silence. This tea is quite exquisite, perhaps the finest I have had during my travels. The middle-aged man finally broke the silence. My lord, not only do you possess profound strength, but your tea appreciation skills are also unparalleled, Li Donglai replied with a smile. This is the frost bud from a century-old wild tea tree on the cliffs of Xiuxian, harvested just 3 days before the frost. The tea pickers, using spider silk to scale the cloud-capped cliffs, only plucked the tenderest tips, yielding this crystalline essence. During the traditional charcoal roasting, it was blended with cliff honey. From 100 pounds of spring buds, only 8 ounces were roasted, and the tea reveals the phoenix tail feather pattern when heated. Do observe the ice spud mist in the second infusion. It conceals the rhythm of Guangling sand within its silver threads, the middle-aged man elaborated. Ice spud mist, indeed, prepare me a few pounds of it later, he added. Don't lie. You were once a promising junior in my eyes. I had hoped you would partake in the trials of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office. Yet I did not foresee that you would ultimately decline, he remarked, shaking his head. I am grateful for your regard, my lord. But I am aware of my limitations and do not aspire to join the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office. Moreover, the Jiang family has treated me well, Li Donglai replied. Enough. The Jiang family? Those who cannot even preserve their own surname have the audacity to speak of noble lineage, the middle-aged man interrupted. Since I am here, rest assured I have acquiesced to your request. As long as that young man can pass the test brought by my companions, he will be admitted directly. Once this matter is settled, I shall strive for the position of Silverlock. Given your vigor, I fear it may be a final farewell, the middle-aged man continued. Lord you, Li Donglai exclaimed, excitement mingled with a hint of melancholy at the thought that he might never see this esteemed figure again. You still remember to call my surname. It is too late for you to join me now, you are growing old. Take care of yourself, Yu Jingshan replied nonchalantly. Yu Jingshan, a demon catcher of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office, had served for many years. During his time on an external mission, he encountered Li Donglai, leading to subsequent events. Now, Yu Jingshan's strength had grown exponentially. Upon completing this minor task, he would seclude himself to prepare for the competition for the position of Silverlock Demon Catcher. Should he succeed, he would ascend to a prominent position within the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office. Lord Yu, I apologize for the wait. Tian Yi and Jiang Tianyang arrived at the hall in the rear courtyard, his face plastered with obsequious smiles as he addressed Yu Jingshan, making a motion to kneel. Yu Jingshan flicked his finger, landing squarely on Tian Yi's knee, halting his descent. No need for that, Magistrate Tian. There is no need to make such a grand spectacle next time, he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Tianyang. And who is this son of yours, Jiang? This is my son, Jiang Tianyang, Tian Yi quickly replied. Young Master Tianyang, I presume. Jiang Tianyang offered a respectful bow, his movements poised. 4 or 5 strikes. If you have not been defeated by then, you will have passed, Yu Jingshan stated, casually gesturing toward the white-clad youth seated at the lower position. In the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office, all apprentice demon catchers are devoid of names, only referred to by their code names. Only upon surviving and becoming a Copperlock demon catcher can one claim a name. Furthermore, those who do not ascend from apprentice to Copperlock within 3 years will be relegated to various demon-catching halls, merely passing the time. Upon receiving Yu Jingshan's command, the young man in white stood up. Young hero, would you prefer to step outside for a more spacious arena for our duel? Tian Yi inquired. No need. When you are ready, inform me. You will surely be defeated within 3 moves. The young man retorted to Jiang Tianyang. Impossible, though I am at the mid-8th rank. I have diligently trained and accepted numerous demon-slaying tasks at the demon-catching hall in recent days. I am on the verge of breaking through to the late 8th rank. Even if he is a 7th rank warrior, I can certainly withstand 5 strikes. His arrogance, claiming he can defeat me in 3 moves, is laughably presumptuous. If all the individuals in the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office are of such arrogance, I must reconsider my decision to join, Jiang Tianyang thought to himself in a flash. He then assumed a fighting stance, channeling his energy, and in an instant, exuded the presence of a late 8th rank warrior. My son is a genius. Achieving a breakthrough on the spot, Tian Yi marveled proudly at the sight of Jiang Tianyang's sudden advancement. Feeling assured that his son's entry into the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office was now a certainty, the Jiang family would undoubtedly rise. Chapter 40. Citywide Selection. In the rear hall of the Qinghe County government, exclamations of disbelief echoed. How could this be possible? Jiang Tianyang knelt on the ground, his hands bracing against the floor. His pupils wide with terror as he trembled, utterly incapable of accepting his crushing defeat 2 mere moves. In just 2 moves, he had been thrown to the ground. His energy completely stifled. In that fleeting moment, he found himself unable to continue the fight. Even if he wished to rise again, he possessed no strength to do so. Had this occurred on the battlefield against demons, he would likely have already become a lifeless corpse. The sight of Jiang Tianyang now bore no resemblance to the proud scion of Qinghe. He appeared disheveled, his eyes filled with panic, fear, and resentment surging within him. I anticipated a misstep, yet it required not 3 moves, merely 2, remarked the coldly composed youth in white before returning to his seat. The atmosphere in Fufeng County remained ominously silent, as the local warriors sat like mere decorations. Another young man dressed in white casually added, as though commenting on a trivial matter, rather than mocking the Qinghe warriors, his tone was one of objective assessment. How could this be? Tian Yi, who had high hopes for his son Jiang Tianyang, witnessed the entire spectacle of his son being effortlessly struck down by the white-clad youth in just 2 moves. It was as if the youth had casually unleashed 2 palms, compelling Jiang Tianyang to kneel, blood spilling from his mouth. In that instant, Tian Yi seemed to age dramatically. A single strand of black hair on his head now tinged with gray. The fall of Jiang Tianyang felt to Tian Yi like the crushing defeat of the entire Jiang family, an irrevocable decline from which they could never recover. Forever shackled to the fate dictated by the Tian family. Dejected, Tian Yi slumped into his chair, his expression dimmed. Li Donglai, though aware of the might of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, was taken aback by the significant disparity in strength displayed by their young master. It was evident that the true power of the Blood Prison was beyond the perception of outsiders. With a heavy heart, Li Donglai helped Jiang Tianyang to his feet. Having watched him grow up and holding a deep affection for him, no less than Tian Yi. Donglai, you have witnessed the outcome, Yu Jingshan stated. Lifting a teacup to sip, Li Donglai observed the despondent duo of Jiang Tianyang and Tian Yi, gritting his teeth before clasping his hands in respect towards Yu Jingshan. Half kneeling as he implored, Sir Yu, could you possibly grant Jiang Tianyang another opportunity, or suggest an alternative? We are willing to spare no effort. Yu Jingshan remained silent. Seemingly ignoring the plea, his eyes closed as he softly tapped the table. The 2 other young men in white also remained mute. The hall was steeped in an unusual quiet, so much so that even the occasional sound of wind outside could be distinctly heard. Upon opening his eyes and taking another sip of tea, Yu Jingshan spoke softly, there exists another method, albeit one fraught with danger. Are you willing to proceed? The mere mention of an alternative method caused Jiang Tianyang, Tian Yi, and Li Donglai to tremble with renewed vigor. What is this method, Sir Yu? Tian Yi inquired eagerly, seizing what felt like a lifeline. I have come not only out of a sense of obligation to Donglai, but because our Demon Suppression Division has received intelligence. The Wolf Tribe has gathered numerous kin within Fufeng, preparing to stir trouble. Among them is the 8th rank Ironback White Wolf King and over 27th rank Golden Furred Wolf Kings. Their gathering point is not far from Qinghe County, at the Tenggu Ridge, where the terrain is complex and densely wooded, ideal for concealment. My initial plan was to lead 2 apprentice demon hunters to quell the disturbance, but we could also issue a proclamation, recruiting warriors to assist. Their accomplishments in slaying demons would serve as the basis for evaluation. If your son meets the basic requirements, I can petition for him to be registered as an apprentice demon hunter, despite the fact that only 1 slot is available. Thus, your son's demon-slaying achievements must be paramount. To ensure fairness, my 2 apprentice demon hunters will serve as evaluators, verifying accomplishments at the Tenggu Ridge. While we will not intervene there, the process must remain just. Xiuxian declared with resolute authority, all bounty hunters registered with the Demon Suppression Hall in Qinghe County are eligible to participate. You must not obstruct them in any way. Should you attempt to hinder the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division in its duties, the consequences will be dire. Of course. Tian Yi nodded vigorously in agreement. Later that night, in the study of the county government, Li Musheng lay atop the roof, pondering the conspiracies that were afoot. Tianyang, this endeavor must succeed. Tian Yi stated earnestly to Jiang Tianyang within the confines of the study. I will enlist the aid of 6 inspectors and 12 captains from the government to help you secure your achievements. They are my trusted confidants, he assured. Master, I have also procured the assistance of 2 teams of demon hunters from the Demon Suppression Hall to aid the young master in his conquest of merit. Each of these teams includes a 7th rank warrior, Li Donglai chimed in. For Tianyang's sake, Donglai, your efforts are commendable, Tian Yi praised. Patting Li Donglai on the SH Chapter 41, Tian Yi's Visit, Part 1. On this tranquil night, the gentle moonlight cast a soft glow over the slumbering surroundings. In the study of the rear courtyard of the Qinghe County office, Tian Yi furrowed his brow, turning to gaze at Jiang Tianyang, who was reporting to him. What? Li Musheng is also participating in this city selection? Indeed, our informants within the monster-catching hall have accurately conveyed the situation, Jiang Tianyang replied. What are your thoughts on this matter? Tian Yi inquired. From what I have observed, this is a fortuitous development. Jiang Tianyang raised an eyebrow and remarked. Pray elaborate. Tian Yi urged further. We have refrained from taking action thus far due to concerns regarding the involvement of the Li family from the capital. Although the Tian family is unafraid, my Jiang family would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage amidst the competition of these 2 formidable forces. Our prior cautious probing has only led us to exercise greater restraint. However, this time is different. The citywide selection is being orchestrated by the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. We can manipulate events at Tenggu Ridge to create the impression that Li Musheng has perished there due to his own inadequacies, thereby dissociating ourselves from the incident. Even if they attempt to connect us, they would have to confront the Blood Prison Division first. If the Li family were to vent their ire upon us, it would signify their dissatisfaction with the fairness of the selection at Tenggu Ridge, which would be an affront to the Blood Prison Division. They would not remain indifferent to such a slight. In the face of such a colossal entity as the Blood Prison Division, the Li family is but a mere shadow. They would not dare to act against us. Jiang Tianyang spoke with excitement, brimming with confidence. Indeed, my son speaks wisely. Tian Yi regarded Jiang Tianyang with admiration and pride. My son is truly a prodigy, gifted in both literature and martial arts. The Jiang family shall surely thrive. Father, for the sake of the Jiang family, you must not be too lenient. Jiang Tianyang stepped forward, lowering his voice earnestly. Rest assured, I possess the discernment necessary for the Tian family, Tian Yi concurred. Tonight, I shall visit Li Musheng to test the waters, and when the moment is right, I will place the tracking insect upon him. Father, where did you procure the tracking insect? It is said to be exceedingly rare, even in the capital. Jiang Tianyang exclaimed in surprise. Oh, the tracking insect can be discreetly positioned on a person without their notice. Those below the 8th rank, or even those at the initial stage of the 7th rank, would find it difficult to detect. Tonight, I shall seize the opportunity to affix the tracking insect to Li Musheng. Once he enters the vicinity of 20 miles, the insect will reveal his location. At that point, you shall dispatch someone with the sensing insect to pursue him, while you lead others to slay the wolf demon and accumulate merit, Tian Yi articulated. Father, with this pair of tracking and sensing insects, Li Musheng will be as good as captured. Jiang Tianyang exclaimed with exhilaration, envisioning the scene of Li Musheng being ambushed and meeting his demise. This pair of tracking insects was acquired at great cost from the martial artist black market in the capital. Furthermore, they can survive only 5 days once activated. Tian Yi lamented as he produced a small insect container from his sleeve. Do not worry, father. For the rise of the Jiang family, I shall ensure the success of our plans, Jiang Tianyang declared, fist clasped resolutely. Jiang Tianyang had wholly embraced his father's aspirations, vowing to elevate the Jiang family to new heights. By the way, have the spies in the office and courtyard been dealt with? Tian Yi suddenly inquired. Do not worry, father. Uncle Li and I have conducted 2 thorough sweeps. All spies affiliated with other factions have been eliminated. Only those from the Tian family remain within our estate. While we have not removed them, we have isolated them from our core matters, Jiang Tianyang assured. Moreover, Any information reported to you will be monitored by Uncle Li and his trusted aides surrounding the study. Jiang Tianong indicated towards the area outside the study to put Tian-Yi at ease. At that moment, outside the study, Li Donglai was leading several trusted subordinates to encircle the study completely. As one of the subordinates, an 8th-rank martial artist, remarked, "Not even a bird or a fly could enter the study. Then how did I manage to get up here?" mused Li Musheng, who was quietly seated atop the study in the office courtyard. The security measures in this office proved to be rather ineffective, he thought with a sigh. Li Musheng had mastered the techniques of the turtle breathing technique and the shadow mirage step to perfection. Not only could Li Donglai not detect him, but even a 6th-rank expert would struggle to perceive him under Li Musheng's concealed aura. It was unlikely that Li Donglai would send anyone to the roof of the study. Regardless of whether they could effectively guard against intrusion, the conversation between Tian-Yi and Jiang Tianong would likely become common knowledge within the office circles. Even if Li Donglai managed to send someone to the rooftop, Li Musheng's ability to sense energy fluctuations allowed him to overhear the essence of their discussion from a distance. Those two scheming fools, Tian-Yi and Jiang Tianyang, are perpetually plotting against me, Li Musheng, he thought bitterly. They have forced me to eavesdrop on their plans every night, depriving me of my sleep. They wish to eliminate me at Tengu Ridge and have summoned so many to hunt me down. Very well, I shall seize this opportunity to resolve all matters at once. My blood spirit is running low. Upon entering Tengu Ridge, I shall refrain from slaying demons for now and instead focus on eliminating their underlings. I will wipe them all out, seize the merits they have accumulated, and ultimately deal with you, Jiang Tianong. After that, I shall sever your head and deliver it to your father, driving him to madness before I dispatch him as well, Li Musheng contemplated with a fierce determination. I do not seek conflict, but if you persist in troubling me, I shall annihilate your entire family. The Jiang family's rise? I shall ensure that your entire clan is utterly destroyed. Without further ado, I shall investigate Li Musheng's true capabilities and ascertain his strength, Tian-Yi declared. By the way, arrange for someone to retrieve the Xian water dragon scale armor. I will deliver it to Li Musheng, he instructed. Father, that is an exceptional treasure. Its 36 scales were harvested from the body of a giant python deep within the Daliang Mountains, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities, Jiang Tianyong expressed in astonishment. Recognizing the rarity of such armor within the Jiang family, one must be willing to take risks to achieve great rewards. I haven't visited in a while, so it is only fitting that I present him with a valuable gift. This will also allow me to surreptitiously place the tracking insect upon him. Do not worry. He is of low strength. When the time comes for his ambush, ensure the Xian water dragon scale armor is preserved intact. It will still serve its purpose. Tian-Yi reassured, aware that his son was also a practical individual. Chapter 42. Tian-Yi's Visit, Part 2. In the dead of night, outside Li Musheng's residence. A series of urgent knocks echoed through the stillness. Who could it be at this late hour? Perhaps they could return tomorrow. Moments later, a voice filled with sleepiness and discontent rang out from within the courtyard. It's me. Upon hearing those words, Li Musheng instantly recognized that Tian-Yi had arrived. Earlier in the evening, upon learning of Tian-Yi's intention to investigate, Li Musheng had hastened home, quickly donned his attire, and awaited Tian-Yi's appearance with bated breath. Uncle, you've returned, he exclaimed, his tone laced with excitement. How did your journey to the capital fare? Seeing Tian-Yi standing at the entrance, Li Musheng guided him inside to the main hall. The mission was successful, Tian-Yi replied with a smile. Congratulations, uncle, on your advancement. My support in Qinghe has grown significantly, Li Musheng beamed. Tian-Yi merely smiled in response, remaining silent. You wouldn't believe it, but during your absence, I was dragged by that constable's son Xi into a demon hunting team. I encountered numerous formidable creatures and nearly didn't make it back. Thankfully, I possess exceptional talent and directly ascended to the 9th rank. Otherwise, you might not be seeing me now, Li Musheng lamented while preparing tea for Tian-Yi. Bah! That son Xi is utterly reckless, Tian-Yi retorted sharply. Since my return, I have been searching for him, but the officials say he has been missing for several days. He must have learned of your relation to me and gone into hiding. When he resurfaces, I shall have my reckoning, Tian-Yi declared with a fierce intensity. Musheng, given the circumstances, you should have stayed home and awaited my return. Why did you join that constable evaluation? I also heard you took on tasks at the demon capture hall, Tian-Yi expressed with genuine concern. Uncle, over the years, you have continuously sheltered me. After my breakthrough in the demon hunting team, I felt a revelation. I can no longer be a burden to you. You have cared for me for a decade, and it is time for me to grow. I cannot live under your protection forever. I must carve out my own sky and world. Did you not tell me my father was a hero? As his son and your nephew, I cannot be a coward. Though I fear demons and battles, I have compelled myself to participate in the constable evaluations and undertake demon-slaying missions. I am determined to grow stronger. Fortunately, perhaps due to my father's spirit watching over me, I have emerged unscathed from these encounters. I am now a 9th-rank constable and also a bounty hunter, Li Musheng declared proudly, thumping his chest. Tian-Yi's eyes glimmered with admiration and relief, but the expression soon vanished. For the sake of Tianyang and the Jiang family, Li Musheng must perish. Tian-Yi resolved inwardly. Very well, he feigned praise. Additionally, I have enrolled in the citywide selection for the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. I know that with my current mid-9th rank strength, entering the division is but a pipe dream, yet I still wish to try. I hope for your support of my determination. Li Musheng continued. Musheng, I am aware that this selection is perilous, with potential for loss of life. I am concerned. Tian mused with a furrowed brow. Uncle, I will be fine. Do not worry. Li Musheng interrupted firmly. After a moment of silence, seeing Li Musheng's resolute stance, Tian shook his head and remarked. Musheng has truly grown up. Brother, your spirit can find solace now. He gazed up at the night sky outside the hall, filled with emotion. Then turned to Li Musheng and continued, Musheng, I understand this is your path, and I can no longer dissuade you. With that, Tian placed a large leather box on the table and opened it before Li Musheng. Inside lay a fitted soft armor. This is the Xian Shui dragon scale armor. Custom made for you during my trip to the capital. It is crafted from 36 pieces of great python scales, remarkably soft yet astonishingly protective. Capable of withstanding the full force of attacks from mid to late 9th rank warriors, Tian explained. Now try it on. Without hesitation, Tian began to help Li Musheng don the armor. Li Musheng secretly scoffed at the thought of the tracking insect that would soon burrow into his attire but displayed an eager compliance. It fits well, Tian remarked, satisfied as he sensed the tracking insect had nestled within Li Musheng's clothing. Thank you for this treasure, uncle, Li Musheng expressed with gratitude, though inwardly he mused. What a trivial gift. Even a county magistrate has only this to offer. It merely withstands late 9th rank attacks. I am at the late 7th rank and can even reach the 6th rank. Surely, something capable of withstanding 6th or 7th rank damage would be more suitable. He silently criticized while outwardly expressing his appreciation. Musheng, the selection at Tengu Ridge will feature formidable demons, including numerous 7th rank ironback golden-haired wolf kings. Furthermore, many martial artists, bounty hunters, and scions of noble families will participate, leading to fierce competition. Thus, your priority is to safeguard yourself. I do not concern myself with your results. I genuinely hope you return safely, Tian advised earnestly. Uncle, I will return alive. I will not let you or father down. I will become a formidable warrior. Just like fathering you, Li Musheng exclaimed with fervor. I believe in you, Tian replied, his eyes brimming with hope. Humph. Tracking insect. After Tian departed, Li Musheng casually seated himself in the hall, reaching out to pinch a lively little insect. He then retrieved a small, pre-prepared box with fine holes from his waist and tossed the tracking insect inside. Jiang Tianong, Tengu Ridge awaits, Li Musheng thought to himself. Chapter 43. The selection commences. Tiango Ridge, with its intricate terrain, is characterized by 3 towering peaks that stand in close proximity, creating a formidable landscape. The area is densely forested, and the mountains are cloaked in a perpetual mist, shrouding them in a deep emerald hue, revealing their majesty intermittently. It is said that the ridge is home to a plethora of malevolent creatures. In ancient times, locals ventured into the mountains for hunting and encountered numerous strange beings, mistaking them for wild dogs. Thus, the area gradually came to be known as Tiango Ridge. It was only with the arrival of demon hunters that it was confirmed these were, in fact, wolf demons, not mere wild dogs. The region is reputed to be steeped in demonic energy, primarily giving rise to wolf demons, ranging from the inferior ironback wolf demons to the formidable ironback golden-haired wolf king of the 7th rank. Notably, it has birthed the legendary 6th rank ironback wolf emperor, which was documented by the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division in the Compendium of Demons. Following the first cleansing by the Blood Prison, the 6th rank ironback wolf emperor became a mere legend, never to reappear. Nonetheless, the demonic aura of Tiango Ridge remains, sporadically giving rise to wolf demons, prompting the Blood Prison to designate this locale as a site for regular purging of such creatures. In principle, this area serves as a training ground for assessments and evaluations conducted by the Blood Prison, providing an opportunity for novice demon hunters to accumulate points. Xiuxian has come here for 2 purposes: to fulfill a previous promise made to Li Donglai, and to undertake a demon hunting mission at Tiango Ridge, leading 2 novice demon hunters to gather points. However, Xiuxian perceives that Jiang Tianong is lacking in ambition and that he has placed undue importance on Li Donglai. Consequently, he opts for an alternative approach, opening the Tiango Ridge demon hunting task to all bounty hunters and warriors within the Qinghe territory. Should Jiang Tianong achieve the highest merit in this task, under his recommendation as a Copperlock demon hunter, he could be promoted to a novice demon hunter. Although his 2 disciples may suffer setbacks, it would ultimately fulfill his own aspirations. Even if Jiang Tianyong proves to be unworthy in the future and faces elimination from the Blood Prison, it would no longer concern him. With his mind at ease, he has no lingering attachments. At this moment, Xiuxian stands at the late 5th rank. Typically, those undertaking such guiding tasks are of the 6th rank. Yet, he understands the significance of transcending from the 5th to the 4th rank as a means to resolve his inner turmoil. The prior attachment to Li Donglai, who did not join the Blood Prison, has subtly become a source of conflict for Xiuxian. Thus, when Li Donglai made a concerted effort to reconnect with him, it was met with both joy and the opportunity to resolve his inner conflict. Seizing this chance, Xiuxian has also taken on the mission at Tiango Ridge, which serves as a dual preparation for him. In comparison to the points accrued by his two disciples, his own advancement from 5th to 4th rank is of paramount importance. In the morning, 10 miles outside of Tiango Ridge, a vast throng of bounty hunters and warriors congregate. Despite the multitude, an unusual silence prevails, as they face not only the heads of the demon-subduing hall but also the two novice demon hunters from the blood prison. The white-clad demon hunter, with a languid tone, addresses the crowd. This Tiango Ridge is the territory of the wolf demons. There are no other types of demons recognized here. Thus we only acknowledge achievements related to wolf demons. The inferior-ranked wolf demons do not count. A 9th-rank ironback white-haired wolf demon is worth 1 point. An 8th-rank ironback white-haired wolf king is worth 5 points, and a 7th-rank ironback golden-haired wolf king is worth 25 points. Only those who slay a 7th-rank ironback golden-haired wolf king are eligible to compete for the top position. Those without such a kill are disqualified. Once you enter the mountains, whether you choose to team up or go solo, how you interact with other warriors or bounty hunters is beyond the purview of the blood prison. However, upon exiting Tiango Ridge, no one is permitted to engage in conflict amongst themselves. Furthermore, achievements will be recognized solely as individual accomplishments. The recognized part of the achievement is the right eyeball of the wolf demon. Do not expect to substitute it with the eyeball of an inferior-ranked wolf demon. We possess our own methods of identification. You have 3 days. Within this time frame, achievements must be redeemed here on site, with the clerks from the demon-subduing hall recording your points. These points are solely for the selection process of the blood prison and will not be recorded in the accounts of the demon-subduing hall or the merit office. If no one slays a 7th-rank ironback golden-haired wolf king within 3 days, this selection will be rendered void. Anyone wishing to withdraw may do so now. Once I declare the commencement, no one shall be allowed to withdraw. Upon the announcement of these rules by the white-clad novice demon hunter, the crowd inevitably stirred. After all, among so many individuals, there were bound to be those harboring ulterior motives, such as attempting to pass off inferior wolf demons as substitutes. Given that there had been instances in the past where bounty hunters deceived the demon-subduing hall. However, the novice demon hunter clarified that even if one intended to present them to the merit office, it would not be permissible. In essence, all profits from this endeavor belong to the blood prison, which uses these gains to grant only one entry slot into the blood prison for the numerous bounty hunters and warriors. Thus, for everyone present, only entry into the blood prison ensures that they do not suffer losses. Otherwise, they are merely risking their lives working for others. The bounty hunters and warriors present are not fools. The true danger within Tiango Ridge does not stem from the wolf demons, but rather from those around them. Once they enter the mountains, it will undoubtedly be a tumultuous bloodbath. After a brief moment, many bounty hunters, having assessed their own strength and that of others present, gradually began to withdraw from the selection. Most of those opting out were of the 9th rank, with some 8th rank warriors also stepping back. Conversely, the 7th rank warriors, resolute in their martial aspirations, showed no inclination to withdraw. Indeed, those who chose to step back exhibited wisdom, recognizing their own limitations. There was no need to throw themselves into such a meat grinder, as survival itself is a worthy pursuit. After all, in the Great Liang dynasty, the status of warriors is elevated, allowing for a comfortable existence. At most, they could take on simpler demon-slaying tasks and then enjoy a lengthy respite. What could be more delightful than that? Is anyone else considering withdrawal? The white-clad novice demon hunter inquired lazily. After a moment's pause, with no one stepping back, the white-clad novice demon hunter promptly declared, "The selection begins." In an instant, the throng of bounty hunters surged into Tiango Ridge like a tide. They consciously maintained distance from one another, darting into the forest and vanishing from sight. "Brother Lu, I entrust this to you." Jiang Tianyang did not rush to the front but instead lingered at the back. The patrol team assigned to him by Tian Yi had already entered the mountains, while another group of bounty hunters remained by his side. The individuals he had designated were tasked with hunting down Li Musheng, led by Lu Lisan, a burly man with a fierce demeanor. Chapter 44. Ruthless hunt. In a certain area of Tengu Ridge, a group of 5 individuals, having swiftly dealt with several wolf demons, continued their steady advance without pause. They attempted to avoid any monstrous encounters along the way, and when faced with unavoidable foes, they engaged in swift battles, neglecting even to collect the eyes of the slain wolf demons. This small team, comprised of seasoned bounty hunters, was led by a man with a stern expression, his eyebrows forming a straight line, and his deep black eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. His demeanor was grave yet resolute, and his dark skin bore a conspicuous scar that contrasted sharply with his complexion. This individual was Lu Lisan, a grade 7 bounty hunter. As Jiang Tianyang had instructed at the foot of the ridge, the 4 companions accompanying him were all renowned grade 8 warriors. This team was formidable among the registered bounty hunter groups in the Demon Capture Hall, known for their decisive and merciless approach to slaying demons. They had not experienced any casualties in over a year, leading to a well-coordinated and clearly defined division of labor among the members, earning them the moniker the 5 Tigers of Demon Capture. Boss. In that direction, one of Lu Lisan's lean, muscular companions, nicknamed Slim Monkey, exclaimed while holding a sensing insect in his hand. "How far do you think we are from them?" Lu Lisan inquired of the agile figure beside him. Uncertain. This sensing insect can only provide a rough direction, but it cannot gauge distance, Slim Monkey replied, shaking his head. Then we must press on. The reward from young Master Jiang is substantial. Once the task is complete, we shall indulge ourselves at Bai Hua Tower. It will be a private event, Lu Lisan announced to the others. All right. The remaining members immediately perked up, quickening their pace. Boss, I don't care about anything else. But I must have Red Sleeve accompanying me for 3 nights. Slim Monkey hurriedly added, fearful of losing her to another. Ganny, you have high standards. Lu Lisan jested. As if you could choose the top girl. Boss, that is my only request. You must agree. I've put in considerable effort tracking. Slim Monkey persisted. Fine, fine. After we take care of that person, I'll let you choose first. But I must warn you, the top girl at Bai Hua Tower is quite selective. If she doesn't take a liking to you, you might not even get into bed. As for the other girls, you'll have to settle for listening to the commotion in the hall, Lu Lisan replied. Upon hearing their leader's words, the others burst into laughter. Boss, just watch how I went over Red Sleeve. I bet I can keep her in bed for 3 days and nights. Slim Monkey boasted. Focus on your work. Don't lose your way. Lu Lisan chided with a grin. Sure thing. Slim Monkey replied, scratching his head. 2 hours later. Damn it, Slim Monkey. What kind of path are you leading us on? Why do we keep encountering wolf demons, even a grade 7 one? Lu Lisan scolded. At that moment, Lu Lisan and his team were disheveled, covered in dirt, and utterly exhausted. Their relentless pursuit of Li Musheng had not only failed to catch up with him, but had also led them to confront numerous demons, some of which were unavoidable, resulting in a series of battles. Lu Lisan had even encountered the iron-backed golden-haired Wolf King, narrowly avoiding casualties. By this point, everyone bore light injuries, their energy waning and their spirits low. Boss, this isn't my fault. I have no idea how that rascal Li Musheng managed to attract so many demons. Slim Monkey replied, feigning innocence. Hey, boss, I found him. He is only about 200 meters away. Slim Monkey exclaimed, sensing the clues provided by the insect. Really? Lu Lisan responded, filled with relief. At last, they had located the young man. Once they eliminated him and retrieved the jade piece, they could fulfill their obligation. Lu Lisan felt the arduous journey had been more taxing than the actual selection process, which involved constant battles with demons. Shoo, Lu Lisan cautioned. Fearing that getting too close would alert Li Musheng, he gestured for silence, and the others instinctively quieted down, preparing to approach stealthily. Wait, something's off. Where are the others? Lu Lisan noticed there were only 3 of them remaining. Yeah, where's the 4th? The others echoed, looking around in confusion. Lu Lisan sensed something was amiss. The 4th member was very much a team player, unlikely to stray from the group for any reason. Search for him. We need to go back. Lu Lisan ordered decisively. The 4 quickly retraced their steps. Before long, they discovered the clothes and weapons of the missing member. This belongs to the 4th. Where is he? Lu Lisan confirmed that the items were indeed his. How can there be only his belongings? Where is he? Slim Monkey questioned, turning around to find that only the 5th member remained. The 3rd is missing. Stay alert, Lu Lisan warned, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is extremely dangerous. Lu Lisan quickly formed a defensive position with Slim Monkey and the remaining member, each facing a different direction. Though he appeared calm, a storm of anxiety raged within him. As a grade 7 warrior, he could not fathom how the 3rd and 5th members had vanished without a trace. Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that the 3rd and 4th had also perished. How could such a formidable power possibly elude his grade 7 capabilities? Lu Lisan had confidence. Yet he knew that even a late-stage grade 7 warrior could not make 2 members disappear right before his eyes. Could it be a grade 6 warrior? Lu Lisan pondered this unfathomable possibility, beads of sweat forming on his brow. A grade 6 warrior possessed the strength to enter the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. Even if they did not, they were typically the foundation of prominent families or sections. How could he possibly contend with such power? Of course, Lu Lisan also considered the iron-backed golden-haired Wolf King, but demons were not cunning enough to employ such tactics, nor did grade 7 demons possess such strength. Damn it. Had I known it would turn out like this, I would never have taken this accursed task. Lu Lisan lamented his earlier decision. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind them. Someone's been hit. Lu Lisan gasped, leaping several paces to distance himself from the ominous presence behind him. Upon gaining distance, he turned to look and nearly lost his composure at the sight. A fist the size of a cooking pot had pierced through the 5th member's body, blood gushing from the wound. The 5th member was beyond saving. As Lu Lisan glanced at the assailant who had dealt the lethal blow, an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over him. Chapter 45, Ruthless Hunt, Part 2. In a certain area of Tengu Ridge, Lu Lisan gazed at the approaching figure, his pupils dilating in shock, sweat pouring down his body. How could this be possible? At that moment, Lu Lisan realized that the person before him, resembling a god of death, was none other than their target for this expedition, Li Musheng, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the 9th rank, perhaps even at the later stage. Yet, the power Li Musheng displayed was far beyond that of a mere 9th rank. He was evidently at the late stage of the 7th rank, or even possessed the strength of the 6th rank. A scream echoed through the air. Following the sound, He saw that the slender monkey had been struck down by a flying blade, collapsing heavily to the ground. It turned out that the old monkey, Xiao, had hesitated as he watched Li Musheng slowly approach Lu Lisin. He thought to himself, the boss, this person is formidable. Even if I assist you, I might only lose my life. If I flee, I can still care for your sister-in-law. Yes, don't worry, I will take good care of her. While Xiao was mentally preparing himself to make a discreet escape, Li Musheng would not let him leave. Anyone who had witnessed my true strength must perish. Li Musheng casually tossed his weapon, the cold moonfrost, which whistled through the air, piercing directly through the heart of the slender monkey, Lao Zhang. The once proud warrior of the late 8th rank fell dead without a chance to resist. Old too. Lu Lisin cried out in terror. Witnessing the demise of the slender monkey, he decided to surrender and betray the information regarding his benefactor, Jiang Tianong. Assisting Li Musheng in luring out Jiang Tianong for the kill was not out of the question. After all, he could escape immediately after. And even if Tianyi pursued him, he would not be able to catch him. Anything was better than dying here. Damn it. Li Musheng surged forward like a gust of wind, arriving before Lu Lisin in the blink of an eye. Delivering a powerful punch with all the might of the late 6th rank, this blow was akin to a 1,000-pound boulder crashing onto Lu Lisin's head, causing it to burst like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere. Lu Lisin didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before he was dead, utterly dead. As the 3 spheres of blood essence floated into view, Li Musheng concentrated, and they began to absorb the flesh and blood of their former owner. Even the blood and brain matter that had splattered onto him was consumed. It was as though his clothing had been rid of dust, becoming even cleaner. If my clothes get dirty in the future, I can simply smear them with the blood of these people and let the blood essence absorb it. It would be cleaner than using a washing machine, Li Musheng mused, contemplating the practicality of this idea. Before long, the 3 blood essences had thoroughly absorbed the corpses and then swiftly entered Li Musheng's body. Blood essence 5, blood essence 5, blood essence 25 at this moment. Li Musheng's blood essence value had reached 100, while his demon essence value soared to 1,500. Miraculously, his strength had ascended to the late 6th rank, a result of the considerable demon essence he had amassed prior to his promotion. Otherwise, the quantity of demon essence would have been even more astonishing. Li Musheng had always preferred a cautious approach, knowing that relying solely on the late 7th rank could pose a slight risk of failure. Such a peril was unacceptable for someone as prudent as him, even if he could no longer absorb demon essences from 9th rank creatures in the future. He needed to eliminate the present danger without hesitation. Thus, without further ado, he maximized his strength, utilizing his demon essence to propel himself to the late 6th rank. This newfound power instilled a sense of security in Li Musheng. At this moment, Tengu Ridge appeared entirely conquerable in his eyes. After Lu Lisin and his group entered the mountains, they began to pursue him. Li Musheng could sense this, for the 5 luminous spheres of blood were clearly racing toward him. Even a fool could deduce that these individuals were coming to apprehend him. Li Musheng did not hold back. He utilized the tortoise breathing technique to its fullest, suppressing his aura, and then employed the shadow step to lead them toward the areas teeming with demon creatures, intending to deplete their strength. Of course, even without such tactics, Li Musheng's late 6th rank power was more than sufficient to easily dispatch Lu Lisin and his 4 companions. However, Li Musheng was not one to squander an opportunity. He understood that when hunting a rabbit, one must not only use their full strength, but also go all out. If Lu Lisin and his companions were to learn of his true power, they would surely choke on their blood. Lamenting why he had to torment them despite being so strong, taking advantage of their moment of inattention, Li Musheng stealthily eliminated the 3rd and 4th members of their group in quick succession. This location was also a strategic choice for Lu Lisin and his companions. Although the corpses would leave no trace, their belongings could be buried here. At this moment, Li Musheng had already buried the clothing and weapons of the fallen. And even if someone were to discover them, it would matter little to him. No one would suspect a mere mid-stage 9th rank cultivator. At this point, Li Musheng could openly advance his rank. In fact, before entering the mountains, he had already been operating at the late 9th rank, having strolled through the demon hunting hall without a care. Many were aware of his ascension to the late 9th rank, and perhaps the news had reached Jiang Tianyang and his associates. However, whether he was at the mid or late 9th rank made no difference to them. Thus, upon leaving the mountains, Li Musheng could reveal himself as a cultivator at the early 8th rank, solidifying his reputation as a prodigy. Otherwise, attaining the top position in this selection with the strength of a 9th rank cultivator and entering the blood prison demon suppression division would be too conspicuous, attracting unwanted attention from powerful figures. If he entered the blood prison and several influential individuals became aware of his circumstances, they might take an interest in him. Currently, with his late 6th rank strength and mastery of the tortoise breathing technique, he could easily pass for a late 4th rank cultivator. However, should he encounter a demon hunter of the 3rd rank or higher, his cover would be blown. While he had heard the young lady, Lu Wanner, mention that 3rd rank demon hunters were elusive, appearing only rarely, it was better to be cautious than to be caught off guard. Therefore, Li Musheng chose to remain low-key, and his first priority upon entering would be to acquire the middle volume of the Heavenly Origin Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. Only by reaching the third rank could he ensure that even a first-rank powerhouse would not uncover his true strength. While burying the belongings of the fallen, Li Musheng found a sensing insect on the slender monkey, Xiao. He also retrieved the searching insect he had placed nearby to lure Lu Lisan and his companions into a trap. Both insects were placed together in a brocade box. I'll keep these for now. Just in case Tian decides to check for the searching insect after I leave, I'll be prepared, Li Musheng thought to himself. Turning his gaze toward the distance, although the view was obscured by the forest, he could vaguely sense a blood-red sphere in that direction. Jiang Tianyang, I have come to collect you. Chapter 46, The Fall of a Genius. Deep within the Tengu Ridge, a group of armored soldiers moved in unison. Their steps reminiscent of a well-coordinated formation as they engaged in a fierce battle against a pack of ironback wolf demons. Interspersed among them were a small contingent of exceptionally skilled demon slayers. Among the wolves, numerous ironback white-haired wolf kings could be found, and astonishingly, 2 ironback golden-haired wolf kings. Formidable beings of the 7th rank were also present. This pack of wolf demons was indeed a powerful force within Tengu Ridge. At the periphery of the fray, 2 warriors stood guard beside a striking young man clad in a green robe, Jiang Tianyang, the prodigy of Qinghe. Leading the charge against the demons were the officials and bounty hunters summoned by Tian Yi, including Tian Yi himself and Li Donglai. Uncle Shin. I can fight the demons too, Jiang Tianyang said, shaking his head in frustration at one of the warriors by his side. My lord. I am aware of your formidable strength, Shin Fu replied with a grave tone, but the magistrate has instructed us to ensure your safety and not let you take risks. Our purpose here is to escort you safely to the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Department. If Li Musheng were present, he would recognize Shin Fu as the inspector who had previously assessed him. Tian Yi had chosen to provide Jiang Tianyang with protection, enlisting 6 inspectors for the task, among whom 2 were 7th-rank warriors, while the remaining 4 were seasoned fighters in the late 8th rank. Thus, the team assigned to guard Jiang Tianyang was indeed a luxurious assembly within Qinghe County. Sigh. Uncle Shin, Jiang Tianyang remarked, casting a glance at Shin Fu, feeling it unnecessary to press further. In truth, he was eager to engage in the battle against the demons, especially after the earlier humiliation inflicted upon him by the white-clad apprentice demon hunter. In mere 2 exchanges, he had been bested despite considering himself an exceptional 8th-rank warrior, with his understanding of martial arts surpassing that of his peers. Yet, those 2 swift moves had shattered his pride, awakening him to the reality that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals beyond oneself. The Blood Prison Demon Subduing Department is truly formidable. I must gain entry. Jiang Tianyang vowed inwardly. From being an apprentice demon hunter to aspiring to become a true master of martial arts, he had resolved to rise above the setback inflicted by the white-clad apprentice. Instead of succumbing to despair, he found his determination strengthened. Thus, when he learned of the opportunity to join the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Department, his heart swelled with joy and excitement, akin to the dawn breaking after a long night. Jiang Tianyang swore to seize this opportunity resolutely. In the past, he would have refused such assistance from his father and Uncle Li, believing he could carve out a place in the blood prison by his own merit. However, having witnessed the prowess of the apprentice demon hunter, he had come to terms with the necessity of whatever means required, no matter how unseemly or detrimental to his pride, to secure his entry into the blood prison. The outcome was all that mattered. He no longer cared for the journey. Seeing that Jiang Tianyang had relinquished his desire to join the fray, Shin Fu plunged into the battle to expedite its conclusion. Not long after, with Shin Fu's involvement as an 8th-rank warrior, the tide of battle shifted decidedly in favor of the humans. Under the powerful assaults of 3 7th-rank warriors, the 2 ironback, golden-haired wolf kings fell. With the demise of the only 2 7th-rank demons among the pack, the remaining wolf demons faced their end. Soon enough, the entire pack was eradicated, with none escaping. Of course, such a grand skirmish could not leave Jiang Tianyang's side unscathed. They suffered the loss of 1 8th-rank warrior and 3 9th-rank warriors, with several others injured. However, the merits earned from the encounter ensured Jiang Tianyang's position as the likely frontrunner for the selection. As he contemplated this, he was aware that, with the guidance of the tracking insect from Lu Lisan's side, Li Musheng had likely already slain Li Musheng and departed Tengu Ridge with the jade piece. If he moved swiftly, Jiang Tianyang surmised that his father would have acquired the jade by now, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. The shadows cast by the earlier humiliation from the white-clad apprentice demon hunter had been dispelled. As he gazed at the inspectors approaching him, ready to express his gratitude, he suddenly felt an unbearable pain seizing his lower back, prompting a cry to escape his lips. This excruciating sensation was akin to being pierced by a blade. And as he instinctively looked down, he was horrified to see a knife protruding from his chest. In unbearable agony, he could no longer utter a sound. The people before him seemed to be in a frenzy, shouting something and rushing towards him. Were they calling for Li Musheng? How could this be? Jiang Tianyang found it hard to believe. Before he could process the pain, a more intense agony radiated from his waist, engulfing his upper body. As he completely lost sensation in his lower half, desperately wishing to turn and see who had stabbed him, he found his waist unresponsive, despite the lack of strength. It felt Chapter 47, A Sea of Corpses, Kill Li Musheng. With a furious roar, Shin Fu's wrath ignited, prompting the other inspectors and constables to surge forward. their spirits aflame with fervor, targeting Li Musheng mercilessly. Jiang Tianyang, regarded by Tian Yi as a treasured gem and the hope for the Jiang family's rise, was a truth well known throughout Qinghe County. Moreover, those entrusted with the responsibility of safeguarding Jiang Tianyang were all loyal confidants of Tian Yi, having received immense favors from him and sworn their allegiance. This ensured their unwavering loyalty, as these dozen officials constituted the core of Tian Yi's faction. Although Tian Yi was an adversary of Li Musheng, his exceptional leadership skills were undeniable. In earlier years, he shared meals and quarters with lower-ranking officials, forging deep connections. Whenever his subordinates faced personal troubles, Tian Yi would personally step in to assist, thereby earning their steadfast loyalty. Among them was Shen Fu, who had risen from humble beginnings to serve in the county office, initially vulnerable to the bullying of other constables. Recognizing Shen Fu's talent and admirable character, Tian Yi took a stand for him, meting out punishment to a constable who had previously tormented Shen Fu, thereby liberating him from further oppression. This act of kindness fueled Shen Fu's determination to excel, and his innate abilities flourished. In just a few years, he ascended from a 9th-grade martial artist to a 7th-grade master, becoming one of Qinghe County's few elite fighters. With Tian Yi's support, his career soared, earning him the esteemed title of one of the 12 inspectors. For someone of Shen Fu's background, this position marked the pinnacle of his aspirations. The Shen family transformed from impoverished origins into a minor noble house in Qinghe County. To Shen Fu, all of this was a gift from Tian Yi. The phrase "a scholar dies for a friend" resonated deeply within Shen Fu, one of the few lessons he absorbed from his readings. Thus, within the county office, he remained unwaveringly loyal to Tian Yi, a devoted servant of the Jiang family. In his heart, Shen Fu believed that even if it meant turning against the Liang dynasty, he would do so without a moment's hesitation. Consequently, he regarded Jiang Tianyang as his young lord. Others might scorn his servility, but he alone understood that the Jiang family was his savior from the mire of despair. While others looked on with disdain, even reveling in his misfortune, he now stood ready to crush those who had once bullied him underfoot. All of this was a gift from Tian Yi. Thus, what was the shame in serving the Jiang family? At the very least, he held the esteemed title of inspector. Moreover, serving the Jiang family was not degrading. It was a privilege that allowed him to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Officials like Shen Fu were fully mobilized for this operation, all fervently wishing to see Jiang Tianyang emerge unscathed. They guarded him closely, genuinely hoping he could become a novice demon catcher. After all, should the Jiang family ascend, they too would rise alongside them. However, none anticipated that the sudden appearance of Li Musheng would result in the assassination of Jiang Tianyang. This act was tantamount to extinguishing the future of the Jiang family, shattering the promising paths of many. Beyond Tian Yi's wrath, the collective vow to dismember Li Musheng was palpable. Moreover, the fact that Li Musheng was merely a mid-9th grade martial artist who had managed to kill Jiang Tianyang through a sneak attack was utterly astonishing. The bounty hunters, witnessing the murder of their patron, were initially taken aback, but upon recognizing Li Musheng, they realized he was at most a mid-9th grade fighter. To salvage their standing with Li Donglai, capturing him alive or presenting his head as a trophy became imperative. Thus, a bloodlust ignited within the bounty hunters. Li Musheng, observing the numerous blood-red orbs of energy, felt a rush of exhilaration. He was nearing the blissful sensation of a full blood essence. Despite facing more than 20 adversaries, each no less than 8th grade martial artists, Li Musheng remained unfazed. He was a late 6th grade warrior. Regardless of their numbers, they were mere fodder, ripe for experience. This confidence stemmed from the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon him. In addition, with his mastery of the stone-cutting blade technique, Li Musheng, a late 6th grade warrior, was bold enough to engage with early 5th grade fighters. In the realm of the Liang dynasty, it was rare to find martial artists who could refine the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra while simultaneously perfecting their movements and techniques. Such individuals were indeed a rarity. In an instant, Li Musheng unleashed a seemingly effortless strike, swift as lightning and powerful as a raging tiger, embodying the pinnacle of his stone-cutting blade technique. His target was the 8th grade warrior who had been guarding Jiang Tianyang's flanks. Only after Jiang Tianyang's demise did this 8th grade warrior react, preparing to draw his sword to avenge his lord. Yet, Li Musheng's speed and force were insurmountable. A single strike from a 6th grade warrior was far beyond the capabilities of an 8th grade fighter to counter. The overwhelming disparity in realms was akin to a mountain pressing down upon an ordinary person. With a swift motion, the cold moonlight cleaved through the air, severing the warrior in two, quite literally. The warm blood had yet to splatter before his body collapsed, cleaved in half upon the ground. As the assailants charged forth, each felt as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Jiang Tianyang and Appo's death might be explained as a violation of martial ethics, but to witness Xiuxian, a tangible 8th grade warrior and the first to attack, also fall to Li Musheng's blade, this was unfathomable. Xiuxian was none other than Shen Fu's subordinate constable. Shen Fu was well aware of his prowess. An 8th grade warrior nearing the peak, he was among the strongest contenders for any vacant inspector position. To see him so effortlessly slain by Li Musheng left Shen Fu in disbelief. Others shared his astonishment. Even the bounty hunters, who typically revered strength, exchanged glances, slowing their advance and opting to observe the unfolding drama. After all, They were not Jiang family retainers. Their relationship was merely transactional, and their lives were not worth risking. Noticing the apprehension among the crowd, Shen Fu shouted, Li Musheng has undergone the constable evaluation under my supervision. He is at most a mid-9th grade warrior. He must have used some secret potion to enhance his strength. After 2 strikes, he will undoubtedly be exhausted. Let us all attack together. Avenge young Master Jiang. Repay Lord Tian for his kindness. Upon hearing Shen Fu's rallying cry, the others cast aside their lingering fears and charged forward once more towards Li Musheng. Come at me. I feared you might flee. Otherwise, I would have to hunt you down one by one. Li Musheng smiled slightly, welcoming the oncoming throng as he pressed forward, cutting through the encirclement with a single blade. Chapter 48, The Fields of Carnage, Part 2. How could this be? How could it happen? Shen Fu fell to his knees in anguish, trembling uncontrollably, his face ashen, fingers tangled in his hair, his eyes bulging as if they might burst forth. He appeared utterly deranged. Yet, at that moment, Li Musheng approached him leisurely. In Shen Fu's eyes, regardless of Li Musheng's seemingly harmless demeanor, he was nothing less than a devil, a harbinger of death. A quarter of an hour earlier, the crowd was entangled in a fierce struggle against Li Musheng. Logically, with Shen Fu's side outnumbering the opponent, the odds should have favored them. Indeed, the situation appeared one-sided, but the tide turned unexpectedly in favor of Li Musheng. With each swing of his blade, he inflicted grievous wounds or even struck down an adversary outright. Eventually, finding the blade insufficiently satisfying, he resorted to using his fists, each blow proving more devastating than the last. Within moments, half of his opponents lay dead, crushed under his might. It dawned on them that Li Musheng was far from weak. He was evidently of the 6th rank. No, not merely that. For he had dispatched even those of the 6th rank with ease. A foreboding thought struck them all. He must be of the 6th rank. Faced with this realization, the crowd, swayed by gratitude toward Tian Yi and their own desire for survival, hastily opted to save their own lives. Meanwhile, the bounty hunters, sensing the shifting tides, had already begun their retreat, and now, witnessing the officials' imminent defeat, fled without a backward glance. The rout was instantaneous. Aside from a few who remained loyally stubborn or were too stunned to react, the rest fled in a frenzied panic. Li Musheng sighed, lamenting the overwhelming disparity in strength. Yet, his ferocity remained unabated. After all, he had merely tested the waters before unleashing his full power as a late-stage 6th rank warrior. Those foolish enough to challenge him found themselves dispatched with a single blow, some even obliterated entirely by his fists. The absence of worthy adversaries was due to his formidable prowess. Such strength made it inconceivable to think they could escape. Oh, my dear blood essence. Li Musheng executed his elusive footwork to perfection, while his foes, preoccupied with their desperate flight, unwittingly laid bare their backs to him, even as they scattered. There was no escaping Li Musheng's mastery of movement. Hardly had they run a few steps before they were either pierced by his blade or crushed by his fists. Amidst this chaos, the self-proclaimed leader of the 12 inspectors, Shen Fu, who had recently broken through to mid-6th rank, stood frozen in shock. He could hardly believe that the 20-plus members of his team had been slaughtered in an instant. Even a fellow inspector of comparable strength had been brutally dispatched, while those bounty hunters who had sensed the danger and fled early met similar fates. Even the captain of the bounty hunters, a figure not inferior to himself, had been effortlessly seized by Li Musheng as if he were a mere chick. This captain, renowned for his ferocity and lack of remorse, now cowered in fear. Urine staining his trousers, pleading for mercy, a far cry from the imposing 6th rank warrior he once was, no different from a coward. Yet, in this pitiful state, the man who held him showed no mercy. Li Musheng cast the mid-6th rank warrior to the ground, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, he enveloped the man's head. The warrior, paralyzed by terror, trembled uncontrollably, unable to move. With a sudden, decisive grip, Li Musheng crushed the man's skull as easily as one would a watermelon. Murder was as effortless to him as quenching thirst, as simple as painting a picture. That was a 6th rank warrior's head, a feat most weapons could scarcely achieve. Yet, with but a single hand, Li Musheng obliterated it in an instant. Shen Fu, bearing witness to this horror, was overwhelmed with dread, his legs shaking uncontrollably, leaving marks upon the ground. How could this be? How could he see Li Musheng approach so leisurely? Shen Fu felt he was in the throes of a profound terror. Indeed, he was. Surrounding him lay the corpses of former colleagues and bounty hunters, blood-staining the ground, attracting wolves and tigers. Yet no beast dared to approach. Their instincts sensed the overwhelming aura of death and danger, lurking nearby, waiting for the Reaper to depart before indulging in the carnage. It was impossible. Even a fledgling 6th rank warrior could not slay us as one would slaughter chickens. Shen Fu's mind, under such pressure, seemed to awaken. Mid-6th rank, mid-6th rank. How could this be? Such a prodigy had not appeared in Qinghe for centuries. In less than a year, he had ascended from the ranks of the uninitiated to that of the 6th. Such a feat was unheard of even in the great Liang dynasty. As he gazed at the approaching Li Musheng, Shen Fu summoned his remaining strength to cry out for clarity. You cannot be Li Musheng. It is impossible for you to have progressed so swiftly from unranked to 6th. Tell me who you are, that I may die with understanding. You. This was the last word Shen Fu uttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Should I tell you? That would be quite embarrassing, Li Musheng replied, unperturbed, and without further ado. He struck down upon Shen Fu's crown, as easily as one might strike a watermelon, shattering yet another. Ah, splendid. Li Musheng surveyed the scene, seemingly quite pleased. Let us wrap this up. Some truly ought to have met their end sooner, he remarked, shaking his head. Then, in an instant, he lunged toward a direction. Oh no. They've spotted us, cried a pair of bounty hunters hiding not far away. The commotion had drawn the attention of this group, who had merely intended to pass through, hoping for a chance to capitalize on the chaos. Initially, they had concealed themselves, driven by the notion that fortune favored the bold. But now, petrified by Li Musheng's overwhelming strength, they dared not move, fearing discovery, and had remained hidden until now. The bounty hunters scattered in haste, but within mere moments, Li Musheng returned, now adorned with blood that was not his own. Clearly, the unfortunate bounty hunters had met their demise. Yet, the bounty hunters harbored only fear, devoid of any malice. After all, hatred and hostility are typically reserved for those of comparable strength. When the chasm of power becomes insurmountable, others dare not harbor resentment. Only trepidation. For who would dare to despise a god? To them, Li Musheng was a deity, an invincible god. Naturally, unable to absorb the blood, the stains remained upon him. Chapter 49. The Qinghe Earthquake. Those who do not provoke me shall not be harmed, but those who dare to offend me, I shall ensure their demise, Li Musheng proclaimed, surveying the expanse of lifeless bodies strewn about him. Tian-yi, await my return, I shall settle the score with you, he continued, as if to justify his slaughter, asserting that his actions were not born of a bloodthirsty nature, but rather a grim necessity. With a flicker of his thoughts, the crimson orbs hovering over the corpses continued their feast upon flesh and blood, and soon, the ground was left pristine, save for the remnants of the monsters slain by Shen Fu and his companions. The blood-red spheres and the souls of the fallen beasts then surged towards Li Musheng, penetrating his very being. In no time, he had completely absorbed the blood and beastly souls. At this moment, Li Musheng felt invigorated and glanced at his so-called attribute panel. Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, Level 3. Major Achievement. Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, Level 4. Full Mastery. Turtle Breathing Technique, Major Achievement. Illusory Shadow Step, Major Achievement. Blood Soul Value. 320. Beast Soul Value. 2,870. His prowess as a late-stage 6th-tier warrior had not diminished. In fact, his beast soul value had increased. This was undeniably a testament to the significant contributions made by Shen Fu and his team, who had vanquished numerous monsters. In truth, Li Musheng had already located Jiang Tianyang and his companions, but adhering to his principle of harvesting cultivation without interference, he chose to follow them discreetly. To be candid, Li Musheng regarded Jiang Tianyang's team as the strongest in Tengu Ridge. He had yet to witness any other group possessing such formidable strength. The quantity of monsters they had slain and the merits they had accrued were indeed substantial. Li Musheng was certain that Jiang Tianyang's team would yield the most remarkable achievements. Thus, by claiming their merits, he would secure his position at the top, subsequently ensuring his admission into the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division. In his heart, Li Musheng silently expressed gratitude towards Jiang Tianyang and Shen Fu for their diligent efforts. As for the garments and weapons, after securing the merits harvested by Shen Fu and his companions, he set ablaze the forest, incinerating the wolf demon's remains as well. This way, even if inquiries were made, it would take time for them to uncover the truth. By the time they did, he would have already entered the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division, a title that the local authorities would dare not contest. Moreover, these officials lacked the capability to investigate such matters thoroughly. Who could fathom that an initial 8th-tier warrior could annihilate over 20 renowned warriors, including several 7th-tier fighters? Indeed, Li Musheng had now revealed his initial 8th-tier strength, which not only substantiated his martial prowess, but also justified the remarkable merits he had inadvertently amassed. With one day remaining, Li Musheng remained industrious, traversing the area to gather cultivation resources, for many warriors had entered the mountains, and numerous monsters lurked within. His late-stage 6th-tier prowess, combined with the perfected illusory shadow step, rendered him virtually undetectable even to those of mid-7th-tier strength, let alone late-stage 5th-tier warriors. Naturally, during this final day, in addition to amassing cultivation, Li Musheng indulged in various entertainments. He witnessed betrayals among brothers, enemies clashing on sight, and schemes of treachery. His only regret was not having brought along some snacks, for the thrilling events seemed somewhat lacking without them. On the day of reckoning, a steady stream of bounty hunters and various warriors descended from Tengu Ridge. Just before exiting, skirmishes erupted among them. But upon their emergence from the ridge, and under the persuasive fists of the apprentice demon catchers, they laid down their grievances. They proceeded with their merits to the designated location to register with the demon catching hall's clerk. Song Wunan, a scion of the Song family in Qinghe, had long been overlooked by his family. Due to his mother being a courtesan, a concubine taken in his father's drunken stupor, he suffered relentless humiliation from the Song household. Even the servants treated him and his mother with disdain. The bullying from his family and his own feelings of inferiority ignited in Song Wunen an obsessive fervor for martial arts. Given his innate talent for combat, he became increasingly fanatical and driven. He understood that only through martial prowess could he secure a place within the Song family and tread upon those who had wronged him and his mother. Once he attained the status of an 8th-tier warrior, the very servants who had once tormented him were subjected to a brutal beating by the Song estate and subsequently dismissed. The following day, these servants were found dead in the streets, their demise widely known to be linked to the events within the family, prompting the county officials to refrain from intervening. Upon officially reaching 7th-tier status, the Song family announced his ascension to the head of the family during his 70th birthday. Ordinarily, such a position would be inherited by the second generation of the Song family. However, the patriarch directly appointed Song Wunen as the new head, a decision possibly influenced by either his undeniable strength or the threat he posed. Before long, his uncle, who had once humiliated him, was reassigned away from the Qinghe estate to manage agricultural businesses in a distant village. Those who had previously wronged him were relegated to the demon extermination team. Soon, news of calamity reached the outskirts, as Song Wunen's uncle perished at the hands of a demon, with no remains to be found. The demon extermination team, where Song Wunen's siblings were stationed, faced turmoil as many suffered casualties. Additionally, Song Wunen's father, during an outing for frivolities, succumbed to the cold winds and became bedridden, never to rise again. Thus, Song Wunen emerged as the undisputed patriarch of the Song family. Yet, as a mid-7th-tier warrior, he found the role of the Qinghe family head insufficient. Though he had reached the age of 25, the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division offered him one last chance, a golden opportunity to ascend. Determined, Song Wunen enrolled in the selection for the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division and ventured alone to Tengu Ridge. He was an exceedingly arrogant warrior, disdainful of collaboration, preferring to act independently, and his strength was formidable. He recognized that relying solely on slaying demons for merit was the wrong approach. The right method was to reap the rewards through ambushes. During his time in Tengu Ridge, he had single-handedly slain a mid-7th-tier ironback golden-haired wolf king, while all other merits were acquired from the corpses of others. Therefore, over these 3 days, he believed his gains were substantial and felt confident in his chances of claiming the top spot. Arriving at the clerk's desk in the demon catching hall to register his merits, he scoffed at the paltry achievements of those who had come before him, convinced that he would undoubtedly secure the first place. With a self-assured smile, he surveyed the surroundings, reveling in his superiority. Chapter 50. The Qinghe Earthquake, Part 2. At the foot of Tiango Ridge, the exchange station for demon-slaying achievements was bustling with individuals verifying their accomplishments. However, as it stood, the majority of these accolades amounted to merely 1 or 2 8th-grade demon creatures. The martial artists of Qinghe were still rather feeble, remarked a white-clad apprentice demon hunter, who had previously bested Jiang Tianyang with just 2 moves in the courtyard of the Qinghe County office. This apprentice, designated with the number 453, also possessed a name, Chao. Brother Chao, this impoverished region cannot be compared to others. It is rare to find a single apprentice demon hunter who meets the standards of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office in several years. Another white-clad apprentice, Xiuxian, responded. Both Su and Chao were disciples of Xiuxian and were distinguished in their own right. They shared a cordial relationship, often addressing each other by name, as they found the numerical designations too impersonal. The Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office maintained a strict hierarchy, yet each apprentice demon hunter was assigned a copper-class demon hunter as a mentor. Typically, a copper-class demon hunter would guide a group of 20 apprentices through various training sessions and missions. Ultimately, fewer than 5 out of 20 apprentices would endure the 3-year internship phase to ascend to the rank of copper-class demon hunter. Previously, Xiuxian mentioned his aspirations to become a silver-class demon hunter. His determination stemmed not only from his prowess, but also from the impending conclusion of his mentorship cycle. Among the apprentices he had taken under his wing, Chao and Su were the most exceptional, nearly guaranteed to excel in the upcoming grand competition and achieve their promotion. As his finest students, it was only fitting that Xiuxian remembered their names. If any of his disciples succeeded in advancing during the grand competition, his mission would be accomplished. For copper-class demon hunters, mentoring apprentices was a boon to their own ambitions of becoming silver-class. Otherwise, there would not be so many copper-class hunters willing to take on apprentices. At their level of expertise, they preferred to avoid excessive entanglements. You are right, Brother Su. After this, it seems we will have to venture into the mountains to wrap things up, Chao Tianqing lamented. He had initially hoped that the martial artist of all Qinghe would mobilize, allowing him and Su Qingsong to take a breather. Yet, thus far, not a single person had succeeded in hunting the 7th-grade ironback golden-haired wolf king. Haha, that's fine. It gives us a chance to compare our achievements later. Su Qingsong reassured him. Though Chao was still displeased with the martial artists of Qinghe for their weakness, he was somewhat comforted by Su's optimism. Suddenly, a startled exclamation came from the exchange desk where the demon-slaying achievements were verified. Look, the eye of the ironback, golden-haired wolf king. There stood Song Wunen, arms crossed and exuding an air of arrogance. Scattered across the table were the eyeballs of wolf demons that had rolled out from his leather pouch, serving as proof of his demon-slaying achievements. Nearby clerks were frantically collecting and assessing the quality of these wolf demon eyes. One particularly luminous green orb elicited gasps from the clerks. It bore the distinctive sheen of the 7th-grade ironback golden-haired wolf king's eye. Isn't that the youngest head of the Song family, Song Wenin? His strength is formidable. He has indeed managed to slay a 7th-grade ironback golden-haired wolf king. Indeed, Song family head has already advanced to a 7th-grade warrior and is a prominent contender for selection as an apprentice demon hunter, others chimed in. What do you mean contender? I see that all the martial artists surrounding the apprentice demon hunters are flattering Song Wenin, they remarked, acknowledging the Song family's notable standing in Qinghe, thus extending their compliments without hesitation. Song Wenin, though outwardly unaffected by the flattery, kept his arms crossed, his gaze fixated on the clerks verifying the achievements. Yet, he could not entirely conceal the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Indeed, flattery is universally appreciated. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianxing, who had been idly observing, was taken aback to learn of the 7th-grade demon's accomplishments, prompting him to approach for a closer look. Based on our preliminary assessment, the achievements will not be less than 100 points, the lead clerk reported. Other clerks hastened their verification upon noticing the presence of apprentice demon hunters. Although, in principle, apprentice demon hunters held no authority over the demon suppression hall, it was worth noting that the hall's leaders were former apprentice demon hunters eliminated from the blood prison. They were all part of the same family. A single word could jeopardize their livelihoods, even if the hall master was not familiar with the 2 apprentice demon hunters. Should they express discontent, the master would undoubtedly heed their words, potentially dismissing the clerks and even exacting retribution. Thus, all members of the demon suppression hall treated the 2 apprentices with utmost respect. You're not too bad, Xiao Tianxing remarked casually to Song Wenin before turning to leave. Thank you, esteemed sir. Song Wenin's face lit up with joy as he quickly bowed in gratitude. Ah, the demon hunter personally commended Song family head. Does this not indicate that he is highly likely to become an apprentice demon hunter? The surrounding martial artists began to murmur excitedly. Some, emboldened by the moment, approached Song Wenin to offer their congratulations, which he graciously reciprocated. At that moment, the joy radiating from Song Wenin was undeniable. Beyond the accolades from those around him, he relished being the first to receive encouragement from a genuine apprentice demon hunter. For martial artists from a small town, the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office was akin to a sacred temple. Receiving acknowledgement from its members carried immense weight. Amidst the flattery, Song Wenin began to envision himself ascending within the ranks of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office, ultimately becoming a gold-class demon hunter and elevating the Song family to the foremost family in the entire region. The eyes of 2 7th-grade ironback golden-haired wolves. 2 7th-grade demons achievements. An out-of-place voice echoed from another exchange station for demon-slaying achievements. In an instant, Song Wenin's heart sank. Chapter 51. The Qinghe Earthquake, Part 3. The eyes of 2 7th-grade iron-backed golden-haired wolf kings pierced through Song Wenin's chest like a sharp thorn. Just moments ago, he had been indulging in dreams of a bright future within the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office, only to have that splendid vision shattered in an instant. A chill enveloped his limbs, and his head turned mechanically towards the source of the sound, instinctively seeking the identity of the one who had snatched away his grand opportunity. Inspector Liu, for whom are you claiming these demon-slaying merits? Questioned the clerk, who had just flung forth the eyes of the 7th-grade iron-backed golden-haired wolf kings. This man was none other than the seasoned Inspector Liu, the most formidable among the 12 inspectors of Qinghe, a late-stage 7th-grade martial artist, Li Musheng, father of Liu Waner. No need. It does not have to be attributed to anyone, Li Musheng replied casually. That poses a challenge, sir. According to the rules, only those under 25 can have their achievements recorded as personal merits, yet you have surpassed 40. The clerk hesitated. Oh, I see your point. It need not be recorded under my name. As an inspector of Qinghe, it is my duty to eradicate demons. I merely wish to seize this opportunity provided by the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office to eliminate some demonic threats, not for personal accolades. Li Musheng clarified with a wave of his hand, dismissing the matter. Inspector Liu, your integrity is commendable, always prioritizing the welfare of the people of Qinghe. The clerk bowed respectfully. In Qinghe, individuals like Li Musheng, who contribute selflessly without expectation of reward, are indeed rare. If he were to transfer his merits to another, the monetary compensation alone would be substantial. However, once the merits were recorded, no one could buy them. Had I known, I would have approached Inspector Liu privately to purchase these merits, lamented a nearby martial artist, disheartened. Do you truly believe someone of Inspector Liu's integrity would sell his demon-slaying merits to you? Indeed, you have a point, replied another. After completing his task, Inspector Liu mounted his horse and departed without a backward glance. The horse had been brought by domestic staff from the Liu residence. Despite his humble demeanor and unwavering principles, there remained a considerable distance to traverse. It would be unreasonable to have the weary inspector run after emerging from battle. There is indeed something intriguing about Qinghe. Such individuals still exist, mused Xiao Tianxing, slightly astonished by Li Musheng's actions. It was unexpected to witness a public servant devoid of ulterior motives in Qinghe. Clearly, he was not aligned with the Jiang faction. Otherwise, the merits would certainly be attributed to Jiang Tianong, Su Qingsong speculated. Correct? Such a character would not align with Tianyi, Chao Tianqing concurred. The demon hunters of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office value clarity of thought, decisiveness in action, and resilience in adversity. Individuals like Tianyi, who would alter their surname for personal advancement, are indeed looked down upon by those favored by destiny. Watching this unfold from a distance, Song Wunen felt a surge of hope, as if he had been resurrected. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and relaxed. His earlier tension dissipating. He was once again at the forefront. His heart had just experienced a tumultuous roller coaster, racing wildly. The opportunity he believed was firmly in his grasp had slipped away, albeit momentarily. Thankfully, it had returned. He could once again dream of a future within the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office. Or rather, he could envision plans for his future there. Master Song, your merits have been verified. 120 points for demon slaying, announced the clerk, presenting the merit certificate with utmost respect after their verification. You may rest for a moment on the nearby sandalwood chair, the clerk added as Song Wunen accepted the certificate. Disinterested in conversing with the lowly clerk, Song Wunen took a few steps and seated himself on the sandalwood chair not far away. Logically, he could have returned home to rest at this point. Yet, he found it difficult to relax, insisting on waiting until all others had exchanged their merits before departing. He was acutely aware of the potential for unforeseen circumstances. As he settled into the chair, he glanced at the time. There remained approximately 2 hours before the merit exchange would conclude. Noticing some rather unremarkable martial artist's approach, seemingly eager to engage him in conversation and foster camaraderie, Song Wunen promptly closed his eyes, adopting an air of unapproachability. During this brief respite, the tension that had gripped him over the past few days finally began to ease, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned successfully passing the selection for an apprentice demon hunter, soaring through the ranks to reach the pinnacle of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office as a golden-locked demon hunter. Ultimately, he found himself fortunate enough to converse with a noble, discussing mundane matters. The Song family had risen to become one of the foremost families in the capital, and he, too, had wed the jewel of the nobility. On the night of their wedding, however, a sudden gasp jolted him awake, shattering the idyllic scene. Along with the image of the princess he had yet to meet, into 1,000 pieces like fragile porcelain. 3 sets of eyes belonging to iron-backed, golden-haired wolf kings. Once again, the clerk's exclamation echoed in his ears. Damn it. Song Wunen cursed involuntarily, his composed exterior cracking momentarily. The sight of the 3 iron-backed golden-haired wolf kings had indeed startled him deeply. He fervently hoped that it would be a seasoned martial artist like Li Musheng who would contribute to Qinghe. Initially praying silently, he turned to follow the sound. However, upon looking, he was met with a frightful sight. He recognized the leader, a prodigious youth from the A-class bounty hunter team of the Demon Catching Hall. Barely past adolescence, but certainly not yet 20. Behind him were the other members of his bounty hunter team. Given their demeanor, it seemed they had reached a consensus, intending to push this prodigy forward to vie for a position within the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office. Song Wunen's heart sank once more. This is a disaster, he muttered anxiously, feeling his eyelids twitch. He was familiar with this team. The leading bounty hunter was a late-stage 7th-grade martial artist, but nearing 50. He was on the verge of surpassing the peak of his martial vitality. Hence, he was particularly keen on nurturing young martial artists. Aside from one older brother, the remaining 3 members of the team were promising young talents they had selected for training, all with the aim of seizing opportunities like this one presented by the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office. Should any member of their team be selected, they could retire comfortably for the rest of their days. At this moment, despair washed over Song Wunen once more, leaving him utterly desolate. Chapter 52, The Qinghe Earthquake, Part 4, Beyond Tengu Ridge, at the demon-slaying merit exchange. Song Wunen stood up in a daze, awaiting the scribe's announcement of the bounty hunter's demon-slaying achievements. Suddenly, a voice, hinting at a potential turn of events, rang out. Boss, I acknowledge that the 5th member is exceptional. We previously agreed to support him wholeheartedly, spoke Zhu Sandao, the 2nd-ranked member of their team. He wielded a sharp blade with remarkable skill, often claiming a life within 3 strikes, and his physique was rather rotund, earning him the nickname Pig Sandao among others. However, take a look at the 3rd and 4th members. They are also young and talented. Shouldn't we give them a chance? Zhu Sandao continued. The scribe at the desk fell silent. As per the rules, the internal merit distribution among their bounty hunters could be adjusted at the table. Upon hearing Zhu Sandao's words, the previously silent younger members, the 3rd and 4th, suddenly lifted their heads, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they turned towards their leader, Jiang Shanhe. Jiang Shanhe, a late-stage 7th-rank warrior, could be considered among the elite bounty hunters in the Qinghe Demon-Slaying Hall. However, due to his age, he could only strive for the demon-slaying merits for those within his team. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit that exuded authority, Jiang Shanhe shot a cold glare at Zhu Sandao before surveying the other 2 young men. He then addressed Zhu Sandao. What opportunity can be granted now? We had already established the terms. Why the change now? Anyone who enters the blood prison demon subduing division benefits us. Why complicate matters? Zhu Sandao, under Jiang Shanha's intense gaze, appeared somewhat flustered, beads of sweat threatening to trickle down his forehead. At that moment, he caught the third member's eye, which held a hint of menace. With a forced bravado, he declared, "Don't think I don't know. The fifth is your illegitimate child. You've schemed for so long. All for him to enter the blood prison demon subduing division." This revelation struck like thunder, causing gasps among the crowd. Jiang Shanha, once a man of family and lineage, faced calamity when a coalition of enemies he had made during his youth annihilated his family while he was away, sparing even his youngest children. It was a total devastation. Since then, he had been relentlessly pursuing revenge against his foes. It seemed that he had either eradicated them or reached a form of reconciliation. However, it now appeared that after the birth of his illegitimate child, he was paving the way for the child's future. Zhu Sandao's words thrust Jiang Shanha and his offspring into a precarious spotlight. Are you truly mine, or merely a dog of the Wan family? Jiang Shanha's fury surged, his face contorting in rage as he roared at Zhu Sandao, pointing at the third member. Although furious, Jiang Shanha understood that Zhu Sandao dare not oppose him, for the arrangements had already been set. The pressure must have come from the Wan family behind the third member, whom he had previously supported. The third member, now singled out by Jiang Shanha, was terrified, realizing the cold, merciless nature of the man before him, who would kill without a second thought. He had been blinded by the opportunity presented by the blood prison demon subduing division and, under family pressure, had allied with Zhu Sandao and the fourth member to challenge Jiang Shanha. Yet, he never anticipated that Zhu Sandao would expose Jiang Shanha's most guarded secret. This was indeed a situation of no return. Disregarding everything else, the third member seized a horse and fled towards the direction of the Wan family in Qinghe, knowing that only his ancestral lineage could save him now. The fourth member, aware of his deep involvement, also mounted a horse and fled, praying that Jiang Shanha would pursue the second and third members, considering them the primary targets while he was merely caught in the fray. Zhu Sandao, caught in Jiang Shanha's piercing gaze, felt paralyzed with fear, unable to move. We cannot turn against each other here. Beyond 10 miles, we are not responsible. Xiuxian approached calmly, stating, "My lord, if only he remains in my team, can all merits be attributed to him?" Jiang Shanha bowed to Xiuxian, gesturing towards the fifth member, his illegitimate child. Jiang Shanha realized that the only way to protect his son was through the blood prison demon subduing division, which was why he had been paving the way for him within the demon-slaying hall all along. He understood that the demon-slaying hall was the only gateway for ordinary warriors to enter the blood prison demon subduing division. "Very well, but be swift," Chao Tianqing replied. "This is not your sanctuary. Depart quickly. If he does not deal with you, I shall," he added, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Sandao. Zhu Sandao, who had initially resolved to hide here, was startled and hastily sought a horse to flee. "My lord, grant me 2 hours. I will resolve this in return." Jiang Shanha bowed to Chao Tianqing. "By the rules, if you arrive before the end, it shall be permissible," Chao Tianqing stated without turning back. "You will wait here. Do not leave," Jiang Shanha assured, feeling a sense of relief, then turned to his son, the fifth member. "All right," his son nodded in agreement. As Jiang Shanha prepared to pursue the others, the fifth member anxiously cautioned, "Father, be careful." Jiang Shanha was momentarily taken aback. He had not allowed his son to call him father for a long time due to the need for secrecy. Yet, it mattered little now. The utterance sent a jolt through him. "Son, do not worry. Everything will be handled by your father," Jiang Shanha reassured, smiling at his son before swiftly departing. He aimed to eliminate the others before the deadline, seizing their demon-slaying credentials to erase them. Once eradicated, only he and his son would remain in the bounty hunters team, allowing him to transfer all merits to his son. The achievements of 3 7th-rank Ironback Golden-Furred Wolf Kings, alongside various others, would ensure his son's entry into the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division was nearly guaranteed. This dramatic turn of events reignited the flickering flame of hope within Song Wunen, who had been preparing for judgment. He understood that as long as Jiang Shanha did not kill the other 3 within the allotted time, their achievements would become void. "Song Jinggang," Song Wunen called out. At that moment, an elderly figure, hunched over, appeared behind him. "Return and rally the family's strength to delay for those few." The old servant understood and promptly departed with urgency. There is still a chance, Song Wunen thought to himself, unaware that at that moment, Li Musheng was also approaching with measured steps. Chapter 53. The Qinghe Earthquake, v. Outside of Tiango Ridge, at the exchange station for demon-slaying achievements, Li Musheng hoisted a leather bag over his shoulder, gazing at the long, winding lines of individuals waiting to verify their demon-slaying merits. A subtle headache nagged at him, for he was not one to relish standing in queues. In the past, he had resented the difficulties imposed by the city guards when entering and exiting the city gates. Although he had avenged himself later, the displeasure lingered, leading him to develop a distaste for waiting in line. "Brother, is there any way to skip the line?" Li Musheng inquired of a fellow waiting in line. "If you possess the eye of a 7th-grade Ironback Golden-Haired Wolf King, you can head straight to the front," the individual, who was named Du Jiuji, responded with a teasing tone, eyeing Li Musheng's modest attire and sensing his initial strength to be merely at the early 8th grade. which appeared rather unimpressive. Do you really think you could acquire the eye of a 7th grade ironback golden-haired wolf king? Just wait your turn like everyone else. Du Jiuji scoffed internally. Du Jiuji, also at the early 8th grade, had once been a gambling addict. Unable to repay his debts, he had lost a finger. After failing to avenge his blood feud, he dedicated himself to martial arts and, upon achieving success, avenged himself on those who had wronged him, leaving only one finger remaining. Thus, he was often referred to as the one with 9 fingers. Oh, thank you, Li Musheng said, hearing about the possibility of skipping the line. As he began to amble forward, "Hey, do you truly possess the eye of a 7th grade ironback golden-haired wolf king?" Du Jiuji called out. Astonished as Li Musheng proceeded without queuing. "Indeed, I do," Li Musheng replied nonchalantly without turning back. "Humph. You'll soon discover the drawbacks of your bravado when the demon hunters catch you," Du Jiuji muttered in disbelief. The other martial artists in line regarded Li Musheng with disdain, akin to watching a fool, eagerly awaiting his impending embarrassment as he approached the verification desk. Upon reaching the front of the queue, Li Musheng was met with astonished glances from the officials assisting in the verification process. One scribe, startled by the sudden appearance of Li Musheng, was about to signal the enforcing martial artist to direct him back to the line. However, an eye emitting a ghostly green luminescence drew all attention. It was indeed the eye of a 7th grade ironback golden-haired wolf king. As Li Musheng revealed the eye from his bag, it seemed to dazzle the scribe, momentarily halting his actions. The youth's appearance was strikingly youthful and graceful, albeit his clothing was rather shabby. The scribe thought to himself, what a charming young man, despite his humble attire. "Sir, please come here for verification." Another agile scribe quickly ushered Li Musheng to his side. The queue began to stir with excitement. It was indeed true that he possessed the eye of a 7th grade ironback golden-haired wolf king. The most incredulous of all was Du Jiuji. How could this be? Our strengths are similar. How did he obtain such fortune? He tugged at his remaining fingers in confusion. All of this was observed by Song Wenin, seated in a wooden chair, who remained seated despite the turmoil. The recent shocks had been overwhelming for him, causing a tumult of emotions within him, which he could scarcely endure. Seeing Li Musheng's youth, he thought, I have never heard of him before. He likely only possesses one eye of a 7th grade ironback golden-haired wolf king. His other merits may not surpass mine. Well, so many eyes of the 7th grade ironback golden-haired wolf king, exclaimed the onlookers, not the scribes. The scribe tasked with verifying Li Musheng's merits was now drenched in sweat. Utterly unprepared for the multitude of 7th grade ironback golden-haired wolf king's eyes presented before him, a quick glance revealed more than 7 or 8 glowing eyes. And the number of 8th and 9th grade wolf eyes seemed countless. The onlookers erupted in excitement, many abandoning their places in line to gather around Li Musheng. Among them was Du Jiuji, realizing that with only one available spot and other merits rendered irrelevant, it was wiser to observe the unfolding spectacle. Remarkable. Such talent. Xiuxian remarked from a distance, noting the 10 luminous eyes in Li Musheng's possession. Given his aura and circulating energy, he likely stands only at the early 8th grade. His lesser strength does not diminish his exceptional talent and fortune. Xiuxian admired as he observed Li Musheng's handsome features and calm demeanor. Yet, as the crowd swelled around Li Musheng, the situation grew congested. Those who have accomplished demon slaying in Qinghe, all merits can be registered at the Demon Hunter Hall. Do not linger. Disperse. Upon hearing these words, the crowd quickly expressed their gratitude and dispersed to return to their lines. A scribe, hearing Xiuxian's proclamation, promptly approached him. Bowing respectfully, he said, "My lord, were you not supposed to confer with our hall master? No need for further words. I am in good spirits today, and I shall speak to your hall master afterward. Surely he will grant me this favor." Xiuxian waved dismissively, signaling the scribe to leave. "Shall we take a look?" Xiuxian inquired of Song Qingsong beside him. Thus, 2 apprentice demon hunters made their way toward Li Musheng. Meanwhile, Song Wenin, seated in the waiting area, felt his heart pound violently. The blood coursing through his veins surged uncontrollably. His face contorted, eyebrows twitching. He did not blame the suddenly emerging Li Musheng. He felt as if the heavens were toying with him. It was as if fate was mocking him. First, there was the unexpectedly mature El Xiuxian, which had unsettled him. Then came the bounty hunters led by Jiang Shanhe, leaving him despondent. Yet, unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. Logically, 2 rises and 2 falls should have sufficed to reassure him. Yet the heavens chose not to relent, seemingly intent on pulling another trick. As if the universe itself was playing a cruel game with him. Even so, Song Wenin continued to pray to the heavens he loathed, wishing for a twist of fate. Hoping that Li Musheng's eyes of the 7th grade ironback golden-haired wolf king were false. He prayed that Li Musheng was older than he appeared, that others accompanied him, and that another storm would arise. Verification confirmed the presence of 10 eyes of the 7th grade ironback golden-haired wolf king. Verification confirmed that the bounty hunter Li Musheng was indeed over 18 years of age. Verification confirmed that Li Musheng was the sole participant in his group. Chapter 54, The Qinghe Earthquake, Part 6. Upon hearing the verified statements from the scribe, Song Wenin felt the last flicker of hope extinguish in his eyes. His gaze dimmed, and he slumped helplessly into his chair, devoid of any strength to resist. It was confirmed that the warrior Li Musheng had achieved a remarkable score of 1,125 points. As the scribe announced his final verdict, Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. Previously, the highest score was merely over 100, yet Li Musheng had made an extraordinary leap. It was clear to everyone that the coveted position within the Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Department would undoubtedly belong to this young warrior. Indeed, Xiao Tianqing remarked as he approached Li Musheng, his eyes filled with affirmation. Thank you for your praise, sir. Li Musheng replied with a respectful bow, neither arrogant nor overly humble. I observe that your strength is merely at the initial stage of the 8th rank. How did you manage to attain such a remarkable achievement? Xiuxian inquired. Sir, to speak frankly, while my strength is not formidable, fortune favored me this time. I encountered several battles between demons and warriors, and in the chaos, I seized opportunities and collected the merits left behind by others, Li Musheng explained. Ah, luck is indeed a facet of your strength. In this competition, there were no restrictions against claiming the merits of others. Congratulations, Xiao Tianqing acknowledged. Li Musheng bowed once more in appreciation. After a brief respite, once the time concluded, they would officially announce the results. Come, let us return to the resting area. Xiao Tianqing and Xiuxian guided Li Musheng to a nearby spot. Conveniently next to Song Wen'an, Li Musheng glanced at the despondent Song Wen'an, who resembled a lifeless creature, and chose not to speak. Little did he know, the man beside him had already succumbed to despair because of him. Time passed swiftly. Just as the scribe was about to announce the conclusion of the event, a bloody Jiang Shanha steadily approached the scene, making his way to the table where he had just departed. He tossed 3 demon-catching tokens into the scribe's hands. Cancel these 3, and transfer all our team's merits to my son, Jiang Shanha instructed in a deep voice. Very well. The scribe began to respond but thought better of it, sensing the gravity of the situation, and proceeded to handle the cancellation and transfer of merits. Father, it's pointless. The 5th son, who had remained silent until now, observed his father's return. Seeing his father still bustling about with hopes for the Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Department, he felt a pang of sorrow. While he hesitated to reveal the truth to spare his father's feelings, he knew that silence would only lead to greater embarrassment. What do you mean? Jiang Shanha felt an ominous premonition at his son's words. Is the demon catcher in agreement with this arrangement? What other changes could there be? Father, someone has obtained the eyes of 10 7th-rank Ironback Golden-Furred Wolf Kings and amassed over 1,000 points in demon-slaying merits. We cannot win. We have already lost. The 5th son sighed. Impossible. Jiang Shanha's heart was struck by his son's revelation like a thunderclap. He had painstakingly slain Zhu Sandao, along with the 3rd and 4th brothers, overcoming obstacles from the Wan and Song families. He had intended to settle the scores with those families after his son secured a place in the Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Department. But now, his son was telling him it was all for naught. They could not enter the department, their team was shattered, and they had gained 2 new enemies. Unbelievable. Impossible. These thoughts swirled in Jiang Shanha's mind. After spending so long in the demon-catching realm, he was well aware of the capabilities of the warriors. And the only one who could rival his son was the formidable head of the Song family, Song Wen'an, along with the current magistrate, Jiang Tianyang. Could it be that Jiang Tianyang has emerged? Jiang Shanha questioned his son. He had previously noted Jiang Tianyang's absence, believing there was still a glimmer of hope for them. No, it is an exceptionally fortunate 8th-rank warrior named Li Musheng, the 5th son continued. Not Jiang Tianyang? Impossible. Jiang Shanha exclaimed in disbelief. Let me see the merit book. Without heeding the scribe and Apos, as protests, Jiang Shanha seized the merit book to peruse it. However, before he could reach Li Musheng and Apos' name, a searing pain shot through his wrist, causing the book to slip from his grasp. The Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Department does not require your oversight. Xiao Tianqing frowned, flicking a pebble that struck Jiang Shanha's wrist with astonishing force, embedding itself into his bone. The force was formidable, truly a person of the Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Department. The onlookers thought, and no one dared to speak, fearing the flames of wrath might consume them as well. My lord, I was reckless. Jiang Shanha clutched his injured wrist and bowed deeply to Xiao Tianqing. Let us go. Jiang Shanha quickly took his son and mounted their horses, fleeing the scene. With no hope of entering the Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Department, remaining there would only invite danger. They had to escape immediately, leaving Qinghe and perhaps even Fufeng Prefecture, seeking refuge in another state, where they might live in obscurity and find a sliver of survival. Otherwise, with so many enemies, they risked the possibility of losing his son. After all, Jiang Shanha could not be there to protect him at all times. Watching the fleeing Jiang family, Xiao Tianqing paid them no mind but turned back to Xiuxian and remarked, at this hour, the Jiang family should be emerging. Could it be? Who knows? If they're all dead, what concern is it of ours? Xiuxian replied nonchalantly. They understood that when the citywide selection began, their master, Yu Jingshan, had already reconciled his inner conflicts. With that resolved, regardless of the outcome, it would not hinder his master's pursuit of the 4th rank and the Silverlock Demon Catcher title. All of them are dead. It's clear that Jiang Tianyang, this so-called genius, is truly weak, and his fortune is exceedingly poor. Xiao Tianqing shook his head. They were well aware that Tianyi had made considerable preparations for his beloved son. The next day, Qinghe seemed to tremble like an earthquake. The selected candidate for the Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Department was Li Musheng, an initial 8th-rank constable. In this expedition, the warriors of Qinghe suffered catastrophic losses, nearly 1/3 perished. and every family donned mourning attire, transforming the entire city into a realm of white. The Qinghe County office faced severe losses, with 8 inspectors and 12 captains vanishing without a trace. Even Jiang Tianyang had disappeared, leaving no corpses behind. Rumors circulated that these individuals either fled or were devoured by the legendary iron-backed golden-furred Wolf King, a 6th-rank demon. In the depths of the Qinghe County office, a furious roar erupted. This roar nearly brought down the study in the office's rear courtyard. The one who bellowed was none other than Tian Yi, who appeared to have aged a decade, his hair gradually turning gray. Chapter 55, The Emergence of Danger in the Study of the County Office's Courtyard. Tian Yi sat despondently in a chair. The servant who had come to report trembled and knelt beside him. Through the servant's trembling words, Tian Yi learned that Jiang Tianyang and all those dispatched had not returned. In the Great Liang's demon-slaying campaign, those who failed to return on time were generally presumed dead. The preliminary assessment from the Demon Capture Hall indicated that Jiang Tianyang and the officials had perished during the demon-slaying mission. Yet, Tian Yi was convinced that it was impossible for Jiang Tianyang and his companions to have perished entirely in the battle. Surely one survivor would remain. Even if the legendary 6th-rank iron-backed golden-haired Wolf King had appeared, it could not have left no witnesses behind. However, the apprentice demon catchers and the esteemed Lord Yu insisted that no other formidable beings had evaded the trap set by the demon catchers. Should any unauthorized individuals enter the Tiango Ridge, the demon catchers would undoubtedly be the first to know. Yet, Tian Yi was certain that this mysterious disappearance was orchestrated by the Li family. Previously, Jiang Tianyang had reported to Tian Yi that several captains and constables had vanished without a trace while investigating around Li Musheng's residence. Thus, in Tian Yi's eyes, it was undoubtedly the expert from the Li family, who was protecting Li Musheng, that had infiltrated undetected, leading to this situation. It was even possible that Li Musheng's numerous accolades were acquired by intercepting Jiang Tianyang's accomplishments. Li Donglai approached slowly, dismissing the trembling servant, who fled in relief. Master, we must avenge Tianyang. It is my duty, Li Donglai said solemnly. As he spoke, vivid memories of Jiang Tianyang flooded his mind. Due to Tian Yi's preoccupation with governance, he had entrusted Li Donglai with the task of safeguarding the Jiang family. Consequently, Jiang Tianyang had always been by Li Donglai's side since childhood. Jiang Tianyang had trained in martial arts under Li Donglai's tutelage, and their bond had grown into that of both teacher and friend, akin to father and son. Thus, Li Donglai's affection for Jiang Tianyang equaled that of Tian Yi, perhaps even surpassing it, as he had expended considerable personal influence to invite the demon catchers of the Blood Prison to assess Jiang Tianyang, granting him an opportunity to join the Blood Prison's demon-slaying division. Hence, upon receiving the disheartening news of Jiang Tianyang's likely death, Li Donglai's thoughts aligned with Tian Yi's. The Li family, particularly the forces behind Li Musheng, were undoubtedly to blame. The blood debt owed for Jiang Tianyang and Appo's demise must be exacted from the Li family. Tianyang and Appo's death is certainly the work of the Li family and Appo's expert behind Li Musheng. Tian Yi declared resolutely. These two must perish. I will drag the Tian family into this reckoning with the Li family. The fact that Shenfu and others were also not spared indicated that the hidden expert from the Li family must be at least a late-stage 7th rank or perhaps an early-stage 6th rank. I will swiftly write a letter, expedited to Tian Yuan, to make him aware of the gravity of the situation, urging him to come personally for support. After all, this entire matter traces back to his covetousness for the Li family's hidden treasures. He will undoubtedly take action to resolve this, or else he will have difficulty justifying himself to the Tian family. Only by securing the hidden treasures will he be able to operate effectively there. Once he does, it will incite a conflict between the Tian and Li families. We must eradicate Li Musheng's line completely. I suspect the one covertly protecting Li Musheng is likely from his father's lineage, perhaps even his grandfather, Li Xiuxian. The Li family is merely a second-tier clan in the capital, with few genuine 6th-rank experts. Li Xiuxian qualifies as one, possessing at most early-stage 6th-rank strength. If Tian Yuan intervenes, he too is early-stage 6th rank, and with the two of us at late-stage 7th rank, we should be more than capable of taking him down. We will slay him alongside Li Musheng to honor Tianyang. Tian Yi and Appo's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke fiercely to Li Donglai. Should the Blood Prison and Appo's demon-slaying division seek retribution, we can simply depart this place and then ambush the Li family. Master, I will follow your lead. I am willing to do whatever it takes to avenge Tianyang. Li Donglai said, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. In the back hall of the Demon Capture Hall, Yu Jingshan sat at the head seat, savoring the iced dew mist tea obtained from Li Donglai. Seated on either side below him were Chao Tianxing and Su Qingsong. After greeting him, Li Musheng stood still at the front of the hall as Yu Jingshan remained silent. I've heard of you, Yu Jingshan. Did you enjoy the tea? Or do you find Li Musheng agreeable? He mused, taking a sip. In just a few months, you have progressed from unranked to early stage 8th rank. Your advancement is remarkable, suggesting you possess considerable martial talent. Although your rank is average among many martial artists in this selection from Tiango Ridge, your achievements in gaining the top position indicate exceptional fortune. The outside world believes that our Blood Prison and Appo's demon-slaying division requires a minimum rank of 7th rank for recruitment. However, This is not the case. Both of your fellow apprentice demon catchers entered at 8th and 9th rank, with unremarkable strength. Our recruitment standards prioritize martial talent and fortune. Regardless of your current rank, you have 3 years as an apprentice demon catcher, ample time for one with talent to reach late-stage 7th rank. Furthermore, luck plays a crucial role in our demon-slaying endeavors. Without fortune, even in areas where only 8th rank demons could arise, you would struggle. Yet, upon your arrival, the demonic energy surged, resulting in 7th rank demons. Even the miasma you faced weakened you, with no external aid. Those without fortune do not survive long. Therefore, only those with exceptional talent and fortunate fate can join our blood prison and Appos' demon-slaying division. This is the purpose of our citywide selection, Xiuxian explained. Sipping his tea and smacking his lips before continuing. I have a connection with someone in the county office, which allowed me to grant him an opportunity within the rules. However, he did not meet the criteria and perished in this Tiango Ridge selection, Xiuxian concluded, casting a glance at Li Musheng. Wait. Don't say it was me who killed him. You have no evidence. If you insist on vengeance, I will have to flee. Li Musheng feigned composure under Xiuxian's gaze, knowing he could not be implicated. After all, there was no body to prove anything, regardless of his involvement. It would ultimately not be traced back to him. This is the operation of our blood prison's demon-slaying division. No one may interfere. Rest assured, gather your belongings. We will report to the blood prison in 3 days, Xiuxian said indifferently. Chapter 56. Tian Yuan. On this day, the sky was overcast, and the atmosphere felt oppressive. Deep within the Tian residence in Jingzhou, a middle-aged warrior clad in dark robes stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His chiseled face illuminated by the fading rays of the setting sun. His eyes resembled a cold, tempered pool. And the fine lines at the corners of his eyes were like sword marks etched into his temples. The mere sweep of his gaze caused the messenger from Qinghe to instinctively hunch his back even further. The warrior and Appos' thick, slanted eyebrows were sharp like blades. And a faint scar ran down the center of his nose. His neatly trimmed stubble accentuated his angular jawline, giving it an iron-like hardness. The people of Qinghe County were well aware that County Magistrate Tian Yi had taken a notable figure from Jingzhou as his adoptive father. They presumed that this adoptive father must be at least in his 60s, but in reality, he was 2 years younger than Tian Yi. This warrior in dark robes was none other than Tian Yi's adoptive father, Tian Yuan, the influential figure of the Tian family in Jingzhou. At this moment, Tian Yuan had already perused the contents of the letter sent by Tian Yi. He then waved his hand, dismissing the messenger. The messenger, realizing that he was being sent away without a definitive response from Lord Tian, felt uneasy about reporting back to the county magistrate. Gritting his teeth, he clasped his hands in respect and knelt, anxiously asking if Lord Tian had any words to convey back. Tian Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling messenger, choosing to ignore him. What need is there to speak with such a dim-witted cur? He thought. 2 attendants nearby, unable to contain themselves, scolded the messenger and forcibly ejected him from the Tian residence. The hall was empty as Tian Yuan settled himself into a chair, lightly tapping the table in contemplation. A hidden treasure from the Li family has led to such a myriad of troubles. I should have dealt with that Li Musheng and that old dog Tian Yi long ago. When I go to Qinghe this time, I shall ensure both meet their end to alleviate the vexation in my heart. Greed, indeed. Were it not for the rumors of the Li family's ethereal method of ascension, I would not have been so tempted. How dare that old dog Tian Yi summon me? Once I obtain the jade piece and unlock the secrets, I shall personally send that useless cur on his way. As Tian Yuan tapped the table, his fingers suddenly exerted tremendous force, causing the floor tiles to shatter while the table remained unscathed. This was the prowess of a mid-level 6th-grade warrior. Tian Yuan had successfully advanced to the middle stage. Tian Yuan, a branch of the Tian family, had been a prodigious martial artist in his youth and was later selected by the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division to become an apprentice demon catcher. After fierce battles, he managed to break through and became a bronze-lock demon catcher. However, the competition among bronze-lock demon catchers was fierce. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Although Tian Yuan was talented, he remained inconspicuous in a place brimming with geniuses like the Blood Prison Division. Ultimately, during the bronze-lock stage, due to the excessive number of demon-slaying tasks he undertook, he suffered hidden injuries that hindered his progress, making it challenging to break through to the mid-stage. Consequently, he was eliminated from the Blood Prison Division. Initially, the division had offered him a position as the vice master of the demon catching hall in the capital. But under the family's persuasion, he returned to the Tian family. Upon his return, the elders of the family held high expectations for Tian Yuan. Considering him a powerful warrior at the initial 6th grade and a former bronze-lock demon catcher, they entrusted him with significant responsibilities. However, as time passed, they realized that his progress was far too slow. He remained stagnant at the 6th grade. The family's elders had hoped he would at least advance to the 5th grade, as only by achieving this could he become a vital force in protecting the family. For a second-tier family like the Tian family, the core martial power was expected to be at least at the 4th grade. The standard for a first-tier family in the capital was to have martial artists of the 3rd grade or higher. Both the Tian and Li families were considered second-tier families in the capital. However, The Tian family held a slight advantage due to the status of a family member as a favored concubine of the ruling house. At that time, the Tian family was in the spotlight, as the concubine was enjoying the favor of the court. Seeing Tian Yuan's lack of advancement, they assigned him to the younger brother of the favored concubine as a protector. Consequently, Tian Yuan fortuitously accepted the task of ambushing Li Qingya and Qinghe. Through Zhang Yi, he learned of the jade piece and the potential existence of a hidden treasury belonging to the Li family. Thus, Tian Yuan utilized his connections within the Tian family to transfer himself to Jingzhou, intending to manage affairs there and keep an eye on Jiang Yi while dealing with Li Musheng. Later, Jiang Yi, unexpectedly eager to curry favor with him, even changed his name to Tian Yi, despite being 2 years older. The sight of this old cur trying so hard to ingratiate himself was quite amusing. Eventually, Tian Yuan, seeing his relentless determination, allowed Jiang Yi to adopt the name Tian Yi out of his own mischievous whim. Tian Yuan chose to come to Jingzhou, firstly to wait for Li Musheng to come of age, and secondly, to use the long-accumulated jade piece as the key to unlocking the hidden treasury. He also sought to distance himself from Tian Heng, the second-generation scion, perceiving his association with such a character as a monumental joke. After resolving the issue with Li Qingya, Tian Heng would likely not wish to keep Tian Yuan close, fearing potential trouble. Thus, Tian Yuan, through connections, managed to secure a position under Tian Heng, who readily agreed. Over the 10 years in Jingzhou, Tian Yuan had not spent much time training in martial arts. Instead, he indulged in a life of pleasure. To him, the hidden injuries that impeded his advancement seemed a trivial matter, preferring to enjoy the present and leaving any future changes to the so-called Li family treasury. Having endured the hardships in the blood prison division, Tian Yuan had no desire to relive such days. Consequently, he led a carefree life in Jingzhou. Surprisingly, with this newfound mindset, his strength unexpectedly progressed, advancing from the stagnant early 6th grade to the mid-6th grade. It is worth noting that while early-stage advancements are swift, those lacking sufficient talent may find themselves forever stuck at the early 6th grade. Thus, Tian Yuan could now reach Qinghe County in a single day, covering 100 miles. If he set off now, he might arrive even sooner than the messenger from Qinghe, who was hastening his journey. The most vexing thought for Tian Yuan was the potential guardian lurking behind Li Musheng. Could it truly be that old fool Li Xiuxian? Tian Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering to himself. What does it matter? That old fool is mired in indulgence, stuck at the early 6th grade, and past the peak of 60. Whether he can reach the late 7th grade is still uncertain. With that thought, Tian Yuan stepped out of the hall. With a single leap, he exited the Tian residence and swiftly traversed the rooftops toward Qinghe, moving as swiftly as the wind, unnoticed by the common folk. Chapter 57. Rainy night in Qinghe. As night fell, torrential rain poured down, shrouding the dark night and concealing the moon. In the study of the Qinghe County government office, the flickering light of a lamp danced amidst the howling wind and relentless rain outside. Tian Yi paced anxiously within the room, while Li Donglai stood silently beside him. Kneeling on the ground was a young servant, the very messenger who had delivered a letter to Jingzhou. Tian Yi turned to the kneeling servant once more, seeking confirmation. Indeed. What you say is unequivocally true, the servant replied, his voice tinged with apprehension. He had been reprimanded by several of Tian Yi and Apos, as attendants for daring to ask a question. Leave us, Li Donglai instructed. The young servant, aware of Tian Yi and Apos, as foul mood and fearing retribution, hastily departed into the downpour. Donglai, based on my understanding of Tian Yuan, that wretch has likely already arrived. He might be lying in wait in Qinghe, waiting for us to act first so he can reap the rewards, Tian Yi remarked. Indeed. That is highly probable, Li Donglai concurred. If Shenfu and the others have not perished, we could rally our trusted allies to launch a surprise attack on Li Musheng, thereby compelling him to reveal the identity of his benefactor. But alas, it is just the two of us now. Master. Both of us are at the late stage of the 7th rank. If the one behind him possesses the strength of an early 6th rank, we could hold our ground. It would be ample opportunity for Tian Yuan, lurking in the shadows, to strike decisively. As for martial artists above the mid-6th rank, they are few in the capital, Tian Yi asserted. Jiang Tianyang's previous dispatch of scouts to gather intelligence in the capital had revealed that most of the Li family members of mid-6th rank resided there. Those above the 5th rank were not easily commanded, unlike the likes of Li Xiuxian, who remained elusive. Li Xiuxian is merely of the early 6th rank. In the Great Liang, the presence of martial artists is not easily concealed, and Tian Yuan has just broken through, unaware that his strength has already reached the mid-6th rank. The servant dispatched to Jingzhou lacks the ability to discern the nuances of power, Tian Yi continued. Thus, I implore you, Donglai, to join me in this perilous endeavor to avenge Tian Yang, Tian Yi declared solemnly. Without hesitation, I shall, Li Donglai replied with a respectful gesture. Moments later, the lights in the study extinguished, and two shadowy figures dashed into the rain-soaked night. Not far away, a figure perched in a tree remained untouched by the downpour, utilizing their internal energy to evaporate the rainwater around them. This figure was none other than Tian Yuan. The two old fools have set out, with them scouting ahead. I can remain hidden and deliver a fatal blow to the one backing Li Musheng. As for Tian Yi and Li Donglai, their demise would be most beneficial. Exhausting that so-called benefactor, Tian Yuan mused. watching the direction in which Tian-Yi and Li Donglai had departed. Li Xiuxian, how I wish it to be you, old dog. Watch as I slay your grandson before your very eyes, and then eliminate you as well, reuniting your family in the depths below. With a sudden surge of strength in his legs, Tian Yuan leaped into the air, silently pursuing Tian-Yi and the others toward Li Musheng and Appo's residence. At Li Musheng and Appo's abode. The rain hammered against the roof, creating a cacophony of sound, while a chilling breeze swept through the interior. Li Musheng had left the door ajar, setting a red clay stove in the center of the room, brewing tea as he savored each sip. He recalled the words of Yu Jingshan. Rest easy, gather your belongings. And in 3 days, report to the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division with us. I shall enlighten Tian-Yi. After all, a son can always be replaced. And where is the evidence linking you to this? You lack the capability. Even if there were a connection, what of it? The Demon Suppression Division will protect you. Should he dare to act against you, the Jiang family will leave no stone unturned. Yu Jingshan spoke with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unconcerned that Tian-Yi would target Li Musheng. Yet, Tian-Yi harbored doubts about Jiang Tianyang's death and its possible connection to him. After all, if Yu Jingshan could discern this, then Tian-Yi, mourning the loss of his only son, would not hesitate to seek retribution. I have awaited 2 nights. Should tonight pass without incident, I shall join Yu Jingshan and the others at the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division tomorrow. If he intends to kill me, it must be tonight. Li Musheng pondered as he sipped his tea. I ensured that Jiang Tianyang and his entourage of 20 did not survive. He might misconstrue the situation, believing I have protection, possibly even connecting it to the Li family. In that case, he may call upon Tian Yuan from Jingzhou, a 6th-rank expert. And with a few 7th-rank allies, they would be virtually unstoppable. Li Musheng set down his teacup and retrieved his sword, Cold Moon Frost, sharpening it on the whetstone. Brother, tonight will require your utmost effort. Hold your ground, for without you, my shattering stone blade technique may falter, making it challenging to strike down my foes. However, as a late-stage 7th-rank warrior, slaying an early 6th rank is akin to hunting a dog. Mid-6th ranks, however, will require considerable effort. Yet, with my perfected shattering stone blade technique, I should manage well. If I manage to kill a 6th rank, it may allow me to continue my progression in the 5th volume of the Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart method. Perhaps, prior to entering the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, I could advance to late-stage 5th rank. Coupled with my mastery of the turtle breathing technique, even 3rd-rank warriors would struggle to detect my true strength. As for 2nd and 1st ranks, they are unlikely to be encountered in the Blood Prison. Thus, my plan to survive within the Blood Prison will come to fruition. If all else fails and my identity is revealed, I shall hide, relying on the elimination of 6th and 5th rank warriors to elevate my rank. It may be cumbersome, but should my demon essence points dwindle, I can hunt demons to replenish them, maintaining my peak combat prowess. Of course, that is a last resort, Li Musheng contemplated. At that moment, as he sharpened his blade, Li Musheng suddenly lifted his gaze toward the courtyard, his eyes penetrating through the deluge. He had discerned 2 crimson orbs of light hovering near his estate, with a larger orb suspended at a distance. Guests have arrived. Chapter 58, The Battle on a Rainy Night in the Dead of Night. The moon was shrouded by clouds, rendering the surroundings as dark as ink. A torrential downpour concealed the sounds of the outside world. On a rooftop outside Li Musheng and Appo's residence, 2 shadowy figures clad in dark clothing perfectly blended into the night. Even if someone were to approach closely, they might remain undetected. These 2 were Tian-Yi, the constable of Qinghe County, and Li Donglai, a staunch loyalist of the Jiang family. The master has confirmed that Li Musheng is resting inside. Li Donglai murmured to Tian-Yi. Let us proceed to ambush him directly. Capture Li Musheng, and force out the person behind him. Tian-Yi quietly surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any movement. That old dog Tian Yuan is hiding too deeply. He must be here. After all, he desires not only their lives but also the Li family and Appo's as hidden treasures. Tian-Yi thought to himself. He shook his head, attempting to dispel such thoughts, regardless of whether Tian Yuan sought to eliminate them all at once. Even if it meant his own demise, he was determined to avenge Tian Yang. Li Musheng and the person behind him must die. Tian-Yi glanced at Li Donglai, preparing to signal him with a glance, and together they would plunge into Li Musheng's home, capturing him to draw out the figure behind him. But in that moment of distraction, a sudden explosive sound erupted, as if something had detonated before them. In an instant, Li Donglai, who had been beside him, was hurled into Li Musheng and Appo's courtyard like a ball. Tian-Yi was left in shock, unable to react. Instinctively, he drew his blade and slashed at the spot where Li Donglai had stood, yet his strikes met only the emptiness of air, yielding no response whatsoever. Panic gripped Tian-Yi as he scanned his surroundings. After all, invisible foes were the most perilous. In his understanding, even a 6th-grade martial artist would have their perception diminished in such heavy rain, making it impossible to detect their hidden presence. He never anticipated that the person behind Li Musheng could stealthily approach them without detection, and in a moment of ignorance, they had sent Li Donglai, also a late-stage 7th-grade martial artist, flying away. The slashes he had executed had struck nothing, as if no one had ever been there. This level of stealth was something Tian-Yi had never encountered before. He had only heard of it, rumored to be a skill possessed by true martial artists above the 3rd grade, who could vanish without a trace. as he wildly swung his blade. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Tianyi had suspected that the person behind Li Musheng would be formidable, but he had never imagined them to be so terrifying. Even if it were Li Xiuxian, he could not achieve such feats. Unless it were the ancestral guardian of the Li family, a fourth-grade martial artist, there might be a semblance of possibility. At this thought, Tianyi and Appo's pupils dilated, nearly losing grip on his weapon. A fourth-grade martial artist? How could they possibly protect Li Musheng, a mere fourth-generation scion? Tianyi was utterly baffled by this notion. Meanwhile, Li Musheng, having perfected the techniques of shadowy steps and turtle breathing, seamlessly integrated into the rainy night, had spotted Tianyi's lapse in focus, revealing a significant vulnerability. Li Musheng had just stealthily delivered a kick that sent Li Donglai flying, rendering him incapable of further action. He then concealed himself once more, preparing to silently attack Tianyi. Initially, Li Musheng had not been overly confident in the concealment abilities of shadowy steps and turtle breathing, fearing he would eventually be discovered. To his astonishment, under the cloak of the rain in Tianyi and Appo's unsettled mind, he seized the opportunity to launch himself forward and deliver a kick that sent Tianyi sprawling, swiftly following up with a blade strike. Then, with a downward kick, he forcefully propelled Tianyi into the courtyard. Each of Li Musheng and Appo's strikes showcased the prowess of a late-stage 6th-grade martial artist. And the blade he wielded employed the perfected stone-shattering blade technique, severely wounding Tianyi, leaving him unable to rise. "I have questions for you," Li Musheng declared, then casually struck down at the still trying to rise Li Donglai, severing his head in an instant. That voice. Tianyi was stunned by the familiarity of it. Yet, the seemingly effortless strike that claimed Li Donglai and Appo's life left him aghast, exclaiming, "Donglai." Li Musheng, undeterred, struck again, severing Tianyi and Appo's Achilles tendon. Ignoring Tianyi and Appo's cries, he leapt from the courtyard, disappearing into the rain-soaked night. Li Musheng dashed away quickly, for another larger blood-red orb was desperately fleeing. Damn it! That old dog has betrayed me. Tianyi thought as he retreated in haste, panic rising within him. How could someone of such caliber be merely a 6th-grade martial artist like Li Xiuxian, with such exceptional stealth and power? The only one capable of such prowess in the Li family must be their ancestral guardian. Whatever the reason, a warrior of this caliber was beyond his capacity to contend with. He needed to escape quickly and report to the master. Only the family could address this predicament. The hidden expert of the Li family might have grander schemes that he had inadvertently uncovered, and as long as he could escape, he could redeem himself for past shortcomings. Tianyi and Appo's mind raced with frantic calculations. At this moment, he no longer considered the so-called jade piece. All that occupied Tianyi and Appo's thoughts was survival and how to erase the debts of his past. After all, he found life in Jingzhou City to be quite satisfactory. As Tianyi fled rapidly, he sensed no one pursuing him, leading him to believe that Li Musheng and Appo's companion had not pursued him. He felt a slight sense of relief and instinctively turned to glance behind him. However, in that moment, Li Musheng, while turning, caught sight of a shadowy face nearby. A figure whose face was obscured, revealing only a pair of eyes, with the rest concealed beneath a black veil. How is this possible? How could they be so fast? Tianyuan's face contorted in horror, his heart racing to its limit. At that moment of panic, he distinctly felt the smile of victory from beneath the mask. Before Tianyuan could react further, Li Musheng delivered a straightforward yet powerful punch, knocking him to the ground with a deafening thud. What on earth is happening outside? A child from a nearby household rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked his mother, clearly awakened by the sudden sounds in the rain. Go to sleep. It's none of your business. The mother scolded, shoving him back under the covers. For ordinary folk, curiosity about the outside world was best avoided, for such curiosity might invite misfortune upon their household. Chapter 59, The Rainy Night Duel, Part 2. On a rainy night in a certain part of Qinghai County, a shadow fell heavily onto the ground. Despite the noise, not a single resident opened their window to peek outside. Perhaps the torrential rain concealed everything. Or perhaps it provided the inhabitants of this area with a perfect excuse to pretend they were unaware. Tianyuan, having fallen heavily to the ground, was surprisingly astonished. The punch delivered by Li Musheng inflicted damage he had not anticipated. Tianyuan had always believed that the one who could silently catch up to him so swiftly could not possibly be the early 6th grade Li Xiuxian, but rather a stronger member of the Li family, potentially on par with the 5th grade warriors. However, after experiencing that punch, Tianyuan discerned that his opponent had not yet broken through to the 5th grade. Otherwise, he might have lost half his life with that blow. Logically, there should have been no chance of survival. Although he was merely a mid-6th grade martial artist, Tianyuan believed he still had a chance. He sprang to his feet, palms facing downward, gathering his strength. Li Musheng, having knocked Tianyuan down with a single punch and disrupted his escape, leaped downwards. Despite Tianyuan rising immediately, which surprised Li Musheng, he recalled that the information he had received indicated Tianyuan should possess only the strength of an early 6th grade martial artist. Normally, someone of that caliber would struggle to stand after such a blow and would certainly sustain internal injuries, unlike Tianyuan, who appeared relatively unscathed. Disregarding everything else, Li Musheng swiftly lunged forward. Given that Tianyuan was a 6th grade martial artist, Li Musheng did not rely on stealth techniques. He could not replicate the tactics used against Tian Yi to toy with Tian Yuan. Instead, he engaged in a genuine confrontation with him. As Tian Yuan observed the shadow flying towards him, he immediately raised his palms, which had been facing down, and assumed a stance, striking out with both hands towards the approaching Li Musheng. To Li Musheng and Appo's astonishment, he glimpsed a faint golden light emanating from Tian Yuan and Appo's palms amidst the darkness. When Li Musheng swung his blade, he found his offensive momentum halted, feeling a subtle push backward. He realized that relying solely on brute force might result in some backlash. Deep down, he understood that a fight to the death was not desirable. It was best to subdue his opponent without injury. How intriguing, he mused. This must be a remarkable technique, possibly superior to his own shattering stone blade technique. If he could acquire it, perhaps his strength would further increase. How could this be? My formless diamond palm is merely a mid-level martial art. Through 10 years of intermittent practice, I have achieved minor success due to my natural talent. As a mid-6th grade martial artist, anyone struck by my formless diamond palm would undoubtedly be injured. With this technique, I could be considered at the pinnacle of mid-6th grade martial arts. Even late 6th grade warriors would not emerge unscathed under my palm. Caught off guard, even they would suffer. Tian Yuan was taken aback. His pride in the formless diamond palm had yielded no result. This was something he could never have anticipated. Over the past decade, he had failed to diligently improve his mental cultivation as he had been nursing hidden injuries. Relentless training would only exacerbate his condition. Instead, he had spent a significant amount of time indulging himself, yet he still managed to practice the formless diamond palm, a martial art chosen for him by his nominal master in the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. Despite his lack of focus, he possessed considerable martial talent, allowing him to practice the technique to a minor level. The formless diamond palm emphasizes formlessness and spontaneity, resisting forceful exertion. Tian Yuan had once contemplated whether dedicating more time to mastering this technique over the past decade could lead him to a greater mastery. However, he concluded that he had only reached the introductory stage. The extensive time spent practicing had inadvertently led him away from the essence of the formless diamond palm, resulting in diminished returns. Li Musheng, having retreated to dissipate the force of Tian Yuan and Appo's strike, did not intend to grant him any further opportunity to recuperate. Observing Li Musheng and Appo's relentless assault, a hint of imperceptible panic flickered in Tian Yuan and Appo's eyes. He unleashed another palm strike imbued with golden light, which not only repelled Li Musheng but also left faint cracks on the surface of his cold moonfrost blade. Yet, it was evident that Tian Yuan and Appo's condition was deteriorating. Although the formless diamond palm was formidable, it consumed immense energy. The two previous strikes had already depleted half of his strength. The second strike, requiring even more energy than the first, had failed to harm Li Musheng, merely leaving cracks on his blade. Tian Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite facing someone who had not yet reached the 5th grade, how could Li Musheng withstand such blows? This palm technique was indeed impressive. Li Musheng glanced at the already cracked cold moonfrost blade and foresaw its demise in this rainy night. In truth, he had sustained some internal injury from Tian Yuan and Appo's second strike. However, a voice echoed in his mind. Host has suffered minor damage. Recovery can be achieved by consuming demon essence points. Do you wish to proceed? In awe, Li Musheng marveled at this extraordinary ability. It could not only enhance his strength, but also heal him. Now it could even mend his injuries. He felt invincible. With this power, what was there to fear? He could outlast anyone. Without hesitation, he responded in his mind. Consume. Commencing consumption of demon essence points to restore host and Appo's body. Repair complete. Minor damage healed. Consuming 1 essence point. As the voice faded, Li Musheng felt a warm current surging through his body, enveloping him in comfort akin to being wrapped in soft clouds. All discomfort vanished in an instant, and he was restored to peak condition, even replenishing his energy. This miraculous healing occurred in a heartbeat, unnoticed even by Tian Yuan, who assumed Li Musheng had sustained no injuries at all. In reality, Li Musheng had indeed been slightly hurt. But the injury was swiftly mended by the extraordinary power of the demon essence points. Now, he stood rejuvenated, ready for the next encounter. Chapter 60. The conclusion of Jiang and Appo's grievance in the city of Qinghe. The winds howled and the rain poured. Suddenly, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, obscuring all that transpired within the city. How could it be? After receiving a blow from me, how could Li Musheng and Appo's spirit and vitality seemingly flourish? Tian Yuan gazed at Li Musheng, perplexed. He had observed the transformation in Li Musheng and Appo's state, and could not fathom what could possibly make him grow stronger with each encounter. Could it be? Could it be that he is an immortal? Tian Yuan and Appo's thoughts, bewildered by Li Musheng and Appo's astonishing prowess, began to speculate wildly about the possibility of him being an immortal. Impossible. It cannot be an immortal. If he were truly an immortal, I would have perished long ago. Tian Yuan, belonging to the Tian family in the capital and having spent considerable time in the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division, had indeed heard legends of immortals. The great Liang Empire vehemently denied the existence of immortals, but those entrenched in the vortex of power naturally had their own conjectures and calculations. The Great Liang had enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, with various provinces not lacking in strength, yet the external pressures remained substantial. Nevertheless, throughout the years, the Great Liang dynasty remained as steadfast as a mountain. At times, even though the Great Liang Empire had not produced any second-rank martial artists, the Prime Minister of the Central Secretariat, the commander of the Heavenly Strategy Mansion, and even the Grand Master who oversaw the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division all exhibited unwavering loyalty. However, the Great Liang was founded on martial prowess, and the strength or weakness of martial arts could entirely overshadow hereditary succession. Yet, even so, a handful of first-rank experts harbored no thoughts of overthrowing the Great Liang dynasty, let alone usurping its authority. Thus, in secret, those prestigious families speculated that it was highly likely that behind the Great Liang officials stood those elusive immortals. Yet, within the Great Liang dynasty, both openly and covertly, no one dared to utter the word immortal. Even casual discussions were avoided due to a long-standing rule that had persisted for centuries. In the minds of the common folk, the concept of immortals or deities did not even exist. They only knew that the brilliance of the Great Liang officials illuminated the land, providing protection to the populace. While these esteemed families dared not discuss immortals openly, some particularly audacious individuals secretly sought the path of so-called immortals. They either sought ancient relics or studied scriptures, as if attempting to uncover traces of immortals from the vast expanse of history, naturally conducting these endeavors in secrecy. At that time, the Li family was indeed a first-rate family in the capital. However, because some members of the family ventured into these pursuits, that branch was uprooted entirely. And it was only due to the officials and Appo's mercy that they survived. After all, the Li family was one of the four great families that fought alongside the founding emperor in establishing the nation, ultimately preserving most of their lineage. But their rank was directly lowered to second-rate by the previous officials, with no hope of ever ascending to first-rate again, serving as a warning to all families. After being expelled from the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division, Tian Yuan had remained in a state of discontent. Later, upon accepting the task to eliminate Li Qingya, he recalled Jiang Yi and Appo's words regarding that jade piece while in a cave. Fragmented memories of immortals surged within him, and he realized that to advance further, he must acquire something related to immortals to break free from his shackles, potentially becoming a powerful first-rank expert of high status. All of this ultimately compelled Tian Yuan to establish a 10-year plan, thus witnessing the peculiar display of strength behind Li Musheng, who was indeed only at the late 6th rank. Tian Yuan felt compelled to associate the Li family with immortals. "Oh, I see it now," Tian Yuan exclaimed with delight. "The Li family is indeed secretly seeking immortals. I must inform you, Xiuxian. Let the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division annihilate your Li family. You have committed treason. This time, the officials will surely be enraged. Should your Li family err again, it will cease to exist." A frenzied expression overtook Tian Yuan and Appo's face as he seized upon this last thread of hope. He had initially anticipated witnessing astonishment or some other emotional shift in Li Musheng and Appo's eyes. However, Li Musheng remained unfazed, merely cursing inwardly and continuing to strike at Tian Yuan. This time, he unleashed a full-force attack, pouring his energy into the strike, manifesting the stone-cleaving blade technique with an intensity that hinted at 11 parts of its full might. At that moment, Tian Yuan, driven to madness, exerted himself fully using the formless Vajrapalm. When his strength waned, he resorted to burning his life force, converting it into power, launching an all-out assault with the formless Vajrapalm at the expense of his lifespan and physical condition. Li Musheng uttered not a word. He simply continued to wield his blade, unperturbed, as he had ample demon spirit energy to sustain him. After 10 exchanges, Tian Yuan still bore an unsettling smile, as if he had uncovered a tremendous secret of Li Musheng, yet his body had already been pierced by Li Musheng. The reason was that Tian Yuan had exhausted his final reserves of life force and could no longer resist. "You, all, Li family, come back, to accompany me." Tian Yuan and Appo's face contorted, a sinister grin forming as he spoke, before erupting into maniacal laughter. "Fool. My surname is not Li," Li Musheng retorted, having stated this singular phrase throughout. Then, amidst Tian Yuan and Appo's astonished gaze, he pierced his heart, and, under the shroud of the rain-soaked night, vanished into the darkness, bearing Tian Yuan and Appo's lifeless body. Within Li Musheng and Appo's estate, the torrential rain washed away the bloodstains in the courtyard. The blood of Li Donglai had faded under the relentless downpour, leaving little trace. Tian Yi felt particularly weak, devoid of any strength to call for help. The rain fell so heavily that even if he were to cry out, it was unlikely anyone would hear him. Furthermore, given the demeanor of Li Musheng and Appo's allies, even if he did manage to escape and call for help, he would still be unable to escape his fate. He would ultimately perish at the hands of the Li family. He hoped Tian Yuan could flee and inform the Tian family, igniting a conflict between the two families, thereby indirectly avenging himself and others. A loud thud interrupted Tian Yi and Appo's thoughts as he turned towards the sound. There lay another corpse, a face he would never forget: Tian Yuan. The person he had loathed throughout his life yet had to ingratiate himself with. The eternal demon in his heart. Now he lay there like a dead dog. Tian Yi could not decide whether he should feel joy or disappointment. Joy, for the wretched creature that had oppressed him for over a decade was dead, undoubtedly filling his heart with elation. Disappointment, for with Tian Yuan and Appo's demise, the Tian family would remain oblivious to the Li family and Appo's schemes. His hopes of avenging himself through the Tian family would thus be dashed. At that moment, a shadow slowly approached Tian. It was the very person who had killed Li Donglai, severely injured him, and ultimately discarded Tian Yuan and Appo's corpse. Tian let out a resigned smile and closed his eyes, as if preparing to accept his own death with indifference. In the end, it was the victor who dictated the narrative, nothing more to be said. Uncle. Hearing that familiar voice, Tian suddenly opened his eyes, his heart racing, and panic ensued. Chapter 61. The Clear River Incident in the Depths of Night, within the confines of Li Musheng and Appo's residence. The torrential rain had gradually subsided, transforming into a gentle drizzle that soon faded into silence. The moon, once shrouded in clouds, now peeked through, casting its soft luminescence across the entire town of Qinghe. Li Musheng and Appo's courtyard was similarly adorned with a delicate layer of moonlight, creating a picturesque scene that could easily dispel any gloom and uplift the spirit. Yet, Tian was oblivious to this beauty, overwhelmed by a shock so profound that it rendered him nearly paralyzed, as if struck by a terrifying bolt of lightning. His heart raced uncontrollably. Under the moonlight, Tian gazed at the unmasked features of the person before him, increasingly convinced that he resembled someone he knew. Trembling, he parted his lips and, with widened eyes, inquired, Are you Musheng? Indeed, I am, my dear Uncle Tian. The masked figure replied with a light chuckle, removing his veil to reveal the face that Tian knew all too well. Li Musheng. It truly is Musheng. How have you become so formidable? Upon confirming Li Musheng and Appo's identity, a tempest of emotion surged within Tian, yet he extended a trembling finger towards him. When I departed, you had yet to attain your first rank, and now you have reached the 6th rank. I am but a prodigy of the 3rd realm, Li Musheng replied with a smile, his grip tightening around his blade. Prepare to ascertain Tian and Appo's name. A prodigy? The bloodline of Brother Qingya should indeed yield such results, Tian pondered, initially skeptical but eventually accepting. To perish by the hand of Brother Qingya's son would be a fitting end, a form of reparation for Brother Qingya. With that, Tian slowly closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Though Li Qingya is my adoptive father, can his life truly be compensated for? Li Musheng retorted, displeasure evident in his tone. You treacherous scoundrel. Did you not long to slay my father to ascend the ranks? Brother Qingya was aware of his fate. He merely allowed me to survive. Tian opened his eyes to regard the familiar visage of Li Musheng. What do you mean? Li Musheng and Appo's blade hovered at Tian and Appo's neck, pausing abruptly. Brother Qingya, your father, offended the Tian family in the capital due to a woman, which led to his assignment to Qinghe as the county magistrate, Tian recounted. As if reminiscing about his past, Qinghe was plagued by malevolent creatures, and communication with other counties was fraught. It was Brother Qingya, as well as this esteemed county magistrate, who led us, a group of naive captains and constables, to cleanse the surrounding areas of these beasts. They opened the trade routes, ushering prosperity to Qinghe. Though the county magistrate hailed from a noble family in the capital, he chose to share our hardships, taking the lead in exterminating the monsters. Unlike previous magistrates who remained in the rear, concerned only with their own gain. When he first arrived, we assumed he would be like his predecessor, merely seeking profit and then departing. To our astonishment, he was entirely different, standing shoulder to shoulder with us, even under pressure from the county head, advocating for our welfare. I recall that, as mere 9th-rank warriors, we received a meager stipend each month, but under his guidance, we secured 10 taels, a sum that still persists for Qinghe's constables today. From that moment on, we all regarded him with genuine respect and admiration. However, good fortune was fleeting, as the Tian family soon appeared. As Tian spoke, his expression shifted from nostalgia to disgust. At that time, my mother fell gravely ill, and the local physicians were of no help. I traveled to the capital to seek a physician, only to learn that a rare herb, the 5-leaf Tian Kuei flower, was necessary for her recovery. This herb was exceedingly precious, nearly impossible to procure, and it was rumored that the blood prison and Appo's demon suppression bureau had seized it. In my desperation, the Tian family approached me, presenting the very flower and promising to summon a renowned physician from the capital to ensure my mother's recovery. Their only demand was that I lure Li Qingya to Fengshu Ridge in the southeast under the pretense of eliminating a demon threat. I could not decide and sought my mother's counsel. She advised me to live with integrity, to be true to my conscience, to share everything with Li Qingya. Yet, for the sake of my mother, I ultimately concealed the truth. Though I was uncertain if the Tian family would fulfill their promise, I felt compelled to take the risk. I was one of Li Qingya's most trusted individuals, the one he had elevated to the position of constable. Trusting me. When I warned him about the formidable demons at Fengshu Ridge, he did not hesitate to take several captains and me to confront the threat. However, we fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by Tian Yuan and his warriors. All other captains perished, and in the end, Li Qingya was gravely injured but managed to slay 3 adversaries, leading me to escape deep into Fengshu Ridge. After a day and night of fleeing, we found a concealed cave to hide in. Gazing at the barely conscious Li Qingya, I was engulfed by remorse and revealed to him the truth of my deception. As I recounted this, Tian seemed to relive the moment, exhaling deeply. I had anticipated that Li Qingya would unleash his wrath upon me, perhaps even strike me down in his final moments. Instead, he merely sighed, smiled, and remarked that his misfortune was predestined. He claimed he held no resentment towards me and even entrusted you to my care. Upon hearing this, Li Musheng displayed an expression of disbelief. Realizing his skepticism regarding Li Qingya's continued trust in him, Tian elaborated, Li Qingya was correct to say he did not know me well. Yet it is equally true that he did understand me. The moment he entrusted you to my care, I knew my guilt would protect you for a time. Li Qingya also confided in me about the jade pendant at your waist, stating it was the key to the Li family's hidden treasures, requiring 18 years of nurturing to activate. Upon activation, one could uncover the family's concealed troves. Furthermore, Li Qingya instructed me to survive, urging me to disclose the secret to Tian Yuan, ensuring both our lives could be spared. To further gain Tian Yuan's trust, he implored me to slay him. When I hesitated, he ultimately chose to take his own life. Once I disseminated the news, Tian Yuan arrived, and I recounted everything in detail. Aware of the rumors surrounding the Li family's hidden treasures, Tian Yuan chose to momentarily place his trust in me. Chapter 62. The Conclusion of the Qinghe Affair, Part 2. In his quest for certainty, Tian Yuan clandestinely sought the expertise of a renowned appraiser in the capital to evaluate the jade piece at your waist. The verdict was clear. It was no ordinary artifact. Only then did Tian Yuan allow both you and me to live, continued Tian. As you are aware of subsequent events, I, in my desperation to survive, chose to acknowledge the thief as my father. Whether you believe it or not, my allegiance to the thief was but a means to seek a turning point. Tian stated. When Li Qingya informed me about the hidden treasure, he expressed skepticism regarding its authenticity, though he was uncertain. However, he insisted that the jade piece was indeed remarkable, capable of granting me a decade's reprieve. If the wait extended too long, Tian Yuan would undoubtedly refuse to bide his time. After securing this interval, it would be up to me to ingratiate myself with him, thereby paving a genuine path to survival. Alternatively, a descendant might earn the favor of the Blood Prison's Demon Suppression Division, leveraging their privileges to ensure our continued existence. Li Musheng withdrew his cold blade, frozen moon, crossing his arms as he loomed over the despondent Tian, his gaze as deep and still as an ancient well. Noticing Li Musheng's silence, Tian proceeded, stating that during those 10 years, I initially showered you with care. Yet as Tian Yang's influence grew, my attention shifted increasingly towards him, leaving you bereft of affection and support. In my final attempt to secure your survival, Tian Yuan callously dismissed my pleas, signaling the futility of our path. Tian Yang, oblivious to certain truths, perceived you as an impediment, making repeated attempts on your life. My indecision prevented me from offering you the protection you deserved. After Tian Yang's demise, my singular focus turned to eliminating you. Now, all must come to an end. I must descend to seek forgiveness from Li Qingya, for I have strayed from my original intentions, sighed Tian. Who is that wretched woman? Li Musheng inquired. The infamous Tian Guifei and Tian Heng of the Tian family, Tian replied. Li Musheng had already noted their names for future reckoning, determined to settle the scores when the opportunity arose. Although these grievances belonged to the original owner, they stirred within him unsettling echoes of past misfortunes, resonating deeply. That woman is Li Qingya's childhood sweetheart, the esteemed daughter of the Ho family in the capital, Ho Lingling, Tian elaborated. During that era, the Tian family was in its prime, subtly establishing itself as a second-tier family in the capital, while the Ho family emerged from obscurity, having allied itself with the Li family to ascend to its current status. Owing to this connection, Li Qingya and Ho Lingling shared a childhood bond. Yet, the Ho family, dissatisfied with being merely a third-tier family, instilled in Ho Lingling the ambition to elevate their status. Consequently, with familial machinations in play, she orchestrated encounters with Tian Heng, captivating him, though the Tian family remained resolute. Li Qingya remained oblivious to these intrigues, ensnared by the charm that Ho Lingling projected. Eventually, Ho Lingling crafted a scenario in which Li Qingya performed a heroic rescue, resulting in irreconcilable rifts between Li Qingya and Tian Heng. Following Tian Heng's severe injuries, the emergence of a third party only intensified his affection for Ho Lingling, who tended to him with utmost devotion. Ultimately, the caring Tian Guifei intervened, allowing Ho Lingling to assume her rightful place as Tian Heng's primary consort. In this turmoil, Li Qingya became the ultimate fool, stripped of his opportunity to enter the Blood Prison's Demon Suppression Division and relegated to obscurity in Qinghe. The Li family's original intent was to await a more favorable moment for his return. However, fate took a cruel turn when his beloved grandfather passed away, and Li Qingya's father, Li Xiuxian, failed to seize the family headship. The elders of the family cited the enmity with the Tian family as a reason to avoid offending the authorities, leading to Li Qingya's uncle assuming control. Not long after, covert attempts on Li Qingya's life began. It was later revealed that following his death, Li Xiuxian caused a tumult within the Li family, but for the sake of stability, the matter was suppressed, and an alliance was forged with the Tian family. Disheartened, Li Xiuxian withdrew from family affairs, seeking solace in the pleasures of the night. A decade later, the Ho family had ascended to second-tier status. The Li family remained stagnant, while the Tian family had risen to become a newly minted first-tier family. Tian continued. This first-tier status allows them to influence governmental decisions, and some of their members have even entered the Blood Prison's Demon Suppression Division. As far as I know, one of the demon catchers is from the Tian family. Musheng, you must survive for Qingya's sake. Do not antagonize the Ho and Tian families. They are beyond your reach. You must endure. Tian implored, as if struck by a sudden realization. Enough, Li Musheng interjected, swiftly silencing Tian with a lethal strike to his throat, extinguishing his life. Tian's expression shifted from shock to a serene acceptance. Perhaps believing he had repaid his debts to Li Qingya, I merely wish to hear the tale and add a few names to my ledger. I require no counsel from you, Li Musheng mused inwardly. With his golden opportunity firmly in hand, he knew these individuals would meet their fates in due time. Strength would dictate their demise. Those who lacked it would simply perish in time, for their end was inevitable. Thus, 3 orbs of crimson light emerged, rapidly absorbing the flesh and blood of Tian Yuan, Tian Yi, and Li Donglai. Moments later, the orbs completed their task, merging seamlessly within Li Musheng. Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, Level 3, complete. Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, Level 4, advanced. Turtle Breathing Technique, complete. Shadowy Steps, complete. Blood Soul Value, for 90 Demon Soul Value. 2850 as Li Musheng perused his status panel. A voice resonated within his mind. The host has acquired 6th rank Blood Soul, conditions for advancement met. Would you like to use Blood Soul Value to advance to the next level of martial arts? Proceed, Li Musheng silently commanded, marveling at the prowess of his golden finger. Host consented, commencing the use of Blood Soul Value for martial arts advancement. A celestial melody seemed to descend from the heavens, enveloping Li Musheng's spirit, bathing his body in divine light, providing an exquisite sense of comfort. Despite the visible decrease in Blood Soul Value, he felt no trepidation, for his reserves were unprecedentedly abundant. Advancing Martial Arts, Blood Soul -1 Advancing Martial Arts, Blood Soul -1 Advancing Martial Arts, Blood Soul -1. Success achieved. In this simulation, 120 Blood Essence points were expended to successfully incorporate the martial arts philosophy of the Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra at its 5th tier. Upon mastering this technique, one can attain the same quintessence of strength inherent in its 5 layers. Furthermore, with the infusion of Demon Essence, one can likewise cultivate this skill. However, after each utilization of the 5th tier prowess of the Heart Sutra, a portion of the previously infused Demon Essence will be consumed. Once the Demon Essence is entirely depleted, the host's strength will regress to the late stage of the 6th tier. Once the host has fully assimilated the formal 5 volumes of the Heart Sutra, both martial arts philosophies will seamlessly merge, ensuring that strength remains intact. Chapter 63, Departure to the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, Part 1. At this moment, Li Musheng was not in a hurry to infuse the demon soul into the 5th layer of the Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. When he had previously infused it into the 4th layer, he could no longer absorb the demon souls of 9th-grade demonic entities. By this principle, once he reached the 5th layer, although he would immediately attain the strength of a late-stage 5th-grade warrior, he would lose access to the substantial source of 8th-grade demon souls. Moreover, Xiuxian from the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division had already encountered Li Musheng, and he could sense that Xiuxian's vitality and strength were at the late stage of the 5th grade. According to Li Musheng's understanding of the turtle breathing technique, the initial stage could not perceive those of the same grade, the minor achievement could sense those of a higher grade, and the major achievement could sense those 2 grades higher. Thus, with his mastery of the turtle breathing technique, Li Musheng was capable of remaining undetected by 4th grade experts. As for those above the 3rd grade, as far as Li Musheng knew, they were elusive demon catchers of golden locks. The affairs of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division were primarily led by silver lock demon catchers, and he would merely be a novice demon catcher upon entering, without any interaction with the golden lock demon catchers. So what was there to fear? He could just focus on leveling up and accumulating experience, Li Musheng thought to himself. After burning the clothes of Tian Yi and the others, he flew out of the courtyard and arrived at the blacksmith shop of Xiao Deidi, tossing the weapons into the furnace. Based on Li Musheng's understanding of Xiao Deidi's family, they would begin adding raw iron ore to the furnace early the next day to smelt, and no one would check the remaining materials inside the furnace, as there would be an inspection before closing each day. Especially since Xiao Deidi's family had recently received a batch of orders, the furnace was working tirelessly. Therefore, shortly after Li Musheng tossed the weapons in, they melted into molten iron. Moments later, once solidified and cooled, he discarded the cooled iron into the pile of scrap metal beside the furnace, where they became utterly inconspicuous. After clearing all traces, Li Musheng leisurely returned home, took a calm bath, and then lay down on his bed. The Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, Xiuxian, I shall see your attitude tomorrow. Perhaps I might just embark on a path of slaughter and take you down first. Li Musheng mused before slowly closing his eyes. The following day, at Zhao's blacksmith shop. Father, why do I feel like this furnace was used yesterday? Xiao Deidi remarked meticulously as he inspected the iron smelting furnace, then turned to his father. Also, I just noticed that a decent piece of material has emerged from the scrap pile. Are you trying to be lazy? Focus on your work. There's no time for such thoughts. Old Sun's family is waiting for us to forge dozens of iron hoes for them. Zhao Biao reprimanded, slapping Zhao Deidi on the head. Father, no, no, I will get to work right away, Zhao Deidi exclaimed, shaken from his thoughts. However, inadvertently, Zhao Biao caught a whiff of the welding smoke and stole a glance outside, toward the direction of Li Mubing's residence. At Li Mubing's residence, a knock echoed, distinct from the usual, crisp and rhythmic. Who is it? Wait a moment, let me arrange my clothing, Li Mubing lazily replied. In truth, Li Mubing had already surmised that it was someone from the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. Is there a difference in how the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division knocks? Li Mubing quipped. Upon opening the door, it was indeed Yu Jingshan and two others. After welcoming them into the hall, Yu Jingshan did not hasten to sit but rather got straight to the point. We are aware that the Li family was attacked yesterday. Li Mubing momentarily did not react. He had intended to indirectly probe whether the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division harbored ill intentions towards him. If they did, he could rely on his golden finger to ascend through eliminating peers of the same grade. However, Yu Jingshan's directness caught Li Mubing off guard. Li Mubing chose silence, sitting down to await Yu Jingshan's continuation. The Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division is not much different from ordinary families, beyond extraordinary martial talent. One's family background is also considered a measure of strength. After all, a powerful family can significantly enhance an individual's capabilities. Our division comprises officials, aristocrats, and even disciples from sections. Though their talents may not be particularly outstanding under their family support, they have caught up with the extraordinary talents within the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, some even surpassing them. I acknowledge that you possess good fortune. Yet without support from behind, it will be challenging for you to survive in the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. It is common for the division to consume its own. With your strength at the early stage of the 8th grade, lacking a family or formidable figures to back you, you may struggle to break through to the 7th grade. Without reaching the 7th grade, not only will you lack the qualification to contend for the Bronze Lock, but you will also be barred from the county's demon-catching hall. Thus, in my capacity as a representative of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, I must present you with one final test. This test is related to last night's incident. If you can evade it, you either possess extraordinary fortune, or you have a powerful family or expert supporting you. I do not concern myself with how you survived yesterday. But the fact that you stand before me in good condition already proves something, Yu Jingshan continued as he took a seat. If you are still willing to join the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, I will use my authority to secure you 5 blood prison points. If I cannot secure them, I will personally supplement them. 5? Li Mubing inquired. Do not underestimate 5 points. It is quite commendable for a novice demon catcher to accumulate 5 points within a few months. This is the hard currency of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. Xiuxian interjected, unable to contain himself. Moreover, due to the sudden disappearance of the Qinghe County Magistrate, I have already sent a letter to the Jingzhou Prefecture requesting the position of the Qinghe County Magistrate. My influence ensures they will comply, Yu Jingshan remarked, noticing Li Mubing's astonished expression as he confidently toyed with the teacup in hand. Regardless of whether you ultimately join the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, you may designate an official to assume the role of county magistrate. Even a 9th grade constable will suffice. This is the privilege of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. Of course, if you prefer not to accompany us, you may appoint yourself as the county magistrate, Yu Jingshan concluded, fixing his gaze on Li Mubing, seemingly awaiting his response. I will accompany you to the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, Li Mubing said after a moment of contemplation. In truth, once he realized that Yu Jingshan and his associates did not harbor animosity towards him, and that the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division offered a degree of fairness, he had already resolved to join. After all, leveling up through the elimination of foes was a desperate measure. Once he embarked on that path, survival would become precarious. He wished for a more stable approach. Chapter 64. Departing for the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office, Part 2, within the Grand Hall of Li Musheng's residence. Upon hearing Li Musheng's response, Yu Jingshan nodded with satisfaction. Logically speaking, it was highly probable that the person behind Li Musheng was responsible for the demise of Li Donglai. Thus Yu Jingshan had ample reason for vengeance. However, to Yu Jingshan, Li Donglai was merely a link in the chain of his heart's entanglement. After conducting a citywide selection at Tiango Ridge, granting Jiang Tian on one final opportunity, this entanglement had been resolved. To Yu Jingshan, resolving this matter was essential for a more robust pursuit of the 4th grade martial artist realm. Only by ascending could he qualify to contend for the position of a Silverlock demon catcher within the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office. The 9th and 7th grades were designated for apprentice demon catchers, with the 9th grade being an exception. Entry was reserved for those of at least the 8th grade. Those who did not reach the 7th grade within 3 years would be eliminated. Upon ascending to the 7th grade, participants could compete in the apprenticeship grand competition, with victors becoming Bronze Lock demon catchers during the 2 years following their ascent to Bronze Lock status. Failure to progress to the 6th grade would result in demotion to local demon catching halls, where opportunities to return to the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office would be exceedingly rare. Unless the heads of these local halls could, before the age of 40, cultivate to the 4th grade and prevail in the Silverlock Grand Competition, they would not regain their previous status as Silverlock demon catchers. For these heads, it represented a chance at resurrection. However, those relegated to the demon-catching halls typically lacked talent, prestigious lineage, or adequate backing. After demotion, few retained their initial resolve to diligently cultivate, and thus, over the past century, instances of heads of demon-catching halls successfully rising to become silverlock demon catchers were exceedingly sparse. Xiuxian was currently at the late 5th grade, and upon resolving his heart's entanglement, he had a significant opportunity to break through to the 4th grade and subsequently establish himself as a silverlock demon catcher through the grand competition. Should he manage to ascend to the 3rd grade within 5 years, he would secure his position as a silverlock demon catcher. The distinction of goldlock demon catchers lay in the necessity of achieving 2nd grade strength and succeeding in the grand competition to obtain that title. Upon reaching the 1st grade, one would become a formidable contender for the position of national master, as the most powerful individual at that level would ascend to become the national master. Thus, the national master essentially represented the pinnacle of strength in the Daliang realm. Furthermore, the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office held a transcendent status. Once Xiuxian attained the position of a silverlock demon catcher, his family would automatically elevate to a first-rate lineage. As long as he drew breath, his family would remain a first-rate lineage. This was a primary reason why many noble families sought to send their descendants to the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office, for it truly represented an opportunity to defy destiny. Recollecting these thoughts, Xiuxian inquired, "Who shall you appoint as the magistrate of Qinghe?" "Let the Inspector Lu take the position. He has ample experience and is of good character. Notably, his daughter has previously introduced me to some techniques that were quite beneficial." Li Musheng contemplated in response. In the courtyard of the Lu residence in Qinghe, "Aunt Lu, is the meal ready?" "I'm famished," exclaimed Lu Wanner, who had just returned from her duties at the demon-catching hall, flinging her belongings aside as she called out to a middle-aged woman nearby. "Miss, the kitchen has prepared the meal, but the master requests that you visit the study first." The middle-aged woman responded with a slight bow and a smile. "My father is looking for me?" "Oh, very well." Lu Wanner thought it unusual, as her father typically occupied himself with official duties at the county office and rarely spoke with her at home. As she walked, her mind wandered. "Father, what do you need?" Lu Wanner entered to find Lu Xiuxian seated at his desk, his brow furrowed as he addressed her. "What is your relationship with Li Musheng?" Lu Xiuxian, seeing his cherished daughter return, remained stern and inquired in a serious tone. He is the current frontrunner of the Tiango Ridge selection and is about to become an apprentice demon catcher." Lu Wanner felt a jolt in her heart, wondering if her slight affection for Li Musheng had been detected by her father. She casually mentioned matters well known across the city. "Is that so?" I interacted with him once or twice at the demon-catching hall's merit exchange window. There is nothing significant between us," Lu Wanner stammered. "Nothing significant? Read this and then answer me." Lu Xiuxian tossed a document toward her. As Lu Wanner picked it up, she was astonished to find it was an official appointment letter from the Jingzhou government. Curiosity piqued, she opened it, and the contents left her momentarily speechless. The Jingzhou government has received the petition regarding the bronze-lock demon catcher. Considering the former magistrate of Qinghe, Tian Yi, has been missing for 2 days, it is inappropriate for him to continue in that role. In conjunction with the petition from apprentice demon catcher Li Musheng, Inspector Lu Xiuxian is hereby appointed as the magistrate of Qinghe. This document has been forwarded to the entire Fufeng prefecture. Magistrate Lu Xiuxian is to report to the Jingzhou government in 3 months. Lu Wanner had always believed her feelings for Li Musheng were unreciprocated, despite his impressive skills, extraordinary luck, and appearance that matched her aesthetic preferences. After several kind rejections from Li Musheng, she had almost given up hope. Yet, unexpectedly, he had secured her father's position as magistrate. Lu Wanner resolved to change her fate. Composing herself, she feigned surprise and exclaimed to her father, "Wow, father, congratulations. You become the magistrate of Qinghe. We must spread the news. Mother will be delighted." "Ah, you silly girl. Did I ask you to celebrate my achievements?" "I want to know your relationship with Li Musheng." Lu Xiuxian replied, exasperated. "I must inform you that Li Musheng is entangled in a perilous situation. Although I am unaware of the specifics, the bizarre disappearances of County Magistrate Tian and Jiang Tianong, along with others, are grave matters. I am certain that Li Musheng is caught in an extraordinary vortex. This is not something a young lady like you can endure. Even I would be crushed if I intervened," Lu Xiuxian said sternly. "Furthermore, it is uncertain whether Li Musheng will survive the apprenticeship stage. When I was drinking with Old Qin from the demon-catching hall, I learned how they eliminate candidates. Even Old Qin, a remarkable figure, could not withstand the apprenticeship grand competition." Lu Xiuxian sighed. "Father, I want to practice martial arts." Lu Wanner interrupted before he could finish. "Wanner, haven't you always found martial training exhausting? What has prompted this change?" Lu Xiuxian asked without thinking, then suddenly his pupils widened as if realizing something. "You don't mean to train in martial arts to join the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office, do you?" He found it hard to believe. "Yes, father. I wish to join the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office and see him in person." "Father, I have feelings for him, but it's not to that extent. Primarily, I wish to cultivate my martial skills so that I might protect you and mother in these troubled times. The county and magistrate security feels compromised with all that has occurred. I want to set my sights on the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office and use it as motivation to grow stronger." I do not wish to remain under your protection for my entire life, Lu Wanner declared, her chest rising with determination as she spoke to Lu Xiuxian. Though you may be starting late in your martial training, I support you, Lu Xiuxian said after a moment of contemplation. Thank you, father. Lu Wanner beamed as she linked her arm with Lu Xiuxian's. Chapter 65, The Blood Prison Demon Suppression City 1 month later. Outside the Blood Prison Demon Suppression City in Jingzhou, before him stood the imposing and magnificent Blood Prison Demon Suppression City, a sight that left Li Musheng in awe. Over the past month, he had journeyed northward alongside Xiuxian, Xiuxian, and Xiuxian, passing through numerous grand cities. Yet, none compared to the grandeur of the city before him. The height of its walls exceeded that of any provincial city by at least threefold, resembling towering mountains. Li Musheng mused that even if he were to reach the fifth rank's pinnacle, leaping over it would still be an insurmountable feat. The entire city exuded an air of solemnity and majesty. Xiuxian observed Li Musheng's astonishment and, with a hint of resignation, added, "This city is not included among the 36 prefectures of the 9 provinces. It was constructed with the full might of the great Liang. The walls are built from indomitable diamond rock, laid stone by stone. It is said that even a full-force strike from a second-rank demon would struggle to breach its defenses. Then why build it so high?" Li Musheng inquired, his curiosity piqued by the response. "Because we are the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Bureau," Xiuxian replied, shaking his head at Li Musheng's apparent confusion. "Beneath the city lies an enormous dungeon, designed specifically for the imprisonment of demons. Only those of at least 3rd rank, particularly those with special abilities, are eligible for confinement. Therefore, to prevent these demons from escaping, the city was constructed to such towering heights, with the Blood Prison Bureau stationed here directly. This way, the height serves not only to thwart external demon tides but also to ensure that the formidable demons within cannot flee. If we can capture the demons, why not simply eliminate them? Why go through all this trouble?" Despite Xiuxian's extensive explanation, Li Musheng still struggled to grasp the rationale behind Great Liang's approach. "Have you never heard of the concept of demon qi?" Xiuxian interjected, glancing at Xiuxian with a hint of reluctance to continue. Nevertheless, he adopted a responsible tone and elaborated, "It is said that the entirety of Great Liang and its surroundings is shrouded in demon qi. The denser the accumulation of demon qi over time, the more likely it is to coalesce and manifest as demons. Demons of the 9th rank and above are theoretically formed in this manner. However, according to the higher-ups in Great Liang, the quantity of demon qi is finite. For instance, if Great Liang's demon qi could give rise to 100 first-rank demons, even if we were to eliminate them all, they would revert to their original state as demon qi, waiting to coalesce and manifest once more. Hence, the strategy is to confine the demons rather than kill them. By doing so, without a fresh supply of demon qi, the quantity of demons that can be formed will diminish. This is the rationale behind the establishment of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression City, a designated place for the confinement of demons above the 3rd rank. Has this approach been effective?" Li Musheng inquired with curiosity. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but according to the analysis from the Bureau's Demon Chamber, since the inception of the Blood Prison Bureau's confinement of powerful demons, there has indeed been a reduction in the number of demons produced," Xiuxian added. "Then why not implement this strategy in every county and imprison all demons?" Li Musheng posed. "Do you believe every county can accommodate such a system? A single oversight could lead to a catastrophic situation, with demons rampaging through the entire city," Xiuxian replied calmly. Li Musheng considered the multitude of ordinary people in a county and the potentially overwhelming number of high-ranking demons that might be imprisoned there. If anything went awry, escape would be impossible for everyone. He shrugged in acknowledgement. Indeed. Thus, the confinement methods employed by the Blood Prison Bureau cannot be replicated elsewhere. Apart from the fact that the entire city is populated by demon hunters and military personnel, we currently do not have many demons in confinement, as 3rd-rank demons are scarce. Xiuxian clarified. "Then do the Golden Lock demon hunters have to remain in the city at all times?" Li Musheng asked, his concern mounting. "Not at all. Golden Lock demon hunters are quite busy," Xiuxian replied. "And can you guess why the Blood Prison Demon Suppression City was established here?" "Why?" Li Musheng inquired, intrigued. "Because there was originally an immortal formation here, primarily used for the confinement of living beings. Thus, upon the foundation of this immortal formation, the city was constructed. With the presence of this immortal formation, even if the Golden Lock demon hunters are absent, the combined strength of the Silver Lock Masters can still maintain suppression. Of course, there are Golden Lock Masters stationed in the city, but the exact number remains undisclosed," Xiuxian elucidated. "Ah, immortals? Do they truly exist?" Li Musheng feigned disbelief. Having previously acquired the breath concealment technique through a jade slip, which hinted at the existence of immortals in this world. However, no one had ever mentioned them before. Tales of immortals were typically relegated to the stories of itinerant storytellers in tea houses. This was his first formal encounter with the concept of immortals. Indeed, otherwise, how could the current ruling family compel 1st-rank powers to bow before them with mere 2nd-rank strength? Xiuxian added, his face alight with longing. "Enough idle chatter. We've arrived," Xiuxian interjected, cutting Xiuxian off. At this moment, the 4 had reached the city gates. Unlike the bustling gates of county or provincial cities, this city's entrance was relatively quiet, with few people milling about. Li Musheng noticed 7 or 8 individuals dressed similarly to Xiuxian, presumably apprentice demon hunters. In addition, there were over 100 soldiers clad in armor, likely the garrison accompanying the demon hunters. Greetings, Master Yutong Lok. The leading apprentice demon hunter, clad in white, saluted Xiuxian respectfully. Indeed, it has been several months. Your skills have certainly improved. I have high hopes for you in the next competition. Xiuxian replied to the leading figure, presenting a document. This serves as our certification for the assessment and selection of apprentice demon hunters. With Master Yu's kind words, I shall strive not to disappoint. The white-clad apprentice bowed and accepted the document, perusing it carefully. After a brief moment, the apprentice summoned someone from behind to bring forth a seal, which he affixed to the document before handing it back to Xiuxian. Is it really this cumbersome to enter and exit the city? My plans to secretly leave the city for cultivation are surely dashed, Li Musheng thought to himself. Taken aback by the process, with the document in hand, Xiuxian led Li Musheng and the others further into the city, where they would encounter the entire inner world of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression City. Chapter 66, The Contest of Numbers Within the Blood Prison Town of Demon City. An air of chilling menace enveloped the surroundings. The broad main road, paved with gray stones, extended straight into the horizon, flanked by solemn edifices of black rock that stood like iron sentinels. Bronze bells dangled from the eaves, swaying gently in the wind yet producing not a whisper of sound. Li Musheng observed that the outer walls of each building were etched with dark red symbols, resembling dried blood that glimmered faintly, resonating with the ethereal blue light emanating from the crevices of the stone slabs beneath his feet. Occasionally, soldiers clad in dark armor marched past, the clanking of their iron boots echoing through the desolate streets with remarkable clarity. Before Li Musheng could fully absorb his surroundings, a man draped in a blue robe approached, a copper lock-shaped pendant hanging from his waist. It bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Xiuxian, indicating he was a demon hunter of the copper lock rank. The young man's features were strikingly handsome, and he appeared to be in his early 20s. Here you go, Xiuxian remarked, tossing a document directly to the blue-clad figure. Ah, you must be Li Musheng, the blue-clad man said, catching the document with ease. I have heard of you. You are favored by fortune. Come with me. Li Musheng glanced at the blue-clad man before turning to Xiuxian, who was currently instructing Xiuxian and Su Qingsong, instructing them to return directly to the training camp. Make every effort to excel in the upcoming grand competition at the year's end and uphold the honor of our lineage. Understood, Master Yu. Xiuxian and Su Qingsong replied in unison, bowing respectfully before departing. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Yu, Li Musheng said, clasping his hands in gratitude. While in the training camp, one must exercise discretion to survive. Only then can opportunities arise, Xiuxian advised, his tone measured, yet concerned for the young man he admired. With a nod of thanks, Li Musheng followed the blue-clad man without looking back. My name is Muqing. A newly promoted copper-lock demon hunter, he stated as they walked. Indeed, he had referred to them as newcomers, for upon receiving Li Musheng, Muqing did not depart immediately. Instead, he lingered for about an hour, during which more than a dozen others arrived. All fresh recruits to the Blood Prison Town Demon Management Office. The waiting quarters are in the courtyard. For the next 10 days, you may only rest within its confines and are prohibited from leaving. During this time, more newly promoted apprentice demon hunters will arrive. After 10 days, I will escort you to the training camp outside the city, Muqing explained. Why not take us directly to the training camp to commence our training? 2 individuals from the group inquired simultaneously. As soon as the question left their lips, they gasped in unison, for they realized their shoulders had been torn, swollen and bruised as though struck by some unseen force. In the Blood Prison Town Demon Management Office, subordinates must submit reports for any inquiries or matters requiring attention. Only upon approval from superiors may you speak, Muqing stated, his demeanor calm as he regarded the newcomers. You are new and may not understand, but this is a strict rule. I hope you will remember it. With that, he resumed leading the way, explaining that the journey to the training camp was the first trial, a means for the Blood Prison Town to gauge each individual's capabilities. Naturally, the top 20 performers would earn Blood Prison points. It seems Lord Yu is not misleading me. Blood Prison points are indeed a rare commodity. Only 2 will be awarded to the top 20, while Lord Yu generously granted me 5, which is rather commendable, Li Musheng mused inwardly, clearly pleased with the 5 points he had received. Report. A young boy clad in dark clothing exclaimed, his youthful visage suggesting he might even be younger than Li Musheng. Seeing that his rules were being adhered to, Muqing's spirits lifted as he replied lightly, Blood Prison points serve a vital purpose. They cannot be exchanged for silver. Silver? The dark-clad youth asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Silver? Muqing chuckled, looking at the boy as if he were a rare specimen. Blood Prison points are exceptionally valuable. They cannot be traded for silver. If one were to attempt such an exchange, a single Blood Prison point could easily be worth several thousand taels of silver, and even then, they would be invaluable and difficult to procure. You should inquire what Blood Prison points can be used for. Allow me to enlighten you. They can be exchanged for martial arts techniques, agility exercises, physical enhancement elixirs, and cultivation resources. Weapons, however, are of little significance in exchange, as most current arms cannot withstand the assaults of high-grade demons. As we grow in strength, our own bodies will surpass those ordinary weapons. Presently, only weapons crafted from the hides or exoskeletons of high-grade demons hold any merit. Furthermore, one can exchange them for the last 6 volumes of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra and access to the Zhongwu Pavilion. Of course, in Blood Prison Town. Blood Prison points can also be utilized for daily expenditures. Qingye Tower is a must-visit for demon hunters, Mu Qing concluded with a smile. Li Musheng paid little heed to the rest. His focus drawn to the possibility of acquiring the last 6 volumes of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra through Blood Prison points. He considered that if such a condition held true, without further restrictions, obtaining those volumes would grant him considerable freedom. He could stealthily reside in a city, hunt demons to amass demon souls, and then strive for the pinnacle of martial prowess. In less than half a year, he could ascend to the apex of the Great Liang as a first-tier supreme warrior. Of course, this ambition was conceived before Chao Tianxing mentioned the existence of immortals. Now, Li Musheng had come to the realization that the world of Great Liang must indeed harbor such celestial beings. Martial arts were not the ultimate goal. They were but a minor path. In this realm, the cultivators of immortality were undoubtedly formidable, and even the most ordinary of them could easily overpower a first-tier warrior. As they approached the training camp of the Blood Prison Town Demon Management Office, it was imperative to avoid the main roads and instead traverse a winding mountain shrouded in trees. The initial 20 to arrive would earn Blood Prison points, while those arriving later would suffer a deduction of double points. Should they fail to accumulate any, the deficit would be deducted from their future merits. Naturally, the journey would be fraught with peril, with numerous demons lurking, predominantly of the 6th and 7th ranks. Some may claim they cannot contend with 6th-tier demons, Mu Qing remarked. We are aware of that. However, those lacking fortune are not desired. Furthermore, the order of selection for the training camp will be determined by your arrival sequence. And in the future, you shall possess no names, only numbers. Chapter 67. The first assessment 10 days later, in the early morning, outside the town of Blood Prison. A few hundred newly appointed apprentice demon catchers gathered. Among them was Li Musheng. Before them loomed a towering mountain, its peak shrouded in mist, while the entire mountain was enveloped in dense greenery, exuding a vibrant vitality. The destination was the apprentice camp of the Blood Prison Demon Management Office. Situated at the summit of this grand mountain, a bronze-locked demon catcher proclaimed loudly, "We have just received word that the first to reach the summit will receive double rewards." Upon hearing this, the crowd of apprentice demon catchers erupted with excitement, their eyes gleaming with an uncontainable eagerness and determination to be the first. Moreover, the last 20 will face immediate elimination and be sent back to their home regions. The bronze-locked demon catcher added. This statement struck like a thunderclap, causing a flurry of discussions among the participants, amplifying the pressure on the apprentice demon catchers. After all, these hundreds of apprentices were the pride of their respective families and regions, all hoping to prove themselves here. No one wished to return home in disgrace within a month. Additionally, no attacks on fellow apprentices would be tolerated. The assessment would be supervised by silver-locked demon catchers. Remember, anyone caught attacking their peers will immediately lose their status as an apprentice and be detained by the Blood Prison Demon Management Office, sent to the front lines to atone for their offenses. Let the assessment commence. At the final command, the apprentice demon catchers immediately employed their skills and raced towards the mountain's peak. Not long after they departed, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue and gold-embroidered robe, exuding an air of nobility and possessing a resolute countenance, appeared. Several bronze-locked demon catchers who had seen lordly in person immediately cupped their hands in respect. "My lord, your benevolence is commendable. You have even increased the rewards for being the first." The speaker was the same bronze-locked demon catcher who had announced the rules. "This year, it falls to me to oversee matters. My apprentices have performed admirably, all achieving bronze-lock status. According to the regulations, we silver-locks must each bring an apprentice along. So let us seize this opportunity to find a promising candidate," the blue-robed middle-aged man remarked, gazing towards the mountain. "My lord, your personal selection of an apprentice is a great fortune for this batch of demon catchers. It has been a long time since an apprentice has had the chance to be taken under the wing of a silverlock master during the first assessment," replied Hong Qingze, the bronze-locked demon catcher before him, bowing even lower. He seemed fearful of the potential repercussions should word reach Tian Qi, the renowned prodigy of the Tian family. "Why? Does old Tian have the power to devour you? With such a timid disposition, how will you ever achieve silverlock status?" Li Qingshan expressed his dissatisfaction. "I am grateful to have become a bronzelock. It is the result of my master's dedication. My talents are limited, and I am content with my current standing." Hong Qingze hurriedly replied. You have already dispatched your Eagle Scouts." Li Qingshan shifted the conversation. "They have been sent out, should any situation arise. The Eagle Scouts will relay the information promptly," Hong Qingze responded, relieved that Li Qingshan had ceased his inquiries about him and his master. The Eagle Scouts nurtured by the Blood Prison Demon Management Office are akin to tracking insects, albeit in greater numbers, providing superior surveillance and facilitating the demon catchers in gathering intelligence. Often, demon catchers rely on these Eagle Scouts to scout the conditions of demonic creatures during missions. "Very well. Follow me to the apprentice training camp at the mountain's peak and await developments." Li Qingshan gestured grandly, and the group complied, taking another official road into the mountain. The path they traversed was not the same as that of the apprentice demon catchers undertaking their assessment. Behind the mountain, an official road had been constructed to facilitate smooth communication between Blood Prison Town and the training camp. Indeed, numerous such camps were established around Blood Prison Town, housing certain apprentice demon catchers outside the city for ease of slaying demons and accepting tasks. More importantly, it served as a protective measure. Within the confines of Blood Prison Town, Silverlock and Goldlock demon catchers were already present. Additionally, those with exceptional strength, who had secured their spots for the grand competition and were likely to ascend to Silverlock status, were also within. Alongside them were the soldiers ready to be used as cannon fodder, sufficient to suppress high-tier demonic creatures. The higher-ups of the Blood Prison Demon Management Office also considered that, should the town fall to high-tier demonic creatures from within, the apprentice demon catchers outside might still have a glimmer of hope. This strategy preserved the spark of survival for the Blood Prison Demon Management Office, though such thoughts were confined to the upper echelons, with other demon catchers unaware of the underlying reasons. Meanwhile, within the forest of the Great Mountain, many apprentice demon catchers had already engaged in fierce battles with various demonic entities. Some fortunate apprentices, relying on their peers to draw fire, continued to charge forward swiftly. "Curse it! I am entangled with two 7th-tier demonic creatures. Someone help me!" cried a young man in purple, struggling against two 7th-tier wild mountain bears. Though the purple-clad youth possessed considerable strength, being at the initial level of the 7th tier, the sheer size and brute force of the wild mountain bears made close combat a disadvantage for ordinary 7th-tier warriors. Despite his efforts, he found himself at a disadvantage, merely holding on. Seeing a man swiftly approaching, the purple-clad youth's face lit up with hope. "Brother, save me," he called out. However, the man he called to ignored him, rushing past without a moment's pause. What a heartless individual, utterly despicable. The purple-clad youth cursed inwardly as he faced the two 7th-tier wild mountain bears alone. Li Musheng hastened forward, collecting the scattered demon souls from the ground, and immediately executed the misty step to retreat. In this assessment, Li Musheng was the busiest, as he was preoccupied with gathering the demon souls scattered around, overwhelmed by the abundance. The apprentice demon catchers, truly the pride of their regions, dispatched demons with remarkable speed. By now, Li Musheng had amassed a great number of demon souls. Occasionally, he even encountered blood souls, as was the case earlier when he flew past the purple-clad youth battling the two wild mountain bears, entirely ignoring him. Yet, that youth harbored resentment and animosity towards Li Musheng, naturally giving rise to a blood soul visible only to Li Musheng. Thus, despite his busyness, he had to return to the purple-clad youth's location. After all, blood souls remained relatively rare for Li Musheng, making it worth his while to wait. Of course, had the purple-clad youth slain the wild mountain bears, he would have also collected demon souls. If the youth survived, Li Musheng would refrain from intervening, as he was still unfamiliar with the circumstances in Blood Prison Town and preferred to err on the side of caution. Upon returning to the scene of the purple-clad youth's struggle, Li Musheng discovered the youth had perished, his body being devoured by the two wild mountain bears. Li Musheng did not allow the blood soul to absorb the remnants of the corpse. Instead, he swiftly absorbed the blood soul and hurried off to another location. Chapter 68. Arrival at the training camp at the Blood Prison Town's Demon Suppression Training Camp, situated atop a mountain. A dozen novice demon catchers were engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of demons, mere hundreds of yards away, among the vast mountain range. These novice catchers were the closest to the training camp. Should they swiftly conclude this skirmish, the top contenders in the assessment would likely emerge from their ranks. Although their strength was formidable, with the weakest among them at the late stage of the 8th grade, each was visibly fatigued and bore various injuries. A few attempted to flee the fray and rush into the Blood Prison training camp, only to be thwarted by the demons, forcing them to confront the threats head-on. Among this group, one individual donned a blood-stained garment that was originally white but had been thoroughly dyed crimson from the excess of demon blood. His combat style was ferocious, deftly navigating through the throngs of demons with remarkable skill. Their ability to endure thus far could be attributed largely to this man in the blood-stained attire. "Brother Ke, our success in reaching this point hinges entirely on your prowess. We might even secure a place in the top 20. You deserve to be the top contender," exclaimed a triangular-eyed companion amidst the battle. The others echoed this sentiment. "Once we enter, we shall strive to become copper-locked demon catchers," the blood-clad man, Xiuxian, proclaimed with a sense of pride. The group unconsciously regarded him as their leader. Xiuxian was not only a remarkable talent known throughout the capital but also a third-generation pillar of the esteemed Ku family, a prestigious lineage with a silver-locked demon catcher among their elders in the Blood Prison Town. Such information had been keenly gathered by those with intent in the town, inevitably fostering a sense of collective cohesion among his followers. Xiuxian was accustomed to this admiration, having enjoyed similar recognition in the capital. Despite there being 3 peers of comparable age in the capital, Xiuxian stood out in his strength, earning the title of one of the 4 young masters of the capital. The only rivals who might challenge him had chosen not to accompany him into the Blood Prison training camp for various reasons. Thus, Xiuxian anticipated that within the novice training camp, none could overshadow his brilliance. He dismissed the so-called young talents from the capital as inconsequential and regarded those from the other 8 provinces as mere country bumpkins, lacking any semblance of comparison to someone of his noble stature. In his heart, Feng viewed these surrounding individuals as mere cheerleaders and sycophants, holding them in disdain. Copper-locked demon catchers, is this your only ambition? I aspire to become a gold-locked demon catcher, he mused inwardly. After vanquishing the last demon, Feng beckoned his companions to rush toward the training camp's entrance. The demon catchers stationed at the entrance greeted him with smiles, seemingly celebrating his impending arrival. As Feng surveyed his surroundings, he noticed several novice catchers attempting to sneak into the camp had already been intercepted by the lurking demons. Huh? You think you can slip past? I am aware that the demons around the camp are intentionally placed by the Demon Suppression Agency, and they are particularly sensitive to novice catchers. How could they allow you country bumpkins to cheat your way in? Feng contemptuously thought as he charged toward the training camp, his companions having already eliminated the competition for the top spots. As no one was foolish enough to contest his claim. Just as Feng was about to cross the training camp's threshold, a gust of wind swept by, and a figure suddenly appeared before him, crossing the line into the training camp. How is this possible? Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his blood boiling with rage. What insolent creature dares to steal my thunder? He bellowed, preparing to strike the interloper with a punch. However, upon seeing the demon catchers who had initially welcomed him now gazing at him with astonishment, Feng regained his composure. The figure that had surged ahead was none other than Li Musheng, who glanced back at Feng with a mocking click of his tongue before continuing into the camp without further acknowledgement. Say Chapter 69, a special mission within the apprentice training camp of the Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Division. Feng was taken aback upon hearing the words of the Silverlock Demon Catcher. As a scion of the capital, he had often heard elders in the Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Division speak of such matters. Typically, in the first assessment, the top 20 contenders would receive rewards amounting to over 20 Blood Prison points, and only in rare instances would the first place receive a doubled reward. However, to directly be granted 3 volumes of the Heavenly Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra upon entry was utterly unprecedented for him. In an instant, Feng's envy towards Li Musheng, the upstart from Qinghe County, morphed into a palpable animosity. After entering the training camp, he had already been informed of Li Musheng's background. The thought that someone from the remote and lesser-known Qinghe County could achieve such recognition filled Feng with indignation. The 3 volumes of the Heavenly Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra required a staggering 80 blood prison points to redeem within the Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Division. Unable to contain his jealousy, Feng interjected, "My lord, bestowing such a precious item might not be appropriate." Initially, Li Musheng felt a flicker of joy upon hearing the Silverlock Demon Catcher's declaration, albeit faint. He believed he would eventually acquire the Heavenly Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. It was merely a matter of time. However, the gravity of such a reward suggested complexity, as nothing comes without cost. It might even be a hot potato. Yet, Feng's interruption incited a sense of displeasure in Li Musheng. Did he truly believe his status as a so-called noble of the capital made him superior? Li Musheng silently protested. My decision is not for you to dictate. Xiuxian coldly fixed his gaze upon Feng, who felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. Shivering involuntarily, Dayun would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Who do you think you are? Your 20 blood prison points are now forfeited as recompense for your insolence. If you have an issue, let Dayun come to me. Feng's face darkened as he instantly regretted his words, recalling Xiuxian's identity as a Silverlock Demon Catcher and his notorious stubbornness. The others lowered their heads, afraid to utter a word. Tell me your choice. Xiuxian turned back to Li Musheng and inquired. I am willing to exchange for the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, Li Musheng replied without hesitation. Excellent. Xiuxian smiled, then handed a tome to Li Musheng. This is the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, which will automatically disintegrate in 3 days. Memorize it as soon as possible. The rest of you may leave. Li Musheng, you remain. I have assigned you the number 9527. 9527, it resonates, Li Musheng secretly mused. The others promptly departed, and Feng shot Li Musheng a venomous glare before leaving, feeling powerless against the Silverlock Demon Catcher. However, he vowed to reclaim his dignity from Li Musheng in the future. Once everyone had left, only Xiuxian and Li Musheng remained. Xiuxian gestured for Li Musheng to sit, then casually settled into the prime position himself. Li Musheng complied without hesitation. The number previously designated for your father within the Demon Subjugation Division was indeed 9527, Xiuxian stated calmly. Li Musheng's expression remained unchanged, but internally, he experienced a stir of emotions. Li Qingya is your father, Xiuxian said, locking eyes with Li Musheng and enunciating each word distinctly. Li Musheng maintained a facade of composure while tumultuous thoughts churned within him. How could he know? Was there a plot afoot? Could it be the Tian family? Had he inadvertently revealed his identity? Li Musheng pondered silently. My name is Li Qingshan. You may not yet be aware, but Li Qingya is my younger brother. We hail from the Li family of the capital, and Li Xiuxian is our shared father. In our time, we were known as the twin pillars of the capital. I was sent to the Blood Prison Demon Subjugation Division long ago. When the incident involving Qingya transpired, I was cut off from family news. I did not learn of the events until I had attained the rank of Copperlock Demon Catcher. By the time I grasped the entire situation, I had already become a Silverlocked Catcher. Yet, it was still beyond my capability to alter the course of events, as this matter is far from simple. It directly implicates the officials, Li Qingshan explained, scrutinizing Li Musheng. Upon hearing this, Li Musheng's heart remained unsettled, yet he felt a semblance of relief. It seemed unlikely that this was related to the Tian family. After all, he had yet to perceive any malevolent aura from Li Qingshan. Uncle, Li Musheng said stiffly, bowing slightly. Upon hearing Li Musheng address him thus, Li Qingshan's face brightened with a hint of satisfaction. He continued in a serious tone. Ho Lingling and Tian Heng were merely the catalyst for the officials' manipulation of the entire incident. The officials have always sought to prevent our Li family from growing stronger, particularly as we were on the cusp of ascending to a first-rate family status. Following this incident, they logically stripped us of our opportunities and prevented Qingyao from entering the blood prison demon subjugation division, ultimately leading to a slaughter. Why do the officials target us? Li Musheng asked, perplexed. Because. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment before responding, because our Li family once produced an immortal. Indeed. It became clear to Li Musheng that the true might in this world does not reside within the ranks of mere martial artists but among those who pursue immortality. The stability of the Great Liang was inextricably linked to the immortals who stood behind it. The officials of the Great Liang feared not the first or second-rate martial artists, but rather those families capable of birthing immortals. Consequently, besides us, there are other families that have also become targets of the officials. Thus, I understand that only by producing an immortal can our Li family escape the officials' grasp. Even if I become a gold-locked demon catcher, it might only afford the Li family a momentary respite. I will assign you a task, a secret mission, Li Qingshan said to Li Musheng. Li Musheng leaned in closer. Attentive. The Kailan prefecture of Xian Prefecture is the birthplace of our Li family. It holds the legendary Erlong Mountain, said to be inhabited by 2 malevolent dragons. With your stealth techniques, you should be able to evade detection. There lies an opportunity for our Li family. Take a few days to prepare, then set out discreetly. I will provide you with cover, Li Qingshan instructed. Uncle, if there is an opportunity for our family, why? Li Musheng questioned, puzzled. This opportunity has been passed down orally. Your entry into the blood prison demon subjugation division proves you are the leader of the younger generation within the Li family. And I must convey this to you. Furthermore, I have attempted to seek it several times without success, Li Qingshan sighed. Perhaps this is what the elders refer to as the timing of opportunity. Even if it belongs to the family, it may not be attainable. If there are indeed dragons on Erlong Mountain and Kailan Prefecture, I fear I might have to slay them. Without confronting the dragons, the ages would remain as dark as night, Li Musheng mused inwardly. Chapter 70, The Opportunity for Immortal Cultivation. Half a month later, under clear skies and brilliant sunlight. On the mountainside of Erlong Mountain in Kailan Prefecture of Xian Prefecture, Li Musheng was seated upon a large stone, roasting a lizard leg over a fire. While beside him lay a massive black lizard, missing a leg. Though deceased, it still exuded an aura of formidable fourth-grade power. What dragon? I've scoured this vast Erlong Mountain time and again, finding no opportunities, no dragons, only this particularly tough lizard. Li Musheng sighed before taking a hearty bite of the lizard meat. If Li Qingshan were to arrive now, he would surely be astounded at how Li Musheng had ascended to the late 4th grade of cultivation. After all, Li Musheng had gathered a significant number of monster souls along his journey, and having amassed considerable energy, he had diligently completed all 3 volumes of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. He was now, indeed, a legitimate late 4th grade warrior, terrifyingly so. Taking a moment to glance at the jade tablet at his waist, he noted, Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra Level 1. Great accomplishment. Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra Level 2. Great accomplishment. Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra Level 3. Great accomplishment. Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra Level 4. Great accomplishment. Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra Level 5. Great accomplishment. Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra Level 6. Great accomplishment. Turtle Breathing Technique. Great accomplishment. Misty Shadow Steps. Great accomplishment. Blood Soul Value. 820. Monster Soul Value. 4870 as Li Musheng savored his meal. The jade tablet at his waist suddenly emitted a red glow. Looking down, he saw an arrow-like symbol appearing, pointing towards the lizard's cave. Ah. So you're indeed the key, Li Musheng exclaimed joyfully. No wonder Li Qingshan returned empty-handed. A late 4th grade cave was not something to be trifled with. Li Musheng rose, dusted off his hands, and strode confidently into the strange abode of the lizard demon. After traversing merely a few dozen feet, he found himself at a dead end, puzzled. No path? He murmured. Lowering his gaze to the jade tablet, he observed that it continued to point towards the cave wall. Unwilling to concede defeat, he reached out to explore the surface, contemplating whether he could unleash his strength to break through it. After all, he held great confidence in his late 4th grade prowess. Yet, before he could probe for long, a sharp pain surged through his hand, as if the cave wall were absorbing his blood. Gradually, blood characters emerged upon the cave wall, descendants of the Li family, Mayaner. Then, with a thunderous rumble, the cave wall slowly parted, revealing a passageway. Without hesitation, Li Musheng stepped forward. Once inside, the luminous pearls illuminated the chamber as brightly as day. These pearls could fetch thousands of taels outside, Li Musheng mused, surveying the surroundings. He noticed a solitary desk, atop which lay a booklet, a letter, and a small cloth pouch. As he approached, he read the letter. which was addressed to the descendants of the Li family. Upon finishing the letter, Li Musheng realized that the accompanying booklet contained genuine cultivation techniques, the 5 elements harmonization technique. He also learned of the entanglements between the Li family and the government. The Li family had produced an ancestor who sought to usurp the Xiao family, only for the celestial sect behind the government, Xinghiguan, to intervene, leading to a truce. After the Li family ancestor's death, the government commenced a campaign of vengeance that persisted to this day. This ancestor, aware of his impending demise, had set up a simple array here, accessible only to direct descendants of the Li family, entrusting his entire legacy to this place, hoping that any descendant with spiritual roots could inherit and master the immortal arts. After all, the condition for the truce with Xinghiguan was that descendants could not cultivate immortality. Yet, this ancestor, seemingly defiant, sought to grant future generations a chance. Although Xinghiguan was a golden core sect, the Li family ancestor remained resolute. This ancestor was Li Lijing, a figure whose name suggested he was not to be trifled with. However, from the information in the letter, it was evident that Li Lijing possessed only the strength of the 6th level of qi refinement. Thus, Li Musheng perceived this ancestor as quite audacious. The letter provided Li Musheng with a glimpse into the world of cultivation. The realm of Daliang was inhabited by a plethora of cultivators who pursued the art of immortality, seeking longevity amidst the rich spiritual energies of majestic mountains, establishing caves and markets to break through their realms. The stages of cultivation included qi refinement, foundation establishment, and core formation, among others. According to Li Lijing's understanding, he only knew of these stages, with no awareness of those beyond. In the letter, Li Lijing earnestly warned future generations of the dangers inherent in the cultivation world, the terrifying monsters, and even more fearsome fellow cultivators. Therefore, he urged them to exercise utmost caution and maintain a low profile. Li Musheng picked up the booklet on the 5 elements harmonization technique and began to read intently. According to the booklet, this technique was widely acknowledged as a foundational cultivation method, having been passed down since ancient times. While its cultivation speed may be average compared to other attribute methods, it was easy to grasp and less prone to deviation, allowing even those with the most mundane of spiritual roots to practice. Better sooner than later, he thought, eager to discover whether he possessed the talent for cultivation. Dear Golden Finger, may you bless me with a new cultivation opportunity. He silently prayed, settling into a meditative position. He commenced his first attempt at cultivating the 5 elements harmonization technique. Thanks to the enhancement from his Golden Finger, he had already memorized the entire technique and understood it thoroughly. Not one to procrastinate, Li Musheng immediately began the first layer of the technique, drawing spirit into the heart, though internally. He felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of whether the Golden Finger would truly aid him. Cultivation required spiritual roots, and if he lacked talent, he would be left with no choice but to be a mere warrior. Yet, Li Musheng yearned for the path of cultivation and the pursuit of longevity. As he commenced the exercise, Li Musheng maintained his composure, free of distractions, his mind clear as he diligently followed the prescribed methods to capture the elusive spiritual energy in the air. Time flowed slowly, and Li Musheng lost track of how long had passed. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes flew open, as if he had glimpsed the location of the spiritual energy amidst the darkness. This was the essence of immortal energy. Now, he only needed to absorb it into his body, akin to how he drew in monster souls, to complete the drawing spirit into the heart and ascend to the first level of qi refinement. At that moment, Li Musheng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, prompting him to halt his practice, yet he was brimming with joy. How remarkable the Golden Finger is! Li Musheng silently cheered. He understood that, according to the original owner's physique, it was nearly impossible for him to become the chosen one with spiritual roots. It must have been the Golden Finger's enhancements that granted him this opportunity for cultivation. Chapter 71. Embarking on the path of immortality within the lizard cave of Erlong Mountain. Li Musheng had spent the past fortnight in meditation, attuning himself to the ethereal essence of the immortal spirits permeating the atmosphere, inviting this energy into his being. When thirst struck, he would casually draw a ladle of mountain spring water from the nearby streams. Hunger was even easier to remedy, as he could simply capture a few demonic creatures and roast them for sustenance. He had thoughtfully packed essential items for outdoor living, including seasonings like salt, ensuring his meals were flavorful. According to the records of Li Lijing, the aptitude of cultivators is classified by their spiritual roots. The celestial root is the most exalted, followed by the earthly root, then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th roots. Those with a celestial root can attract spiritual energy to their hearts within mere days, with the essence circulating throughout their bodies, allowing them to step into the initial stage of qi refinement. In stark contrast, those with the least favorable 5th root may require several years to achieve the same, often remaining trapped in the mid-qi refinement stage for their entire lives. Although Li Qixian did not impose a strict timeline on me, he advised that I return before the grand competition in 3 years, lest I miss the selection for the copper-locked demon catchers. Li Musheng muttered to himself, now that I have begun my cultivation, martial arts seem irrelevant. Still, my martial skills have reached the late 4th rank. I might as well pass the copper-lock selection and see if I can obtain the ultimate 3 volumes of martial arts techniques. After attaining the 1st rank of martial artist, I will assess whether it benefits my cultivation. Li Musheng resolved that within 3 years, regardless of the outcome, He would return to attempt the selection for the copper-locked demon catchers. As for the fundamental tasks and classes required during the apprenticeship of a demon catcher, they were entirely waived in the presence of Li Xiuxian, the appointed silver-locked demon catcher, and no one dared to question this exemption. Seasons changed, and a year slipped by. Li Musheng continued his ceaseless endeavor to draw in the essence of the immortal spirits. Suddenly, one day, a tremor coursed through his dantian. He opened his eyes and let out a soft exclamation, witnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesce into a visible vortex, surging directly into his body. The sea of spiritual energy is formed. Li Musheng refined this ethereal essence into strands of magical power that he could wield, infusing them into his newly established sea of spiritual energy. Ha ha ha. At last, I have succeeded. I am no longer a waste. Li Musheng laughed heartily. Having finally embarked on the path of immortality, becoming a practitioner in the initial stage of chi refinement, naturally, his sea of spiritual energy remained barren. With a meager amount of magical power, rendering his combat strength the lowest among those in the initial stage of chi refinement. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Li Musheng recognized it as the voice of his golden finger. Detection complete. Host has successfully become a practitioner. System upgrade initiated. During this period, absorption of any demonic or blood essences is prohibited. Time required for upgrade, 300 days. Upgrade commencing. Li Musheng noted that after delivering this message, the golden finger fell silent, and his body showed no signs of change, as if the golden finger had never existed at all. So, my golden finger is indeed a system, he mused. Although he was uncertain why this so-called system had chosen him, he decided to accept it without question. After all, his current strength was far too feeble to take any meaningful action. He resolved to forge ahead, overcoming obstacles as they arose. And he harbored a glimmer of anticipation regarding any new developments that might accompany his ascension to practitioner status. Li Musheng reconsidered his cultivation strategy, recalling that according to Li Jing, the spiritual energy in the mortal realm was severely depleted. If he continued to cultivate here without the aid of elixirs, progress would be painfully slow. However, venturing recklessly into a sect or clan where practitioners congregated would pose significant risks. Given his nascent strength in the initial stage of chi refinement, it seemed prudent to wait for the system to complete its upgrade before making any bold moves. For now, he was reluctant to enter the domain of cultivators, fearing for his life. Cultivation techniques diverge significantly from martial arts. Martial arts focus solely on realms without the inclusion of techniques. The martial arts methods and body techniques were distinct, whereas cultivation methods lacked such rigid boundaries. For instance, the 5 elements harmonization technique that Li Musheng was currently practicing included several foundational spells. One of these spells was the self-examination technique, which upon mastery, would not only allow him to assess his bodily condition, such as the state of his organs and any injuries, but also to evaluate the status of his spiritual roots. Li Musheng found the other foundational spells equally practical. The flame projection technique, which involved conjuring a burst of flame to strike at foes. The swift movement technique, which was directly applied to his legs, allowing him to move at speeds far exceeding that of the illusory shadow technique. He suspected that the ancestral technique of Sun Shi might merely be a simplified version of this spell. Furthermore, there was the stone skin technique, which could momentarily petrify his skin, providing a defense that even a practitioner at the late 4th rank would struggle to breach. Li Musheng contemplated the implications of activating the stone skin technique. It would likely render him impervious to attacks from those below the 3rd or 2nd ranks, leaving only the 1st rank as a potential threat. He could now perceive the vast chasm separating martial prowess from cultivation, an insurmountable gulf that felt as though it spanned the heavens. Even as a fledgling in the initial stage of chi refinement, he could contend with practitioners of the 2nd and 3rd ranks. Yet, those at the late stage of chi refinement, or even the perfected stage, would be capable of exterminating him effortlessly. Another month passed, and Li Musheng finally grasped the fundamentals of the self-examination technique, the stone skin technique, the flame projection technique, and the swift movement technique. Reflecting on his journey, he mused that his aptitude for cultivation likely fell somewhere between the 3rd and 4th ranks. Please, don't let it be a dark horse. Grant me a 5. He silently prayed, rubbing his hands together like a gambler preparing to roll the dice. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, Li Musheng swiftly traced a gesture in the air and, adhering to the requirements of the self-examination technique, began his self-assessment. Moments later, he exhaled deeply, relieved to discover that he possessed a 3rd spiritual root. He had feared he might possess a 4th. In his view, anything above the 5th was commendable. To his surprise, he received a pleasant surprise: 3 spiritual roots. This level of aptitude, even within the cultivation realm, was considered commendable. After all, it was exceedingly rare for a mortal to possess a 5th spiritual root. Li Musheng was well aware that his distant ancestor, Li Jing, had merely possessed a 5th spiritual root. Attempting to cultivate in the mortal realm had proven futile for Li Jing, prompting his eventual departure to the cultivation realm, from which he later returned. This highlighted the formidable challenges faced by those endeavoring to cultivate in the mortal world. Chapter 72, The Upgraded System. 300 days later. Within the lizard cave of Erlong Mountain, Li Musheng sat cross-legged, immersed in his usual meditation. Suddenly, a sound resonated in his mind. System upgrade complete. Host absorption ability enhanced. All ordinary demon creatures within a radius of 1 mile can be absorbed directly without causing their demise. The demon soul values for demons ranked from 9 to 1 correspond to 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 7, 0, 8, 0, 9, 1, 2, and 3 respectively. Li Musheng thought to himself, the value of demon souls provided has been significantly reduced. It feels as though the system is undermining my strength. Fortunately, the absorption method has become more efficient. Regarding blood souls, only those who pose a lethal threat to the host will generate them. General feelings of aversion will no longer trigger notifications. For ordinary warriors, the blood soul value corresponds to the demon soul value. This is quite a significant reduction. Li Musheng lamented. This meant he could no longer simply create enemies to harvest warriors and increase his blood soul value. Naturally, he would never resort to such shameless tactics, as he only targeted those who harbored ill intentions towards him. Now, with the standards raised, only those who wished to kill him would suffice, thereby increasing the difficulty of acquiring blood souls. Upon defeating celestial beasts, one could obtain demon souls, with an increase in quantity. Killing cultivators who harbor intentions to kill the host would yield blood souls, with quantity also enhanced. What a monumental iteration! Li Musheng exclaimed, patting his head with a sigh. In the past, I could merely rely on stealth to enhance my strength, but now it feels as though the system is compelling me to engage in battle. Every unit of demon soul value can now be converted into a year of lifespan. From now on, demon soul values will be automatically deducted to compensate for the host's lifespan reduction. That cold voice echoed in Li Musheng's mind like a thunderclap. He was instantly filled with ecstasy. Such a boon meant that his lifespan could exceed even that of immortals. Furthermore, even by absorbing demon souls in the mortal realm, eternal life could now be achieved. Li Musheng glanced at the key data displayed on his panel. Blood soul value, 1220 demon soul value, 13270 over the past 3 years. While idling in Erlong Mountain, he had repeatedly farmed the incessantly spawning demon creatures, surpassing 10,000 in demon soul value. During these 3 years, many warriors had come to this place. Some were difficult to deal with and harbored malicious intent, which naturally made them fodder for Li Musheng's blood soul value. Although he had been unable to absorb any demon souls or blood souls during these 3 years, they had nonetheless been stored within his body, albeit not in a direct data form. Thus, before the system upgrade was completed and restarted, Li Musheng had no idea how many demon souls and blood souls he had accumulated. Upon the completion of the system upgrade, he was astonished to find the quantities astonishingly high. Indeed, time had proven to be Li Musheng's greatest ally. Now that demon soul values could be directly converted into lifespan. Although the difficulty of acquiring demon souls seemed to have increased, their value had also escalated. How could Li Musheng not be elated? The blood soul value can be used to nourish spiritual roots. The host currently possesses 3 spiritual roots, and nourishing them to the second spiritual root will require 20 years and consume 50 blood soul points. This process will not affect cultivation. Shall we begin? Such fortuitous news stirred Li Musheng's emotions once more. He was aware that Li Musheng, in his letters to future generations, expressed the greatest regret and resentment over his 5 spiritual roots. Li Musheng had previously traversed various markets in search of methods to enhance his spiritual roots, only to despair at the immutable truth that spiritual roots are innate and unalterable, a principle that no one could change, even the most powerful of nascent soul cultivators. Yet, Li Musheng's system could actually enhance his qualifications. How could he not be overjoyed? He felt as though he was on the verge of prostrating himself in gratitude. The system is truly magnificent. This thought echoed repeatedly in Li Musheng's mind as he exclaimed, commence. Host agrees, deducting 50 blood soul points. Remaining blood soul value, 1170. Completion of qualification enhancement will take 19 years and 364 days. The target for enhancement is the second spiritual root. The blood soul value serves other purposes as well, such as restoring techniques, replenishing items, and healing irreversible bodily damage. This functionality delighted Li Musheng, and he retrieved his storage bag. The pouch gifted by Li Musheng was indeed a spatial storage bag. In merely a year, Li Musheng had mastered its basic operations. Upon opening it, he discovered dozens of low-grade spirit stones, currency among cultivators that can be used not only for purchasing items but also to assist in cultivation and restore magical energy, making them a valuable asset in the cultivation realm. As for higher-grade spirit stones, Li Musheng had only heard of mid-grade spirit stones, having never seen one himself, as they were items seldom encountered except by those at the foundation establishment stage. Next was a map, one that Li Musheng had traversed during his early quest for immortality. It marked several islands in the Sea of Daliang, denoting locations of cultivation families and markets, as well as a few cultivation clans on the Daliang continent. Li Musheng planned to investigate further once he felt ready to cultivate. Lastly, there was a fragmentary first-level spell inheritance. Spells are written on paper formed from condensed magical energy, inscribing patterns that ultimately create magical incantations, allowing cultivators to store their magical energy and unleash it at critical moments to inflict damage. Li Musheng had earned money in his early years due to possessing a first-level spell inheritance, which he eventually used to accumulate spirit stones and enhance his strength. However, As it was incomplete, it could not bestow much magical energy, falling short of the damage dealt by a standard cultivator spells. Li Musheng took out the jade tablet containing the first-level spell inheritance from the storage bag, and with a thought, a response echoed in his mind. Spending 50 blood soul points will allow for the restoration of the first-level spell inheritance. This will take 1 hour. Do you agree? Only 50 blood soul points. That's within my means, Li Musheng readily consented. Host agrees to spend 50 blood soul points to restore the first-level inheritance. Now deducting 50 blood soul points. Remaining blood soul value, 1120. Commencing restoration of the first-level spell inheritance. Moments later, the voice Li Musheng had been eagerly awaiting resounded in his mind. The first-level spell inheritance has been fully restored. The host can inscribe any spells learned onto the spell paper formed from condensed magical energy, thereby creating incantations. First-level spell, beginner. Proficiency 1000. Demon souls can no longer be used to enhance the host's spell experience. Proficiency can only be improved through practice. I can no longer rely on spending, was Li Musheng's immediate thought. Seeing the proficiency progress bar still needing 999 points filled him with a sense of helplessness but also offered a glimmer of hope. Li Musheng gazed fervently at the system. As his 5 elements harmonization technique could only be cultivated to the peak of chi refinement. After establishing his foundation, he would need to seek new magical techniques, otherwise he could not enhance his strength. Chapter 73, The Blood Prison in the Demon Suppression Department, Part 1. Li Musheng gazed ardently at his status panel. Chi Refining Stage, 34 305 Elements Harmonization Technique. Chi Refining Chapter 34 1000. A cold voice echoed in Li Musheng's mind, awakening him like a splash of cold water. It seemed he could not continuously push forward. He would first cultivate the 5 elements harmonization technique to perfection before entering the realm of immortality, seeking opportunities to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Once he attained the golden core, he would surely overturn that wretched Star River sect, compelling them to support the great Liang dynasty. After all, his life was long. He must find some diversions to engage in at leisure, Li Musheng mused. Subsequently, he resumed rummaging through his storage bag, hoping to uncover some useful items. Through repeated probing, he finally discovered a pair of delicate cloth shoes tucked away in a corner. He retrieved them and, with the unique perception of a cultivator, discerned a flicker of spiritual light emanating from the shoes. These must belong to a cultivator, otherwise, Li Jing would not have placed them in the storage bag. Li Musheng thought to himself, how does one utilize these? He pondered, contemplating that mortal methods might not suffice. Could it be a blood recognition? No. Perhaps it was blood acknowledgement? Without hesitation, Li Musheng pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall upon the shoes, but there was no response. Clearly, that was not the method. He continued to contemplate. After a moment, he attempted to channel a thread of his internal energy into the shoes. Before long, an astonishing scene unfolded. The delicate cloth shoes, upon receiving his energy, radiated a soft glow, and the dust upon them vanished. He then sensed a desire for more energy. Without a second thought, he continued to channel energy into the shoes. Not long after, perhaps the length of a burning incense stick, Li Musheng's face contorted in pain as the energy he had poured into the shoes was entirely absorbed. He looked at the shoes, which appeared insatiable, showing no sign of being sated. With a sigh, he resumed his efforts to recover his energy. Once his energy had somewhat replenished, he resumed channeling it into the shoes. After several cycles of this process, the shoes finally seemed to have had their fill, and he could sense they had perhaps let out a satisfied burp. In an instant, the shoes emitted a burst of light before retracting it. At that moment, Li Musheng realized he could now perceive the shoes fully. The information about the shoes materialized before his eyes. Initial grade magical tool, cloud soaring boots. Upon wearing, one can fly through the air. Li Jing's style was indeed similar to his own. The sole magical artifact he possessed was, after all, for the purpose of fleeing. After acquiring the shoes, Li Musheng wore a look of light-hearted joy. He rose and made his way to a clearing, where, with a mere thought, the cloth shoes transformed into boots, perfectly fitting onto his feet. The surface of the boots was pure white, adorned with delicate yellow wing-like decorations on either side. With a gesture, golden light swirled around the boots. Then, with a sudden lift, Li Musheng soared into the sky, rising at least 10 zhang above the ground. Striving to maintain his balance, he began a slow flight. The wind swept past him, invigorating him, and as he beheld the scenery of Erlong Mountain, excitement surged within him. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first time soaring into the heavens. Indeed, he had chosen the right path in cultivating immortality, he thought with exhilaration. Once he had grasped the basics of flying, he grew bolder, ascending to greater heights. The sky was vast for birds to soar, and the seas were boundless for fish to leap. What a delight it was! Li Musheng spread his arms wide, reveling in the drifting clouds around him, joyfully exclaiming. However, the bliss was short-lived. After a brief flight, he felt the rapid depletion of the spiritual energy within him, forcing him to land back on the ground. Upon returning to the cave, Li Musheng began to contemplate deeply. The initial grade magical tool, cloud soaring boots, might be a low-grade item meant for cultivators. Yet it was still particularly taxing on his energy at this stage. It seemed that even such a basic artifact could not be used long-term by a novice just beginning in the chi refining stage. The system's assistance in rapidly elevating his cultivation seemed to be of little help for now. His primary task was to cultivate to the peak of chi refining as swiftly as possible. Moreover, he needed to master essential spells, for without combat capability, any power would be futile. In a year's time, he would need to participate in the great competition at the Blood Prison and Demon Suppression Department. He hoped that after this competition, he could attain the completed Celestial Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, elevating his martial arts to the first grade, to see if it could aid him on the path of immortality. He planned to dedicate 80% of his time to elevating his cultivation and 20% to practicing spells like Skin Stone Technique, Burning Objects Technique, and Swift Movement Technique. Li Musheng noted that, as it stood, the Skin Stone Technique required him to form seals and hand signs, consuming precious time, and that its activation resulted in his skin petrifying over a span of time. He contemplated that through persistent practice, he could likely improve the casting speed of the Skin Stone Technique, perhaps even enhance its defensive capabilities. For now, there was no need to rush. In the Great Liang, as long as he did not encounter other cultivators, he was practically invincible. Moreover, the spiritual energy was thin in the Great Liang. Even cultivators mingling among mortals were likely to be mere chi refining novices. With the system's support and a long lifespan, there was no need to be overly anxious. A steady, methodical approach would suffice. Of course, to be prudent, it would be best to resolve matters with Tian Hang and Ho Lingling once he reached the peak of chi refining. However, should they leave the capital, he could act at any time. As for the concubine Tian and the entire Tian family, naturally, they would be dealt with after he established his foundations. It was unlikely that the Star River sect would risk offending a foundation establishment cultivator for the sake of these mortals. Should they pass away naturally, he would simply eliminate their descendants. Li Musheng considered his cultivation speed and the time required to seize a foundation establishment opportunity, quietly making adjustments to his plans. As for that official, he would deal with him after attaining the Golden Core. By that time, the Star River sect would likely treat him as an honored guest. He mused inwardly. He set a modest goal for himself for the coming century. Li Musheng ceased his musings, instead sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to begin his cultivation, responding to his plans through action. Instantly, the entire cave fell silent, as the ethereal spiritual energy in the air was gradually drawn into Li Musheng's body, steadily transforming into his burgeoning strength. Day by day, his power and progress continued to grow. Chapter 74, The Blood Prison and Demon Suppression Division, Part 2. A year later, within the cavern of Erlong Mountain, Li Musheng opened his eyes and rose to sense his attribute panel. He found Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, Levels 1 to 6, Great Accomplishment, Chi Refining Initial Stage, 5300, 5 Elements Harmonization Technique, Chi Refining Edition 51000, Breathing Technique. Great Accomplishment. Li Musheng had refined this technique and merged it with the turtle breathing technique after embarking on the path of cultivation. Swift Movement Technique, Great Accomplishment, enhanced after absorbing the shadow dispersing steps. Fire Consuming Technique, 10100, Skin Stone Technique, 10100, First Order Spell, Entry Level. Proficiency 3 1000, Blood Soul Value, 1120, Demon Soul Value, 13270. Well, it seems that a year's worth of progress is rather minimal. Indeed, cultivating immortality demands a considerable investment of time. As Li Musheng stepped out of the cave, the warm sunlight bathed him. With a mere thought, he dispelled all the dust and grime that clung to him. Calculating the time, he prepared to perform the hand seals with his right hand as the cloud-soaring boots adhered to him. Suddenly, he soared into the air, heading directly towards the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division's training camp. At the training grounds of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division, a male and female were engaged in a duel. The male, clad in yellow, had a corpulent figure that made his garments bulge, resembling a ball. Yet, he displayed remarkable agility in his movements, clearly possessing strength above the 7th rank. If Li Musheng were present, he might not even recognize him. However, this yellow-clad man held a deeply etched memory of Li Musheng, as he was one of the lackeys during the initial assessment of Kuchunfeng. Following Li Musheng's humiliating defeat of Kuchunfeng, the yellow-clad man faced repercussions as well. Subsequently, when Li Musheng mysteriously vanished, inquiries to the Copper Lock instructor revealed that higher-ups had assigned him a special mission, excusing him from regular training. Those who had intended to reclaim their dignity from Li Musheng found themselves at a loss. Moreover, with the imminent arrival of the brutal training camp, their hatred for Li Musheng could only be expressed through idle gossip, branding him a coward too afraid to face the illustrious young master Kuchunfeng, fearful of being beaten to a pulp. Without Li Musheng's suppression, Kuchunfeng, a 7th-rank cultivator among the noble youths of the capital, began to emerge as a leader within the training camp. Even those who doubted the rumors felt reluctant to stand up for someone they hardly knew. 2 years later, a poised and fair-skinned woman clad in red made her entrance. The training camp, already characterized by an abundance of candidates and scarce opportunities, felt as though a stone had been cast into a pond, sending ripples throughout. The disparaging remarks about Li Musheng reached the ears of the red-clad woman, who was soon informed about the source of this information. Infuriated, she sought out Kuchunfeng and his associates for a duel at the training grounds. At this moment, the challenger against the yellow-clad man was indeed this red-clad woman, Elwaner, the cherished daughter of Xiuxian, the current magistrate of Qinghe County. As expected, The offspring of a formidable father bore exceptional talents in martial arts. Her father, however, had taken great measures to shield her from the martial world, wishing only for her to marry peacefully and live a blissful life. Out of filial piety, Elwaner complied with her father's wishes, spending her days idling at the demon suppression hall. However, influenced by Li Musheng, she resolutely stepped outside her comfort zone. Coupled with her extraordinary talent, she seized the opportunity presented by the selection of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division 2 years later, emerging as the top candidate. Now, Elwano had reached the 7th rank in martial arts. I must not be far behind him. I may have even caught up with him, she thought with a sense of pride. I am truly qualified to stand by his side. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. I say, Elwaner, how many times have we sparred? You may fall again this time, but your tenacity is commendable, the yellow-clad man boasted. You are just at the initial stage of the 7th rank, whereas I am in the latter stage. It is impossible for you to defeat me. Should you genuinely wish for us to cease our disparagement of Li Musheng, then accompany our leader instead, the yellow-clad man jested, gesturing towards Xiuxian, who sat prominently among a group behind him. During this period, Elwano had frequently challenged Xiuxian's group, initially intending to intimidate her into retreat. The yellow-clad man found that with each encounter, Elwano only grew more resolute, from barely surviving a single strike from him. She had now developed into a formidable opponent capable of exchanging blows with him. Gradually, Xiuxian began to harbor curiosity about Elwano, even contemplating that the town of Qinghe was indeed remarkable, producing many extraordinary individuals. Hey, Xiuxian, do not be rude, Xiuxian interjected. Boss, you are far too modest. You are already a 6th-rank warrior, a shoo-in for greatness as a copper-lock demon catcher, perhaps even destined to become a golden lock in the future. This is no small fortune for Elwano, and for Qinghe County as well, Xiuxian remarked. Of course, you must know your place. You can only be a minor concubine. Xiuxian chose not to respond, instead settling down to watch the spectacle. The others around him began to egg on the situation, whistling and cheering. Elwano's face paled, her teeth clenched tightly, and she charged directly at Xiuxian with her sword. I shall deliver a fierce blow that will leave you bedridden. Xiuxian sneered, observing Elwano's approach. He lowered his right hand, gathering strength, before swiftly sidestepping her strike. Then, his hand surged forth with dark energy aimed at Elwano. Black poison palm. Elwano thought with alarm. She had heard of this technique, known for its inability to injure bones yet capable of unleashing toxins that course through the body, particularly unfriendly to women, causing them to endure the pains of childbirth repeatedly for 3 days. Recovery would necessitate a month of bed rest afterward. Thus, female warriors and demon catchers abhorred this technique. Originally a trick of the rogue cultivators, it had somehow found its way into the arsenal of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. And Xiuxian had learned it specifically to torment Elwano. Be careful, Xiuxian exclaimed, startled that Xiuxian dared to employ such a vile tactic. However, he was too far away to intervene. A cry echoed through the air, but it was not the expected delicate scream of a woman, rather, it was the anguished voice of a man. Xiuxian turned to see that Xiuxian, who had unleashed the attack, was now hanging limply, his arm swollen as though it had been broken. To his astonishment, Li Musheng had unexpectedly appeared beside Elwano. Such incredible speed! How did I fail to notice him? Xiuxian pondered, realizing that he himself could not match such swiftness without detection. Suddenly, a joyful scream erupted from Elwano. Li Musheng. Chapter 75, The Great Copperlock Competition in the Training Camp of the Blood Prison Demon Suppressing Division at the Training Grounds. Why does a young lady such as yourself take pleasure in wielding blades and firearms against others? Li Musheng remarked, shaking his head as he rescued Lu Wanner from Xiuxian's clutches. Humph, it's precisely because of you that these people are speaking ill of me. You are from Qinghe. I must defend its honor. Lu Wanner retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. This fellow, how could he lack gratitude? I am merely standing up for him. Yet he offers no words of thanks. Humph, I shall ignore him next time, Lu Wanner thought to herself. Well, perhaps I shall give him another chance next time. She amended internally, feeling a twinge of remorse. Xiuxian, however, paid no heed to the howling Xiuxian on the ground but instead squinted, fixating his gaze on Li Musheng. Though taken aback by Li Musheng's sudden display of skill and ferocity, a fierce combat spirit surged within him. Over the past 3 years at the Blood Prison Demon Suppressing Division as training camp, as a prodigy from the capital, Xiuxian had encountered few rivals. The emergence of Li Musheng ignited his competitive spirit, particularly as Lu Wanner's fondness for Li Musheng stirred a sense of discontent within him. How could a girl from a small town fail to revere him and instead grow close to someone she should disdain? This irked Xiuxian, who had always been the center of attention. Stepping toward Li Musheng, Xiuxian called out loudly, Li Musheng, you have arrived at the perfect moment. You have hidden away for 3 years, and now they say you are a coward, too fearful to face me. Now, I offer you a chance to redeem yourself, challenge me. Although you are bound to fail, it is an opportunity to prove to everyone that you are not a coward. I shall not accept your challenge. Right now, I must prepare for the Copperlock competition. I hope you can last a few rounds. Perhaps then we might cross paths, Li Musheng replied nonchalantly, showing no intention of engaging. Humph, truly a coward, afraid to fight. Xiuxian remarked coldly, watching as Li Musheng and his companions turned to leave. Boss, are we just going to let them go? One of Kachungfeng's lackeys asked, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. What else can we do? Shall we bind them? I do not care for my face, nor do I have any tasks outside. When else will I have the chance to teach him a lesson? Kachungfeng replied irritably. Li Musheng, he boasts so loudly. Why do you not teach him a lesson? Luana questioned. Having freed herself from Li Musheng's grasp once they left the training grounds. Children playing house is meaningless. It is better to prepare for the copper lock competition. Li Musheng replied. But they spoke ill of you. Lu Wanner continued. Naturally, their words are inconsequential. I cannot possibly sew their mouths shut. After all, I am who I am. Their opinions do not concern me. Li Musheng responded dismissively. Li Musheng, what have you been doing for the past 3 years? Lu Wanner, shifting focus, asked with genuine curiosity. Come closer. I have something to share. Li Musheng beckoned, inviting her to lean in. Lu Wanner obediently drew nearer. Feeling the warmth of his breath brush against her cheek, causing her ears to flush slightly. Yet, she patiently awaited his words. This is a secret. It cannot be revealed. Li Musheng teased. You are teasing me. Li Musheng. Lu Wanner feigned anger, playfully punching his chest. Li Musheng did not flinch. Instead, he accepted the blow and feigned confusion. How so? You. Lu Wanner's face turned a delightful shade of crimson, resembling a ripe apple. All right, no more jokes. I truly cannot divulge the details of the mission. It was entrusted to me by Lord Silverlock, Li Musheng then said earnestly, invoking the name of Xiuxian. My return is to participate in the upcoming copper lock competition. Upon my return, I heard that someone was defending my reputation. So I was curious to see who it was. I never expected it to be you, thus I felt compelled to intervene, Li Musheng continued. At least you have some conscience. Lu Wanner felt a flicker of happiness at his words. Enough of our conversation. I must report to Lord Silverlock. We shall talk again when time permits, Li Musheng stated. Go on. After all, you have just returned and must inform Lord Silverlock of the situation. Lu Wanner waved him off understandingly. And please, do not engage in foolish acts on my behalf again. I am a grown man and can handle matters myself, he added. Turning back after taking a few steps. Understood, the great talent of Qinghe, Lu Wanner replied with a hint of resignation. In the tent of the Blood Prison Demon Suppressing Division, where Lord Silverlock presides. Lord Silverlock, Li Musheng announced, bowing solemnly as he entered. Finding only Li Qingshan present. There are no outsiders here. Simply address me as uncle, Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Very well, uncle, Li Musheng complied. Taking a seat closer to Li Qingshan. Have you gained anything after 3 years? Li Qingshan asked eagerly. Li Qingshan had been anxiously awaiting this moment. As the matters at hand were of great importance to their family, making it difficult for him to send others to investigate. Is it appropriate to discuss here? Li Musheng inquired, surveying the surroundings. Rest assured, it is quite safe. I have instructed those outside to remain at least 10 meters away, Li Qingshan assured him. Uncle, I have fulfilled my mission, but concerning the secrets of the Li ancestors, I cannot divulge specifics, Li Musheng stated gravely. Excellent, Li Qingshan exclaimed with excitement, his expression brightening. There is no need to share the details. As long as the mission is accomplished, our family will have hope. Are you here to participate in the copper lock competition? Li Qingshan continued. Indeed, Li Musheng confirmed. What are your chances? Li Qingshan inquired. To say I will definitely succeed would be presumptuous. But I can assure you that I will at least make it through, Li Musheng joked lightly. You rascal, Li Qingshan chuckled, recognizing the confidence behind Li Musheng's words. This assured him that Li Musheng had indeed inherited the celestial legacy, heralding great prospects for the Li family. If you emerge as the champion of the copper lock competition, what will you wish for? Li Qingshan asked further. I desire the final 3 volumes of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Sutra, Li Musheng replied lightly. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Realizing that if Li Musheng sought this, he might have already reached the 4th rank, an indication of unparalleled talent. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. But you must secure the top position in the competition, Li Qingshan instructed. Rest assured, uncle, Li Musheng assured him calmly. Chapter 76, The Great Copperlock Tournament, Part 2, 15 days later, at the martial arts arena of the Blood Prison Town's Demon Subjugation Division. A gathering of several hundred apprentice demon catchers formed an orderly assembly, divided into 3 sides. Opposite them was a row of seats occupied by 5 esteemed Silverlock demon catchers. At the center sat Li Qingshan, flanked by 2 influential figures unknown to Li Musheng yet closely connected to him, Kadayun from the Ku family, and Tian Qi from the Tian family. At the end of the row sat a familiar face to Li Musheng, Yu Jingshan, who had successfully passed the Silverlock competition a year ago. Officially becoming a Silverlock demon catcher and one of the key figures in the Blood Prison Town's Demon Subjugation Division. Having been appointed as the Silverlock demon catcher on duty for this event. Oldly, who do you favor this time? Kadayun inquired. Turning his head towards Li Qingshan. Naturally, it would be your family's prodigy, Kachungfeng, Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Then I shall thank you on behalf of that lad, Li Insua, Kadayun said, visibly pleased by Li Qingshan's endorsement, and the two engaged in cheerful conversation. Li Qingshan's flattery was primarily due to Kadayun being the only one nearby who could converse amiably, while Tian Qi remained silent and stoic, as if in deep meditation. His focus unwavering on the arena. were it not for the regulations requiring the 5 on-duty silver lock demon catchers to witness the entirety of the copper lock tournament. Tianqi would have long departed. As they spoke, a copper lock demon catcher approached from the sidelines, glanced at Li Qixian, and upon receiving his approval, walked to the center of the arena. The previously murmuring crowd quieted, falling into a hushed anticipation. The copper lock demon catcher, observing the sudden silence, proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The triennial competition for the advancement of apprentice demon catchers is about to commence. I will now announce the rules." A total of 326 apprentice demon catchers had registered, divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, which would compete through a drawing system. In the first phase, each match would see the loser eliminated until the final 10 from each group were determined. The second phase would employ a point system. Winning a match earns 1 point, losing deducts 1 point. A negative score results in elimination. After 5 rounds, the top 2 in points would advance. 8 copper lock demon catchers would be selected in total, and those advancing to the second phase would directly attain the status of copper lock demon catchers, following the directives of the silver lock masters. Following the conclusion of the second phase, the third round would commence, primarily aimed at ranking the top 8 and determining rewards. The third phase would also involve a drawing system, with losers eliminated, leading to a semifinal where the last 2 would vie for third place. Those in the top 3 would receive rewards, the third place a reward of 60 blood prison points, and the second place would receive a golden armor, capable of withstanding 5 full-force strikes from a 6th grade warrior or 1 full-force strike from a 5th grade warrior. Indeed, this armor is a vital protective item for the current apprentice demon catchers. The hearts of the assembled apprentice demon catchers ignited with fervor. The first place would receive volumes 7 to 9 of the Heavenly Origin Dragon Elephant Scripture. As soon as this announcement was made, it reverberated through the ranks of the apprentice demon catchers like a thunderous explosion, igniting an atmosphere of excitement. The Heavenly Origin Dragon Elephant Scripture was of immense value to the Great Liang, with its management being exceedingly stringent. While the first 3 volumes were relatively accessible, the latter 3 volumes were directly responsible for elevating one to the pinnacle of first-grade martial prowess. Essentially, these latter volumes were reserved for silver lock demon catchers and above, making it exceedingly rare for copper lock demon catchers to possess the complete Heavenly Origin Dragon Elephant Scripture. Thus, the rewards this time were unprecedented, motivating all apprentice demon catchers to prepare for fierce competition, even if they understood that the top prize was likely beyond their reach. The drawing commenced. The copper lock demon catcher announced loudly. Li Musheng drew Group C, facing none other than Yisan Wang, the individual he had previously injured on the arm. Upon realizing his opponent was Li Musheng, Yisan Wang provocatively glared at him, then assured Kuchifeng beside him, "Boss, last time I was careless. This time, I will definitely defeat Li Musheng. Let us ensure that Lu Wana knows the one she is trying to protect is not as formidable as she believes," Yisan Wang thought. "Well, Tan Depang is in your group as well. I've instructed him to teach Li Musheng a lesson if they meet, but I doubt it will come to that," Kuchifeng remarked. "Then it seems I've deprived Depang of an opportunity. His early-stage 6th grade prowess is hardly a match for me," Yisan Wang chuckled. "Unless I am defeated by Li Musheng, then Depang might have a chance. But I reckon Depang won and Appos, to get that opportunity. Don't be too self-assured. I've seen Li Musheng and Appos, speed, and Appos, quite impressive. Be wary of his movements and Don and Appos, underestimate him," Kuchifeng cautioned. "Boss, no worries. I'll be cautious. Besides, after the Copper Lock tournament, I specifically trained in a new movement technique to bridge the speed gap with Li Musheng. With my late-stage 7th grade strength and a hint of movement technique, I can surely overpower him," Yisan Wang declared vehemently, vowing to exact revenge. "I have no chance. I was assigned to Group A. By the time I emerge, Li Musheng might have been bedridden for days," Kuchifeng sighed, as if lost in thought. "Haha. Don't worry, boss. I will take good care of Li Musheng," Yisan Wang laughed. "Li Musheng, which group are you in? Who is your opponent?" Lu Wan and Appos rushed over, her concern apparent. That fellow named Yisan Wang." Li Musheng pointed to the distant Yisan Wang, still conversing with Kuchifeng. Him? His strength is not to be underestimated. He is in the late 7th grade realm. After you injured his arm last time, he must be seething with resentment. You must be cautious. What is your current strength? Are you strong?" she asked, observing his aura, sensing he was around the 6th or 7th grade. "Oh, I'm quite formidable, absolutely unmatched. My specialty is in punching at Donghai Kindergarten and kicking at Nanshan Kindergarten," Li Musheng replied nonchalantly. "You still have the energy to joke at a time like this?" Lu Wana remarked. "Rest assured, I am certain of victory. I shall claim the top position," Li Musheng declared confidently. I don't believe it, but I genuinely hope you achieve the top position. Not only to vindicate yourself, but also to bring glory to Qinghe, Lu Wan and Appos," stated. "Upon becoming a copper lock demon catcher, I will have secret missions that require me to leave this place. You must take care of yourself," Li Musheng said. You're leaving again? You've barely returned. You're not participating in any of the Blood Prison Town's tasks or training sessions," Lu Wanner exclaimed in astonishment. "The top position is paramount. I want to concern myself with these matters," Li Musheng replied casually, as he contemplated focusing on mastering the 5 elements harmonization technique. Intending to emerge only when he had reached perfection, it seemed likely that several decades would pass before his return, possibly only to look after Lu Wanner's descendants. He then added, "In the future, should I have the fortune, I will certainly look after the progeny of the Lu family." Chapter 77, The Copper Lock Competition, Part 3, in the Blood Prison and Oppos, S Demon Suppression Division and Oppos, S Training Camp, at the competition grounds, Group C, Field 5. A figure lay sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth, his face a mask of disbelief. This individual was none other than Xiuxian Wang, who had previously boasted of eliminating Li Musheng. How could this be? How could this be? Xiuxian Wang muttered numbly as he lay there. Meanwhile, Li Musheng stood leisurely, seemingly waiting for Xiuxian Wang to rise before delivering another blow. Yes, it was indeed a one-sided beating. At the start of the match, Xiuxian Wang was brimming with confidence, believing that as long as he was not significantly slower than Li Musheng, his late-stage 7th grade prowess would be sufficient to make Li Musheng doubt his own existence. When Xiuxian Wang entered the arena, he refrained from rushing to attack, opting instead to wait for Li Musheng to make the first move, planning to counterattack. Watching Xiuxian Wang remain stationary in a defensive posture, Li Musheng kindly suggested, "Would you like me to attack first?" This was, of course, rejected by Xiuxian Wang, who suspected it was a ruse. After Xiuxian Wang's refusal, Li Musheng shrugged internally and leaped forward, delivering a single palm strike that sent Xiuxian Wang flying out of the arena. Xiuxian Wang was caught completely off guard, blood spilling from his mouth. So fast, he exclaimed in shock. He had never anticipated that Li Musheng would possess such formidable strength, having initially assumed he was merely at the early stage of the 7th grade. After all, he had previously observed Li Musheng and thought him to be much weaker, failing to realize how much Li Musheng had concealed his true abilities. Xiuxian Wang gazed incredulously at the composed Li Musheng, unable to fathom how he had progressed so rapidly over the past 3 years. The newly appointed apprentice demon catcher, who acted as referee, announced Li Musheng's victory, equally astonished by his prowess. It seemed the rumors spread by the older apprentice demon catchers about Li Musheng being a timid turtle were utterly unfounded. Meanwhile, Xiuxian, who had just won in Group A, had not yet fully relished the cheers from the crowd when he received hurried news from a subordinate that Li Musheng had defeated Xiuxian Wang. How intriguing. Perhaps I shall personally summarize the so-called genius of Qinghe in the final stage, Xiuxian mused with narrowed eyes, contemplating this unexpected twist. Go tell Tan Depeng to either defend or step aside. Either way, I, Xiuxian, shall take care of it, he instructed his subordinate. Understood, the subordinate replied, promptly setting off to find Tan Depeng. Li Musheng, you were truly impressive. Lu Wanner smiled as she approached Li Musheng, offering him a jug of water. This is merely the beginning. I shall strive for the honor of being first, Li Musheng responded after taking a sip. Humph. You certainly do not fear the consequences of your boasts, Lu Wanner feigned displeasure. Li Musheng did not engage further but sat down, pretending to rest. With his strength, he had no need for genuine recuperation. Battling 7th and 6th grade warriors was akin to child's play for him. Yet, he decided to put on a performance, ensuring that no one discerned his true 4th grade capabilities. Yes, I shall act a little, just enough to appear as a mid to late stage 6th grade warrior. This will lend credence to my reputation as a genius, he thought to himself. In the subsequent matches, Li Musheng showcased his thespian talents, engaging opponents in a manner that seemed evenly matched while consistently maintaining a slight edge over them. At times, he feigned exploiting his opponent's weaknesses to secure his advancement, leading the audience to believe he was merely at the early stage of the 6th grade. Naturally, Tan Depeng held this belief as well, even entertaining the notion that he had a chance. However, Li Musheng was fully aware that Tan Depeng was aligned with Xiuxian, having previously witnessed him make things difficult for Lu Wanner. When it came to Tan Depeng, Li Musheng decisively shattered his copper lock with 3 punches, eliminating him from the competition. By all accounts, Tan Depeng, a 6th grade early-stage warrior, had every opportunity to contend for one of the top 2 spots in Group C. But alas, he had encountered Li Musheng. Tan Depeng's swift elimination elevated the perception of Li Musheng's abilities, leading many to believe he had likely reached the late stage of the 6th grade. Ultimately, Li Musheng ascended as the first place in Group C, officially becoming a copper-lock demon catcher. Following the completion of the 2nd phase, the ribbon-locking ceremony commenced, conducted by Xiuxian for the 8 newly minted copper-lock demon catchers. As they gathered, Xiuxian cast a glance at Li Musheng, who understood the implication and responded with a dismissive smile. Just wait. I shall teach you a lesson about the consequences of speaking ill behind someone's back. Li Musheng silently vowed. As the ribbon-locking ceremony began, Xiuxian adorned each participant with a copper lock. This exquisite lock was intricately crafted, featuring the carved visage of a fierce tiger, with the words Blood Prison's Demon Suppression Division Copper Lock Demon Catcher inscribed on the front, and each individual's name etched on the back. Not bad. You haven't disgraced Qinghe. I hold high hopes for you, Xiuxian remarked while bestowing the lock upon Li Musheng, expressing his belief that his investment had not been in vain. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out, he added appreciatively. Thank you, Lord Yu, for your kind regard, Li Musheng replied softly. After the ribbon-locking ceremony concluded, the third phase officially commenced. At this juncture, rather than dispersing, the crowd only grew more captivated, eager to witness the strengths of the newly appointed copper-lock demon catchers. Li Musheng continued his previous strategy, maintaining a slight superiority over his opponents. Occasionally, he would even create some thrilling moments of vulnerability, making the entire process a roller coaster of excitement. Yet ultimately concluding with Li Musheng narrowly clinching victory or benefiting from sheer luck. The final match arrived. True to expectation, Xiuxian did not disappoint, advancing to the finals where the champion of the competition would be determined between him and Li Musheng. Li Musheng's performance thus far had left Lu Wanner utterly astonished. Although she harbored unrealistic hopes, she never anticipated that Li Musheng would truly reach the finals. Consequently, her mind was in a daze, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. As the decisive battle approached, especially against the overly arrogant Xiuxian, whom she deeply despised, Lu Wanner began fervently praying for Li Musheng's success. Li Musheng, you must defeat that scoundrel. You have not disappointed me, Li Musheng. You have indeed made it to the finals. Standing before me, Xiuxian remarked slowly, surveying Li Musheng. Though Qinghe may be a small place, it can indeed produce talents. Yet, no matter how vast Qinghe may be, it pales in comparison to the capital. No matter how strong you are, you cannot surpass the geniuses of the premier families in the capital, Xiuxian asserted with confidence. Are you done? Li Musheng brushed off the dust from his clothes, inquiring. Finished? What of it? Xiuxian responded. Once you're done, it's time for you to receive a beating. Li Musheng shouted, launching a punch. Chapter 78. The champion of the grand competition at the training camp of the Demon Subduing Division in Blood Prison Town. The excitement of the competition for aspiring demon catchers has reached its zenith. The rankings from 3rd to 20th have been firmly established, leaving only the ultimate contenders for 1st and 2nd place. The arena of the decisive battle is surrounded by a throng of demon catchers, creating a palpable tension in the air. For this vast assembly of aspiring demon catchers, this clash is not merely the final showdown between Xiuxian and Li Musheng. It is steeped in intriguing rivalries and entangled affections, including the sentiments of Li Wanner. More significantly, it symbolizes a collision of social classes. Xiuxian, representing the illustrious clans, and Li Musheng, embodying the grassroots commoners who have persevered solely through their own efforts, without the crutch of a family legacy. Those descended from noble families naturally lean towards supporting Xiuxian, unwilling to see a mere country bumpkin from a small town overshadow them. Conversely, those like myself, with no familial backing akin to Li Musheng, fervently rally behind him, yearning for him to deliver a resounding slap to the faces of those lofty aristocrats, shattering their ingrained arrogance. We wish to demonstrate that, in the realm of Daliang, there are valiant commoners who can indeed outshine the signs of the elite. Thus, the fervor among the commoner demon catchers manifests in exuberant cheers for Li Musheng, while the noble science, self-indulgently refined, offer little in the way of vocal support. On the viewing platform, Tianqi, unusually vocal, remarked on Xiuxian, a well-known prodigy in the capital, whose prowess has only surged since entering the training camp. The prospect of him claiming the top position seems increasingly likely. Tianqi thought that his companions, all hailing from prominent families, would surely echo his sentiments. Even if Li Qingshan and he were at odds, his allegiance clearly lay with the aristocracy. Kadayun, pleased to hear Tianqi praise his younger kinsman, responded with a smirk, acknowledging Xiuxian's earlier mischief in the capital, which was tempered only through the guidance of several silver lock mentors at the Blood Prison Demon Subduing Division, shaping him into the formidable individual he is now. But if you all favor Xiuxian, how dreadfully dull that would be. Let us wager, shall we? You will undoubtedly bet on Xiuxian's victory. So I shall take a bold step and wager on Li Musheng, Li Qingshan jestingly proposed to Kadayun and Tianqi. What stakes do you suggest? Kadayun inquired, believing this to be a surefire win and relishing the prospect of outsmarting Li Qingshan. Old song, choose Xiuxian. No other reason than I believe he has the better chance, a robust silver lock demon catcher, Song declared. And you, old you? Li Qingshan turned to Yu Jingshan. Your wager seems rather lopsided, my lord, Yu Jingshan replied. No matter, Li Qingshan waved dismissively. I shall accompany you, my lord. I choose Li Musheng. Although Yu Jingshan harbored doubts about Li Musheng's chances, recognizing the disparity between a prodigy from the capital and a rural upstart, he admired Li Musheng's tenacity and was willing to lend his support. If Li Musheng loses, I shall contribute 300 blood prison points to all of you, Li Qingshan announced grandly. I have long heard that you had faith in Li Musheng from the outset of the preliminary assessments, Kadayun remarked, chuckling. Very well. I will wager 300. If Li Musheng triumphs, the rewards shall be shared between you and old you. The others quickly concurred, eager to partake in the betting game. We cannot simply revel in our own amusement. I propose we add an extra incentive for the victor, Li Qingshan suggested, surveying the group. Old Li. You truly have a knack for securing benefits for your favorite contender. Surely, he cannot be a relative of yours? Kadayun inquired with a narrowed gaze, a playful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he is my dear nephew, Li Qingshan replied with a sense of pride. Laughter erupted among the group, many assuming he jested. However, those at this level understood the gravity of Li Qingshan's personal loss, recognizing that he could not trivialize his enduring grief in jest. Thus, the truth remained. Li Musheng was indeed Li Qingshan's nephew, as close as kin could be. What rewards do you propose? Tianqi couldn't help but ask. The victor shall have the privilege of exempting themselves from mandatory daily tasks, avoiding the need to remain stationed in Blood Prison Town, albeit without daily remuneration. Retaining only their status as a copper-lock demon catcher while possessing the right to compete in the silver lock competition, Li Qingshan elaborated. Are you concerned that the Blood Prison Town cannot contain the formidable demons below, allowing the champion to be preserved as a beacon outside? Kudayan pondered. Acknowledging the wisdom in Li Qingshan's proposal. Upon reaching a consensus among the 5 silver lock demon catchers, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. All eyes turned to the center, where Qichunfeng lay fallen, unable to rise, his chest barely rising and falling, a testament to his tenuous hold on life. Li Musheng has triumphed. Li Musheng has triumphed. The jubilant cries resonated throughout the venue. The outcome is clear. Thank you all for your blood prison points, Li Qingshan remarked with a smile, addressing his companions. Kadayun, Tianqi, and the others wore grim expressions, their silence heavy as they gazed upon the scene. 300 points, a significant toll for them indeed. Your kin is rather disappointing, Tianqi lamented, reminiscent of his own unremarkable relative, directing his sight towards Kudayan. Fury ignited within Kudayan, ready to confront Tianqi in retaliation. Chapter 79. Departure in the training camp of the Blood Prison Demon Control Division, within the grand tent of Li Qingshan. Li Musheng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, uncle, for providing me with what I sought, he said, having secured the last 3 volumes of the Tianyuan Dragon Elephant Sutra. Are you prepared to leave now? Li Qingshan asked with a look of satisfaction. Yes, Li Musheng affirmed. Would you like to bid farewell to anyone else? Li Qingshan inquired. Aware of the intricate relationships within the training camp, including the subtle entanglement between Li Musheng and Lu Wanner, it is best not to disturb anyone further, after all. Our paths diverge, and it would only serve to complicate matters, Li Musheng sighed. Li Qingshan pondered. Aware that the path of cultivation Li Musheng was embarking upon greatly differed from the martial way of mortals like himself. Cultivation leads to immortality, a secret reserved for those esteemed families with a history of transcendent beings. If Li Musheng were to attain the path of the immortals, he would likely be over 100 years old, and by then, Lu Wanner would either be dust or considerably aged. Dear nephew, I have one more request, Li Musheng said earnestly. Oh, what is it? Li Qingshan asked, intrigued. I wish to know the latest movements of Tianheng and Ho Lingling, or when they might depart from the capital, Li Musheng replied somberly. With the presence of the Star River Temple's cultivators guarding the capital, Li Musheng dared not act recklessly. However, if Tianheng and Ho Lingling were to leave, he would not mind eliminating them, fulfilling a long-held wish from his past life and clearing his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingshan slowly responded, Ever since your appearance, I have secretly dispatched people to monitor their movements. My intention was to cultivate you into someone capable of bearing the weight of the Li family, and then to pursue revenge for Qingya. A matter that belongs to our generation, not yours. Given Tianheng's favored status, the Tian family will undoubtedly send numerous experts. And I fear Tianqi will also keep a close watch on you. Li Musheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. Tianheng and Ho Lingling will venture out next month to contend for a portion of the Ho family's estate. They are expected to deploy over 40 martial artists for this purpose, although I am currently a third-grade martial artist. Their numbers and Tianqi's scrutiny leave me with little assurance of victory. Li Qingshan acknowledged this with a nod. The vengeance of my forebears will be mine to exact. I shall show them the power that transcends the mortal realm, Li Musheng declared confidently. Of course, my nephew is not reckless. You will assess the situation. I believe as long as you do not act, Tianqi will likely refrain as well, Li Musheng continued. That is certain, Li Qingshan confirmed. I kindly ask you to inform me, Li Musheng requested. After a moment's deliberation, Li Qingshan acquiesced. Very well. He then divulged the forthcoming locations and plans of Tianheng and Ho Lingling. Once the conversation concluded, Li Musheng paid his respects and prepared to depart. As he turned to leave, Li Qingshan called out, Musheng, this is a decision made out of necessity. It is not a rejection of Qingya. If you have the opportunity, do visit your grandfather. His voice hinted at a trace of pleading. Li Musheng paused momentarily but did not turn back, continuing on his way. As the current master, he had no intention of meeting the unfamiliar Li Xiuxian. His acknowledgement of Li Qingshan was compelled by circumstance, a matter of necessity. Yet, Li Qingshan's words stirred an unexpected disquiet within him, leading him into a state of inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Qichunfeng returned to his own tent, silent and evidently still reeling from his prior defeat. Nearby, several sycophants, such as Sanyuan and Tandapang, showered him with flattery and attempts at consolation, proclaiming that being second was still commendable, and that fortunes change with time. After all, Qichunfeng was indeed a year younger than Li Musheng, still a youth by comparison. As others joined in the banter, Qichunfeng's irritation grew with each word. Are you all done? Get out of my sight, he roared. The onlookers were taken aback by this uncharacteristic display of rage from the usually composed Qichunfeng, his serene demeanor vanishing without a trace. The crowd scattered in fright, leaving the celebratory feast in disarray. My life has been defined by an invincible presence that commands respect among my peers. My remarkable talent and strength are rare even in the capital, where I am heralded as one of its 4 great prodigies, even touted as the foremost among them. To think I would falter in a mere village like Qinghe at the hands of a commoner. I refuse to accept this. I will not concede. Kachungfeng's eyes blazed crimson as he shouted in a frenzy. With a sudden burst of rage, he coughed up blood, his martial heart shaken, causing his strength to plummet from late 6th grade directly to early 6th grade. To regain his former prowess would require substantial time for recovery and retraining, perhaps 4 to 5 years before he could hope to return to his previous level. In another part of the Blood Prison Demon Control Division's training camp, Lu Wana anxiously awaited someone. Lord Xingshan's conditions will surely compel Li Musheng to choose. And he may leave for an extended period, perhaps not returning until the Silver Lock Demon hunting competition, she pondered. Shouldn't he come to see me? Previously, Lu Wana had unilaterally arranged a meeting with Li Musheng here, avoiding his refusal by slipping away beforehand. Deep down, she harbored a flicker of hope that Li Musheng might offer her a promise, even if it were but an ethereal vow she would be willing to wait for. Suddenly, she was struck by a wave of disorientation as a voice resonated in her mind, as if it had materialized directly within her consciousness. Our paths do not align. Let it go. Lu Wana glanced around, noting the late hour and the emptiness of the surroundings, affirming that Li Musheng's message must have been conveyed through some secretive means. Our paths do not align, she mused, contemplating the implications. Suddenly, a realization struck her with the force of a revelation. Cultivation. She gasped, eyes wide in disbelief, covering her mouth to stifle any sound. This is his secret. He is willing to share it with me. He must have feelings for me. As she reveled in this sweet thought, one could only imagine how Li Musheng would react if he knew the outcome of this interaction. He would surely think it absurd to leave without explanation, appearing callous. Li Musheng. Wait for me. Perhaps I too possess the talent for cultivation. Lu Wana declared, her heart swelling with newfound determination as she clenched her fists toward the sky. Little did she know, Li Musheng had already departed. Chapter 80. The first rank of warriors in the Blood Prison Town of Demon Suppression. Li Musheng leisurely traversed the cobbled streets of the Blood Prison Town of Demon Suppression. Feeling parched, he entered a tea house to savor some tea, and when hunger struck, he sought out a tavern for a light snack. Initially, he had intended to depart straight away for Yunzhou, a region near the capital and the birthplace of the Ho family. The venerable ancestor of the Ho clan had once thrived in Yunzhou, establishing it as a premier family in the region, unmatched by any other clan. The local governor regarded the ancestor as a distinguished guest. However, this prosperous era was fleeting. After the ancestor's passing, the family's fortunes gradually waned. The elder from the lineage of Ho Lingling, having lost the struggle for the family leadership, retreated to their hometown, seeking opportunities in the capital. In hindsight, the elder's foresight and decisiveness proved prescient. They initially gained a foothold by aligning with the Li family, subsequently advancing further by hitching a ride on the coattails of the Tian family. Now, although the Ho family of Yunzhou had fallen, it remained a formidable force. And their current leader, a distant cousin of Ho Lingling, was a vulnerable woman, still new to her position and lacking in stability. Naturally, Ho Lingling seized this opportunity. Under the guidance of the elders in the capital, she leveraged the influence of the Tian family to accompany her husband, Tian Hong, back to the Ho family in Yunzhou to contest for their inheritance. A month later, these revelations came from Li Qingshan to Li Musheng. Originally, Li Musheng had planned to find a secluded spot near the Yunzhou capital to bury the loving couple, Ho Lingling and Tian Hong, alongside the several dozen martial artists accompanying the two families, thereby undermining their foundation. However, reflecting on his system capabilities, he resolved to return to the Blood Prison Town of Demon Suppression instead. The town was home to numerous third-rank and above demons. And while Li Musheng estimated that at most, there could be around 100, he calculated that he could absorb perhaps 200 to 300 points of demonic essence based on the System S values. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. And given the potential dangers in hunting spirit beasts, absorbing the essence from these demons seemed the safest option. Upon stepping onto the stone streets of Blood Prison Town, he felt a wave of delight, as he was indeed able to absorb demonic essence, albeit mostly of the first and second ranks, with the third rank being scarce. Yet, as he continued to wander the town, his initial joy began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of gravity. According to his estimations, reaching a few hundred points of demonic essence would lead to a natural cessation of absorption. However, he noted that the essence continued to flow into him, revealing the stark truth. The number of demons beneath the town was far greater than he had anticipated. Furrowing his brow, Li Musheng continued his stroll. After spending over a day exploring Blood Prison Town, he was astounded to find that, even by night, the golden lock hanging from his waist spared him considerable trouble. Upon completing his exploration, he was left in shock. His demonic essence value had soared to an astonishing 34,270. His essence had increased by over 20,000 points. The underground was not merely housing suppressed demons, but likely guarding an entire demon kingdom. Should this situation erupt, even the immortal beings stationed in the capital would be troubled. Once unleashed, given the apparent strength of the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Office, it would likely be utterly decimated. Li Musheng doubted that the office harbored thousands of golden lock demon catchers. Realizing the danger his uncle faced, he hastened to a pharmacy. "Sir, what can I do for you?" An elderly pharmacist greeted him with a slight bow. "I seek 2 taels of Tian Dong for cough relief," Li Musheng replied. Would you like to include Xuanbei as an ingredient? The pharmacist asked, momentarily taken aback. There is a pressing need at home due to a condition, Li Musheng continued. If you have matters to communicate to your master, simply write them on the back of this prescription, the old pharmacist whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Li Musheng accepted the paper and pen, inscribing a warning about the town as peril and the need for an escape. After folding it neatly, he handed it to the pharmacist and left without looking back. When Li Musheng bid farewell to Li Xiuxian, he inquired about maintaining contact in the event he could not appear in the town. Li Xiuxian offered him the pharmacy as a means of communication, along with a code phrase. Li Musheng had not anticipated that he would require it so soon. The sheer number of demons beneath the town, he surmised, was likely unknown even to the silver lock catchers, and perhaps even the golden locks were unaware of the full extent. A premonition stirred within him. This place might very well ignite into chaos, perhaps even brewing a storm that would engulf the entire Great Liang. Should the Xinghe Temple remain passive, it would undoubtedly usher in a tumultuous era of upheaval and suffering. After leaving a warning for Li Xiuxian, he swiftly exited Blood Prison Town, fearing an imminent explosion that could spell doom for even the most powerful. His journey had barely begun, and he could not afford to meet such an end. That would be a disgrace to his identity as a transmigrator. Not long after exiting the city, he sought refuge in the mountains, where he concealed himself and used his powers to carve out a cave dwelling. Sitting cross-legged, he opened the final 3 volumes of the Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra and began to study. He absorbed the 7th, 8th, and 9th volumes of the Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra. As he processed this information, he turned his attention to his accumulated demonic essence, and with a focused thought, he directed the essence into the newly acquired sutra. Li Musheng understood that with the system's upgrade, demonic essence could no longer be used to enhance the host's experience in celestial techniques, but could instead be utilized to improve his martial proficiency. However, the system did not state that demonic essence could not enhance martial arts. Resolutely, he proceeded. After incorporating the final 3 volumes of the Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, he began to channel the demonic essence, and as he had anticipated, it did not interfere with his martial training. His progress surged rapidly. 2 hours later, Li Musheng felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. His body had reached the pinnacle of physical potential. Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, 1st layer to 9th layer, achieved. 1st rank warrior Li Musheng gazed at this information with elation, for his physical prowess had significantly strengthened. His confidence in eliminating Ho Lingling and Tian Heng was now assured. Detected host's advancement to the 1st rank warrior. The physical body has attained a state of perfection, replenishing vitality and enhancing 2 meridians further. Host has become a dual spirit root cultivation talent. Host may choose to conceal 1 spirit root as a hidden root, appearing as a 3 spirit root, undetectable below tribulation level. Host may opt for the dual spirit root to be a manifest root. The system's announcements filled Li Musheng with joy. Not only had he made a leap in his cultivation potential, bypassing 2 decades of waiting, but he was also granted such choices. He mused that perhaps the hidden dual spirit root was more suitable for his cautious nature, yet he still needed to confer on the matter. Chapter 81. Avenge my father's system, Dad. Are the qualifications the same for both choices? Li Musheng inquired with eager anticipation. After a brief moment, he heard a resigned yes. Li Musheng felt he might have overstepped, inadvertently causing System Dad displeasure, and thus offered an awkward smile. Then I choose the hidden spiritual root mode. Li Musheng resolved inwardly. Host chooses dual hidden spiritual roots and explicit triple spiritual roots. Host qualifications will be enhanced. Li Musheng promptly performed an internal examination and indeed confirmed he possessed dual spiritual roots. Furthermore, only he could discern this. Others could only perceive the triple spiritual roots through their qualification assessment spells. Currently, the dual spiritual roots will require 200 years and 50 blood essence points to nurture into Earth spiritual roots. This nurturing process will not affect cultivation. Shall we commence? The cold voice inquired again, to which Li Musheng immediately consented. In the following days, Li Musheng diligently solidified his cultivation. Tian Yuan Dragon Elephant Heart Sutra, levels 1 to 6, completion. Qi refinement early stage, 55-300, 5 elements harmonization technique. Qi refinement edition 55-1000, breath control technique, completion. Swift movement technique, completion. Incinerate technique, 11-100 skin stone technique. 11-100, first level incantation, novice. Proficiency, 3-1000. Blood essence points, 1070. Demon essence points, 31270. Li Musheng ascended 3 ranks, expending 3000 demon essence points. After a thorough cleanup, he collapsed the cave dwelling using spells, erasing any traces left behind, and summoned the cloud-soaring boots to swiftly head towards Yuzhou City. On the official road, over 20 miles from Yuzhou, a lengthy procession of several hundred individuals was evident, their banners fluttering and garments resplendent. Among them, about 30 martial artists rode majestic steeds, closely guarding an enormous sedan chair drawn by 8 horses in tandem. This lavish carriage resembled a small abode, exuding opulence. Inside the grand sedan chair, a man was intimately engaged with 2 young maidens. Meanwhile, a strikingly beautiful matron sat nearby, observing the scene with a cold gaze, remaining utterly silent. This matron was none other than Ho Lingling, whom Li Musheng recognized from the portrait provided by Li Xiuxian. It was she who had orchestrated the tragic fate of Li Xiuxian's life, while the man mingling with the maidens was Tian Heng, who had once devoted himself to Ho Lingling. Enough. Are we not here to honor our ancestors? Ho Lingling, appearing exasperated, spoke sternly. Honoring ancestors? Isn't this merely a pretext for fighting over family inheritance? Tian Heng retorted indifferently. Why pretend to be so virtuous? If you hadn't promised me half after the deed, I wouldn't have come this far under Li Xiuxian's pressure. I've already inquired. Li Xiuxian hasn't touched you, Ho Lingling replied, her frustration evident. How could I have been so blind to fall for you? You fell for me? Tian Heng pushed one of the maidens aside, glaring at Ho Lingling with barely concealed anger. You were only enamored with our Tian family. I was the fool to think you were a celestial being. In truth, you are a ruthless person, willing to sacrifice your childhood friend to secure your place in our family. Shut your mouth. Ho Lingling's face paled, her fury igniting. Why can you do it? But I cannot speak? Tian Heng's excitement grew at her reaction. I regret helping you kill Li Xiuxian. I received no reward for it. My sister had to plead with the officials to handle the aftermath of the Li family, and now I'm being hunted by that wolf, Li Xiuxian. All because of you, you vile woman. As his agitation escalated, Tian Heng brazenly grabbed one of the maidens nearby and began to indulge in primal desires. Ho Lingling's face turned ashen, and she averted her gaze, focusing on the scenery outside. Her eyes misted over, casting doubt on her past decisions. However, shortly after, she felt a peculiar sensation. The landscape outside remained unchanged. It was not the view of the official road. Leaning out, she discovered that the sedan chair was now ensconced within a dense forest, and the hundreds of attendants and 30 martial artists had vanished. Believing she had simply misperceived, she rubbed her eyes and looked again, yet the scene remained unchanged. Panic surged through her, and trembling, she turned back. Her lips, pale, quivered as she managed to utter, Tian Heng, Tian Heng, Tian Heng. Engrossed in his activities, initially ignored her pleas. Yet, her relentless disturbances began to irritate him. He turned to her, ready to scold, but was halted by the terror reflected on her face, as if she had seen a ghost. What is it? He asked, bewildered. Ho Lingling, paralyzed by fear, merely pointed outside. Following her gesture, Tian Heng looked out the window and, after a moment, returned to the sedan, his face drained of color. Ho Lingling pointed towards the sedan door, but Tian Heng shook his head vigorously, unwilling to see what lay beyond. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the grand sedan exploded, leaving Ho Lingling, Tian Heng, and the two maidens exposed in the forest, utterly defenseless. The deafening explosion sent them sprawling, trembling in fear. You two are martial artists yet lack the courage to even look outside? Must I invite you out? Li Musheng's languid voice resonated. Finally, Ho Lingling and Tian Heng turned towards the sound, spotting a youthful figure standing before them, seemingly around 20 years old. Most notably, Tian Heng did not recognize him, nor did Ho Lingling believe she had ever seen him before. It is normal that you do not recognize me. I merely wish to reminisce. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Reminiscing, of course, must be done privately. With a flick of his fingers, Li Musheng sent a stone that pierced the heads of the two maidens, showering blood that startled Ho Lingling and Tian Heng. Young sir, if I, Tian Heng, have offended you, I hope you grant me a chance for redemption. Tian Heng hastily prostrated himself. Meanwhile, Ho Lingling continued scrutinizing Li Musheng's face, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity grow stronger. Chapter 82. A temporary truce. Who are you to Qingya? Ho Lingling asked, her complexion pale. Li Musheng was surprised that she could perceive his connection to Li Qingya. Oh, I am his son, Li Musheng, he replied casually. But you, how dare you still call him Qingya? Ho Lingling's expression froze. Her lips moved as if she wanted to defend herself. However, Tian Heng reacted more swiftly, urgently exclaiming, Spare me, young hero. I harbor no enmity towards your father. It's this wretched woman who has instigated discord. It was she who compelled me to send Tian Yuan and others to harm your father. I acknowledge my guilt, but she is the true mastermind. Tian Heng hastily pointed at Ho Lingling. But Tian Heng, you were the one who insisted on being kind to me. Ho Lingling retorted, her anger flaring at his baseless accusations. Witnessing this scene, Li Musheng lost interest in further questioning. Tian Heng, if you kill Ho Lingling now, I shall let you go, he said calmly. Trust me, and you may find a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, you shall surely perish. Tian Heng paused, contemplating for a moment, then glared fiercely at Ho Lingling. I am your wife, she cried, looking at Tian Heng with a frantic heart. If Qingya were here, he would never treat me this way. Tears welled in her eyes as she turned to Li Musheng, who remained silent, merely observing her. After a brief interval, Ho Lingling lay in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open. Those who toy with men ultimately meet their demise at their hands. Young hero, Tian Heng has yet to kneel and plead for mercy. Li Musheng snapped his fingers, unleashing a magical strike that pierced Tian Heng's body. Immortal. Tian Heng's heart was filled with shock as he faced his impending death. If given another chance, he would never have waded into murky waters for the sake of lust. The lineage of an immortal was beyond the reach of the Tian family. Li Musheng acted once more, employing the method of incineration to erase any trace of Ho Lingling and Tianheng. In the capital, the Fanghua Pavilion stood as a vibrant stage where the beauties of the great Liang dynasty competed for admiration. Each year, the chosen courtesan became the object of affection for talented poets and noble science. The atmosphere was always bustling with lively chatter. Today was no exception. Within the pavilion, a private room was reserved year-round by a regular patron. 10 years prior, this esteemed guest had indulged in revelry within those very walls. Yet, a decade later, although the guest still visited, he no longer delighted in music and dance, but drowned his sorrows in drink. "Are you not supposed to keep people out?" grumbled an elderly voice as Li Musheng entered the elegantly named room. Wanqing. Li Musheng looked over to find an unkempt old man with grizzled hair. The elder cast a weary glance at Li Musheng, curious to see which oblivious woman had intruded upon him. However, upon catching a glimpse of Li Musheng's face, he became entranced. His eyes misted over, lips trembled, and he slowly rose to his feet. Li Musheng closed the door and approached, supporting the unsteady elder. "Uncle, you've had too much to drink. It would be wise to consume less and take care of your health." "I want tea, drink again, not a drop," the elder replied, gazing at Li Musheng with affection, his hands reaching to caress his face. Li Musheng made no move to stop him, allowing the elder to stroke his visage. "You resemble him so much," the elder murmured, tears glistening in his eyes yet unshed. "I have killed Ho Lingling and Tianheng," Li Musheng stated calmly. "Good. They deserve their fate," the elder replied with indignation. "If the Tian family seeks trouble, I, Li Xiuxian, shall go to their doorstep and create chaos. I am of an age where I fear nothing." There were no survivors. No one knows what became of the hundreds who accompanied them, Li Musheng continued. Li Xiuxian gazed at Li Musheng in astonishment. He had heard whispers of Tianheng's expedition, and for one person to eliminate them all was a feat that even a first-tier martial artist might struggle to achieve. "I have inherited the teachings of the ancestor of the unorthodox," Li Musheng said with a hint of nonchalance. "Is that true?" Li Xiuxian was taken aback, unable to believe it at first. However, seeing the earnestness in Li Musheng's demeanor, he accepted the truth and burst into joyous laughter. "Our family shall finally rise to prominence," he exclaimed with delight. "Take care of yourself. I must take my leave," Li Musheng said, though a part of him felt reluctant to depart, recognizing the burdens of cultivation that necessitated separation from the mortal realm. Moreover, he had just inflicted severe damage upon the Ho and Tian families, an act that could very well topple them from their positions. Returning to his family at such a time would undoubtedly invite speculation. His journey was but to fulfill the original owner's wish of meeting his grandfather, not to reclaim his place within the family, which was not governed by Li Xiuxian's whims. After all, it was the Li family that sacrificed Li Qingya. In Li Musheng's eyes, it was the family's complacency that led to Li Qingya's demise. Aside from Li Xiuxian and Li Qingshan, every other member bore the blood of Li Qingya. "Musheng." As Li Musheng turned to depart, Li Xiuxian called out. "I know I have wronged you," he continued. "I do not have much time left. Will you call me grandfather?" Li Musheng turned back, seeing a glimmer of desperation in Li Xiuxian's eyes. Having sensed the elder's dwindling lifespan upon entering the room, he estimated he had no more than 3 to 5 years left. Given Li Xiuxian's standing with the court and lack of official title, it was unlikely he would receive any elixirs for longevity. Li Musheng extended his hand, infusing a thread of genuine essence into Li Xiuxian. Instantly, a surge of vitality enveloped the elder, revitalizing him and diminishing the pallor of death. His complexion became notably more vibrant. Li Musheng surmised that the essence he imparted could extend Li Xiuxian's life by a decade, albeit temporarily. "Grandfather," Li Musheng said before swiftly vanishing without a backward glance. "Ah," Li Xiuxian murmured softly, watching the spot where Li Musheng had just been. His heart was heavy with reluctance. He understood that his grandson's pursuit of the immortal path was a blessing for the family, yet he feared he might never see him again. For even with the essence granted by Li Musheng, his time was limited. Chapter 83. The Spirit Beast 30 years later. Within a cave he had carved out in a certain mountain, Li Musheng sat cross-legged. He had spent nearly 3 decades in the mid-stage of qi refinement, with the later stages and perfection still ahead. Li Musheng quietly calculated, not to mention the challenges of breaking through minor realms, the further one progresses, the more time-consuming the cultivation becomes. By his estimates, he would require at least another 50 to 60 years to achieve perfection in qi refinement. In the mortal realm, the practice of cultivation was hindered by the scarcity of spiritual energy and the rarity of spiritual beasts available for replenishment. 15 years prior, Li Musheng had stealthily exited the cave to bid farewell to Li Xiuxian one last time under the cover of night, then returned to continue his cultivation. Enough of that, he mused. One must balance work and rest. He ceased his practice and flew out of the cave toward the forest city below. After all, enduring the elements daily warranted a few hearty meals. A decade later, Li Musheng finally reached the late stage of qi refinement. During these years, the forest city, as a major city in Yunzhou, naturally felt the repercussions of the decline of the Tian and Ho families, with several clans in the city embroiled in repeated conflicts. The once mighty branch of the Ho family had diminished, while an obscure Gao family had risen to prominence, bolstered by the emergence of a copper-locked spirit catcher from their ranks. The management of the mountain where Li Musheng resided, Xiaobao Mountain, was also absorbed by the Gao family, who renamed it Xiuxian, a title that exuded a more formidable aura. On this day, at Xiuxian, Gao Ziming, a 7th-grade martial artist from the Gao family, surveyed several beast cages before him. The chieftain of Xiuxian, Song Hongtao, smiled ingratiatingly, saying, "Young master, these mountain treasures are indeed precious. Unlike other monsters, these were captured by the mountain folk. It seems the rumored spirit beasts have truly appeared." Gao Ziming, a renowned young talent of the forest city despite being only in his 20s, was rumored to have the potential to inherit his father's position and serve in the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. With a smile, he replied, "You've done well. Offer a handsome reward and gather all the mountain folk to capture the spirit beasts. Those who refuse to comply will face consequences." The spirit beasts must belong to our Gao family. Since childhood, Gao Ziming had heard tales of spirit beasts being a specialty of the forest city. There have been instances where individuals who consumed the flesh of spirit beasts experienced rapid advancements in strength. As the night fell and the moon ascended, Li Musheng calmly surveyed the wilderness with his spiritual eyes. He had been the first to notice the rare mountain treasures that had suddenly appeared in Xiaobao Mountain. However, he had yet to cultivate his spiritual sense, a skill purportedly only achievable by those at the foundation establishment stage. Though Xiaobao Mountain bore a modest name, it spanned hundreds of miles. Unfortunately, as a solitary individual without guidance from any unique demon spirit, Li Musheng faced limitations. He recalled why he chose this secluded mountain for his retreat. It was because Li Lijing had mentioned that his mediocre aptitude might find fortune here. Having fortuitously encountered the so-called spirit beasts, consuming their flesh had significantly accelerated his progress, propelling him into the late stage of qi refinement. Recently, more hunters had been venturing into the mountain, often to less traveled areas. Clearly, the signs of spirit beast emergence had not gone unnoticed. Li Musheng pondered, aware of who might be competing with him for the spirit beasts. Anyone daring to contend with cultivators for spiritual treasures was, in his view, courting disaster. Yet, he also recognized his limitations and could leverage their efforts. Half a month later, in a certain part of Xiaobao Mountain, a robust, pitch-black leopard let out a furious roar. Its sleek, ebony skin radiated a unique luster. The mountain folk, through their exchanges, had recognized this as a sign of something extraordinary. Neither an ordinary beast nor a demon, but a special spirit creature, or rather, a spirit beast. It opened its mouth, revealing a full set of fangs, and immediately sent one of the hunters surrounding it flying. "It's a spirit beast. Good heavens. This one is probably larger than an adult leopard. Old you's been knocked out. Quickly, use the beast fork to trap it. Don't let it escape." The hunters rushed to ensnare the spirit beast with their forks, but it evaded them with agile movements, injuring several in the process, before eventually escaping. "That's Xiuxian," Gao Ziming exclaimed. "Have we finally discovered the traces of a spirit beast?" His eyes gleamed with excitement. "Indeed, just 100 meters east of Xiaobao Mountain's small pass." Song Hongtao replied, bowing slightly. "Let us set out at once." Arriving at the designated location, Gao Ziming found that Li Musheng had just captured the spirit leopard, which lay lifeless, clearly having perished moments ago. "How dare you steal our Gao family's spirit beast?" Gao Ziming's initial joy swiftly transformed into a dark scowl upon seeing the scene. Li Musheng glanced at the group before him, intrigued. "The Gao family? Huh. Is this leopard yours? Does it bear the Gao surname as well? Could it be that all of you Gao are mere beasts?" He chuckled. Gao Ziming glared furiously, choosing not to waste words. He leaped into action, resembling a ferocious vulture as he lunged at Li Musheng. This was Gao Ziming's renowned technique. Even a 7th-grade martial artist would be gravely injured by it. Song Hongtao felt reassured, knowing that in Daliang, only top-tier families could boast a 7th-grade martial artist, as most above the 6th grade had entered the Blood Prison Demon Suppression Division. Thus, he believed victory was assured with Gao Ziming present. Others shared the sentiment, with even some kind-hearted common hunters turning their heads away, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Li Musheng's demise. However, in a blink, Gao Ziming, who had charged with such ferocity, found himself ensnared by Li Musheng, who seized his arms, causing a bone-crunching sound as he twisted them before lifting him by the neck, as if he were a lifeless chicken. The swift turn of events left everyone in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. 5th grade? 4th grade? Gao Ziming's face turned a deep shade of purple as he struggled to ask. "You are unworthy to know," Li Musheng replied, effortlessly breaking the young prodigy of the forest city, the 7th-grade martial artist of the Gao family, in his prime. With a mere blink, Li Musheng turned to the remaining lackeys of the Gao family, casually uttering a single word, "Scram." Song Hongtao and the others were already paralyzed with shock at the scene before them. Li Musheng's command felt like a tremendous favor to them. They hastily retreated, fleeing with the same speed they had arrived. Li Musheng felt his journey was not in vain. Not only had he acquired a blood spirit, but if Gao Ziming were merely boastful or foolish, he might have released him after a lesson. But the young man's murderous intent was too palpable to let him go. Moreover, he had secured a spirit beast, the flesh of which might aid in his breakthrough. With this thought, Li Musheng swiftly departed with the spirit leopard in tow. Chapter 84. The completion of Qi refinement. After confirming that no one was around, Li Musheng hoisted the spiritual leopard onto his shoulder and took flight using his cloud-stepping boots. Of course, his temporary cave dwelling on the small bag mountain had long been destroyed to prevent any curious eyes from uncovering traces of his presence. He had already planned to retreat to a more distant locale, a place he had prepared in advance, for even cunning rabbits have their burrows. Upon reaching his secluded haven, Li Musheng began to process the spiritual leopard. Activating his spiritual vision, he could easily discern the flow of celestial energy coursing through the leopard's body. This beast weighed around 400 to 500 pounds, which should sustain him for quite some time. Fortunately, he had prepared salt, enabling him to cure the meat for preservation and perhaps even create some dried delicacies to vary his diet, or he could opt for raw consumption. After all, with such ample flesh, he could experiment to see which method yielded the most spiritual energy. Li Musheng retrieved a small knife and began to skin the leopard. The fur was remarkably soft, providing warmth, and he surmised that ordinary weapons would struggle to penetrate it. Though the pelt offered minimal benefit to him, he figured that fashioning it into a leather garment could provide a slight enhancement to his defenses. After removing the skin, he noted the deep crimson of the leopard's blood and the dense quality of its flesh, far superior to that of an ordinary leopard. With a sense of ritual, he prepared dipping sauces and sliced some of the leopard meat as one might with ham. He then arranged a table and chairs from his storage pouch. Although modest in size, the pouch could accommodate essential items. Having completed these preparations, Li Musheng commenced his feast, devouring roughly 10 pounds of leopard meat within half an hour. After his meal, he gradually perceived a significant surge of celestial energy rising within his dantian, steadily filling his meridians. The effects of the leopard meat were indeed promising. He realized that even though Li Liqing had not succeeded in establishing his foundation, the experiences gathered from his travels had proven beneficial. He resolutely settled into a meditative posture, activating the 5 elements harmonization technique with full force, accelerating the absorption of the celestial energy from the leopard meat. For an entire day and night, Li Musheng tirelessly practiced the 5 elements harmonization technique. By the following morning, he was astounded by the information that appeared before him. Late-stage Qi refinement at 5,399 cultivation progress, an increase from the previous day. This indicated that with daily consumption of leopard meat, he could potentially gain a level every 2 days. Of course, he acknowledged that the effects might wane over time. Perhaps within 2 to 3 days, he would achieve complete refinement. At this moment, Li Musheng contemplated the reality of the cultivator's world, without spiritual sustenance. It was exceedingly difficult for those of lesser talent to break through their limits before their time expired. Only through seizing resources could one defy fate. This implied fierce competition among cultivators, as the adage recounted by Li Liqing suggested. Obstructing another's path was deemed worse than killing one's parents. It seemed prudent to remain low-key until achieving complete Qi refinement, especially with his perfected concealment technique, which would likely prevent even late-stage foundation builders from detecting his true strength. With the existence of demonic souls, he could extend his lifespan significantly, inevitably becoming a powerful cultivator. Time flew by, and 3 years of arduous training had elapsed. Once on the path of cultivation, one naturally began to sever ties with the mundane world. Throughout these 3 years, Li Musheng had not once considered visiting Li Qingshan or El Wanner. Perhaps the passage of time had dulled his emotional ties, or perhaps he feared the awkwardness of conversation. In his view, the absence of encounters was perhaps for the best. In the first year, he consumed all the leopard meat, a period during which his cultivation progressed most swiftly. Afterward, the pace naturally slowed, requiring painstaking effort to break through. During this time, with ample leisure, he devoted more hours to mastering other spells and first-tier incantations. Finally, one morning, in a state of peak vitality, Li Musheng achieved a breakthrough, completing the Qi refinement stage. At that moment, he felt invigorated, his condition unparalleled. After investing over 40 years, he had reached this pinnacle, not swift. Yet he felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he assessed his status. Peak martial artist. Complete Qi refinement 5 elements harmonization technique. Qi refinement edition, 1000 concealment technique. Perfected, swift movement technique. Perfected, combustion technique 100 skinstone technique, 100 first-tier incantation, minor completion. Proficiency 300, blood soul value, 2070 demonic soul value. 34270, age 68. The increase in blood soul value was undoubtedly a result of the many encounters he faced during his time in the mortal realm, where he had eliminated numerous individuals harboring ill intentions toward him. Surprising as it was, his age had suddenly reached 68, a considerable age in the current world, where even breaking through the foundation was no longer at an optimal age. Generally, establishing a foundation before the age of 60 was deemed promising. Fortunately, considering his demonic soul, he possessed a lifespan of several millennia. Moreover, the system had long begun automatically offsetting his lifespan depletion with demonic soul value. Theoretically, his age was effectively frozen at around 20 years. Those powerful cultivators would certainly be unable to discern his true age. He pondered whether one could ascertain age through bone examination. How splendid it would be to manipulate his apparent age at will. At present, aside from incantations, he had maximized nearly all his other skills. The matter of establishing a foundation was now of utmost importance. Li Musheng contemplated that he must soon enter the world of cultivators to seize the opportunity for foundation establishment. The so-called natural foundation establishment recorded by Li Musheng was not something he dared to attempt. After all, Li Musheng's lifespan was nearly limitless, allowing him to wait for a suitable opportunity. Why risk a guaranteed death to prove his talent through natural foundation establishment when failure would mean certain demise? Such a gamble was one he would never take. Initially, Li Musheng had found the prospect of entering the world of cultivators bewildering. However, upon examining the travels provided by Li Musheng, he discovered several suitable locations to consider. On the travel map supplied by Li Musheng, there were islands off the eastern coast of Daliang, one of which was described as a marketplace governed by a certain cultivation family, relatively fair in its dealings. Furthermore, there was only one foundation builder within that family, and the marketplace was quite prosperous. Li Musheng decided to commence his journey from this very place. Chapter 85. Dongli Island. According to the records of Li Musheng, the island known as Dongli Island is shrouded in perpetual white mist. Previously, he had heard tales from fishermen who ventured out to sea, claiming that there exists an island enveloped in a white fog that disorients anyone who mistakenly enters. Fishermen who had wandered into its vicinity were often lost for days, nearly succumbing to thirst and hunger, until they fortuitously managed to navigate their way out. Consequently, the fishermen from the mainland became aware of the perilous nature of this place and avoided it at all costs. However, those with a curious spirit, upon learning of this, would eagerly gather their friends and set sail to uncover the mystery. Yet, none of these adventurers ever returned, and thus the legend of the Devil's Island emerged, instilling fear in the hearts of many who dared to approach that treacherous sea. In the waters surrounding Dongli Island, Li Musheng piloted a vessel, posing as a fisherman engaged in the nearby fishing grounds. Occasionally, he would spot several cultivators, each adorned in various attires, affirming that, as per Li Musheng's account, this was indeed a marketplace rather than a stronghold of any particular family. Time had passed, and while the changes around him were uncertain, it still appeared to be a place of commerce. Li Musheng had skillfully suppressed his aura to resemble that of a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. Despite possessing only the burning object technique as a form of attack, his physical prowess, however, was that of a first-grade martial artist and a fully realized qi refinement cultivator. Even with limited spells, his strength was undeniable. As long as he did not encounter foundation-building cultivators, he believed he still had a chance of escape. After much contemplation, Li Musheng resolved that he must take this step today, for he could not bear the thought of stagnating at the peak of qi refinement. He was unwilling to remain merely a martial artist, especially now that he had learned of the grand path of cultivation. Li Musheng donned a deep ink-colored long robe, a style that he observed was commonly worn by the local cultivators. He also wore a wide-brimmed hat, with a dark veil cascading down to conceal his face entirely. As he steered his boat closer to the shroud of white mist, he perceived that it emitted no scent, yet without spiritual protection, one could easily become disoriented. As he sensed the white mist, Li Musheng realized that his instincts alone were insufficient to discern direction. It felt as though his innate sense of orientation was being disrupted. He reflected on the truth of Li Musheng's words. This mist was specifically designed to repel mortals and filter out cultivators. It was time to employ Li Musheng's method. With a flicker of determination, Li Musheng activated his spiritual eye. Instantly, the mist dissipated from his vision, revealing a massive signpost floating upon the water's surface. Indeed, it seemed that only cultivators were permitted to enter this realm, and the presence of such a large sign indicated a welcoming disposition towards outsiders. Guided by the signpost, Li Musheng navigated his vessel for a distance until his surroundings suddenly expanded. To his astonishment, what lay before him was not the anticipated structures or fellow cultivators, but rather a fleet of small fishing boats. To his surprise, even cultivators engaged in fishing. He was taken aback, for he had always imagined that those who transcended the mundane would not partake in such earthly pursuits. Nonetheless, realizing that he too was a qi refinement practitioner, he found solace in the thought that even he required sustenance. The bay was spacious, with numerous small fishing vessels drifting about, some even causing fish to leap from the water. Utilizing his spiritual eye, Li Musheng discerned the extraordinary nature of the fish, which likely possessed a spirit energy unlike any ordinary catch. Among the fishermen on their boats, he noticed a few radiating the unique spiritual light of cultivators. Appearing no different from genuine anglers, Li Musheng took a moment to center himself, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The spiritual energy in this place was certainly more abundant than that of the mortal realm. Each of these spirit fish, he mused, could rival the spiritual leopard he had consumed before. Should he consume one after reaching the foundation building stage, his power could potentially increase significantly. "Is this your first visit to Dongli Island?" a fisherman inquired as he slowly approached in his boat. "Indeed," Li Musheng replied after a moment's reflection, deciding there was no need for deception. "A casual wanderer, I see." The old fisherman, whose spiritual aura appeared modest, likely a mere early-stage qi refinement cultivator, bore a hint of pride on his face. He leisurely retrieved a jade-tipped, golden-banded pipe from his waist, taking a satisfying puff before continuing. Only those fortunate enough to stumble upon the chance for cultivation, like you, would come here with such trepidation. There's no need to be alarmed. The entirety of Dongli Island and the Dongli market is governed by the Dongli family, with cultivators patrolling to ensure order. The Dongli family boasts foundation-building elders. They have no interest in the affairs of small fry like yourselves, or they wouldn't have achieved such prominence. Your words hold wisdom. I was indeed overly cautious. Li Musheng admitted, realizing that his excessive prudence might alienate him from the local cultivators. He then removed his hat, revealing his unremarkable yet youthful visage. The fisherman, taken aback by the youthfulness of his face, remarked, "You appear to be under 30, yet have reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. If you haven't used any beauty-enhancing elixirs, it seems your spiritual roots are quite impressive. Were I to possess such talent, I would not be confined to this fishing ground for a lifetime. I merely stumbled upon this opportunity. I am in no way your equal," Li Musheng humbly replied. "May I ask for your esteemed name?" Having no particular direction in mind, he felt no urgency to depart and engaged the fisherman in further conversation, believing that a few flattering words would cost him nothing. "Haha, I am Nanmen Fong. My ancestors were cultivators from Nanmen Island, but our fortunes waned, leading us to settle on Dongli Island. Interestingly, my ancestors once allied with the Dongli family through marriage, so I suppose I am half a member of the Dongli clan," Nanmen Fong boasted, puffing out his chest. However, upon observing the youth's impressive qualifications, he felt a pang of envy. If only my talent were as remarkable, I too could aspire to join the Xiuxian sect, a powerful sect that dominates an entire nation. "Brother, which other sects hold power in the surrounding countries alongside the Xiuxian sect?" Li Musheng inquired, intrigued by the fisherman's knowledge. Chapter 86. Dongli Market. This, too, is something I learned during my youthful travels, said the old man, having fished in Dongli Island for several decades, remaining largely unknown to the outside world. Nanmen Fong paused for a moment, feeling a bit awkward. He had merely been boasting, leveraging his age and local status. For who does not enjoy discussing the affairs of the world? After all, having fished here for so many years, aside from the occasional exchanges with a few fishermen, there was hardly anyone to converse with. Unfortunately, with little knowledge to share, Nanmen Fong found himself devoid of meaningful conversation regarding worldly matters. Aaron, finding this unproductive, shifted the topic, discussing various other subjects. Through subtle inquiries, he gleaned that possessing a three-spirit root aptitude is considered quite commendable among cultivators. This was consistent with what Li Lijing had previously recorded. Individuals endowed with such aptitude, particularly those under the age of 16 with unblemished backgrounds, would indeed be welcomed as outer disciples by the Xiuxian temple. "I haven't seen any sects come to recruit disciples in the mortal realm," Li Musheng remarked, surprised. "That's simply because you haven't observed," Nanmen Fong replied, feigning wisdom as he tapped the ash from his smoking pipe. "The great sect behind Daliang is none other than Xiuxian temple, and their patriarch, an elder of the Zhao family, is stationed in Daliang's capital. Naturally, during recruitment, they tend to favor those close to them. Thus, common folk or those of lesser birth are often overlooked. However, this good fortune does not last long. Recently, it has been reported that upon learning of this situation, the Golden Elixir Patriarch of Xiuxian Temple was enraged and summoned the Zhao family back to base. For it is said that many potential cultivators have fallen into the hands of our adversaries, the demonic sects," Nanmen Fong continued, almost as if sharing a common grievance. "I predict that many places will soon begin their own recruitment efforts under the banner of Daliang. It is quite likely that the Zhao family's reign will not endure much longer," he added. "Brother, you possess a wealth of knowledge," Li Musheng offered a compliment, which delighted Nanmen Fong, prompting him to continue. "If you travel further and dock at the pier ahead, you will find Dongli Market after walking about 20 miles. Fighting within the market is strictly prohibited. Violators will face severe penalties from the Dongli family. Moreover, if one fails to secure accommodation in the market's inns by nightfall and is caught by the patrols, they will face fines and spirit stones. Now, go take a look. I must return to my fishing," he concluded. During their conversation, Li Musheng also learned that fish in the fishing grounds must predominantly be caught using fishing rods. As only with spiritual bait could one attract spiritual fish, nets would yield only ordinary catches. After finishing his smoke, Nanmen Fong cast his line, forming hand seals and reciting incantations. A thread of spiritual energy flowed along the fishing line and dispersed into the water. Fishing with spiritual energy, how impressive, Li Musheng mused silently, turning his boat toward the dock. Noticing that Li Musheng had witnessed his skill without offering praise, Nanmen Fong felt a twinge of disappointment. It was rare to find a young person willing to engage in conversation, and he had hoped to showcase his technique. Why hadn't the youth lavished him with compliments before departing? He now regarded the young man as somewhat impolite. As for the reason he didn't use bait, well, the effective baits were quite costly for fishermen like Nanmen Fong, making the more economical method of using spiritual energy to create bait the sensible choice. Upon anchoring his boat, Li Musheng disembarked and walked another 20 miles, soon arriving at the market. Although it was named the Cultivators' Market, it resembled a mundane shopping street. On either side of the road stood numerous three-story buildings, their walls occasionally radiating spiritual light. Li Musheng felt that if one were to sneak inside, they might be harmed by some hidden spell. Some buildings displayed various signs, such as refining workshop, mystical runes hall, and pharmaceutical pavilion, among many others. There was also an inn, the Dongli Inn, which appeared to be the only one in the entire market. Beyond these structures, there were many open spaces filled with cultivators setting up stalls, akin to a mundane marketplace. The street was not overwhelmingly crowded. Even compared to a county town in the mortal realm, it was relatively sparse. Yet the assortment of cultivators gathered here opened Li Musheng's eyes. There were burly men in long robes, individuals clad in animal skins resembling uncivilized tribesmen, scholars, Taoists, and monks who had vanished from the mortal world. Additionally, there were enchanting female cultivators, often dressed in various sheer fabrics, exuding allure, each more captivating than the last, truly resembling celestial beings. The majority of the pedestrians exhibited fluctuations in their magical energies, predominantly at the early to mid stages of qi refinement. The occasional presence of late-stage cultivators prompted those around to discreetly avoid them. Li Musheng observed that the world of cultivation indeed revered strength above all. If one was powerful, their actions were deemed justifiable. If weak, any endeavor was criticized. Disguised by a concealment spell, Li Musheng's strength placed him at the mid-stage of qi refinement, rendering him unremarkable among the crowd. Watching a few individuals at a stall arguing fervently over the price of an item, he was struck by a realization. Cultivators and ordinary people are fundamentally alike. Human nature remains a prevailing force. After wandering for some time, Li Musheng discerned the medium of exchange among the cultivators, which was currency, identical to the spirit stones Li Lijing had given him. It seemed Li Lijing had spoken the truth. Even after a century, spirit stones remained the currency of choice among cultivators. Low-grade spirit stones, Li Musheng thought. He mentally rummaged through his storage bag, recalling that Li Lijing had left him about 30 spirit stones, which gave him a slight boost in confidence. He then stepped into a bookstore he had been eyeing for a while. From his observations along the way, the items sold at stalls varied in price and quality, and he was wary of potential scams. These itinerant cultivators might exploit unsuspecting customers, selling counterfeit goods and then disappearing. Conversely, the shopkeepers seemed to uphold some degree of credibility. As one could not easily flee from a store, naturally, prices were slightly elevated due to the cost of rent, but it was a compromise he was willing to accept. After all, his ability to discern genuine from counterfeit was still lacking. For now, he would have to select reliable shops. In time, once he had mastered some discerning spells, he could return to seek out bargains. Chapter 87, The Eastern Departure Market, Part 2. As Li Musheng stepped into the bookstore, a voice greeted him. "Dear friend, what books do you wish to purchase?" A long-robed cultivator, reclining in a bamboo chair behind the counter, set down his teapot and politely inquired. With his spiritual sight, Li Musheng perceived the swirling spiritual energy around the man, estimating his cultivation level to be at the mid-stage of qi refinement. However, he could not discern whether the cultivator was newly entering this stage or had been entrenched in it for many years. "I will first familiarize myself," Li Musheng replied nonchalantly. He understood the wisdom of being discreet and learning the rules of the market. Even if he did not make a purchase today, opportunities would arise in the future. After all, the market was stationary and would not vanish. Li Musheng was well aware of the sage teachings in the Li Lijing regarding the warnings for future generations. The vivid descriptions of deceit among cultivators and the treachery of road practitioners made it imperative for him to remain vigilant. Although the Eastern Departure Market was under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Departure family, the greed for wealth could lead some cultivators to commit robbery. It was not inconceivable that even those from the Eastern Departure family might engage in such acts if the prospect of greater wealth arose. While he recognized the potential for paranoia, he believed that caution was always prudent. Could it be that this mid-stage qi refinement cultivator was merely a destitute practitioner, seeking solace in fantasies? The long-robed cultivator pondered silently, but did not voice his thoughts, instead politely saying, "Please, take your time." Li Musheng approached the counter marked with the symbols of various cultivation techniques and picked up an ancient, thread-bound book, prominently stamped with the title Heart of Gold Technique. Upon examination, he discovered it was a cultivation method suitable for those with golden spiritual roots, comprising 2 volumes, and limited to cultivation up to the mid-stage of qi refinement. The introductory pages contained this information, but the actual content of the technique was absent, amounting to merely a few pages. The final page indicated that the purchase of this technique required 20 inferior spiritual stones, and interested individuals could contact the shopkeeper to exchange stones for a jade slip containing the technique. So the generous invitation to browse was merely an introduction to the techniques, while the actual methods were safeguarded in jade slips held by the shopkeeper, unable to be copied. Li Musheng mused. He also noted several complete qi refinement techniques, each representing different elemental attributes: the Xianjin body refinement technique, the Qingmu longevity sutra, the Han Sui ice condensation method, the Qi Yin flame devouring technique, and the Huta Kuan Yuan method. The names alone suggested their value, and it was likely that techniques beyond qi refinement, including those for foundation establishment and even golden core stages, were available. The Qingmu Longevity Sutra particularly piqued Li Musheng's interest, as its cultivation speed surpassed that of the common 5 elements harmonization technique. Additionally, it promised to slightly delay aging and promote longevity, effectively explaining his own youthful appearance. He contemplated the implications of lingering in the Eastern departure market for centuries without aging or dying, while potentially outliving some foundation establishment practitioners. He imagined that the golden core ancestors of the Xinghe Temple would eventually come to investigate him, eager to dissect his secrets. However, these 5 techniques were priced above 50 spiritual stones, indicating their rarity. More importantly, what Li Musheng truly needed were techniques suitable for post-foundation establishment. According to the Li Jing, it was possible to adapt techniques after breaking through realms, provided one adjusted their spiritual power to resonate with the new method. He also discovered an introduction to the 5 elements harmonization technique, suitable for any spiritual route, priced at a mere 25 stones for 3 volumes, significantly cheaper than the previous 5 techniques. It seemed that even the esteemed Li Jing, written by the foremost practitioner of the Li family, was not particularly affluent, with just over 30 inferior spiritual stones left to him. When accounting for the techniques and the soaring cloud boots, he doubted his total wealth exceeded 100 stones. Li Musheng couldn't help but lament the challenges of cultivating immortality. As he continued browsing, he leaned towards understanding the customs and culture of the cultivation world, broadening his horizons. However, he noticed a peculiar absence of spell inheritance or related books on alchemy and artifact forging. Why are there no texts on spells or alchemy here? Li Musheng inquired. The long-robed cultivator, with a look of resignation, replied, "What you seek, spells, alchemy, artifacts, these are the 4 essential arts of cultivation. Surely you are aware that mastering even one of these can secure a place in the cultivation world? Even the Eastern Departure family, a prominent clan, fiercely guards such legacies, allowing them to leak only sparingly. How naive of me not to realize the monopolistic nature of the upper echelons of the cultivation world," Li Musheng thought, feeling a newfound respect for Li Jing. Though his circumstances were humble, he had still managed to acquire a fragment of spell inheritance, a source of family pride. At the very least, once he repaired it, he might be able to sustain himself in the Eastern Departure market by painting spells. Noticing the shopkeeper's fixed gaze upon him, Li Musheng paused thoughtfully, and then spoke. "I have come across a spell called the Healing Technique, specifically for treatment, and it seems quite effective." "Good eye, esteemed guest. This technique is derived from the healing arts of the Qingmu Longevity Sutra. It is said that a golden core master improved upon the technique, crafting this healing method, which boasts commendable efficacy and low spiritual cost. It is available for only 5 inferior spiritual stones." The long-robed cultivator's face lit up with a smile, delighted by the prospect of a sale. Li Musheng had anticipated this price and retrieved 5 stones from his storage bag, placing them in his sleeve. He noted that many cultivators lacked storage bags, prompting him to regard Li Jing with renewed admiration. Feigning the act of pouring out all his stones from his sleeve, he held them in his palm with a furrowed brow, as if reluctant to part with them. "Friend, this is all my wealth." "Ah, my dear friend, when venturing out, one must prepare for potential conflicts. If you lack a healing spell and find yourself in a fierce battle, winning yet sustaining grave injuries could lead to your downfall. Surely, you do not wish to remain stagnant at the mid-stage of qi refinement?" The long-robed cultivator urged earnestly. Chapter 88. The Thieving Cultivator, Part 1. Li Musheng feigned hesitation for a moment before declaring, "I have recently arrived at the Eastleigh market and am not yet well acquainted with certain matters. Ah, fellow cultivator, as we are both travelers on the path of immortality, we ought to assist one another. If you have any questions, I shall gladly share whatever knowledge I possess." The long-robed cultivator affected a magnanimous demeanor, yet inwardly he had already berated Li Musheng, lamenting the necessity of expending effort for a mere 5 spirit stones. The long-robed cultivator found himself at a loss for words, but he could not afford to offend the spirit stones. "I practice the 5 elements harmonization technique. Is there anything wrong with this cultivation method?" Li Musheng inquired directly. "There is no issue with the 5 elements harmonization technique," the long-robed cultivator replied with a slight sigh. "This technique has been passed down for millennia, refined and improved by countless cultivators. However, its cultivation speed is inherently slower than that of single attribute techniques suited to specific spiritual roots. In regions rich in spiritual energy, this poses no problem, yet, as the spiritual energy diminishes, particularly in the Daliang area where it is relatively sparse, the method of cultivation emphasizes rapid progression. If one cannot break through before the age of 60, they may face a lifetime devoid of foundational advancement. Furthermore, the 5 elements harmonization technique is solely a qi refinement method. Even if one manages to successfully establish a foundation through it, they will ultimately need to transition to other methods. Fortunately, those who cultivate the 5 elements harmonization technique face no obstacles in pursuing other techniques after establishing their foundation." The long-robed cultivator, adept in the realm of literature, was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the techniques he sold and could at least provide explanations to customers. It seems my assumptions were correct. The 5 elements harmonization technique cannot be cultivated further after establishing a foundation. I am now considering exchanging it for a technique like the Qingmu longevity scripture, Li Musheng mused inwardly. Where might one find the foundational chapters of a technique like the Qingmu longevity scripture? He asked. As for foundational techniques, a small sect like mine would certainly lack them. I cannot speak for other shops, but the Eastleigh family must possess such techniques, the long-robed cultivator replied. If one wishes to purchase it, the price is likely exorbitant, but there are other means to acquire it. What methods? Li Musheng inquired, curiosity piqued. Haha, naturally. One must achieve foundational success and be invited to become an elder of the Eastleigh family. That would undoubtedly provide access, the long-robed cultivator chuckled, clearly skeptical of the young man before him possessing such fortune to become a foundational cultivator. Li Musheng discerned the mocking undertone in the long-robed cultivator's words. Yet he continued with his questions. I have one final query. As a newcomer to the Eastleigh market, I am unaware of the local customs and how one might earn spirit stones. Customs? Oh, as long as you refrain from fighting with others in the market, be it dueling or otherwise, there should be no other issues. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the market is greater than that outside. If you find the energy here abundant and wish to cultivate, you must stay overnight on Eastleigh Island and rent a cave at the Eastleigh Inn. Otherwise, if caught by the patrols, you may suffer dire consequences, the long-robed cultivator advised with a smile. Alas, it appears my plan to cultivate freely on Eastleigh Island has been thwarted, Li Musheng thought to himself. As for earning spirit stones, if you possess skills in the 4 arts of cultivation, selling talismans, or alchemical concoctions can yield some profit. However, I suspect you might not possess such skills. The long-robed cultivator assessed, sizing him up. For you, the natural course would be to join the Eastleigh family as a guest elder or a steward. However, their standards are quite high. Typically, only late-stage chi refinement cultivators catch their eye. If you possess knowledge of the 4 arts, you might even be recruited in the mid-stage. Once you become a guest elder or steward, you would receive a stipend of spirit stones each year and a cave dwelling at no cost. The long-robed cultivator's expression revealed a sense of yearning, as if he felt his own inadequate strength had relegated him to selling books. Li Musheng had already dismissed the notion of becoming a lackey for the Eastleigh family. There are myriad paths to earning spirit stones in the world. Serving as a dog for the Eastleigh family was not one he wished to consider. After all, no one offers a free meal. Once one becomes the dog of the Eastleigh family, they cannot escape when the master demands their utmost effort. The long-robed cultivator continued, if all else fails, you could rent a fishing boat from the Eastleigh family and work as a fisherman. By the year's end, you could still accumulate a few spirit stones. After absorbing all this information, Li Musheng glanced at his entry-level first-tier talisman crafting skills and decided that setting up a stall to draw talismans might be his best course of action. It seems that the fishermen of Southgate are indeed those who fish for the Eastleigh family. In the end, they still return to farming, Li Musheng sighed, reflecting on how little the world of cultivation differed from the larger mundane world. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your enlightening insights. Farewell. Li Musheng handed over the 5 spirit stones and accepted the jade slip of the healing technique from the long-robed cultivator. Originally, he had intended to return empty-handed, but his desire to understand more about the world of cultivation compelled him to acquire some knowledge. After all, his predecessor's experiences were centuries old. He needed to grasp the current situation. Li Musheng understood that information comes at a price, and thus he was obliged to spend money on a technique as a fee for knowledge. As he wandered through the market, he realized that cultivators were quite guarded and wary of strangers. Obtaining useful information without spending was, in Li Musheng's view, a formidable challenge. After meandering around the marketplace, he eventually arrived at the entrance of the Eastleigh Inn. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to enter and inquire further. Half an hour later, Li Musheng emerged with a frown. So, it turns out the Eastleigh family profits by running a black market. In the Eastleigh market, even the most basic cave dwelling cost a spirit stone per month, and the higher tier accommodations could demand tenfold that amount, without daily rates. Even if Li Musheng wished to stay for a single night to experience it, that was not an option. With all his assets spent on the book, he could afford only 2 years' worth of rent. This dread of being dominated by housing costs was a fear he had only experienced as a corporate drone in his former life. And now it had been unleashed once more. Furthermore, the distribution of spiritual energy across Eastleigh Island was markedly uneven. The island's spiritual energy primarily concentrated around the mountain peaks, where the Eastleigh family's main lineage resided, supplying the energy needed for their cultivators' training. The Eastleigh market, being closer to the main lineage, held a substantial vein of energy underground, making it relatively abundant. Though the spiritual fishing grounds were less rich, they were still superior to the mundane realm, which explained why the fishermen at Southgate were willing to reside near the docks, as they could at least cultivate and progress in their techniques. Chapter 89, The Thief Cultivator, Part 2, The fishermen residing in the dock area, though not aspiring to foundational cultivation, could significantly enhance their primary techniques, even surpassing a minor realm. From the perspective of cultivators, this was quite commendable. After all, cultivators in the qi refinement stage typically enjoy lifespans exceeding a century. Those who attain full mastery of qi can live to around 120. And there are accounts of some reaching as far as 150. Such is the boon of cultivating immortality, it grants longevity. Of course, those who live long lives often practice wood-attributed techniques for extending life, such as the Qingmu Longevity Sutra. When faced with the choice of fishing or setting up a stall, Li Musheng opted to wait and observe the situation. It was not that he found it beneath him to set up a stall or fish. Rather, he had yet to gather complete information regarding the specifics of the Dongli family. For instance, he was still unaware if the Dongli family had any adversaries or who those adversaries might be. He needed to conduct further observations before making a decision. As Li Musheng exited the Dongli market, he maneuvered left and right, preparing to take a detour to the dock before departing. Although cultivators like him could traverse water without a boat, having a vessel would conserve a modicum of spiritual energy. After a brief sprint, he sensed that two individuals were tailing him, their blood-red orbs far too conspicuous for his liking. Li Musheng halted, turning to inquire, which fellow Taoist is following me? He couldn't help but feel exasperated. Had these cultivators truly become so desperate? He had merely spent 5 spirit stones, and now 2 individuals were pursuing him, perhaps believing him to be an inexperienced novice ripe for exploitation. After a moment, an elderly man, frail and wrinkled, emerged from behind a large tree. He appeared to be over 70, at the mid-qi refinement stage, but his accompanying cough suggested he was not formidable. The old man wore a smile and began to explain, "It's a misunderstanding." Li Musheng immediately returned the smile, but in an instant, his right hand formed seals, and he swiftly launched 2 fireballs toward the elder. The nearly instantaneous fire ignition technique caught the old man off guard, and he could only manage to sidestep just in time. The elder was incensed, contemplating how this young man displayed such a lack of martial ethics. He prepared to retaliate, but more fireballs surged from various directions, sealing off all avenues for escape. How could he conjure so many fireballs with such high damage? The ensuing explosions marked the elder's final moments, leaving him a charred corpse in a deep crater. Li Musheng noticed another figure lurking in the shadows, feigning a relaxed demeanor as he approached the pit. In an instant, a flash of black light shot toward him. "Not good," he exclaimed, having sensed the danger moments too late. As the black light descended, he fell to the ground, pretending to be gravely injured. In truth, he had merely ensnared the dark light, which turned out to be a pitch-black iron sword. At that moment, a seemingly youthful cultivator appeared from the nearby woods, as if conjured from thin air, rushing toward the pit in tears. "Father, you should never have given me this sword. It was meant for your protection. Perhaps then you wouldn't have perished. Don't worry, I've avenged you." The young cultivator pointed at Li Musheng's prone form, but upon looking back, he found no one there. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he searched frantically, but Li Musheng had already appeared before him. Within 3 steps, a first-tier martial artist could contend with a qi refinement cultivator. Li Musheng struck swiftly, delivering a punch that shattered the young cultivator's face, then formed seals to unleash several fireballs, incinerating him into cinders. Even charred, the young cultivator's eyes reflected shock and confusion. "I've played this charade long enough, just to witness your bewilderment at the moment of death," Li Musheng murmured to himself, accompanied by the system's notifications. His perception of life and death crises was undoubtedly sharper than that of most cultivators. After meticulously collecting his spoils, Li Musheng ignited a fire to erase all traces of the battle. The blood-red orbs consumed the remnants, leaving no evidence of conflict. He swiftly departed by boat, eventually taking refuge in a small port city of Dalian for 2 months. 2 months prior, he had buried his spoils in various county towns, uncertain if the thief cultivators had accomplices or if anything akin to a tracking insect lurked among them. In Li Musheng's view, exercising caution was prudent. He planned to return in about 6 months to reassess. In Lujiang County, Li Musheng unearthed his final treasure beneath a dilapidated bridge, an exquisite jade slip. The locking qi mimicry technique. It locks the essence of one's aura and projects a false appearance. It dawned upon him that the elderly man had not been in his 70s at all. He had employed the locking qi mimicry technique to disguise himself as an innocuous old man, when in truth he was a middle-aged man of around 40 or 50. What a valuable item. A must-have for any nefarious deeds, Li Musheng used. Li Musheng rented a residence in Lujiang County and began cataloging his previous acquisitions. The 2 thief cultivators, whom he had encountered by the riverside, had fortuitously provided him with a perfect conclusion to his ordeal. In his eyes, those who supplied sustenance in times of hardship were indeed commendable thieves. With a flicker of thought, Li Musheng utilized his spiritual energy to cleanse the magical imprint on a green storage bag. Once the original imprint was thoroughly erased, the bag became ownerless. After infusing it with his spiritual energy once more, he was able to open it, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, as if preparing to scratch a lottery ticket. He opened the bag and was momentarily blinded by the soft white glow of spirit stones within. Suddenly, he felt that perhaps being a thief cultivator wasn't such a bad profession, although the stability of such a life seemed questionable. Should he encounter another cultivator capable of hiding their strength like himself, it could lead to a disastrous outcome. Counting meticulously, he realized he had amassed over 70 spirit stones this time, elevating his total wealth to just over 100 spirit stones. Instantly, his spirits soared. Among the contents of the storage bag was also a magical artifact, the dull black sword wielded by the young cultivator, which, being tainted, he feared he could not use openly. In addition to the sword, there was another item that piqued Li Musheng's interest. Chapter 90. Return to Dongli Island. What caught Li Musheng's envious gaze were the objects that allowed the young cultivator to conceal his form. At that time, Li Musheng could only perceive positions through the blood-red orb of light, unable to discern the exact whereabouts of others. It turned out he relied on a special item imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, a concealment mirror. This artifact was indeed quite suitable for stealth in the Qi refinement stage. Lastly, there was a jade slip with incomplete foundational techniques, which, if sold, would likely fetch no more than 30 or 40 spirit stones, perhaps even less, given its imperfections. It seemed wise to seek an opportunity to return to Dongli Island for potential fortunes, though further observation over the next few years was prudent. As time was the least of his concerns, Li Musheng mused, while also aiming to master the lock Qi imitation technique. 5 years later, Li Musheng emerged from a cave he had temporarily established in the wilderness. Reflecting on his attributes, martial artist, peak of the first-rank Qi refinement, perfected 5 elements harmonization technique, Qi refinement 1000 breath control technique, mastered swift movement technique, mastered lock Qi imitation technique, mastered burning technique, 100 stone skin technique, 100 first level incantation, beginner. Proficiency, for 001000, blood soul value, 2470 demon soul value, 37270 age, 72 Li Musheng soared towards the harbor. Over the years, he had observed that the Dongli family's governance remained stable, devoid of chaos. In contrast, the Great Liang dynasty had descended into turmoil, with the ruling family showing weakness, and major clans across several provinces colluding to incite disorder, resulting in waves of refugees. Even the distant Lujiang County by the sea experienced significant upheaval. Initially considering a visit to Qinghe County to see if the Lu family's descendants were in need of assistance, he ultimately dismissed the idea. For after so long in cultivation, the so-called human sentiments had grown thin. As for the Li family in the capital, upon learning of Li Qingshan's passing, he felt no inclination to pay them any mind. Dongli Market. Here, amidst the strife of the great Liang's common folk, there existed a realm of tranquility. This time, Li Musheng, armed with experience, adeptly employed the lock Qi imitation technique to alter his appearance to that of a man in his 30s. His visage transformed into a resolute, square-jawed countenance. He soared into the Dongli Island harbor on his cloud-stepping boots. At that moment, Nanmen Fong, fishing from a boat, gazed up at Li Musheng's flight with envy, for few cultivators possessed flying artifacts. As the years passed, Nanmen Fong appeared more aged. Before entering Dongli Market, Li Musheng concealed his cloud-stepping boots and walked into the market, exuding an air of aloofness as he headed directly toward the Dongli Inn. Esteemed guest, are you seeking to rent a cave residence? The previous innkeeper, who had been ignorant or disdainful, had been replaced by a young man who appeared to be quite affable, with a preemptive smile that exuded the charm of a shrewd businessman. Whether it was due to his previous naivety or simply the circumstances, Li Musheng's presence was commanding this time. A cave for 1 spirit stone a month. If I were to rent long-term, say for over a year, would there be a discount? Li Musheng inquired nonchalantly. The innkeeper's smile widened as he promptly produced a sign, reciting the details. All the residences listed here are available for selection. For long-term rentals exceeding 1 year, esteemed guest, I can offer a discount of 1 spirit stone. How does that sound? Very well, I shall take this one, Li Musheng replied, choosing a relatively secluded spot. After all, his need for spiritual energy was minimal, aside from the incantations requiring cultivation. He had reached a saturation point and could not cultivate further. He merely wished to enter and observe, seeking opportunities for foundation building. Li Musheng handed over 11 spirit stones to the innkeeper. The innkeeper accepted the stones and marked the chosen cave on a large wooden board, signifying its occupancy. He then called for another attendant, who cheerfully approached with a sign. This is your prohibition token, esteemed guest. Please keep it safe, and welcome to the Dongli Inn. Under the jurisdiction of the Dongli family, the innkeeper said with a smile. Li Musheng accepted the ebony token, noticing the number 43 inscribed on the front, while the back bore a map of Dongli Island. The location of the Dongli family's main peak was obscured, providing only a vague sense of its vicinity without specific details. Seeing Li Musheng examining the token, the innkeeper assumed he had questions and explained. This token controls the barriers surrounding your rented cave. It remains effective for 1 year. Upon exiting the cave, Li Musheng followed the map's guidance to locate his rented residence. Rather than a cave, it resembled a small courtyard akin to those found in the mortal realm. Surrounding the courtyard was a veil of white mist, designed to obstruct unnecessary scrutiny, offering a sense of privacy for cultivators. After all, an open space could feel lacking in the security of seclusion. This mist was akin to the bodice of a female cultivator, while everyone knew what lay beneath. Its presence alleviated any awkwardness. Li Musheng infused a trace of his spiritual energy into the token, and the incantations for utilizing the courtyard's barrier filled his mind, elucidating the method of use. With a flash of white light from the token, the courtyard door swung open. The courtyard was modest in size, featuring a stone table, four stone stools, and a bamboo rocking chair, his favorite. On sunny days, he could recline in the rocking chair and bask in the warmth. A delightful reprieve from his otherwise solitary life. After all, he was not particularly fond of frequenting brothels. Surrounding the courtyard were 3 rooms, which Li Musheng explored one by one. The rooms included a master bedroom, a study, a kitchen, and even a servant's room. Though small, they were adequately equipped for his needs. He contemplated whether to hire a low-level qi refinement cultivator to assist with his daily affairs, as it would be a nice convenience. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing that he harbored many secrets, and he was not particularly lazy. With hands forming seals and chanting softly, a gentle breeze swept through, clearing away dust and decay from the entire courtyard. Now, it appeared as though it had just been constructed, pristine and immaculate. Observing the transformed courtyard, Li Musheng felt no need to hire a servant. Shortly thereafter, he set out to the market to procure some essential supplies. Passing by a rice shop, he paused to casually inquire, "What kind of rice is this?" "Esteemed guest, this is, of course, spiritual rice," the shopkeeper replied, assessing Li Musheng's apparent mid-qi refinement prowess. Refraining from reprimanding him, lest he offend someone in the early stages of cultivation. "How much per stone?" "1 stone of spiritual rice costs 1 spirit stone," the shopkeeper responded. Chapter 91. The market of Changzhufang. At this moment, Li Musheng was still in front of the rice shop, inquiring about the merchandise. Observing Li Musheng's intent to purchase, the shop assistant smiled and remarked, "The rice in our establishment is transported from the southern island, of excellent quality, and is freshly arrived new rice. Just look at the aura swirling within, it truly justifies the price." "Then give me a stone," Li Musheng declared generously. "If it is indeed as you say, I shall return for more." He then produced a low-grade spirit stone and tossed it to the shop assistant. Having never tasted this spirit rice before, he was eager to procure some for a taste. As the evening approached, the market began to thin out, with most vendors closing their stalls for rest. However, the patrol team from the Dongli family seemed to increase in number, indicating that the night was not particularly safe for those in the cultivation world. Otherwise, there would be no need for the patrol to be out at night. Besides preventing rogue cultivators from causing disturbances in the market, they likely also sought to apprehend those who did not rent a dwelling but merely sought to siphon spirit power. Li Musheng, possessing a dwelling token, was not afraid of the patrol team questioning him. Yet, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he decided to return to his rented dwelling early. Upon his return, Li Musheng was particularly intrigued by the spirit rice he had purchased. He retrieved it from his storage bag, poured it into a rice jar, and began rinsing it, measuring out a pound. Moments later, a pot of spirit rice was ready, and upon lifting the lid, a waft of steam enveloped him, accompanied by a delicate aroma distinct from ordinary rice. The fragrance was subtle yet elegant, providing a refreshing sensation to the senses. This spirit rice was exceptionally suited for steaming. Its cultivation likely took into account the preservation of spiritual energy. After several generations of nurturing, it had been refined to ensure that the cooking process did not deplete its spiritual essence, leaving a lingering, gentle fragrance. Li Musheng eagerly scooped a spoonful and savored it. The texture was remarkably soft and glutinous, eliciting a delightful salivation that made him yearn for more. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed an entire pound of spirit rice. Soon, a wave of spiritual energy began to flow within him. Realizing he could not let this energy go to waste, he began to diligently inscribe spell scripts, hoping to enhance his success rate with the accumulated energy. During this time, he had also sketched various movement and fire spells, preparing to sell them at a later date. However, considering the current uncertainty surrounding the exposure of his skills, he decided to wait a while longer, although he would certainly continue with his script writing. 1.5 months later, Li Musheng's spell scripts remained in a nascent stage, not yet having reached full maturity. He was not in a hurry, as time was abundant. His time dedicated to refining spells was limited. Most of it was spent wandering around Dongli Island, familiarizing himself with the local market and integrating into the community. He had become quite familiar with his neighbors. "Old Wang, you still seem remarkably healthy." A figure draped in a plain Dao robe with graying hair emerged from a nearby dwelling. The elder's face was lean, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Who is so concerned about my well-being?" "Ah, it's you, Daoistly," Old Wang replied with a smile, though internally he held a sense of disdain. In Dongli Market, he was one of the few spellcasters capable of inscribing spell scripts, although he could only inscribe low-level spells similar to those of Li Musheng, such as the fire spell and stone skin spell. He managed to sustain himself in Dongli Market by selling these scripts, treating himself to a meal of spirit meat and rice during festive seasons. Some cultivators here still observed mortal festivals. Yet, Li Musheng found no envy in Old Wang's craft, for his own script inscribing abilities likely surpassed those of the elder. Nonetheless, for the sake of discretion, he had yet to venture into selling his spells. Should he do so, he might outperform Old Wang. While being a spellcaster in Dongli Market was a decent livelihood, Li Musheng learned through casual conversations with other cultivators that within the 4 arts of cultivation, there existed a hierarchy of disdain. Specifically, barrier masters looked down upon alchemists. Alchemists scorned weapon refiners, and weapon refiners disparaged spellcasters. Thus, among the 4 arts, spellcasters held the lowest status. Fortunately, in Dongli Market, spellcasters like Old Wang were rare, allowing them to live comfortably. As Li Musheng continued his exploration of the market, he listened keenly to understand prices and trends. The more he observed, the better prepared he would be for future transactions, potentially even uncovering some hidden gems. Suddenly, a cacophony of bargaining drew Li Musheng's attention. To his surprise, it was a familiar face, Nanmin Fong. Friend, please, a little more off the price for this magical artifact. It has been in use for several years, and its magical flow is not as smooth, he pleaded at a vendor's stall, his white hair contrasting with the merchant's brutish, bearded visage. The vendor, a burly man with an impatient glare, scoffed at Nanmin Fong's plight. This wooden shield is clearly damaged from battles. The magical flow is sluggish. You expect me to sell it for less than 9 spirit stones? Go take a look at the refining shops. No inferior artifact is priced below 10 spirit stones. Nanmin Fong persisted, but the vendor remained obstinate. Faced with the burly man's imposing demeanor, Nanmin Fong's resolve wavered, and he fell silent. Though he felt sympathy for Nanmin Fong, Li Musheng knew that lending him spirit stones was not an option. In the realm of cultivation, borrowing from someone unrelated could lead to mistrust and suspicion. Thus, after witnessing Nanmin Fong's dejection as he turned to leave, Li Musheng hastened to catch up, calling out, "Friend, please wait." "What is it?" Nanmin Fong, wary of Li Musheng's intentions, immediately referenced his family's ties to the Dongli clan. Please don't misunderstand. I am Mu Daoren. I believe I recognized you from the fishing pier when I first arrived at Dongli Island. Encountering you again feels like fate, and I wish to befriend you and gather some information. Surely, on the Dongli territory, I cannot rob you." Li Musheng jested, adopting a pseudonym as was his habit. Chapter 92. The Market of Changzhu Fong, Part 2. At this moment, the cunning thoughts of Nanmin Fong, the fisherman, were laid bare. He scrutinized Li Musheng with a few glances and, observing his demeanor and attire, deduced that Li Musheng was relatively composed and likely still possessed some wealth. He then remarked, "Old man, I have spent several decades on Dongli Island. Anything within my knowledge, I shall gladly share. However, it is now the hour of the sun's zenith, and my stomach is beginning to grumble. Haha, no worries, I shall treat you to a meal." Li Musheng responded with a smile. "Splendid. I know of an establishment in the market renowned for its exquisite spirit wines and delicacies. Haha, shall we go together?" Li Musheng continued to smile. After half a stick of incense, the two arrived at the tavern recommended by Nanmin Fong. Upon entering, they found the establishment not overly crowded, as the entire Dongli market had a modest number of cultivators. Consequently, they were able to secure a private room. Once seated, Nanmin Fong immediately called for the tavern's attendant and informed Li Musheng. "The peach blossom wine here is brewed from spirit rice and infused with the fragrance of the by-mountain peach blossoms after 5 years of fermentation. Just imagining the taste is delightful." Li Musheng glanced at the menu presented by the attendant, noting that a bottle of peach blossom wine cost 1 spirit stone. However, his current resources were sufficient, so he ordered additional dishes, which greatly enhanced Nanmin Fong's fondness for him. After they had dined heartily, the elderly Dong Long pulled out a pipe from his waist and offered it to Li Musheng. Upon being gently declined with a smile, he refrained from insisting and took a satisfying puff himself. Gazing at the dining table, Nanmin Fong reflected, "In my decades of fishing, I can count on one hand the number of times I've savored such spirit food and wine. My friend, your generosity today leaves me immensely grateful. Feel free to inquire about anything. As long as I am able to speak on it, I will share all that I know." After a moment's contemplation, Li Musheng deliberately avoided discussing the Dongli family and instead inquired about the cultivation world of Daliang and its surroundings, as well as spirit beasts and other matters. Upon hearing these commonplace questions, Nanmin Fong's expression relaxed a bit. He shared everything he knew, except for details about the surrounding cultivation world, which he was unfamiliar with. This exchange granted Li Musheng a deeper understanding of the entire cultivation realm, corroborating some information previously provided by Li Lijing, while also updating outdated knowledge. The mortal realm is in chaos again. Nanmin Fong tapped his pipe and continued, "I have heard that another mortal city has been slaughtered. This time, it seems the Tian family is poised to ascend as the new rulers." Li Musheng furrowed his brow upon hearing this and pressed further. "Was it not said that the Zhao family in Daliang is backed by the Xinghe Temple? Could it be?" "Oh, the Tian family also has the support of the Xinghe Temple," Nanmin Fong replied. The Xinghe Temple's recent selection of spirit root seedlings for the Zhao family was quite disdainful. It is said that the golden core ancestor of Xinghe Temple has instructed the Zhao family to reflect on their actions and has allowed the Tian family's direct disciples to inherit the throne. With such intentions from the ancestor, the subordinates will undoubtedly carry them out, leading to a series of conflicts that will see the Zhao family displaced and the Tian family elevated. Who is the foundation-building cultivator backing the Tian family? Li Musheng inquired with curiosity. Ah, you are quite uninformed. That would be the esteemed Xiuxian Taoist, Tian Wujia, Nanmen Fong replied with admiration. It is said that Tian Wujia is exceptionally gifted, a dual spirit root prodigy, who succeeded in foundation building by the age of 30 and is now in the mid-foundation stage. It seems that after my departure, the Tian family has produced a cultivation genius. With such talent, they may endure for a while longer, Li Musheng mused quietly. Initially, Li Musheng had anticipated that after he had diminished the ranks of the Tian and Ho families, they would be retaliated against by rival forces or enemies and thus fall into decline. Even if he refrained from taking action, they might eventually extinguish themselves. Yet, it appeared that with the emergence of Tian Wujia, a true disciple of the Xiuxian temple, the Tian family could ascend to the throne. This revelation surprised Li Musheng and also established a new goal for him. Upon achieving the golden core stage, he would seek to overturn the Tian dynasty. Even the old golden core of the Xiuxian temple would not intimidate him. However, should Tian Wujia attain golden core status, Li Musheng resolved to bide his time for several centuries, patiently waiting until Tian Wujia had aged significantly before emerging to confront him. In further casual conversation with Nanmen Fong, Li Musheng learned of the rule that cultivators in the mortal realm must not interfere with mortal affairs. This regulation was enacted by the Xiuxian temple. Naturally, if one were to eradicate evil and slay monsters for the benefit of the populace, the Xiuxian temple would not hold any grudges, though they would not bestow any accolades either. The prevalence of monsters within the Daliang territory stemmed from the unwillingness of the Xiuxian temple to intervene, primarily due to a lack of profit. Otherwise, such a situation could not exist within their domain, as most spirit beasts had been harvested in bulk by the Xiuxian temple for materials. Of course, cultivators were not always diligent in adhering to the rules set forth by the Xiuxian temple. Occasionally, they would take matters into their own hands, provided their actions did not amount to citywide massacres, which generally went unchecked by the temple. After bidding farewell to Nanmen Fong, Li Musheng meandered through the Dongli market for a while before returning to his rented cave dwelling, where he proceeded to cook spirit rice. With over 100 pounds of rice per stone, he consumed 2 meals a day, meaning it would last him approximately 100 days. However, he did not mind, as the spirit rice was quite palatable and aided in his cultivation of spells, making it worthwhile. After his meal, Li Musheng settled into a bamboo rocking chair in his small courtyard and began his practice. This peaceful routine continued for about a month. One day, within Li Musheng's rented cave, Nanmen Fong exclaimed, "With Taoist, the spiritual energy in your cave is extraordinarily abundant." This was Nanmen Fong's first visit to Li Musheng's dwelling, and he marveled at it as if he were Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, taking in everything around him. Ah, but this is not a purchase. Merely a rental, and the lease is nearly halfway through, Li Musheng sighed. I had initially hoped to expend my accumulated spirit stones in pursuit of the late stage of chi refinement, but it has proven exceedingly difficult. Currently, the strength Li Musheng projected to outsiders was that of the mid-chi refinement stage, while in reality, he had achieved full mastery and could progress no further. This pretense was maintained to teach a lesson to any would-be assailants harboring ill intentions toward him. Li Musheng even entertained the thought that if his spirit stones ran low, he might stroll around the market, perhaps enticing a thief with late-stage strength to come after him. However, he was also cognizant of the possibility of encountering full-fledged cultivators, as one could not stand by the river without getting their shoes wet. Thus, he remained cautious and reluctant to engage in any fishing expeditions. Chapter 93, The Longstay Market, Part 3. Within the cave abode of Li Musheng, his words stirred a sense of reflection in Nanmen Fong, who mused on the nature of bottlenecks in cultivation. For practitioners like themselves, encountering a bottleneck in their realm could indeed become a lifelong predicament. Having known Li Musheng for several months, Nanmen Fong had shed his initial restraint, feeling more at ease in their conversations. After all, despite his age, Nanmen Fong was a gregarious individual. He sighed, stating, when faced with a bottleneck in one's cultivation method, one can either endure the slow grind, which may take years or even a lifetime, or venture forth into the world seeking opportunities, perhaps engaging in battles with others, where moments of enlightenment may arise amidst life and death. Many who survive such confrontations manage to break through, yet far more practitioners perish in these duels. He continued, the most reliable and convenient option is to purchase items that aid in breakthroughs, such as medicinal pills. The first two options do not suit me, Li Musheng lamented. As for the third, it is indeed a good choice, but I lack sufficient spirit stones. He sighed again. The pills available at the pharmacies that enhance one's power are already in short supply, and I have yet to see a single pill capable of facilitating a breakthrough in realm. Naturally, Nanmen Fong responded, pills that assist in breaking through realms are exceedingly rare, especially those that aid in advancing from the chi refinement stage to foundation establishment. In my opinion, even at the small auction held once a year, one might not encounter such items. However, at the grand auction held every decade, they are certain to appear. Nanmen Fong, being a native who had resided in the Eastern Departure Market for decades, was well informed. Oh, is there an auction for foundation establishment pills? Li Musheng inquired. Now at the peak of qi refinement, he desperately needed such pills to facilitate his advancement to the foundation establishment stage. He understood that for cultivators at the peak of qi refinement, a foundation establishment pill was essential for breaking through to the next stage. Of course, self-establishing the foundation was also an option, but the success rate was disheartening, hovering around a mere 10%. Failure meant severing one's meridians and facing death. Li Musheng was resolutely unwilling to gamble with his life. Without a foundation establishment pill to safeguard his attempt, he would never take that risk, even if it meant remaining at the peak of qi refinement for eternity. Using a foundation establishment pill not only greatly increases the chances of success, but also ensures one's life in the event of failure. Give up hope. It is virtually impossible for anyone to sell such a thing, Nanmen Fong chuckled. Even if one were to appear, the Eastern Departure family would have to intervene directly, as they currently possess only one foundation establishment cultivator. If another foundation establishment practitioner were to emerge among the loose cultivators, it would surely threaten the dominance of the Dongmen family. Li Musheng nodded in agreement. Over the course of their interactions, he had come to realize that Nanmen Fong was quite the libertine, with numerous wives and concubines all gathered from the mortal realm. Furthermore, they were of considerable beauty, particularly in this chaotic era of the Great Liang, where many noble women and scions of esteemed families were fleeing, making it all too convenient for someone like Nanmen Fong to choose from. The turmoil in the Great Liang had reached alarming heights, with reports of several major battles and widespread death, resulting in many refugees. Yet, this chaos bore little relevance to the Eastern Departure Island. The only connection might be that cultivators like Nanmen Fong, who had little hope of ascension, had acquired a few more beautiful mortal concubines. To Li Musheng, it seemed that the cultivators on Eastern Departure Island regarded the Great Liang's turmoil as merely a spectacle. Perhaps this was the essence of cultivation, the belief that all worldly matters were but external distractions, with one's heart solely focused on the path to immortality. Brother, would you care to join me? Nanmen Fong mischievously suggested to Li Musheng. Before he could elaborate, Li Musheng anticipated that this old rogue was about to broach an old topic once more. I remain steadfast in my pursuit of the Tao. My previous visit to the brothel was merely an occasional indulgence, Li Musheng replied earnestly. It was true that his trip to the brothel in the Eastern Departure Market had been at Nanmen Fong's behest, and while he had been unable to refuse, he had also wished to witness the skills of the female cultivators. However, upon entering, he had been sorely disappointed. The exorbitant prices were beyond Nanmen Fong's means, and the more affordable options, though female cultivators, had displayed abysmal service. Throughout the experience, he had felt as though he were merely a patron of a fast food establishment. After that occasion, Li Musheng had no desire to return. If he were to go again, he would opt for a more upscale establishment. Haha, Nanmen Fong grinned wickedly. After exchanging a few more words with him, Li Musheng excused himself, citing the need to cultivate. On a certain day, pondering the challenging nature of cultivating the 4 arts of cultivation, Li Musheng mused how wonderful it would be if he could cultivate spirit herbs. Ideally, he sought those that grew more valuable and precious with age, especially those that demanded little in terms of spiritual energy, as he had a long lifespan and could afford to wait. As he was lost in thought, a familiar voice echoed from outside his cave. Mu brother, I have come to share a drink with you once more. Upon recognizing Nanmen Fong's voice, Li Musheng promptly lifted the barrier of his cave. Of late, Nanmen Fong had taken to visiting Li Musheng frequently, and while Li Musheng was aware that Nanmen Fong sought to absorb some of his spiritual energy, he still welcomed him, appreciating the occasional gifts and the information he provided. Afterward, Li Musheng confided his worries to Nanmen Fong. With a hearty slap to his chest, Nanmen Fong assured him that he would handle it, revealing that he had some connections on Southgate Island and could procure some planting materials. 3 days later, Nanmen Fong returned, this time presenting Li Musheng with a small pouch of seeds, exclaiming, "You must treat me to drinks this time. These are the seeds of the 9-section jade spirit bamboo that I managed to acquire through old connections on Southgate Island." Really? Li Musheng's interest was piqued instantly. The 9-section jade spirit bamboo was one of the spirit herbs he had learned about and deemed suitable for his cultivation. The primary appeal lay in its ease of care, requiring minimal spiritual energy, and it could even grow slowly in environments devoid of spiritual energy. This bamboo would grow a new section every 100 years, and 3 or 4 sections of the bamboo could be refined into materials that enhanced foundation establishment power, should it reach 5 or 6 sections. Even the Golden Core ancestors might be tempted to compete for it. Beyond that, Li Musheng was uncertain, only aware that the rarer it became, the more precious it was. Of course, it was also possible that the loose cultivators in the Eastern Departure Market lacked awareness, underscoring the scarcity of millennium-old spirit herbs. Brother, thank you. Li Musheng expressed heartfelt gratitude as he accepted the pouch of seeds. Nanmen Fong had indeed been a great help. He intended to experiment with these seeds in the mortal realm, as this investment was currently minimal for him, and the potential returns could be substantial. Naturally, during the initial stages of nurturing the seedlings, he would seek out unclaimed lands in the mortal realm that had a hint of spiritual energy leakage, ideally enough to accommodate a few plants. Too many, however, would attract competition, and in the beginning, Even using spirit stones as a source of spiritual energy would be acceptable. Please, have a seat. I will fetch us some wine right away, and we shall indulge, Li Musheng said, securing the seeds and smiling warmly. Chapter 94. The Long-Term Residence in the Fong Market, Part 4. As the cups clinked and the wine flowed freely, Li Musheng and Nanmin Fong found their conversation blossoming. When the topic of cultivation arose, Nanmin Fong lamented, reflecting on his own journey. He recalled how, upon discovering his spiritual roots, he was celebrated by his family as a promising cultivator. Yet, upon entering the realm of the cultivators, he realized that a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots had no true path ahead. I have spent decades in the Eastleigh Fong market, often bowing low and keeping to myself. When purchasing spiritual items, I hardly dared to bargain audibly. It has been quite stifling, and my heart is heavy, he sighed. Despite tirelessly fishing for the Eastleigh family, he feared that he might only achieve the rank of a mere mid-stage chi refinement practitioner before his life came to an end. With nostalgia etched on his face, Nanmin Fong expressed his sense of dislocation, having been away from his homeland for decades. Once considered a genius among his peers, he now found himself at the very bottom of the cultivation world, a negligible figure. Li Musheng, too, felt the weight of this sentiment and offered to refill Nanmin Fong's cup. Speaking of which, how fares your cultivation, dear brother? Nanmin Fong inquired, eyeing Li Musheng as he poured the wine. Finding it tedious to recount his own hardships, he shifted the conversation. I feel that my breakthrough to the later stages is imminent, Li Musheng replied after a moment of contemplation. He was determined to seize opportunities within the market to enhance his foundational skills, allowing his strength to gradually manifest in a more reasonable manner. Quite promising. You seem to be around 30 years of age, and should you break through to the later stages and refine your skills for another decade or so, you might yet have 2 opportunities to form your foundation before you reach 60, Nanmin Fong jested, feigning a calculation with his fingers. He explained that in the cultivation world of De Liang, the optimal time for foundational formation was before the age of 60, as a practitioner's vitality and spiritual energy peak during this period. Beyond 60, one's condition would begin to deteriorate, akin to a deflated balloon, ultimately leading to demise. Li Musheng refrained from claiming he could form his foundation, for without the life-preserving elixirs, he dared not attempt it naturally. In response to Nanmin Fong's jest, Li Musheng chuckled, the thought of becoming a foundational practitioner is beyond my wildest dreams. I dare say there may not be even a single chance for such a feat on the entire Eastleigh Island. You might be surprised. I possess some knowledge on this matter, Nanmin Fong teased, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Pray, do enlighten me, dear brother. I am eager to expand my horizons. Li Musheng replied, feigning eagerness. On Eastleigh Island, only the Eastleigh family has foundational practitioners, and they boast, too, a dual foundational lineage. This is quite commendable among foundational factions. One is the family's venerable ancestor, who has long been in seclusion and has not shown himself for many years. Speculation suggests he has already reached the mid-foundational stage. The other is our family head, Dong Liu, a practitioner in the early foundational stage, Nanmin Fong continued, his pride evident as he took a sip of his drink. Moreover, in recent years, a prodigy has emerged from the Eastleigh family, Dong Li Xiuxian, who possesses the rare dual spiritual root talent. In less than 40 years of cultivation, he has reached the perfected foundational stage and is merely a foundational elixir away from transcending the Dragon Gate. Li Musheng could hardly believe it. Even the Eastleigh family's prodigy had to wait for a foundational elixir to attempt formation. He mused that he would likely have to wait a century more to see if his circumstances might change. It seemed the Eastleigh family could not produce foundational elixirs either. Perhaps only sects like the Xing Heguan could reliably yield such vital potions. Li Musheng pondered whether there were alternatives to foundational elixirs. His primary concern was not the success rate of foundation formation, but rather preserving his life. As long as he lived, countless opportunities to attempt foundation formation would arise. After all, his greatest advantage lay in his long lifespan, perhaps even infinite. After a leisurely chat with Nanmin Fong, who had become quite inebriated, Li Musheng saw him off. Once Nanmin Fong departed, Li Musheng resolved to continue his study of the incantation arts. Recently, he had sensed he might be hitting a bottleneck in his progress, which was moving at a sluggish pace. Just as he prepared to return, he noticed a young maiden emerging from the cave of Old Wang next door. It was Yan Huayu. Miss Yan, Li Musheng greeted politely. With Nanmin Fong's insights, Li Musheng had heard of Yan Huayu and was intrigued to discover that even in the cultivation world, there existed such semi-hidden professions. Gazing at her slender waist and captivating eyes, he understood that her requests for spirit stones would not be few. Young Master Li, I humbly greet you, Yan Huayu said, performing a graceful bow, then flashing a charming smile as she added, if you have no pressing matters today, might I invite you to my humble abode? I happen to have several cultivation questions I wish to discuss with you. Li Musheng mused to himself that it seemed she was less interested in discussing cultivation and more inclined toward him personally. If it were free, I might consider it, he thought. However, he feigned reluctance and replied, I regret to inform you that I am otherwise occupied today and cannot indulge in a discussion with Miss Yan. As she departed, Yan Huayu cast him a flirtatious glance, leaving Li Musheng momentarily bewildered, almost convinced she was expressing romantic interest. He glanced back at old Wang's cave, feeling a pang of envy. Indeed, practitioners of incantation arts could earn quite a fortune. After being stirred by Yan Huayu's playful banter, Li Musheng found it difficult to focus on returning to his cave to draw incantations. Instead, he decided to stroll through the market to see if the magical artifacts he had been eyeing had dropped in price. He meandered to the renowned alchemy workshop in the East Lifeng market. This establishment was known for producing high-quality magical artifacts, having been passed down through generations, ensuring mastery in the craft as their livelihood depended on it. Li Musheng calculated that he already possessed a low-grade flying artifact and a low-grade dull black sword, providing him with both escape and offensive capabilities. What he lacked was a defensive artifact. Although, as a practitioner at the pinnacle of chi refinement, he ought to be able to afford at least a mid-grade artifact. His finances were regrettably strained. Initially, he contemplated selling some of his incantations, given that he had achieved a small degree of success. Yet, upon reflection, the quality of his work was insufficient to cover the costs. It would be wiser to wait until he reached greater mastery, refine his practice pieces, and then sell them for profit. Chapter 95. Cultivating medicinal herbs. In the mortal realm, the incantations were inscribed on a type of gold leaf imbued with celestial energy. Though not particularly expensive, if the incantations were poorly executed, it would be difficult to even recoup the cost of the gold leaf itself. Thus, Li Musheng decided to bide his time, awaiting the completion of the incantations before venturing out to sell them. He intended to refine the spiritual patterns of the previously drawn incantations before offering them for sale, ensuring a more favorable price. For now, he could only tighten his belt and endure a frugal existence. Only after perfecting the incantations and earning some income would he have the opportunity to acquire mid-grade magical artifacts. As for high-grade artifacts, Li Musheng dared not even dream of them. After mingling in the Dongli market for quite some time, he had yet to encounter any loose cultivators capable of affording such treasures. He had, however, seen disciples of the Dongli family wielding high-grade artifacts. Of course, aside from the quality of the artifacts, one's own strength was also a prerequisite. A cultivator in the early stages of chi refinement could not fully unleash the power of high-grade artifacts. After all, insufficient personal magic was a significant limitation. However, it could not be discounted that certain sect disciples or direct heirs of golden core sects might possess hidden cards that allowed them to utilize artifacts beyond their level. Although Li Musheng had never witnessed such a scenario, that did not imply its non-existence. Li Musheng had frequented the alchemy shop on several occasions. Initially, the shopkeeper had treated him with considerable enthusiasm, mistaking him for a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator who might make a purchase. However, after several visits where he merely browsed without buying, the shopkeeper's interest waned, and he merely offered a cursory nod. Had it not been for Li Musheng's status as a mid-stage cultivator, he likely would have received a disdainful glance. Li Musheng cast a lingering eye over the counter, glancing at mid-grade artifacts such as the shock-resistant armor, blacklight armor, and the heart mirror, but only briefly. He then made his way directly to the section for low-grade artifacts. At last, the vine armor has been discounted, he remarked with a sense of relief. He had long been interested in this vine armor, but its previous price of 12 spirit stones had deterred him. Now, however, it was available for only 9 spirit stones, a significant discount. The shopkeeper, hearing Li Musheng's musings, paid him no mind, assuming he would not make a purchase, given that he had come to the shop no less than 10 times, each time leaving empty-handed. Here, 9 spirit stones, Li Musheng declared, producing 9 perfectly shaped spirit stones from his sleeve and handing them to the shopkeeper. This left the shopkeeper momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such promptness from Li Musheng this time. Even though the price was only 9 spirit stones, it was still a considerable sum. Having rented his cave dwelling for nearly a year, Li Musheng felt he had experienced enough and saw no reason to linger further. He prepared to leave, intending to explore several nearby mortal islands to cultivate spiritual seeds. During this period, he had expended quite a bit of money, and after purchasing the vine armor, his remaining resources dwindled to just over 10 spirit stones. On that day, Li Musheng packed all his belongings from the rented courtyard into a storage bag, leaving the prohibition token on the stone table. His rental period had ended, and he needed to return the token. Even if he kept it, it would serve no purpose. Moreover, failing to vacate would attract the attention of the enforcement team, who were known for their ruthlessness in the realm of cultivation. He had already communicated his departure to the individuals in the southern gate. As he contemplated his exit from the market, Li Musheng wrestled with the idea of engaging in some fishing law enforcement, considering his current financial predicament. Although his displayed strength was at the mid-stage, he could potentially attract late-stage cultivators. However, he hesitated, fearing that a fully realized chi refinement cultivator with high-grade artifacts might prove to be a formidable adversary. Ultimately, Li Musheng chose the most prudent course of action, donning an invisibility cloak at dawn and stealthily exiting the market. Upon leaving, he quickly took to the skies with his cloud-stepping boots, utilizing his swift movement technique to travel several hundred miles away from Dongli Island before landing on a deserted isle. After resting for a moment and confirming that no rogue cultivators had followed him, Li Musheng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that not every entry and exit would attract the attention of thieves. Once his magical energy was fully restored, he resumed his flight northward. In the Thousand Islands Sea, the waters were remarkably calm, likely due to the proximity to the mainland, with little tumultuous waves. Li Musheng alighted on an uninhabited island, where he resolved to embark on his grand plan of cultivating medicinal herbs. Besides the island, he also intended to explore the mainland, such as the previously known Xiaobao Mountain, where the chances of successful cultivation might be greater, given the limited manpower available to him. Li Musheng appointed several experienced herbalists on the nearby uninhabited islands to assist with the cultivation. To ensure their compliance, he provided them with some bone erosion pills, instilling a sense of security in their task of cultivating spiritual plants. Should any neglect their duties or cause harm, Li Musheng would show no mercy, making an example of them to deter others. Li Musheng was aware that this initial endeavor would likely incur considerable losses, as many spiritual herbs might not survive the cultivation process. After all, spiritual herbs were precious entities that typically thrived only in areas rich in spiritual energy. And even if they did survive, their subsequent nurturing and growth could present challenges. Despite these potential setbacks, Li Musheng remained undeterred. He viewed this endeavor as akin to venture capital. The initial investment was low, and as long as a few varieties, or even just one, succeeded, he would not suffer losses. Indeed, he could potentially earn a substantial profit. For instance, one of Li Musheng's prized investments was the 9-section jade spirit bamboo, which received his utmost attention. He had invested heavily in this particular plant, even purchasing spiritual fertilizer during its sprouting phase to ensure its growth. At last, under Li Musheng's diligent care, the 9-section jade spirit bamboo began to sprout, signifying its survival. More importantly, in the near void of spiritual energy on the island, the bamboo was slowly thriving, a fact that greatly pleased Li Musheng. Thus, Li Musheng spent over a decade in the mortal realm. During this time, he also enjoyed moments of leisure in coastal cities, learning that the Tian family had successfully ascended to power through warfare and had become the new ruling family, maintaining the same national title of Daliang. Presently, the Tian family had adopted a policy of nurturing the populace, instituting a 3-year tax exemption and granting amnesty to all, leading to a gradual revival throughout the mortal realm. On the island, Li Musheng dedicated himself to the study of incantations, though he found his progress over the past decade to be exceedingly slow, which caused him considerable frustration. He still hoped to achieve mastery before returning to the Dongli market to earn spirit stones. The sole consolation for Li Musheng was that most of the spiritual herbs he had invested in, particularly the 9-section jade spirit bamboo, had survived and were growing steadily.